Chapter 1 Soul Transmigration. Son Goku opens the path of spiritual practice. In a small wooden house in Baizai Mountain, Lin Tianhao slowly opened his eyes, shook his groggy head, and murmured to himself, "I will never drink again." Then he looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and said, "Am I still in a dream?" "Papa," Lin Tianhao slapped himself twice. Feeling the heat on his face, he immediately realized that this was not a dream. At this moment, an old man with a white beard came in from outside the door. When he saw Lin Tianhao, he said happily, "Goku, you finally woke up. Does your head still hurt? It's all because of Grandpa's fault. He didn't watch you and let you fall from the cliff. I fell down and got hurt. Fortunately, you didn't die." "Old man, you call me Goku?" Lin Tianhao asked. "Oh, it seems that your brain has been damaged and you can't even remember your own name," Son Gohan said. Lin Tianhao felt that the old man looked familiar. He looked around carefully and suddenly felt that it was similar to the style of the Dragon Ball world. Then he looked at himself and was surprised to find that he had turned into a child. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku's strange behavior and thought that Son Goku had broken his brain and lost his memory, so he said, "I am your grandfather Son Gohan, your name is Son Goku, do you remember?" Lin Tianhao thought to himself, "Sure enough, I traveled to the Dragon Ball world and wore it on little Goku's body," so he said, "Grandpa, I remembered, my head still hurts a little now, please leave me alone." Son Gohan said, "Okay, you have a good rest at home. Grandpa will go hunt some prey and come back and prepare delicious food for you." Son Goku said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Son Gohan nodded, then closed the door and went out. Lin Tianhao recalled what happened before. "Yesterday, my classmate got married and went out for a banquet. During the period, he drank a few more drinks, and ended up being transported to the Dragon Ball world in a daze. It must be the turn of his relatives and friends to eat at their banquet. There are really many wonders in this world, and there are countless ways for people to travel. There must be no more outrageous way to travel than this. No matter what, once it comes, let's make peace with it." Lin Tianhao thought to himself, "Little Goku, let me start your wonderful life. You can go with peace of mind. From now on, I am Son Goku." After that, Lin Tianhao felt that the spiritual platform suddenly became more awake. It must be a trace of little Goku's residual thoughts that completely merged with his soul. Son Goku got out of bed, moved his little body, and then began to think about all the world plots of Dragon Ball that he had seen in his previous life. This is a passionate and inspiring world, also full of crises. The 7 Dragon Balls that can grant wishes, flesh and blood villains, and a race with unlimited potential. All these made Son Goku excited, so he decided to start practicing from tomorrow. Son Gohan came back from hunting half a day later, and then started cooking for Son Goku. After a long time, the grandfather and grandson started to eat. The next morning, Son Goku got up early and started practicing. First run 2 kilometers in the morning, and then do 200 push-ups in the morning, noon, and evening. Son Gohan thought that Son Goku was only 3 years old and was too young. What if his body was damaged by such exercise? So he wanted to dissuade Son Goku, but was deceived by Son Goku in a few words. Thus, Son Goku's path of spiritual practice began. 3 years later, Son Gohan began to teach Son Goku the perception of Qi. Son Goku learned it in only 3 days, and then began to learn the application of Qi. In the following days, apart from going into the mountains to hunt and fight wild beasts, Son Goku practiced the application of Qi. 6 years later, Son Goku and Son Gohan had fought back and forth. Son Gohan felt that he had nothing to teach Son Goku, so he wrote a letter and asked Son Goku to take the letter to Master Roshi. Let Master Roshi teach Son Goku how to practice. It is worth mentioning that although Son Goku has transformed into a giant ape in the past few years, he can still maintain his sanity, so Son Gohan was not trampled to death by Son Goku like in the original work. After Son Goku said goodbye to Son Gohan, he set out to find Master Roshi. On the way, he met Bulma, who was looking for the Dragon Ball. After seeing Son Goku's skill, Bulma invited Son Goku to look for the Dragon Ball together. Son Goku naturally agreed. With such a rich woman and the leading scientist on the future Earth, Son Goku wanted to say, "Let Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Green." The difficulties the two encountered while searching for the Dragon Ball were nothing to Son Goku now. The Dragon Ball from Master Roshi was replaced by Son Goku with a magazine. After collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, Son Goku convinced Bulma to make his wish. Then Son Goku made a wish to Shenron and received a weight-bearing garment that could freely adjust its size and gravity. The weight-bearing garment could be up to 300 times its own weight, which was enough for Son Goku to use before he transformed into Super Saiyan. The reason why he made a wish for a weight-bearing suit was because Bulma couldn't build a gravity chamber at his current level. Dr. Breves could make one, but it could only achieve 50 times gravity, so Son Goku made such a wish. After that, Son Goku separated from Bulma and went to find Master Roshi to practice. Master Roshi considered Son Goku and was surprised to find that he had nothing to teach him, so he asked Son Goku to climb the Kalin Tower. So Son Goku used the capsule given by Bulma to fill a large tank of water, caught hundreds of fish, and then went to climb Kalin Tower. A few days later, Son Goku climbed up the Kalin Tower, met the Meow Immortal, explained his purpose of coming, and took out the water tank and fish. The Meow Immortal's eyes widened when he saw this, so he happily agreed to Son Goku request. After that, Mu Sennin began to teach Son Goku. 3 months later, Son Goku learned everything taught by Mu Sennin, and his combat effectiveness improved a lot. Then he exchanged 2 cans of fairy beans with Immortal Meow, and left Kalin Tower, preparing to participate in the world's best martial arts tournament in a few months. After visiting Master Roshi and Krillin, Son Goku returned to Baizai Mountain. Son Gohan was very happy to see Son Goku return, and the grandfather and grandson chatted for a long time. After that, Son Goku stayed in Baizai Mountain, practicing while waiting to participate in the world's best martial arts competition. During this period, Son Goku has begun to adapt to 5 times gravity. And his combat power has reached 1,000 points. At this time, he is completely invincible. However, Son Goku does not know it. The only thing that can be determined is his combat power. Higher than Goku during the Raditz period. 2 months later, Son Goku rushed to the city to participate in the world's best martial arts conference. A few days later, Son Goku arrived at the conference venue. Met Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha and Bulma here. Everyone was very happy to see each other. After Son Goku finished reporting his name, Bulma invited everyone to dinner. Son Goku's appetite really shocked everyone. When Bulma checked out, he saw that the bill was as high as 500,000 Sony coins. Although this was a drop in the bucket, Bulma was shocked. Chapter 2, 40,000 Combat Strength. Continue to practice. A few days later, Son Goku, Yamcha, Krillin and Master Roshi pretended to be Chenglong and successfully entered the quarterfinals. After that, just like the original work, the 4 successfully defeated their opponents and entered the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, Son Goku defeated Krillin and Chenglong defeated Yamcha. The 2 successfully met in the finals. In the final, Son Goku easily defeated Chenglong and won the championship of the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. After Son Goku treated everyone to a feast, he spent all the championship bonus he just received in the blink of an eye. Son Goku contrasted and said, "I am not interested in money." Afterwards, Master Roshi and Krillin went back to Immortal Island, Bulma went home, and Son Goku went back to Baizai Mountain to continue practicing. After practicing in Baizai Mountain for several months, Son Goku embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. A month later, after Son Goku found all 7 Dragon Balls, he made a wish to Shenron so that he could survive in space. Naturally, this wish was not difficult for Shenron. After his wish came true, Son Goku felt the changes in his body, and then went to Kalon Tower to visit Mu Immortal. Immortal Miao was very happy when he saw Son Goku coming. After Son Goku gave a large tank of live fish to Immortal Miao, he planned to drink the super magical water to stimulate his potential. Although the super divine water is poisonous and may induce heart disease, Son Goku still plans to give it a try. At worst, he will make a wish to Shenron to remove the toxins from his body. After hearing this, Miao Xianren persuaded Son Goku and agreed. After drinking a glass of super magical water, Son Goku suddenly felt unbearable pain all over his body, and the aura on his body burst out unconsciously. Suddenly, there was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder below the Kalon Tower. The Miao Immortal was also shocked by the aura on Son Goku's body. Also shocked were the gods from the Celestial Temple. After a while, Son Goku calmed down his breath, and felt the vigorous power in his body. He was very happy. It was roughly estimated that it was nearly 1/3 higher than before. After Son Goku thanked Mu Immortal, he was about to leave, but was told by Miao Immortal that the god was looking for him. So Son Goku flew towards the Celestial Temple. After a while, Son Goku arrived at the Temple of Heaven, and what he saw was a man who looked like Brother Asen and a green-skinned monster. Of course Son Goku knew that these two people meant Bobo and God, but he still pretended not to know each other and asked them, "Hello, who of you is God?" The green-skinned monster said, "I am the God, and next to me is my servant Bobo." Son Goku heard this and said, "Hello gods, hello Bobo, what do you want from me?" The god said, "I just felt the aura emanating from you in the Temple of Heaven, and found that your strength has surpassed everyone else, so I want to invite you to inherit my position as God, maintain world peace, and protect the earth." Son Goku said, "I'm sorry, Lord Tenjin. I like freedom and freedom. I don't want to be restrained. Please forgive me." God said, "Goku, don't you think about it again? I have a premonition that demons that will harm the world will appear in the world soon. And the martial arts masters on the earth will be helpless. Only you can save the earth and maintain world peace." Son Goku said, "Lord God, don't worry, I will take action when the time comes, but for the position of God, you'd better hire someone else." After hearing this, the god no longer forced Son Goku to take the position of God. He said to Son Goku, "Okay, young man, the task of protecting the earth and maintaining world peace is left to you. If you have any requests, you can ask me." Son Goku heard this and said, "I don't know if there is any place for practice in the Temple of Heaven. I want to continue practicing." Hearing this, the God of Heaven said, "There is a place in the Temple of Heaven, called the Spiritual Time Room, but the gravity there is 10 times that of the outside. If you stay there for a year, only 1 day will pass outside, but the environment inside is very harsh. Know if you can adapt." Son Goku said, "That's just right. 10 times gravity is no problem." After hearing the words, the god agreed to Son Goku and asked Bobo to lead Son Goku into the Spiritual Time Room, and told Son Goku that he could only stay there for 2 years, otherwise he would never come out. Son Goku nodded in agreement, adjusted the gravity of his weight-bearing suit to 0, and then entered the Spiritual Time Room. As soon as he entered, Son Goku's body sank and he almost fell. After regaining his balance, he began to practice. In addition to the most basic training, Son Goku began to make use of Sion's characteristics, injuring himself every few days, and then taking senbei to recover, and his combat effectiveness increased sharply. After staying inside like this for 2 years, Son Goku left the Spiritual Time Room and began to adjust the gravity multiplier on the weight-bearing clothing. Starting from 1 time, it was not until after 20 times gravity that Son Goku felt that he was about the same and stopped adjusting. Although he did not know how much combat power he had, according to the original work, after Son Goku adapted to 100 times gravity, he had a combat power of 90,000. I am now adapted to 20 times gravity, and I estimate that I have a combat power of 18,000 points. Thinking of this, Son Goku was very happy. He said hello to Tien Shen and Bobo, and then left Tien Shen Temple. When he passed Kalin Tower, he visited Miao Immortal again, and then went directly back to Baizai Mountain. 3 years later, the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was held as scheduled. After Son Goku said goodbye to Son Gohan, he rushed to attend the Martial Arts Conference, where he not only saw Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma, but also Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, and Kakasenin of the Keiku Senryu. In the end, Son Goku won the martial arts tournament without any suspense. After Son Goku got the bonus, he invited everyone to have a meal. During this period, Piccolo Daimo's men wanted to snatch the 4 planets, but Son Goku easily eliminated them, and Krillin also escaped. After eating, Son Goku took the initiative to find the original Piccolo Daimo, and then beat him to the point of death from serious injuries, causing him to successfully spit out a magic egg. Then Son Goku returned to Baizai Mountain. After that, Son Goku found the god's spaceship and asked Bulma's father to help repair it. Dr. Breves agreed without saying a word. Son Goku took advantage of this time to search for the 7 Dragon Balls, then made a wish to Shenron and learned the Namek language. After Dr. Breves repaired the spacecraft, Son Goku took the spaceship to Namek. A month later, Son Goku arrived at Namek. After some further inquiries, he found the residence of the Great Elder. After being welcomed by Neru, he met the Great Elder, and then Son Goku informed him of his purpose. By helping Son Goku develop his potential, the Great Elder learned about the future encounters of Namek, so he asked Son Goku to support Namek in the future, and Son Goku happily agreed. Afterwards, the Great Elder ordered people to find 7 Dragon Balls to help Son Goku make a wish. Son Goku's first wish is to learn the instant transmission of the Adretites. The second wish is to remove the toxins remaining in the body from the super divine water. The third wish is to master the cultivation method of divine power. 3 wishes were quite simple for Namek Shenron, and they came true in a matter of seconds. Son Goku felt that there were many more cultivation methods in his head, and his body felt relaxed, and he knew that his wish had come true. Then he said goodbye to the Great Elder and returned to Earth on the spaceship. Chapter 3 Son Goku gets married and starts a business. Raditz comes to Earth. After Son Goku returned to Earth, he began a simple and unpretentious spiritual life. Time flies, the sun and the moon fly by, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Son Goku has grown from a small man to 1.8 meters today. The weight-bearing clothing on his body has also increased from 20 times the gravity at the beginning to 40 times the gravity now. After Son Goku said goodbye to Son Gohan, he flew to Bulma's house. Bulma immediately fell in love with Son Goku after seeing her. Son Goku took the opportunity to confess his love to Bulma, and the two instantly developed their previous friendship into love. Afterwards, the two rushed to the Martial Arts Conference to participate in the 23rd World's No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. I met Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Dumpling and many other friends at the scene. After not seeing each other for several years, Son Goku had changed so much that no one recognized him for a while. It was not until Bulma introduced him to everyone that everyone connected the person in front of them with the little Goku before, and then they recognized Son Goku. Bulma announced his love with Son Goku in public, and everyone expressed congratulations, so Bulma invited everyone to dinner again. After that, the world's No. 1 martial arts conference was held as scheduled. Before that, Son Goku specifically told Bulma about Shishi. Bulma was very angry at first, but soon forgave Son Goku under Son Goku's sweet words. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief after handling the matter. Then in the martial arts tournament, he went through all the battles without a single enemy. After defeating Shishi in the quarterfinals, he told Bulma and Shishi agreed. Then he met Tien Shinyan in the semifinals and knocked him out with just one move, leaving everyone present stunned. Piccolo's face turned gloomy when he saw it. After Piccolo defeated Krillin, he met Son Goku in the finals. In the finals, Piccolo tried his best, but was resolved one by Son Goku. Looking at the exhausted Piccolo, Son Goku said, "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. You fell down before I even made a move." Piccolo was furious when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. After Son Goku knocked Piccolo out of the game, he let the host confirm his victory and then let Piccolo go. Piccolo heard this and said harsh words, waiting for him to succeed in cultivation, he would then settle the score with Son Goku. Hearing this, Son Goku smiled secretly and said, "You still want to settle the score with me, so you can be the nanny of the Son family with peace of mind." After winning the world's best martial arts competition, Son Goku held a grand wedding with Bulma and Shishi. After the marriage, Bulma asked Son Goku to move to Bulma's house, and Son Goku happily agreed. A year later, Shishi and Bulma gave birth to 2 boys almost at the same time. Son Goku looked at the boy Shishi gave birth to and thought about what else to name him. "My grandfather Son Gohan is still alive, so I can't call him Son Gohan. After much deliberation, I finally decided to call him Son Wuhan." As for the boy Bulma gave birth to, Son Goku decided to name him Son Wuming. After that, Son Goku became a daddy. Apart from practicing, he also entertained his 2 children. 4 years later, Son Goku took Son Wuzhen and Son Wuming to the Immortal Island to visit Master Roshi. He noticed an evil aura coming to the earth and knew that Raditz had arrived on the earth. Then he asked Master Roshi and Krillin to take care of the 2 children, while he used instant transmission to reach the vicinity of Raditz. As soon as he arrived, he heard Raditz say to a farmer holding a gun, "A scumbag with a combat power of only 5. After saying this, he was about to kill the farmer. Son Goku said, "Hi, Raditz, how are you?" Raditz was startled when he heard this, then looked behind him and saw Son Goku waving to him. Then he said, "Are you Kakarot?" Son Goku said, "If it's fake, it will be replaced." Raditz said, "That's right, one look at your appearance, I can tell that you are my stupid brother, Kakarot." Son Goku said, "My stupid big brother, what are you doing on Earth?" Raditz roared, "Why are you still asking me? I want to ask you, what is going on this planet, why haven't you killed all the natives here?" Son Goku said, "Why should I kill everyone here?" Raditz shouted, "It seems that Kakarot, you have forgotten your mission. Let me help you complete your mission." After saying that, he condensed an energy ball in his hand and threw it towards the city in the distance. Seeing this, Son Goku ducked in front of the energy ball, and then slapped it into the air. Seeing this, Raditz smiled and said, "Okay, my stupid brother, you can actually block my energy ball, let me see how powerful you are in combat." Then he pressed the combat detector next to his eyes and looked at Son Goku, and found that Son Goku's combat power was only 5. Then he asked, "Kakarot, what's going on? Why is your combat power only 5? Son Goku smiled and said, "Want to know?" Raditz said angrily, "Stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly." Son Goku said, "I won't tell you, what do you think? Come and beat me." Hearing this, Raditz laughed and said, "It seems Kakarot, you are successful, then let me love you." Son Goku said, "Wait a minute, let's change places." Raditz said, "Okay, it's up to you. No matter where you are, you won't be able to run away after this beating." Son Goku smiled upon seeing this, then flew up and headed straight to Piccolo's residence. On the way, Raditz's combat detector detected that Piccolo's combat power was 516, and said to Son Goku, "I asked you to change places. It turned out that you found a helper, but it was of no use. Your helper's combat power was only more than 500 points, and my combat power is 1500 points, so just accept your fate, Kakarot." Son Goku said, "Let's wait until we get to the place." Raditz laughed again when he heard this. Piccolo sensed Raditz the moment he arrived. When he was about to go and see it, he found that Raditz was coming towards him, so he waited there. After a moment, Raditz and Son Goku were indeed seen. After the two landed, Piccolo asked Son Goku, "Who is he?" Son Goku said, "Just a madman who kills people without blinking an eye." Raditz heard this and said angrily, "Kakarot, you are really promising, how dare you say that to your elder brother and me?" Piccolo was shocked when he heard this guy is actually your eldest brother. "Are you mistaken, Son Goku?" Son Goku said, "Yes, this guy is my eldest brother, and we all belong to a race called Scion." "I see, then why did you bring him here?" Piccolo asked. Son Goku said, "I brought him here because I wanted him to fight you and let you see the world." Raditz heard this and said, "So that's what you planned, Kakarot, but this guy is too rubbish and not worth my while." Piccolo heard this and said, "Who are you calling trash?" Raditz laughed and said, "I mean everyone here is rubbish." Piccolo heard this and said angrily, "You fart," and then attacked Raditz. Chapter 4, Subdue Raditz and Challenge Vegeta. Raditz didn't care when he saw this and easily blocked Piccolo's attack. He was still mocking, "Have you not eaten? Are your weak fists tickling me?" When Piccolo heard this, he became furious and attacked even faster, but he couldn't touch Raditz at all. Raditz laughed and said, "It's really rubbish. You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. After attacking for so long, it's time for me to take action." Piccolo was shocked when he heard this, and without waiting for a reaction, he punched Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo was immediately beaten until he vomited acid at the mouth, arched his body, endured the pain, and distanced himself from Raditz. When Raditz saw this, he did not pursue him and said to Son Goku, "Kakarot, this is the help you asked for." "What a rubbish!" Son Goku said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want Piccolo to see the world. I don't need help at all to deal with you." Raditz laughed when he heard this, "Kakarot, do you want to laugh me to death? You are a piece of trash and you want to deal with me, your elder brother." Upon seeing this, Son Goku said, "In that case, use your detector to see my combat power." Raditz said with a smile, "Your fighting ability doesn't matter, at most it's a little better than that green-skinned trash." "Really?" Son Goku said, and then released about 1% of his breath. Raditz's detector started beeping. Raditz was immediately shocked by the number above and broke into a cold sweat. He saw 3000 clearly displayed on it. Son Goku smiled and said, "How about it, my stupid big brother, what is my fighting power?" Raditz shouted, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The detector must be broken. You are just a piece of garbage with a birth combat power of only 2. No matter how hard you practice, it is impossible to reach 3000. Son Goku said, "Nothing is impossible, it's just that you are short-sighted and have no knowledge." Hearing this, Raditz said, "You say I have no experience? King Vegeta and I fought all over the place. Who hasn't seen you? You only have a combat power of 3000 points, while King Vegeta has a combat power of 18,000 points. You are the ignorant one." Son Goku laughed when he heard this and said, "King Vegeta, he is just a dog that bullies the weak and fears the strong. If he dares to come, I will beat him until he doesn't even recognize him." Raditz laughed when he heard this and said, "Kakarot, you are finished. Your words have passed through my detector and reached King Vegeta. You just wait to die." Son Goku smiled and said, "It's not certain who will die, but I know you will die soon." Raditz heard this and said in horror, "Kakarot, what do you mean, do you want to kill me? I am your eldest brother." Son Goku asked, "Do we Scion still have any family ties?" Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately appeared and knelt down in front of Son Goku, crying bitterly, "Kakarot, do you remember, I hugged you when you were a child, please don't kill me, your eldest brother." Son Goku saw this and said, "Okay, look at what you look like now. If my father was still alive and saw you like this, he would have to beat you up. Raditz heard this and said, Kakarot, you won't kill me. Son Goku said, I have no interest in attacking the weak, but you have to stay on Earth and you are not allowed to attack randomly, otherwise, you will know the consequences. Raditz nodded and bowed, Kakarot, don't worry, I won't attack randomly. Son Goku said, give me your detector. Raditz said, Kakarot, what do you want the detector for? Yet. Son Goku glared, and Raditz immediately took off the detector and handed it to Son Goku. Son Goku got the detector and said to Vegeta on the other side of the detector, Vegeta, I know you can hear me. I'm waiting for you on Earth. If you don't come, you will be my grandson. Deep in the universe, on an unknown planet, Vegeta was so angry that his hair turned green when he heard what was coming from the detector. He yelled, Kakarot, you piece of trash, wait for me, I will kill you. There is no whole body. Son Goku heard this and said, okay, if you have the guts, I'll wait for you to come. After saying that, he turned off the detector. Vegeta was furious when he heard this. He condensed an energy ball in his hand and smashed a mountain in the distance to pieces. Then he said to Nappa next to him, follow me and go to the Earth immediately. I want to kill the damn Kakarot, and boneless Raditz, dead without a whole body. Nappa heard the words and immediately said, yes, King Vegeta. So after a while, the two people took the spherical spacecraft and rushed to the Earth. After Son Goku subdued Raditz, he asked Piccolo, Piccolo, do you want to become stronger? Piccolo heard this and snorted coldly, of course I do, what can you do? Son Goku said, come back to my house with me and I will tell you. Piccolo said angrily, Son Goku, stop trying to be so secretive. If you want to say something, just say it. If you don't want to say something, just push him down. Son Goku said, the way to become stronger is to practice in a gravity room. Do you have a gravity room? Or will you build a gravity room? Piccolo was stunned when he heard this, and then said, I can't do it, can you? Son Goku said, I can't, but my wife Bulma can. Piccolo was speechless when he heard this. Upon seeing this, Son Goku said, if you want to become stronger, come to my house. Then he said to Raditz, let's go back to my house with me. Raditz nodded, and then Son Goku flew home. Piccolo was thinking about whether to go to Son Goku's home. After a while, Son Goku returned home and saw Bulma. He handed the detector to Bulma and asked him to remove the listening system and improve it so that it could measure greater combat power. Raditz is then introduced to Bulma and Shishi. Under the power of Son Goku, Raditz greeted Bulma and Shishi. Later, Son Goku used instant transmission to pick up Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming from Immortal Island. After arranging for Raditz to stay, Son Goku found Dr. Breves and asked him to help build a gravity chamber, while Bulma went to improve the detector. The next day at noon, Bulma completed the modification of the detector. The maximum combat power it could detect was up to 3 million. When Son Goku found out, he was very happy and praised Bulma. He decided to reward Bulma in the evening. Then he took the detector and came to an uninhabited place, released his aura with all his strength, and checked his combat power. As he guessed, his combat power reached 300,000. At the same time that Son Goku released his breath, everyone on the earth felt Son Goku's breath and were shocked. Piccolo, who was still hesitating, was so frightened that his face turned green after feeling the aura. He stopped hesitating and rushed to Son Goku's house immediately. Son Goku calmed down his breath, then instant transmission, returned home. Chapter 5 The Vegeta Duo Comes to Earth. When Son Goku returned home, when he saw Piccolo arriving, he smiled and said, "You're here." Piccolo said, "Is that breath just you?" Son Goku said, "Yes, it's me. Do you know the gap between us now?" Piccolo said, "Son Goku, don't be too proud. I will surpass you sooner or later. Son Goku smiled and said, then I will wait and see. Piccolo asked, where is the gravity chamber you mentioned? Son Goku said, my father-in-law is building it, it will take a few days. Okay, then I'll come back in a few days, Piccolo said. Son Goku nodded and said, you are always welcome. When Piccolo heard this, he stood up and left without saying anything. A few days later, Dr. Breves built the gravity chamber, which can achieve a maximum gravity of 100 times. After Son Goku instant transmission notified Piccolo, the two entered the gravity chamber. After Son Goku adjusted the gravity of his weight-bearing suit to 31 times, he asked Piccolo to prepare, and then adjusted the gravity of the gravity chamber to 10 times. In an instant, Piccolo was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Seeing this, Son Goku had no choice but to turn off gravity and let Piccolo practice slowly in the gravity room. He asked Breves to rebuild a gravity chamber, and at the same time brought Klin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Dumpling home, allowing them to practice in the gravity chamber with Piccolo and Raditz. Everyone was afraid of Piccolo and Raditz at first. With Son Goku's assurance, everyone entered the gravity room and practiced with Piccolo and Raditz. As for Son Goku, he trains alone in a gravity chamber. The weight-bearing suit itself can reach up to 300 times the gravity, while the gravity of the gravity chamber can reach up to 100 times. The combined force of the two can reach 30,000 times the gravity, which should be enough before Cell, Son Goku secretly said. After that, everyone began to practice hard. In his spare time, Son Goku asked Piccolo to help take care of Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming. Piccolo was firmly opposed to it at first, but he could not escape the law of true fragrance after all. 2 years later, Son Goku has been able to fully adapt to 30,000 times gravity, and his combat power has reached an astonishing 30 million. Of course, Son Goku doesn't know it himself, but he can probably guess it, but he still can't transform into Super Saiyan. But Son Goku doesn't care, his current combat power is completely sufficient. In this matter, Piccolo has adapted to 50 times gravity, and his combat strength has reached 20,000, Raditz is relatively lazy, but he has also adapted to 30 times gravity, and his combat strength has reached 15,000. Krillin has adapted to 40 times gravity, and his combat power has reached 4,005, Tien Shinyan has also adapted to 40 times gravity, and his combat power has reached 5,000. Sun Wuming and Sun Wuzhen are worthy of being hybrid Saiyans, and they have also adapted to 40 times gravity in the past 2 years. The combat power reached 4,000, Yamcha adapted to 30 times gravity, and the combat power reached 3,005, Dumpling also adapted to 30 times gravity, and the combat power reached 3,000. On this day, everyone was still training as usual, but soon after, they noticed 2 evil auras coming to the earth. Knowing that it was King Vegeta and Nappa, they all left the gravity room and rushed to their home with Son Goku. Landing location. After a while, everyone arrived at the landing place of the two. A moment later, everyone saw 2 spherical spaceships passing through the atmosphere and hitting the location everyone predicted. The 2 spacecraft hatches opened, Vegeta and Nappa walked out of the spacecraft, and saw everyone staring at them like monkeys. Vegeta and Nappa flew out of the crater, came to everyone, looked at them one by one, then stared at Raditz and said, Raditz, you are so courageous, you dare to betray me. Raditz heard the words and said, King Vegeta, those who know the current affairs are heroes. My brother Kakarot is invincible in the world. He will lead our scion to glory instead of begging for mercy under Frieza. Nappa heard this and said angrily, Raditz, you loser, you dare to call King Vegeta a dog, I think you are tired of living. After saying that, he saw Vegeta's sharp eyes staring at him, so he hurriedly said, King Vegeta, I didn't say you are a dog, it was Raditz who said you are a dog. Vegeta became even more angry when he heard this and shouted, Shut up Nappa, you idiot. Then he looked at Son Goku and said, You must be Kakarot. Tell me, how do you want to die? Son Goku smiled and said, "If you want to kill me, you should first understand the situation." Then he said to everyone, "Everyone, let's release your aura and let our Vegeta take a good look at the results of your training in the past 2 years." After everyone heard this, they released their aura one by one. Then everyone began to release their breath. Vegeta and Nappa were dismissive at first, but when they saw that Raditz' combat power reached 15,000, they immediately lost their composure. When he saw that Piccolo's combat power reached 20,000, Vegeta shouted directly, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. We Scion are the fighting nation. How can you, a Namek, have a higher combat power than I, a Scion? Oh, by the way, you must have used the wishing beads to improve your combat effectiveness, damn it." When everyone heard that Piccolo was from Namek, Clint said, "No wonder Piccolo looks different from us." Piccolo looked complicated when he heard this. Son Goku smiled and said, "Piccolo, after the battle is over, I will go to Namek with you to let you recognize your ancestors." Piccolo nodded upon hearing this. Nappa whispered to Vegeta, "Your Highness, the situation is not good. Raditz's fighting power is better than mine, and that Namek's fighting power is much higher than yours. They also have a group of helpers. We are not opponents, so we should withdraw." Vegeta said, "Don't panic, we can still transform into gorillas. Then you go and kill some Namek people, and I will kill Raditz who turned into a giant ape. That's all." Nappa said, "King Vegeta is still smart, why didn't I think of it?" Vegeta said, "I tell you to use your brain more, but you don't listen." Nappa said, "King Vegeta taught me a lesson." Son Goku watched the two discussing quietly and said with a smile, "You have discussed the tactics." Vegeta said, "There is no need to discuss tactics to deal with you trash." Son Goku looked at Vegeta like he was a fool after hearing this. Vegeta was furious when he saw this and said, "What's that look in your eyes?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Look at the fool's eyes." Vegeta was furious when he heard this and was about to take action. Son Goku said, "Wait a minute, let's move to another place if we want to take action." Vegeta heard this and said, "It would be the same if I changed it." Son Goku said, "You and Nappa come with us." Afterwards, Son Goku and everyone flew towards the wasteland, with Vegeta and Nappa following behind. Chapter 6 Raditz defeats Nappa. Son Goku teases Vegeta. Vegeta and Nappa followed Son Goku and others and soon arrived in the wasteland. Vegeta looked at the surrounding environment and said to Goku, "Kakarot, the texture of the buried bone you chose is good." Son Goku said with a smile, "I'm not sure who to bury." Vegeta was furious when he heard this and said, "Kakarot, stop pretending to be superior to me and come here to die." Son Goku smiled and said, "You are so eager to be beaten, I will help you." After saying that, he turned to Piccolo and said, "King Vegeta is a good opponent, I'll leave it to you." Piccolo said, "No problem, I also want to see how much the so-called King Vegeta weighs." With that said, he attacked Vegeta. Vegeta saw this and faced Piccolo without saying a word. Nappa was stunned when everyone saw him. Raditz said to Son Goku, "Kakarot, leave Nappa to me." Son Goku nodded in agreement, and then retreated to the side with everyone to watch the battle. Raditz saw this and smiled at Nappa. "Nappa, are you ready to be beaten?" After hearing this, Nappa pretended to be calm and said, "Raditz, you traitor, you still dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid that King Vegeta will be free to deal with you later?" Raditz heard this and said, "Haha, you still expect Vegeta to save you? Do you think he can beat that Namek man?" Nappa said, "Don't forget, we are a fighting nation. With a mere 2,000 points difference in combat power, I believe King Vegeta will be able to defeat that Namek man." Raditz said, "You'd better take care of yourself, I'll let you make the first move." Nappa said, "Okay, I want to see if your 15,000 points of combat power are real." After saying that, white flames rose from his body, he raised his iron fist, and struck Raditz with lightning speed. Raditz dodged easily and mocked, "You are as slow as a snail, who can you hit?" Nappa heard this and said, "Damn Raditz, stop getting carried away." After that, he attacked Raditz like a madman. But he couldn't even touch the corner of Nappa's clothes. Raditz said, "It's too slow, it's too slow. Nappa, can you still go faster?" Nappa was furious when he heard this, rubbed the energy bomb in his hand, and threw it at Raditz. Raditz exploded and knocked the energy bomb away with a slap. Then he said to Nappa, "You have been attacking for so long, now it is my turn." After saying that, he attacked Nappa. Before Nappa could react, Raditz's fist hit Nappa's stomach. Nappa rolled his eyes and passed out. Raditz carried Nappa and flew in front of everyone. Said to Son Goku, "Nappa is too weak and is no match for me." Son Goku said, "Nappa's maximum combat power is no more than 8,000. You are now 15,000. If you can't kill him instantly, you might as well kill him with a piece of tofu." Raditz smiled and said, "You're right." Then looked up at the battle between Piccolo and Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta had been beaten by Piccolo until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. In anger, he planned to use his ultimate move to destroy the earth. Vegeta gathered all the energy in his body, put his hands on his waist, and then quickly pushed out, shouting, "Look at my big explosion attack, Namek, if you dare to get out of the way, the earth will be destroyed by me, ha ha ha." Seeing this, Piccolo quickly concentrated all his breath on his fingertips, and then shouted, "Watch my demon-piercing light-killing cannon." A spiral light wave was seen, shooting out quickly and colliding with Vegeta's light wave. Seeing this, Vegeta shouted, "Impossible, I actually caught it." Then the energy output was increased, and the energy wave instantly became thicker and pressed towards Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo also increased his energy output, and the energy wave immediately bounced back. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Vegeta. At the critical moment, Vegeta turned aside and the energy wave passed over his shoulder. Vegeta turned around and saw that the battle uniform on his shoulders was completely scorched. Suddenly he was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat. He reacted and murmured, "It seems that the only way to kill Kakarot and others is to transform into a giant ape. Then quickly fly high into the sky to look for the moon." After a while, I flew to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters above the ground and finally saw the moon. With his heart pounding, Vegeta's body quickly grew in size. In just a few seconds, he turned into a giant ape more than 10 meters tall, and then fell rapidly. When Piccolo saw Vegeta flying high into the sky, he thought he had escaped, so he chased after him, only to see Vegeta turn into a giant ape. And the aura was several times bigger. I felt bad, but I was still ready to give it a try. Seeing that Piccolo not only did not run away, but instead attacked him, Vegeta laughed and said, "Namek, my fighting power is 7 or 8 times higher than in its heyday. Are you ready to die?" Piccolo said, "Don't be so boastful." Vegeta heard this and said, "Since you want to die, then this prince will help you." After saying that, the huge fist hit Piccolo. Piccolo had no time to dodge and was punched to the ground. Piccolo was stunned for a moment. He thought that as Vegeta's strength and size increased, his speed would slow down, but he did not expect that Vegeta's speed not only did not slow down, but became faster than before. When Son Goku saw Vegeta transform into a giant ape, he knew it was time for him to take action. So he walked over to Piccolo and said to Piccolo, "Leave the rest to me, please step back." Piccolo said, "Son Goku, be careful, the opponent's speed and strength have increased several times." Son Goku said, "Don't worry, I don't take his fighting power seriously yet." Piccolo saw that Son Goku was so confident, so he said no more and flew back to everyone. After Vegeta landed, he saw Son Goku replacing Piccolo and said, "Kakarot, are you eager to die?" Son Goku smiled and said, "It's not certain who will die." Vegeta said angrily, "Damn Kakarot, let me see what confidence you have to dare to fight with this prince. After saying that, he attacked Son Goku. Son Goku ducked and punched Vegeta on the left eye. Vegeta suddenly screamed in pain, covered his left eye, and said to Kakarot, "When did you hit my eye? Why didn't I see it?" Son Goku said, "My speed is too fast, of course you can't see it." Vegeta was furious when he heard this, and hit Son Goku again with his huge fist. Son Goku ducked and punched Vegeta in the right eye. Vegeta covered his right eye and said angrily, "Kakarot, can you move to a different place and don't hit me in the eye all the time?" Son Goku said, "Don't you think this looks more like an iron-eating beast?" "What?" Vegeta said. Son Goku said awkwardly, "Oh, I forgot, you are an alien and don't know what an iron-eating beast is." Vegeta said angrily, "Kakarot, don't think that you can defeat me with your sneak attack just now. I am the Prince of Sion. How can I be defeated by a low-level warrior like you?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'm going to take action, are you ready?" Just as Vegeta was about to speak, he felt a pain in his tail, and then his body quickly shrunk. In panic, he said to Son Goku, "When did you cut off my tail?" Son Goku smiled and said, "When you are ready to talk big." Vegeta heard this and said, "Damn it, Kakarot, you piece of trash, you can't afford to play, you are doing a sneak attack." Chapter 7 100 times Kaioken 3 billion combat power. Vegeta's tail was cut off and he became smaller. He suddenly panicked. Not to mention Son Goku, he can't even beat Raditz or Piccolo at this time. In the previous battle, he had consumed a lot of energy, and his tail was chopped off by Son Goku, so his combat power had dropped to 13,000 points. However, Raditz's previous fight against Nappa did not consume much energy at all, and his combat power was still at 15,000. Although Piccolo had been somewhat depleted. But the combat power is still 18,000, so Vegeta really can't beat these two in the competition. Son Goku saw Vegeta's appearance and said, "Let's go." Vegeta was very surprised when he heard this and said, "Kakarot, you won't kill me." Son Goku said, "I am not interested in weak people." Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "Damn it, Kakarot, just wait, one day I will surpass you, and you will definitely regret it." Son Goku smiled and said, "It won't happen one day." Vegeta was furious when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He took out the spacecraft remote control, pressed the button, and waited for the spacecraft to fly over. At the same time, everyone came to Son Goku. Krillin said to Son Goku, "Goku, are you really going to let him go? What if one day his fighting power exceeds ours?" Son Goku confidently said, "It won't happen one day." Seeing that Son Goku was so confident, Krillin said, "Okay, Goku, you have the strength, you have the final say." Piccolo said, "Son Jun, how did you cut off Vegeta's tail just now? I only saw a sword light, and Vegeta's tail was cut off. What happened?" Son Goku said, "That's a unique skill that I practice, which is called turning chi into a sword. It means condensing chi into a sword shape and then firing it out with telekinesis." Piccolo heard this and said, "That's it." Klin heard this and said, "This move of yours is somewhat similar to my Chi Yuan Slash. My Chi Yuan Slash is to condense the chi into a disc shape and then throw it out to cut the enemy." Son Goku nodded and said, "Not bad. In fact, this move is quite different from Klin's Chi Yuan Slash. It is easy to condense chi into a sword shape, but it is difficult to operate it with telekinesis." In the original work, when Son Goku was lying in the hospital, it was difficult to operate a glass of water with telekinesis, let alone the disembodied chi sword. Son Goku's ability to do this is all due to his cultivation of divine power over the past few years. Son Goku has been cultivating divine power since making a wish through Namek Shenron. Now that his life level has reached the level of a god, operating an air sword is naturally a breeze. Raditz asked Son Goku, what to do with Nappa. Son Goku heard this and said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, do you want your follower?" Vegeta said, "What is the use of this useless garbage? It's up to you." After hearing this, Son Goku was not surprised and said to Raditz, "Nappa will be left to you. When he wakes up, tell him the rules of the earth." Hearing this, Raditz geared up and said excitedly, "No problem, Kakarot." Son Goku didn't care either. At this moment, Vegeta's spaceship flew over. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku, then got into the spaceship and flew away. Upon seeing this, Son Goku returned to Bulma's house with everyone. After everyone saw Vegeta's strength, they began to train harder. After Nappa woke up, he felt extremely disappointed to know that Vegeta had abandoned him, and then looked at Raditz, Piccolo, and Son Goku trembling. Fortunately, Raditz told him the rules later, and he felt relieved after learning that these people had no intention of killing him. After that, Nappa also started practicing in the gravity room with everyone. Son Goku went to the Celestial Temple alone and asked Celestial Body to help him introduce King Kai. The god was a little surprised how Son Goku knew about King Kai. Son Goku explained that he learned about it through Elder Namek. After hearing the words, the god didn't ask any more questions, and then brought Son Goku to the King of Hell. After some explanation, the King of Hell agreed and let the kid take Son Goku to the entrance of the Snake Path. With Son Goku's current combat power of 30 million, he arrived at Kaiu in a matter of seconds. 10 times the gravity of the Earth, combined with the weight-bearing suit, is only 3,000 times the gravity, which is not worth mentioning to Son Goku. King Kai saw Son Goku and said, "Who are you and why are you here?" Son Goku said, "My name is Son Goku, I am a martial artist from Earth. I am here to practice with Lord Kaio." King Kai said, "I see, then, you have to pass my test first before you can practice with me." Son Goku said, "No problem." Afterwards, Son Goku told a few jokes, successfully amusing King Kai, and then used a moment of effort to successfully capture Babolos and hit Gyolegli with a hammer. Upon seeing this, King Kai bluntly said that Son Goku was very good, and then began to teach Son Goku Kaioken. Son Goku learned Kaioken in only 3 days. Then start casting Kaioken. I saw Son Goku releasing his whole body's aura, and then shouted, "Twice Kaioken," and I saw Son Goku's whole body covered with red aura. King Kai felt Son Goku's aura and was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his head. Everyone on the earth felt this aura and were shocked. Only then did they understand the gap between Son Goku and himself and others. Kaiu Star, Son Goku felt the aura on his body, and then began to slowly increase the Kaioken's multiplier. Until 100 times Kaioken, Son Goku felt a slight sense of swelling coming from his body. Knowing that the Kaioken multiplier had been increased to the limit, he stopped increasing it, and then maintained 100 times Kaioken and began to use his fists and kicks. Half an hour later, Son Goku felt the pain coming from his body, lifted Kaioken, and let out a sigh of relief. He said to King Kai, "Thank you very much, Lord Kaiu, for your guidance these days." King Kai said, "You're welcome, Goku. I'm very pleased that you can use Kaioken to such a high multiple. It seems that my unique skill will be carried forward in your hands." Son Goku said, "They are all taught well by Kaio." King Kai said, No, Goku, you are talented and strong, so you can bring out the best in Kaioken." Son Goku nodded and said, "I will take my leave, Lord Kaio, and will come to visit you in a few days." King Kai said, "Goku, I also have a special move called Spirit Bomb, won't you learn it?" Son Goku said, "Kaiu-sama, I am satisfied if I can learn Kaioken. I can't be too greedy." King Kai praised, "Goku, you are really a man of noble character." Son Goku said, "Kaiu-sama has given me the compliment, so I'll leave if there's nothing else to do." King Kai nodded. Son Goku cast instant transmission upon seeing this, and returned to Earth with a swoosh. King Kai was shocked when he saw this. This is the instant transmission of the Adretites. I didn't expect Goku to even learn this. Chapter 8 Super Saiyan. After sensing that Son Goku had returned home, everyone came out of the gravity room one after another. Piccolo saw Son Goku and said, "Son Jun, how much combat power do you have now? Tell us so that we can know the gap between you and us." Son Goku looked at everyone and said, "Do you all want to know?" Krillin said, "Goku, please stop showing off." Son Goku stretched out 3 fingers and said, "My current combat power is estimated to be around 30 million. What, Kakarot, are you telling the truth? Can you already transform into the legendary Super Saiyan?" Raditz said in shock. Piccolo's face turned green with fright, and he said, "Son Jun, I know there is a big gap between us, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. My combat power is only 25,000, and you have actually reached 30 million. Then can I still catch up with you?" Tien Shinyan even smiled bitterly and said, "Goku, you are exaggerating. I think we will never catch up with you." Son Goku said to Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Dumpling, "You have lost confidence now? Have you forgotten the spirit of martial arts? Is your goal in training to catch up with me?" Son Goku looked at everyone and paused and then said, "The spirit of martial arts is never to be competitive, but to persevere and keep your heart no matter what difficulties and obstacles there are on the road ahead. You must set yourself as the goal and constantly surpass the previous ones. This is the true spirit of martial arts." Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. Son Goku continued, "You think that my 30 million combat power is very powerful. In fact, this is not the case. There are many strong people in the vast universe who are more powerful than me now, so everyone should work hard together." Piccolo heard this and said, "Yes, Son Jun, you are right. Your combat power has reached 30 million, and you are still working hard. Why should we give up?" Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Son Goku nodded when he saw this, and said to Raditz and Nappa, "I can't transform into Super Saiyan now, but it won't be long before I can transform into Super Saiyan, but it won't be the legendary Super Saiyan." Raditz heard this and said, "Kakarot, you are so powerful, you are not Super Saiyan anymore. It seems that Super Saiyan is indeed a legendary existence." Son Goku didn't bother to explain after hearing this. He said to everyone, "You came out just in time. I plan to take you to a place to learn some unique skills, so that your combat effectiveness can be increased several times." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Klin asked, "Where are you going and what skills are you learning?" Son Goku said, "You will know when you go there." Then Son Goku asked everyone to wait for a while and went to prepare some food for King Kai. Half a day later, Son Goku filled the 2 space capsules with food, and then used instant transmission to send everyone to Kaiu. When the King of Kai saw Son Goku and everyone, he said, "Goku, who are they?" Son Goku said, "They are all my friends. I sent them here because I want them to follow you and learn Kaioken." Then Son Goku introduced to everyone, "This is the Kaio-sama in charge of the Northern Galaxy. I sent you here so that you can learn Kaioken from him." After hearing this, everyone saluted King Kai. King Kai said, "Since you are Goku's friends, I agree, but the test is still necessary." After hearing this, Son Goku told everyone about the test, and then gave the prepared food to King Kai. King Kai was extremely happy and said to Son Goku, "Goku, you came here and brought so many gifts," and then happily moved the food into the hut. Son Goku warned everyone again, and then instant transmission returned to Earth. Everyone was not surprised when they saw this. After Son Goku returned to Earth, he began to try to transform into Super Saiyan. After getting tired of Bulma and Shishi for a few days, Son Goku left the western capital and came to a deserted place to try to transform into Super Saiyan. As Son Goku gave a low shout, in an instant, there was strong wind and thunder and lightning around him. The white aura around Son Goku turned into gold, his hair also turned from black to gold, and his pupils turned from black to white, and then became green. Son Goku looked at the changes around him and murmured, "Is this Super Saiyan? It has indeed improved a lot. The basic combat power has increased 50 times. Kailan Tamiao Sage, the celestial god of the celestial temple, and the Kaiowei were no longer surprised to feel the huge and vast aura of Son Goku. After a while, Son Goku released his Super Saiyan transformation and returned home. After that, let Bulma and Dr. Breves help build a gravity chamber with a gravity of up to 300 times. A few days later, the gravity chamber was completed and Son Goku began training again. Deep in the universe, at the Frisia Legion base, Vegeta walked out of the treatment chamber and put on his combat uniform. The medical staff next to him handed the detector to Vegeta. Vegeta waved his hand and said, "No, I'll give it to you." Then he looked out. "Go." They didn't go far when they met the annoying Chuyi with a blue head. Chuyi laughed and said, "Hey, isn't this King Vegeta? Why did he go to the earth and be severely injured? He even lost his 2 younger brothers." Vegeta snorted, "Get out of here." Chuyi smiled and said, "Vegeta, you don't know. Thanks to you, King Frisia has learned that Namek has the wishing bead. He has already gone to Namek. After the king makes a wish, you will honestly be the king's. A dog." Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "How can it be repaired?" Then he immediately turned around and ran to the medic, grabbed the detector, carried it to his ear, quickly left the building, jumped on the universe spaceship, adjusted the destination, and went to Namek. Chuyi saw this and yelled, "Vegeta, you dare to act privately and disobey the king's order. Don't you want to live?" It's a pity that Vegeta couldn't hear him at all after he got on the spaceship. Upon seeing this, Chuyi could only immediately take the spaceship and chase Vegeta. On Earth, Son Goku came out of the gravity chamber and estimated that Frisia had almost reached Namek, so he used an instant transmission to reach Kaiu. Then he said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, your hometown is suffering. It's time to join me to save your hometown." Piccolo said excitedly after hearing this, "Okay, Mr. Sun, let's go to Namek as soon as possible." Son Goku said, "Don't worry, I can use instant transmission and I can feel Namek in a moment." Piccolo calmed down after hearing this. Son Goku looked at the crowd again and said, "You all come with me. Elder Namek has a way to improve your combat effectiveness and can help you improve your combat effectiveness." Everyone was very happy when they heard this. Chapter 9 Developing the Potential of All Employees. At this time, everyone has learned Kaioken. Among them, Piccolo can cast Kaioken up to 5 times, with a basic combat power of 60,000. Sun Wuhen's basic combat power is 30,000, and Sun Wuming's basic combat power is 28,000. Both of them can cast Kaioken 3 times. Radit's base combat power is 30,000, and he can cast Kaioken 3 times. Nappa's base combat power is 15,000, and he can cast twice the Kaioken. Tien Shinyan has a base combat power of 15,000 and can cast twice the Kaioken. Krillin's base combat power is 13,000, and he can cast twice the Kaioken. Yamcha has a base combat power of 10,000 and can cast twice the Kaioken. Dumpling has a base combat power of 8,000 and can cast twice the Kaioken. After Son Goku checked it, he nodded unconsciously. After everyone practiced in the gravity room, their combat effectiveness was much improved compared to the original work. Although it is useless against Frisia, it is more than enough to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. I wonder what King Vegeta will think when he sees me now. Raditz said to Nappa. Nappa said, "I also want to know how King Vegeta will respond when I cast twice the Kaioken." The two looked at each other and laughed. Son Goku said to everyone, "Okay, no more nonsense, I will take everyone away." So everyone held hands and surrounded Son Goku. Son Goku carefully felt the aura of the Great Elder, and then activated instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed before everyone's eyes. When they looked up, they saw a huge Namek man with an old face and closed eyes appearing in front of everyone. Son Goku said to Elder Namek, "Long time no see, Great Elder." The Great Elder opened his eyes and said, "Goku, you are here." Son Goku said, "Yes, I am here, and the person who brought disaster to Namek is also here, but don't worry, Great Elder, with my current strength, it is more than enough to deal with this person." The Great Elder said, "That's good." Then he saw Piccolo, and just as he was about to speak, Nero ran in and said to everyone, "Who are you?" Son Goku said to Nielu, "Long time no see, Nielu." Nielu heard the sound, followed the sound and found Son Goku. He said, "You are Son Goku. I haven't seen you in a few years. You have grown so tall." Son Goku smiled and said, "As I grow up, I will naturally grow taller." "Okay, if Nielu has anything to say, I'll tell you later. Let me first take a look at the people of my clan who are living outside the country," the Great Elder said to Nielu. Upon hearing this, Nielu said, "It's the Great Elder." The Great Elder said to Piccolo, "You are a member of my clan who is living abroad, right? Whose child are you?" Piccolo heard this and said respectfully to the elder, "I don't know either." Hearing this, the Great Elder said, "Come forward and I will find out after I investigate." Piccolo came forward after hearing the words. The elder's big palm-like hands were placed on Piccolo's head, and he closed his eyes to explore. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "So you are Kazda's child?" Without waiting for anyone to ask questions, the Great Elder said, "Kazda is the most genius child in Namek. When there was a disaster in Namek, he escaped from Namek in a spaceship." Then he said to Piccolo, "The separation of good and evil has also split your talent into two. If the other side of you can be integrated again, the talent will return and your strength will be greatly improved." Piccolo knew that the Great Elder was talking about fusion with the god, but he was worried that his personality would change after the fusion, so he did not plan to fuse for the time being. The Great Elder once again put his hand on Piccolo's head and said, "I already know your purpose of coming. Now I will help you improve your potential so that you can cope with the upcoming crisis." Then, Piccolo felt that his body was full of energy. After a while, the Great Elder moved his hand away and said to Piccolo, "You are worthy of being a child of Kazda. You really have unlimited potential. It's a pity that I can only develop it to this point." Piccolo said, "Thank you, Great Elder." The Great Elder nodded and then motioned to the next person. Nielu was a little worried about the Great Elder's health. Son Goku stepped forward and handed the Great Elder 3 fairy beans and said to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, these are 3 fairy beans that can restore your physical strength." The Great Elder heard this and said, "Okay, Goku, I understand." Goku nodded upon hearing this, and then motioned for everyone to step forward one by one to develop their potential. So Klin, Tien Shinyan, Sun Wuhen, Sun Wuming, Raditz, Nappa, Dumpling, and Yam Sha successively developed their potential. During this period, the Great Elder used 2 fairy beans. After Yam Sha developed his potential, Son Goku sensed everyone's fighting power. Piccolo's combat effectiveness increased 5 times, reaching 300,000, Sun Wuhen and Sun Wuming's combat effectiveness increased 10-fold, reaching around 300,000, Raditz's combat effectiveness increased 3-fold, reaching 90,000, Nappa's combat effectiveness increased 3-fold, reaching 90,000. Tien Shinyan and Klin both increased 5 times, Tien Shinyan's combat effectiveness reached 75,000, and Krillin's combat effectiveness reached 65,000, Yam Sha and Dumpling increased 4 times, and their combat effectiveness reached 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. Just in case, Son Goku secretly said, "Now everyone is not only Frisia's miscellaneous soldiers, but also the Jinyu special forces can be dealt with. Just pay attention to Jinyu soul exchange." Son Goku said to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, now that we have developed their potential, we will go to resist those invaders. The great elder said, I'll leave it to you all. Son Goku said, this is what we should do. After saying that, everyone walked out of the building. Son Goku said to everyone, now Frisia's army is invading Namek and snatching the Dragon Ball. Go and help resist the invaders and protect the villages. As long as you don't run into Frisia, you will be fine. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then flew to each village in pairs to save the Namek people. Son Goku also went in the same direction with Sun Wuming to save the Namek village. At this time, Vegeta had just arrived at Namek when he was entangled by Chuyi. Chuyi said to Vegeta, Vegeta, you dare to betray King Frisia, have you thought about how to die? Vegeta sneered and said, if you don't take the road to heaven, if you don't take it, if there is no door to hell, you can throw yourself into it. It's not certain who of us will die. Chuyi said, stop talking big words. You and I are about the same fighting capacity. I just need to hang on to you. When King Frisia sends someone here, you will be dead. Vegeta said, then you have to be able to hang on to me. Then Vegeta turned off the combat power detector and said to Chuyi, open your dog eyes and see what my combat power is. After that, Vegeta burst out with breath, and the detector on Chuyi's face kept beeping, and the value inside rose sharply, exceeding 20,000 in an instant. Chuyi was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and shouted, impossible. Then with a bang, the combat power detector exploded instantly, and at the same time, the detector of Dodoria next to Frisia exploded. Frisia said, Dodoria, what's going on? Dodoria quickly said, King Frisia, the detector just detected that Vegeta's combat power exceeds 22,000. Sabo on the side said, that is an old-fashioned detector of yours, let me use the new one to explore it. Then the detector was turned on. After a few beeps, the value on it reached 24,000. Chapter 10 Chuyi dies and Doria returns to the west. Frisia asked Sabo, what is Vegeta's combat power? Sabo said, King Frisia, Vegeta's combat power has reached 24,000. What? Dodoria said in shock. Frisia's eyes flashed coldly and he said to Dodoria, Dodoria, you lost your temper. This is just this time. It won't happen again. Hearing this, Dodoria broke into a cold sweat and said, I know I was wrong. Frisia waved his hand and said, Vegeta has been fighting on the front line all year round. It is not surprising that he has such fighting power. You two can still defeat him together. The top priority now is to find the wishing beads for me as soon as possible. Do you understand, Mr. Dodoria? Dodoria quickly said, my subordinates know. Frisia said, go ahead, I hope Mr. Dodoria won't keep me waiting too long. Dodoria's heart trembled and she immediately said, I understand. Then he turned around and went out to find the wishing beads. Frisia looked at Dodoria's figure and said to Sabo, Mr. Sabo, Vegeta will be left to you. Don't let me down. Sabo said, yes, King Frisia. Then he turned around and went out to chase Vegeta. The words are divided, Chuyi's side is in dire straits. Knowing that Vegeta's strength was far superior to his own, Chuyi was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and said, listen to me, Vegeta. Let's work together to kill Frisia and then take control of Frisia's army. There is no need to fight to the death. Vegeta sneered, you'd better die, I can kill Frisia alone. When Chuyi heard this, he turned around and ran, but he couldn't outrun Vegeta. Vegeta accelerated and stopped in front of Chuyi, and said, where are you going to run to? Upon seeing this, Chuyi had an idea and shouted behind Vegeta, why are you here, King Frisia? As soon as Vegeta turned his head, Chuyi instantly fired an energy wave. After firing more than a dozen energy waves, he laughed breathlessly and said, Vegeta, it doesn't matter if your fighting power is higher than mine. You're not going to fall for the uncle's will and die. It's in my hands, ha ha ha. Oh, really? A familiar voice came from the smoke. Chuyi was shocked, and when he took a closer look, the smoke and dust dissipated, and he saw Vegeta walking out unharmed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Didn't you fall into my ambush? How could you be unscathed? Chuyi said loudly. Vegeta sneered and said, these tricks of yours are all left over from my uncle's playing. If you dare to try anything in front of me, I have been wary of you for a long time. When Chuyi heard this, he immediately panicked and ran away. Seeing this, Vegeta charged up a big explosion attack and sent Chuyi back to the west. Looking at the shattered Chuyi, he said, what a dirty firework. Then he murmured, I have to collect the wishing beads before Frieza. Even if I can't collect them all, I can't let Frieza collect 7 wishing beads, otherwise I will never turn over. Thinking of this, he turned on the detector, explored the Namek village, and then rushed towards the village. Besides, Son Goku and others, after leaving the Great Elder's residence, flew to each village in pairs to save the Namek people. A group of Krillin and Sun Wohen soon arrived at a village and happened to catch up with a group of Frieza Legion soldiers who were massacring the Namek people and asking for the wishing beads. Without saying a word, the two of them spread out their fists and kicked, and in a moment they eliminated the group of Frieza Legion soldiers and rescued the Namek people. Sun Wohen said to the elder of the Namek village, we are sent by the Great Elder to rescue you, you don't have to be afraid. The village elder said, you came too soon, otherwise our village will not only be slaughtered, but the wishing beads will also be lost. Klin said, Elder, you don't have to be polite. Speaking of which, we were still late, otherwise so many people wouldn't have been killed. Everyone was very sad when they heard this, and the two of them didn't know how to comfort everyone, so they said, now that the crisis has been resolved, elders, we will leave. We have to go to rescue other villages, otherwise we will be late and many people will die. The elder nodded and said, what you are saying is, I asked Dende to go with you. Although he has no fighting ability, he can treat injuries and should be of some help to you. After speaking, he brought a Namek child in front of the two of them. After hearing the words, the two nodded in agreement, and then, under the leadership of Dende, they flew to the nearest village. The three of them flew for a while and happened to meet Dodoria holding a wishing bead. Upon seeing this, Dodoria immediately stopped the three of them and said with a cruel smile, you three brats are really unlucky. You deserve to be unlucky if you run into me. Sun Wohen and Klin looked at each other and said with a smile, haha, it seems that you, fat pig, still don't understand the situation. Dodoria heard this and said angrily, damn brat, you dare to call me a fat pig. I will tear your mouth apart later. Sun Wohen laughed and said, I'm going to call you a fat pig. What can you do? Come and beat me if you have the ability. How can you repair it? Just die, you damn kid. After saying this, he fired an energy bomb at Sun Wohen. Sun Wohen just slapped him away. Dodoria saw this and said, you really have some abilities, little brat. Let me see how much fighting power you have. After that, he opened the detector and saw a value of 1000 displayed on it. Dodoria smiled and said, it turns out that you are a little brat with only 1000 combat strengths. I thought you had at least 10,000 combat strengths. You are a piece of rubbish like you. Our Frieza Legion is full of them. How dare you provoke your family? Uncle Dodoria, I am really impatient with life. Sun Wohen heard this and said, look at your detector carefully, and then released his own breath. Dodoria's detector suddenly beeped non-stop, and after the value exceeded 22,000, it exploded with a bang. Dodoria suddenly broke into a cold sweat and ran away without saying a word. As a result, he was instantly stopped by Klin. Dende asked Dodoria, where did you get this wishing bead? What did you do to my people? Dodoria lied, they gave me this wishing bead, I didn't do anything to them. When Klin heard this, he said, you can only deceive the children, not us. Seeing that the lie was discovered, Dodoria gave up and said, "Yes, I am lying to you. I snatched this wishing bead and killed everyone in the village. How about it? Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, King Frisia will not let you go." Hearing this, Krillin fired a Kamehameha and sent Dodoria home to the west. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan ducked and caught the wishing bead. The two comforted Dende and said, "Dende, we have avenged you. We can use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to resurrect your people." Dende cried, "It's useless, Palunga can only resurrect one person at a time." Klin heard this and said, "It's okay. Our Shenron on Earth can resurrect many people at once." Dende heard this and said, "Really?" Sun Wuhan said, "It's true. When we destroy the invaders and return to Earth, we will make a wish to Shenron to resurrect your people." Dende was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "Thank you." Klin said, "You're welcome. To say thank you, we should also thank the Great Elder for developing our potential." Afterwards, the three of them took the Dragon Ball and immediately rushed to other villages to save the Namek people in other villages. Chapter 11 Raditz kills Sob instantly. Vegeta successfully found the wishing bead after killing the Namek people in a village. Then after hiding the wishing bead, he went to find the next wishing bead. On the way, he discovered Sabo through his sense of chi. So without saying a word, I chased after him. Sabo also spotted Vegeta and waited in the air for Vegeta to catch up. Vegeta caught up after a moment. Sabo said, "Vegeta, you are so easy for me to find. King Frisia was very angry at your betrayal and specifically ordered me to kill you." Vegeta laughed when he heard this and said, "It's just you. As far as I know, your combat power is about the same as that fat pig Dodoria. Both of them only have a combat power of 22,000, while my uncle's combat power has exceeded 22,000. Where did you come from? Can confidence kill me?" Sabo sneered, "My dear King Vegeta, haven't you heard that there are many races in the universe that can improve their combat effectiveness through transformation? Unfortunately, I am one of those races, so Vegeta, have you thought about how to die?" Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "Stop bluffing, this prince is not scared." Sabo smiled and said, "It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. In that case, I will help you. Although it will turn into an ugly appearance, as long as I kill you, it doesn't matter." After saying that, Sabo shouted loudly, the aura on his body increased sharply, and at the same time, the muscles in his body expanded, and his face also changed. After a while, Sabo turned into a strong man with bulging muscles and an ugly appearance. Vegeta felt the opponent's aura and was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat, but he still said harshly, "You are such an ugly monster, and your combat effectiveness has not improved much." Before he could say anything, Sabo ducked and punched him in the abdomen. Vegeta was beaten until he vomited blood and his body bent into a shrimp shape. Sabo said, "I hate people calling me ugly the most. Originally, I wanted to show my kindness and leave you a whole body, but now I have decided that I will let you die without a whole body, Vegeta." Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "Damn it Sabo, I will fight with you." Then an energy bomb hit Sabo and quickly fled away. Sabo slapped away the energy bomb and saw Vegeta running away at high speed and sneered. He accelerated and caught up with Vegeta, stopped in front of Vegeta, and laughed loudly, "Vegeta, where are you going? Are you rushing to the underworld? Why don't I give you a ride?" After saying that, he ducked behind Vegeta, clasped his hands together, and hit the top of Vegeta's head. Vegeta had no time to dodge and was hit. The body was smashed straight to the ground. Vegeta fired an energy bomb towards the ground, and then stabilized his body. Before Vegeta could take a breath, Sabo was in front of him. Without thinking, Vegeta threw out an energy bomb. Sabo slapped the energy bomb away, and then gave Vegeta a headbutt, which made Vegeta dizzy. Then followed by a knee push, Vegeta was so pushed that he vomited out all the food he had eaten the night before, and fainted on the spot. Sabo laughed when he saw this, then grabbed Vegeta by the ankles, lifted Vegeta up into the air, swung Vegeta several times, and smashed it to the ground. After a loud noise, a big hole was made on the ground. And Vegeta lay in it unaware of his condition. Seeing this, Sabo stepped forward to check and made sure that Vegeta was dead. Then he released the transformation, laughed at Vegeta's corpse and said, "I'm just going to be kind and leave you intact, Vegeta." After that, he flew into the air and returned to Frieza. As a result, Raditz and Nappa blocked the way halfway. Sabo saw this and said, "Are you two trash looking for death?" Raditz laughed loudly and said, "Sob, do you think we are still the same as before? It is easy for us to kill you now." Sabo laughed loudly after hearing this and said, "Raditz, do you want to laugh me to death? You, a scumbag with only 1005 combat abilities, still want to kill me? Just now, I killed all your King Vegetas, why do you?" Nappa heard this and said, "I see, it was you and Vegeta who were fighting just now. Did you kill Vegeta?" Sabo said, "Of course, Vegeta betrayed King Frieza, and King Frieza specifically asked me to destroy him." Nappa said, "Although Vegeta abandoned me on Earth, he is still my leader no matter what, so Sabo, are you ready to die?" Sabo smiled and said, "It seems that you Scion monkeys are really impatient. All cats and dogs dare to provoke me, so let me send you on your way." After saying that, he ducked behind Raditz and hit the back of Raditz's head with both hands. However, Raditz turned around and with lightning speed, struck Sabo's chest with his elbow. Sabo was elbowed so hard that he vomited blood. He quickly distanced himself and shouted, "Impossible, how could you react? You are just a scumbag with only 1500 combat power. It is absolutely impossible." Raditz said, "My fighting power is only 1500, Sabo, open your eyes and take a good look at the fighting power of Nappa and I." After saying that, he and Nappa released their auras at the same time, and two white flames suddenly rose from their bodies. Sabo looked at Raditz with the detector. He was so frightened at this sight that he broke into cold sweat. "Impossible, how can your combat power reach 90,000? You are just a rubbish scion." Then he looked at Nappa, and saw that Nappa's combat power had reached 45,000. Sabo was stunned. "Turn around and quickly run away into the distance." Upon seeing this, Raditz fired an energy bomb directly at Sabo. Before Sabo had time to react, he was blasted to pieces by Raditz. Nappa said, "Raditz, why don't you play with him? He bullied us a lot in the past." Raditz said, "What's the point of this kind of rubbish? Let's hurry up and save other villages. If Kakarot finds out, be careful he takes care of us." When Nappa heard this, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and said, "You are right, let's leave now." Raditz nodded, and the two flew towards the direction Sabo came from. After a while, Vegeta was seen squirming on the ground. It turned out that Vegeta had faked his own death and deceived Sabo, but he was also seriously injured and it took a lot of effort to climb out of the pit. Raditz and Nappa immediately landed and came to Vegeta. Vegeta raised his head with difficulty and said, "Raditz, Nappa, since you are here, Kakarot must be here too." "What, did Kakarot send you here to kill me?" Nappa said, "Vegeta, don't worry. We are not here to kill you. Although you abandoned me on Earth, I don't blame you. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you. If you hadn't abandoned me, I would have it won't be as strong as it is today." Chapter 12: The Secret of Transforming into Super Saiyan. After Nappa finished speaking, he fed Vegeta a fairy bean and told Vegeta the efficacy of the fairy bean. Vegeta swallowed it without saying a word. In an instant, Vegeta recovered from his injuries, marveling at this. Feeling the majestic breath in his body, Vegeta felt that he was okay again. He said to Raditz and Nappa, "Raditz, Nappa, I will give you two a chance to return to my command. I will not pursue your betrayal of me, otherwise. Raditz smiled when he heard this and said, King Vegeta, you really don't forget to eat and not fight. You just recovered from your injury and you feel like you can do it again. Nappa said, Raditz is right. Vegeta, you are really a frog in the well. Do you think that with the little bit of combat power you have gained after recovering from your injuries, you can easily control Raditz and me? Vegeta smiled and said, Nappa, I haven't seen you in a few days, how dare you talk to me like this? Nappa said, Vegeta, do you still think that I am the Nappa who was obedient to you before? Ever since you abandoned me on the earth, I have sworn to sever all ties with you, and now my strength is superior to yours, why do you order me? Vegeta laughed and said, Nappa, are you telling jokes again? Your fighting ability is better than mine? Are you going to laugh me to death? Nappa said, Vegeta, since you don't believe it, then tell me my strength. After saying that, he shouted loudly and released his own aura. Suddenly, Nappa's whole body was enveloped in white aura. As soon as Vegeta sensed it, he immediately shouted, Impossible, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and your combat power has actually increased several times. Nappa said, Vegeta said that you are a frog in a well. You still don't believe it, but you are scared by my little combat power? Then do you know what Kakarote's combat power is? A total of 30 million, and this is just his basic combat power. Vegeta was shocked when he heard this, what are you talking about? Kakarote's combat power is actually 30 million. Don't lie to me. Raditz said, Nappa didn't lie to you, and according to my speculation, Kakarote is very likely to have become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta heard this and said in disbelief, is what you said true? Why does Kakarote have him? He is just a low-level warrior with less than 5 points of combat power at birth. Why does he have it? Raditz said, Nappa said that you are a frog in the well. You still don't believe it. Do you know that the strength of most of the people you met on Earth has surpassed you now? Do you think they are also rubbish? I might as well tell you. My current combat effectiveness is higher than Nappa, all thanks to my training on Earth. Vegeta was extremely shocked when he heard this. Nappa's combat power is almost the same as his own, and Raditz is actually higher than Nappa. This shows that Kakarote must have a special training method, otherwise Raditz, Nappa, and the others would not be able to achieve this goal in just a few months. In a short period of time, their combat effectiveness has been improved to such an extent. This is much higher than their combat effectiveness in the past 10 years. No, I have to ask Kakarote for clarification. Having made up his mind, Vegeta stopped looking for Dragon Ball and said to Raditz, where is Kakarote now? I want to see him. Raditz said. Kakarote is now going to kill Frisia's legionnaires. I don't know where he is specifically, but when the time comes to deal with Frisia, he will definitely be there. If you follow us, you can see Kakarote then. Vegeta said, okay, then I will follow you for the time being. Raditz nodded in agreement, thinking that he would have one more helper to deal with Frisia when the time came. So the three of them went to other villages together. Vegeta felt a little ironic when he heard that they were going to save the Namek people. Half a day ago, he slaughtered an entire village of Namek people for the wishing beads, but now he has to follow Nappa and Raditz to save the Namek people. It's really funny. Frisia waited for a long time, but did not see Dodoria and Sabo coming back, so he ordered the soldiers to contact the Jinyu Special Forces and asked them to report with detectors. Son Goku and others dealt with the Frisia Legion soldiers with ease, and quickly wiped out all the Frisia soldiers in each village. After that, everyone returned to the Great Elder's residence one after another. When Son Goku saw Vegeta, he smiled and said, Vegeta, why are you here? Vegeta went straight to the point, Kakarote, have you become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku said, how did you know? Vegeta said, so you have really become a Super Saiyan. Son Goku said, yes, I can already transform into Super Saiyan. Vegeta asked, what does it mean to transform into Super Saiyan? Son Goku said, there are many races in the universe that can improve their combat effectiveness through transformation. Our Saiyan is also one of them. The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformation of Saiyan. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness will be 50 times the original amount. Vegeta heard this and said ecstatically, so Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan through training. Son Goku said, yes, theoretically, any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan through training. Raditz and Nappa heard this and said, then can we also transform into Super Saiyan? Son Goku said, of course. Kakarot, tell me quickly, how can I transform into Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked hurriedly. Son Goku said, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Anyway, you will know sooner or later. There are 2 conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan. What conditions? Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa asked in unison. Son Goku said, the first condition is, its combat power must reach 3 million, the second condition is endless anger. Of course, Son Goku's current situation is very special. After his combat power reaches 30 million, he can easily transform into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, Son Goku guesses that there is another way to transform into a Super Saiyan, and that is to have a high enough combat power. If Saiyan's body is compared to a bucket, and combat power is compared to water. When the water is full, it overflows, so a bigger bucket is needed, and this bigger bucket is the transformation of Super Saiyan. Vegeta heard this and said, that's it. Son Goku said, Vegeta, join us. Only in this way can you transform into Super Saiyan as soon as possible. You don't want Raditz and Nappa to transform into Super Saiyan one step ahead of you. Vegeta heard this and snorted coldly, I am the Prince of Saiyan, how can I be inferior to them? Son Goku smiled and said, if you practice alone, you will definitely fall behind them. Taking your current combat effectiveness as an example, the combat effectiveness of Piccolo, Wu Zhen, Wu Ming, Raditz, Tien Shinyan, and Klin here are all higher than yours. In terms of true strength, everyone present, except for the Great Elder and Nelu, is stronger than you. Chapter 13 T God destroys Likum. What? I don't believe it. Is this little kid with only one hair on his head better than me? Vegeta asked. Son Goku said, Dumpling's combat power is indeed not as high as yours, but he knows Kaioken and can use twice Kaioken to triple his combat power to 64,000 points, while you only have 60,000 points. Point for combat power, so Dumpling's real strength is better than yours. Vegeta heard this and said, okay, in order to transform into Super Saiyan, I am willing to join you, but I will not be your subordinate. Son Goku said, don't worry, I won't treat you as a subordinate. Vegeta said, then it's not easy for you to deal with Frieza now. Son Goku said, not bad. Then what are you waiting for? Kill Frieza as soon as possible so that you can go back to practice, Vegeta said. Son Goku said, I am waiting for the Jinyu Special Forces. When they come, I will destroy them all. Vegeta said, that's it. So everyone rested in the Great Elder's residence while waiting for the arrival of the Jinyu Special Team. During this period, Nero thought again and finally chose to assimilate with Piccolo. Probably Neela felt that his combat power was too poor to fight against the Frieza Legion. This time, Son Goku and others helped him, but next time, it would be better to help Piccolo and increase Piccolo's strength. In this way, Namek will have an additional high-end combat power that can better protect Namek. The Great Elder understood Nelo's mood and agreed with Nelo's approach. So at Nelo's plea, Piccolo assimilated Nelu, and his combat power reached an astonishing 3.4 million, the combined combat power of the two multiplied by 10, which was an increase of more than 10 times. When everyone on Earth saw this, they were quite envious. One day later, Son Goku and others sensed that 5 powerful auras had descended on Namek. Needless to say, it must have been the Jinyu Special Forces. So Son Goku led everyone to use instant transmission and arrived in front of Frisia. He happened to see the 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces doing weird moves in front of Frisia, making everyone laugh. Frisia also wanted to laugh, but because of the dignity of the Jinyu Special Forces, he held back. Frisia looked at the crowd, saw Vegeta, and said, "Oh, Vegeta, did you lead these people to join me? I only accept elites, and I will not accept sex." Vegeta said, "Look at what I'm doing. Do you treat me as a pleasure?" Frisia smiled and said, "Oh ho ho, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about you all being sexy." Vegeta was furious and said, "Frisia, just let you be rampant for a while, and you will suffer later." Son Goku asked knowingly, "You are Frisia? I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. For someone like you, you still have the nerve to say that you are the Emperor of the universe." Frisia heard this and said, "Who are you? How dare you bark in front of this great king?" Vegeta rushed to speak, "He is the Super Saiyan you have always been afraid of, Kakarot. Frisia, are you ready to die?" Ha ha ha. When Frisia heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 2 lasers arrived in front of Vegeta in the blink of an eye. If nothing else happened, Vegeta would be pierced through the body. Son Goku was in front of Vegeta in an instant, blocking the 2 rays of light. Then he said, "Frisia, do you think you don't take me seriously and dare to do something in front of me?" Frisia saw that Son Goku had easily blocked his own light, so he said, "Oh ho ho, it seems that your Super Saiyan really has this ability, then let the Jinyu Special Forces under my command test and test. You guys, how much is it?" Captain Jinyu heard this and said, "King Frisia, don't worry, it's just a few rubbish, we will solve it soon." Frisia said, "Oh ho ho, then it's Captain Jinyu's fault." Jinyu said, "I will swear allegiance to the king to the death." Then he turned around and discussed with the other 4 people who would take the first shot. In the end, they all guessed and Likum won and took the lead. Son Goku saw Likum taking action, looked at everyone, and decided to let Yamcha practice his skills. Yamcha's combat power is the same as Likum's, with a fighting strength of 40,000. Likum is the best way to practice. So Yamcha stepped forward and said to Likum, "Silly man, I will be your opponent." Hearing this, Likum grinned and said, "Let me see how powerful you are in combat. How dare you say such arrogant words?" Then he looked at the detector, which showed that Yamcha's combat power was only 1000, so Likum said, "You are a piece of trash with only 1000 combat power, but you dare to come up and die, I will help you." After saying that, he dodged and rushed in front of Yamcha, hitting Yamcha's abdomen with his iron fist. Yamcha punched out and collided with Likum's iron fist, causing a gust of wind. Seeing this, Likum stepped back more than 10 meters away and said, "How could you catch my iron fist?" Jinyu shouted at Likum, "Likum, you idiot, don't believe too much in the value on the combat power detector. They should be able to freely adjust their combat power. That kid's combat power should be about the same as you. Be careful. Don't be embarrassed in front of King Frisia." When Likum heard Jinyu talking about King Frisia, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Only then did he realize it later and secretly said, "King Frisia is watching him, so he can't be careless." So he said, "Captain, I understand, and I will deal with it with all my strength." After that, he used all his strength to attack Yamcha. Yamcha stopped pretending when he saw this, raised his aura, and used his famous stunt, Wolf Fang Wind Fist, and hit Likum. The 2 of them punched hard and hit each other. "You punched me, and I kicked you." They fought for a long time, and they were all stained. Yamcha was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and Likum was also beaten until his mouth and eyes were crooked. Seeing that he couldn't defeat his opponent, Yamcha used another one of his famous tricks, energy bombs. He commanded the air bombs to fly around after Likum. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Likum simply stopped evading and spit out energy bombs, killing him directly with the air bombs. Yamcha saw that the gas bomb could not do anything to the opponent, so he stopped pretending and directly used Kaioken twice. With lightning speed, he dodged in front of Rikumu and shot Rikumu with a Shoryuken. Hit the sky. Then he put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Turtle Pai Qigong!" Ki blast launched quickly and hit Likum in the blink of an eye. Rikumu was blown to pieces, and Yamcha lifted Kaioken, saying, "What a dirty firework!" Then he returned to everyone. Vegeta asked Son Goku, "Is the technique that the boy used just now to increase his combat power the Kaioken you called?" Son Goku said, "Yes, after using Kaioken, the speed, strength, and combat effectiveness will be doubled. Just now, Yamcha only used twice Kaioken, and Piccolo can already use 5 times Kaioken." Hearing this, Vegeta took a breath and said, "Who invented such a perverted technique?" King Kai, who was far away on Kaiu, sneezed. Chapter 14 Double Kaioken Krillin instantly kills Geth. When Jinyu saw that Likum was killed by Yamcha, his face turned pale immediately, and he asked Geese to come on. At the same time, he secretly asked Goku to use his superpower to assist Geese and kill the opponent. Seeing Geese coming on the field, Son Goku looked at everyone and decided to let Krillin come on the field to practice his skills. Krillin's current base combat power is 65,000, which is 5,000 points higher than Geth. Plus he can use Kaioken, Geth is no match at all. When G.I.s saw that his opponent was Klin, he said to Klin, "Little bald man, have you figured out how to die?" Hearing this, Klin said, "White-haired ghost, who is not certain of death." When Jis heard this, he was furious and said, "White-haired ghost, you actually called me white-haired ghost. Damn it, you go to hell." After saying that, he rushed to Klin in a flash and kicked Klin in the abdomen. Klin bent his arms to block, and at the same time, he hit Geese in the abdomen with his other hand. Geese took a punch from Krillin, held his stomach, jumped back, and distanced himself. He said, "Little bald head, don't be complacent. I was careless just now and didn't dodge. Next, I will use my full strength. Just wait for death." Klin said, "White-haired ghost, stop talking nonsense, I'm waiting for you to attack." When G.I.s heard the words white-haired ghost, he was immediately angry and attacked without saying a word. The two began to fight hand-to-hand, punching and kicking each other, and smoke and dust suddenly filled the area. As he kept hitting, Jis found that he was no match for him. Whenever he flew behind Klin, all he hit were after images. At this time, Klin would appear behind Jis and hit Jis hard. One punch. Half a day later, Jizzy was beaten until he vomited blood, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, so he glanced at Goku vaguely, and Goku immediately understood. The next moment, Geese rushed towards Klin. Just as Klin was about to make a move, he was immobilized by Goku's superpower. He was kicked by Geese and flew into the air. Before Klin could make a move, he ducked behind Klin and kicked Klin to the ground. Just like that, he treated Klin like a ball in the air and kicked it up. The members of the Jinyu Special Forces laughed out loud when they saw this. Sun Wuhan said to Son Goku worriedly, "Uncle Klin, will everything be okay?" Son Goku said, "It's okay, Krillin hasn't released Kaioken yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Krillin exploded with twice the Kaioken, and his combat power instantly reached 130,000. He hit G.I.s with one punch, and then issued a Kamehameha. G.I.s only had time to scream in agony before he was turned into scum. All this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Jinyu reacted, Geese had already received the lunchbox. Jinyu was so angry that he yelled at Goku, "Goku, you loser, what are you doing? Didn't you ask you to use your superpower to immobilize the other party? Why didn't you immobilize the other party?" Goku was so frightened that he trembled all over and said to Jinyu, "I have used my superpower just now, but the opponent's combat power just now exceeded the upper limit of my control and got rid of my control." Jinyu calmed down after hearing this. Although he did not use a detector to detect the opponent's combat power just now, judging from the momentum the opponent burst out, the combat power must have exceeded 100,000. Goku naturally couldn't control it. Thinking of this, he secretly cursed Goku for being useless, and then Frisia's voice came from behind. I only heard Frisia say, "Oh ho ho, it seems that the Jinyu Special Forces are in trouble. Do you need me to take action, Captain Jinyu?" Jinyu suddenly panicked, turned around and bent down to Frisia. "King Frisia, we just encountered some minor troubles, and we don't dare to trouble King Frisia to take action." Frisia heard this and said, "That's good, Captain Jinyu, don't keep me waiting." Jinyu immediately stood up straight and said, "Yes, King Frisia." Then he turned around and came to the crowd and said, "This time, I will personally take action. Which one of you will come forward to die?" Son Goku looked at everyone, and then said to his eldest son, "Son Wohen, please go up." Then he whispered a few words to Son Wohen. Son Wohen was shocked at first, and then said to Son Goku, "Father, I understand." Son Goku nodded, and Piccolo said from the side, "Goku, is it okay to let Wu Zhen take action?" Son Goku said, "No problem, Goku's combat power is far superior to Jinyu, Piccolo, don't worry." Piccolo nodded after hearing this. As long as he and Son Goku were here, nothing would happen to Son Wohen. When Jinyu saw Son Goku asking Son Wohen to fight against him, he burst into laughter and taunted, "You are so grown up, but you actually sent a little brat to die. It really made me laugh to death." Son Wohen said, "Smile, I'm laughing at you for being paralyzed. Look at me, if I don't spank you till your ass is wet, I will take your surname." When Son Wohen opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. Klin said bluntly, "Wu Zhen won't learn bad things from Piccolo, right?" After hearing this, Piccolo glanced at Klin and said, "What's wrong with Wu Zhen? Children should release their nature. Are they pretending to be serious like us adults?" When Klin heard this, he shrank his neck and said sincerely, "Ah, you are right." Son Goku listened thoughtfully to the conversation between the two. Son Goku, unlike the original Son Gohan, was taught by Shishi to be a good boy from an early age. Over the years, Son Wohen and Son Wuming have spent most of their time practicing with themselves and others. No one restrained them, and the children's nature was released, so they formed this kind of character. It's not a bad thing anyway. This is more conducive to Son Wohen's cultivation. Son Goku doesn't want to. The two sons were raised useless. Turning to the other side, Jinyu, when he heard Son Wohen's words, he immediately became furious and said to Son Wohen, "Scion are a bunch of barbaric monkeys, they don't understand any etiquette. I'm kindly letting you live a little longer, but you dare to insult me. Since you are so anxious to die, I will help you." As he said that, he rushed to Son Wohen in a flash and kicked Son Wohen in the neck. In the imagination, the scene of Son Wohen's neck being kicked off did not fail to appear. Son Wohen was seen not moving at all. He tilted his head and looked at Jinyu and said, "We are weak, do you have food?" Seeing this, Jinyu's eyes were full of disbelief and he said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you, kid, catch my move without avoiding it and not get hurt at all?" Son Wohen laughed and said, "There is nothing impossible. I can only say that you have never seen the world." Jinyu dodged, jumped back about 10 meters, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, saying that I have never seen the world. I fought for King Frisia, conquered the universe, no one has seen it. It was just a tentative attack just now." Son Wohen said, "Oh, really, then why are you sweating on your head?" Jinyu heard this and said, "It's just that the weather is too hot." Son Wohen smiled and said, "Do you believe this?" When Jinyu heard this, he became angry and said, "Don't look down on others, little brat. I will go all out next time. You just wait to die." After saying that, without waiting for Son Wohen's reply, he attacked. Chapter 15. The Jinyu Special Forces are completely destroyed. Jinyu hit Sun Wuhen's afterimage with one punch. After reacting, Jinyu looked around for Sun Wuhen's figure, and suddenly Sun Wuhen's words rang in his ears, "Ugly, what are you looking at?" Jinyu hurriedly stepped forward, distanced himself, then turned his head to look, and saw that Sun Wuhen was nowhere to be seen. Sun Wuhen's words came to his ears again, "Da Shibai, what are you looking for?" Jinyu exploded with all his strength, flew into the air and laughed, "Kid, you can't catch up with me now, ha ha ha." Sun Wuhen said from behind Jinyu, "Are you stupid, Jinyu?" When Jinyu heard this, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. He dodged and distanced himself, but Sun Wuhen was always following Jinyu like a phantom. After a while, Jinyu's mentality was almost broken. Sun Wuhen played for a while and felt bored, so he said, "Jinyu, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to send you on your way. Are you ready?" Jinyu heard this and said, "Can you tell me what your combat power is so that I can understand clearly?" Sun Wuhen said, "I want to know, but I won't tell you." When Jinyu was about to have a seizure, Sun Wuhen said, "Watch your detector carefully." Then Sun Wuhen shouted, "Ah!" Then white flames bloomed all over his body, and his breath rose sharply. Jinyu's detector kept beeping, and the values started to rise linearly from 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, 150,000, 280,000, 290,000, 300,000, Jinyu muttered to himself, trembling all over at the same time. Frisia below was also quite shocked when he found out Sun Wuhen's numerical value, and murmured at the same time, "It seems that not a single scion monkey can be left." Sun Wuhen calmed his breath and said, "Ugly monster, have you seen it clearly? Are you ready to die?" Jinyu laughed when he heard this and said, "Okay, it's a body with endless potential. Now it's mine." Then he shouted exchange, and saw his soul leaving the body and heading towards Sun Wuhen. Sun Wuhen realized that his body could not move, and immediately released 3 times Kaioken. When he realized that his body had returned to normal, he directly gathered all the energy in his body, crossed his palms on his forehead, shouted magic flash, and saw a huge energy column, from the sound from his palm instantly hit Jinyu's soul. Jinyu only uttered no, and then his soul was shattered. Afterwards, the energy wave continued unabated, blasting Jinyu's body into rubbish. All this happened in a flash of lightning, and Frisia was furious when he saw it. He flew out of the stroller, came to the crowd, and said, "Very good. Since you killed my beloved general, prepare to be buried with him." After Sun Wuhen killed Jinyu, he landed from the air and returned to everyone. He just heard Frisia's words and said, "Little dwarf, stop talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, Frisia directly sent a ray of light, and Sun Wuhen flew away with a slap. Frisia saw this and said, "Oh ho ho, it seems that you all have some abilities. I really can't defeat you in my first form, so I'll let you open your eyes today and see my other forms." After saying that, he hung his hands on his waist and shouted "Ah!" and then he saw Frisia's breath increase sharply, the armor on his body shattered. And his body slowly grew bigger. A moment later, a man was 3 meters tall, holding a pair of huge horns. Frisia appeared in front of everyone. Frisia finished transforming and said to everyone, "Oh ho ho, you should feel honored to be able to see my first form before you die. I forgot to tell you, this king has 3 forms in total. The first form, our combat strength is only 1.2 million, but it is more than enough to deal with you." When everyone heard this, they were just a little surprised and acted as if nothing had happened. Now it was the king's turn to be surprised and said, "Aren't you scared? Or have you been frightened by my strength?" Son Goku ignored Frisia and said to Piccolo, "Go and reach out to Frisia, otherwise he will have no chance as soon as I take action." Piccolo said, "Okay, Mr. Sun, I also want to see how much the Emperor of the Universe weighs." Frisia laughed when he heard this and said, "Oh ho ho, since you want to die first, Namek, then I will make it happen for you." Piccolo sneered, "Then let's wait and see." After saying that, he flew into the air, with Frisia following closely behind him. When Son Goku saw both of them flying into the air, he said to Raditz and Nappa, "You two go and take care of the remaining 2 members of the Jinnu team." Raditz and Nappa smiled at each other after hearing this, and said to Son Goku, "Okay, Kakarot, they will be left to us." After saying that, he flew to Bart and Gudu with ill intentions. Seeing that only Raditz and Nappa arrived, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Gudu mocked, "Why did they send you 2 useless people to deliver food to us?" Nappa said, 3 months to the east of the river and 3 months to the west of the river. Don't despise the poor in your prime. I am no longer the same person as I was a few months ago. You are just trash in my eyes. I am here to send you on your way under the orders of Kakarot." Bart laughed when he heard this and said, "Nappa, are you trying to laugh me to death? With your little fighting power, you still want to kill me and Gudu? What are you talking about? 3 months to the east of Hedong and 3 months to the west of Hexi? I just give you 3 months. In 10 years, garbage is still garbage, and it is impossible to turn around." Nappa sneered and said, "Oh, really, then take a closer look at my current combat effectiveness." After saying that, he let out the breath from his body. Bart looked at it and saw that the combat power of 45,000 was displayed on the detector, and he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He opened his mouth and said, "Nappa, that's right. I haven't seen him for a few months. His combat power has improved a lot. He can be much better than me." "Oh, really? Then take a closer look at the detector," Nappa said. Then he activated the Kaioken twice, and the aura on his body suddenly turned red. When Bart looked at the detector again, he was suddenly frightened to the point of being scared out of his wits. He saw a value of 90,000 displayed on the detector. Bart shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, the detector must be broken." Nappa said, "Nothing is impossible. If you follow Kakarot, everything is possible." Raditz said, "Nappa, stop talking nonsense to them and kill them quickly. I'm waiting to see the battle between Piccolo and Frisia." Nappa said, "Okay Raditz, leave Bart to me." Raditz nodded, and without saying a word, he sent Gudu directly to the underworld with an energy bomb. Seeing this, Nappa also released an energy bomb. Bart quickly blocked it, and after holding on for a moment, he was blasted to pieces by the energy bomb. After dealing with the 2 of them, Nappa and Raditz returned to the crowd and looked up at the battle between Piccolo and Frisia. Chapter 16 Piccolo's Fierce Battle with Frisia. Piccolo and Frisia rose into the air. Frisia said to Piccolo, "Oh ho ho, Namek man, I admire your courage. You are the first person who dares to face me directly. I will give you a chance to surrender to me, and give me the wishing beads, and this king will let you and your people go." Piccolo heard this and said, "Frisia, I will also give you a chance to leave Namek with your tail between your legs. I will spare your life, otherwise." Frisia's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this, and he said, "Since you are stubborn, you can't blame me. I will defeat you later, and then bring your people in front of you and kill them one by one. Death, let you feel the despair, oh ho ho." Piccolo heard this and said, "Frisia, you are looking for death." After that, he dodged and punched Frisia into a shrimp, then he drew the bow left and right on Frisia's head, and slapped Frisia on the face like a cattail fan. Frisia didn't have time to react. After being slapped dozens of times by Piccolo, Frisia finally reacted. Then he exploded and escaped from Piccolo's clutches. Feeling the heat on his face, Frisia suddenly became furious and said angrily, "Damn Namek, I can't spare you." Then he ducked in front of Piccolo and punched Piccolo's afterimage. Before he could react, Piccolo punched him in the head and his body hit the ground. Piccolo dodged and came, below Frisia, hit Frisia's chin with a shoryuken punch, then kicked Frisia into the air, dodged and got behind Frisia, and kicked Frisia to the ground. He repeatedly attacked Frisia, treating him like a ball and kicking it around. Frisia was unable to fight back at all. In an instant, he was beaten with bruises and bruises all over his body. Piccolo kicked the ball for a while, then dodged, grabbed Frisia's horns, broke them off, kicked him into the air, and then hit Frisia with a magic flash. Vegeta was dumbfounded and said, "Is this the same Frisia I know? So vulnerable." Son Goku said, "Where are we now? Frisia still has 2 transformations that are useless, and Piccolo has not shown his true strength." Vegeta nodded when he heard this. He knew that Piccolo had a combat power of more than 3 million, while Frisia's first form only had 1 million. In such a comparison, he could not beat Piccolo. When the smoke dissipated, they saw that Frisia's body had shrunk back to its original size, with 2 horns on his head broken off, a section of his tail missing, and his face was ashen. Piccolo smiled when he saw this and said, "Frisia, you really resisted the beating. I think you might as well change your name to the Sandbag King." Frisia was about to explode when he heard this, and said to Piccolo, "Namek, you have succeeded in irritating me. I have decided that not only will I kill you and your tribe, but I will also blow up Namek into pieces dust." Piccolo heard this and said, "Stop talking big words and show your true skills quickly." Frisia said, "Okay, Namek, just wait. I hope you won't regret it later." After that, the second phase of transformation began. I saw a violent aura surrounding his body, his mouth became longer, his head quickly elongated, bone spurs protruded on both sides, his shoulders broadened, and his muscles bulged. After a moment, an alien form of Frisia appeared in front of Piccolo. Piccolo saw this and said, "Frisia, you look really ugly." As soon as he finished speaking, Frisia punched him and his head tilted backwards, but Piccolo did not move at all. Piccolo reached out and grabbed Frisia's wrist, moved Frisia's fist away from his face, and said with a smile, "Frisia, is this all you can do in your third form?" Seeing this, Frisia shouted, "Impossible, my combat power in this form has reached more than 2 million, how can you still catch my fist?" Piccolo mocked, "Is it possible that you are too weak in this form, or that I am too strong?" Frisia dodged, distanced himself from Piccolo, and said, "It seems that I really can't defeat you unless I show my true skills. I'll just let you open your eyes and feel the power of my final form." After that, the third phase of transformation began. Everyone felt that the aura on Frisia's body increased exponentially, the surrounding wind was strong, smoke and dust were everywhere, lightning and thunder thundered, and the entire Namek vibrated. Then Frisia's body also changed. Her head quickly became smaller, her stature began to become shorter, and her muscles began to shrink. After a while, Frisia turned into a short man only 1.5 meters tall. The top of his head, forearms, abdomen, and calves were blue, and the rest of his body was white. A pair of inverted triangular eyes and scarlet pupils all reflect Frisia's cruelty. Frisia said, "Oh ho ho, I kept you waiting for a long time. Namek, I haven't transformed into the ultimate form for a long time, and I am a little rusty. So, Namek, come and warm up with me." After that, he stretched out a finger and pointed it at Piccolo. Before Piccolo could reply, countless death rays emitted from his fingertips and shot towards Piccolo. Piccolo immediately stretched out his hand to block and swatted away the death rays one by one. A moment later, numerous deep craters were blasted out around Piccolo. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Frisia saw that Piccolo was intact, so he said, "Oh ho ho, Namek, you are not bad, I see you are a talent, I will give you one last chance, surrender to me, the entire Frisia army, you are only with me, how about if we are alone, I can forget about the past things." Piccolo said, "Frisia, I have to say that your conditions are very good, but unfortunately I will not agree. The education I have received for many years does not allow me to agree. Frisia said, then there is no need to discuss it. What a pity. Then prepare to die. Piccolo said, if you want to kill me, then you have to see how much you weigh. Frisia stretched out 3 fingers and said, I only need to use 3% of my strength to kill you. Piccolo heard this and said, stop bluffing. Frisia smiled and said, it seems that you haven't recognized the facts clearly yet, so let me help you recognize them clearly. After saying that, he ducked in front of Piccolo and punched Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo reached out and grabbed Frisia's wrist, then flicked Frisia hard into the air. Piccolo aimed his hands at Frisia, and the energy bombs poured out at Frisia, and the entire sky was blown into white. After Piccolo blasted for a long time, he stopped and stared at the sky. The smoke cleared and Frisia was seen intact. Piccolo was not surprised when he saw this. If Frisia was so easy to kill, he wouldn't be called the Emperor of the Universe. Chapter 17 20 times beyond the limit Kaioken. Frisia said to Piccolo, oh ho ho, Namek, I underestimated your strength. Next I will use 6% of my strength. I don't know if you can borrow it. Piccolo snorted coldly and said, come on now. Okay, someone arrived before he could say anything. Frisia punched Piccolo in the abdomen, and Piccolo spat a mouthful of blood onto Frisia's face. What a dirty blood, Frisia laughed. Piccolo held his stomach and took a while to recover. Seeing this, Frisia said, oh ho ho, that's good. Namek, he recovered so quickly after being hit by me. Piccolo said, Frisia, since you have shown some strength, it's time for me to show some strength as well. Frisia laughed when he heard this and said, oh ho ho, your joke is not funny at all. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo punched Frisia in the stomach in an instant, causing Frisia to drool. Then he followed up with a set of big-mouthed combos, firing his bow left and right. By the time Frisia reacted, she had already been slapped by a dozen big mouths. Frisia suddenly became furious, raised his aura, and suddenly got rid of Piccolo's control. He rubbed his face, and then said to Piccolo fiercely, Namek, I originally planned to play with you more, but who knew that you made me angry again and again, so I decided not to play with you anymore, then I am going to use 10% of my strength to destroy you in one fell swoop. Piccolo heard this and sneered, Frisia, does your face still hurt? You have to let me hit you in the face every time. Are you a bitch? You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, Frisia was already in front of Piccolo and punched Piccolo in the abdomen. When Piccolo heard that Frisia planned to use 10% of his strength, he activated the 5 times Kaioken. The moment Frisia rushed in front of him, he reacted and punched Frisia in the head. Piccolo received a punch and vomited blood, Frisia received a punch and was knocked away, both of them were injured. Frisia flew halfway, stabilized his body, dodged and attacked Piccolo again. Piccolo did not show any weakness and rushed towards Frisia. The two started a fierce fight, punching and kicking each other, and they started a hand-to-hand fight. The two fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the water. No one could see their movements clearly, except Son Goku who could see them clearly. In the situation, Piccolo temporarily had the upper hand. Using Piccolo's 5 times Kaioken, the combat power has reached 17 million, while Frisia used 10% of the combat power, and only had 12 million combat power. At this time, Piccolo was being beaten. Piccolo was talking loudly, digging into the heart of the black tiger, and kicking the ball, leaving Frisia unable to fight back. Frisia saw that 10% of his fighting power was defeated by Piccolo, so he used 20% of his fighting power. Then he ducked behind Piccolo and hit Piccolo on the head with a hammer. Piccolo was stunned on the spot and fell from the air. How could Frisia give up such an opportunity? He also started kicking the ball, which made Piccolo scream in agony. Piccolo reacted and instantly exploded with energy, boosting Kaioken to 7 times, and his combat power reached 33.8 million. Frisia was quite shocked when he saw this. He thought Piccolo had reached his limit, but he didn't expect that Piccolo could actually improve his combat effectiveness. Piccolo didn't care what Frisia thought. He took advantage of this moment to breathe a sigh of relief. He was not as thick-skinned as Frisia. Piccolo thinks Frisia should really be renamed the Sandbag King because he is too tough to beat. Frisia said to Piccolo, "Oh ho ho, Namek, you are really good. I have used 20% of my fighting power, but I still can't kill you. In order to show my respect for you, next I will with half of your fighting strength. I don't believe you can still stop me." When Piccolo heard this, his expression was solemn. According to Frisia, his combat power will reach 60 million next, and if he uses Kaioken 10 times, his combat power will reach 34 million at most, so he will definitely be beaten. To fight it, I'm afraid I would have to use Kaioken 20 times, and I don't know if I can withstand it. Maid, let's fight. Anyway, Sun Jun will take the lead. If we really can't beat him, let Sun Jun take over, Piccolo said secretly. Then he gritted his teeth and started to use Kaioken. The whole body was filled with red aura, and Piccolo's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. 10 times Kaioken, 11 times, 12 times, 13 times, 19 times, 20 times Kaioken, Piccolo insisted through gritted teeth. After turning on Kaioken 20 times, Piccolo's muscles all over were sore and he felt bursts of tearing. Piccolo knew that the fight could not last long, so he struck preemptively. While Frisia was still surprised at Piccolo's huge improvement in strength, he punched Frisia in the head. Frisia's pupils contracted immediately after being beaten, and he vomited blood. Piccolo didn't care about this. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, he grabbed Frisia's wrist and used a windmill to throw Frisia high into the sky. Then he aimed his hands at Frisia, and energy bombs poured out, performing the prince's fighting technique. After firing more than a dozen energy bombs, he crossed his palms and put them on his forehead, shouted magic flash, and unleashed an extremely powerful energy wave. He immediately turned to Frisia. At the critical moment, Frisia instantly increased his strength to 60%, and then sent out energy waves from his hands, which collided with Piccolo's magic flash, and the light waves pressed against Piccolo. Piccolo was shocked when he saw this. Seeing that the energy wave was about to be bounced back, Piccolo didn't care whether his body could hold on or not, and shouted, "Kaioken 25 times, open it for me." The energy wave emitted from his hand suddenly became thicker and bounced back with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Frisia. Frisia was shocked and said, "Impossible," and then the energy wave overwhelmed Frisia. Upon seeing this, Piccolo immediately released the Kaioken, and then felt severe pain all over his body, and the feeling of muscle tearing was extremely strong. Upon seeing this, Son Goku immediately came to Piccolo and handed Piccolo a fairy bean. Piccolo swallowed it without saying a word, and all injuries on his body recovered in an instant. Son Goku said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, Frisia will be left to me next." Piccolo said, "Is Frisia still alive after being hit by my magic flash? This is too resistant to beating." Son Goku said, "Frisia is far more tenacious than you think. He will definitely show 100% strength next time. You are no match, so the next battle with Frisia is left to me." "Okay, Mr. Son, you have to be careful," Piccolo said. Son Goku said, "It doesn't matter, he can't find the palm of my hand even if I measure it." Piccolo nodded and returned to the group. Son Goku looked up at the sky, waiting for Frisia to appear. Chapter 18 Super Saiyan Kakarot. Above Namek, Frisia forcibly increased his strength to 70% at the last moment, and then survived the energy bomb, at the cost of losing a section of his tail. How can it be repaired? Damn Namek people, unforgivable. Let's turn into dust together with Namek, Frisia said angrily. Then he stretched out his finger, and a planet-destroying bomb appeared on his fingertip. It expanded rapidly. In a moment, the diameter of the energy bomb increased to a kilometer. Seeing that it was almost done, Frisia curled his finger and hit Namek with the planet-destroying bomb. The clouds in Namek quickly began to boil, and the entire Namek was filled with strong winds and huge waves, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone looked up and saw an energy ball the size of an asteroid falling quickly and hitting Namek. When Son Goku saw this, he knew it was Frisia's work without even thinking. Immediately cast 10 times Kaioken, rushed under the energy ball, and kicked the planet-destroying bomb. The planet-destroying bomb was kicked out by Son Goku like a ball and returned along the original path. Frisia was about to enjoy a grand fireworks display when he saw the planet-destroying bomb returning the same way it came, and he immediately dodged to the side. The energy ball rubbed Frisia, flew into the outer space of Namek, and exploded after a long time. Upon seeing this, Frisia knew that someone had pushed the planet-destroying bomb back, so he landed downwards, intending to kill all the people below and then destroy Namek. After a while, Frisia saw Son Goku. Then he said to Son Goku, "Oh ho ho, was it you who knocked my planet-destroying bomb away just now?" "Yes Frisia, it's me," Son Goku said. Frisia said, "What is your name?" "Oh, by the way, your name is Kakarot. You are what Vegeta calls Super Saiyan, right?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Yes, I am Super Saiyan Kakarot." "Oh ho ho, this joke is not funny at all," Kakarot Frisia said. Son Goku said, "I'm not kidding, Frisia, do you want to meet Super Saiyan?" Frisia heard this and said, "Oh, are you really a Super Saiyan? Come on, let me see what a Super Saiyan looks like." "Okay, I will grant your wish and let you die with no regrets, Frisia." After saying that, without waiting for Frisia to answer, he shouted "Ah!" Suddenly, the wind around Son Goku was so strong that Frisia couldn't open his eyes. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the entire Namek began to vibrate. Looking at Son Goku again, his whole body was wrapped in golden aura, his hair began to change from black to gold, his pupils shrank, and then turned green. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa in the distance were very happy when they saw this, and others were also shocked. After a while, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, and then said to Frisia, "I kept you waiting, Frisia, I look like Super Saiyan now. I don't know how many moves you, as the Emperor of the Universe, can take on from me." Frisia saw Son Goku's appearance and murmured, "The blonde warrior, Super Saiyan, yes, this is the Super Saiyan mentioned by the ancestors." Son Goku saw this and said, "Frisia, you won't be frightened, right?" Frisia came back to his senses and said, "So what if you are Super Saiyan? I am the Universe Emperor Frisia, I will be afraid of you." Son Goku said, "That's good, I thought you were so scared that you lost your fighting spirit." Frisia said, "Oh ho ho, I have to say, your Super Saiyan appearance is quite good. I don't know if it's useful or not." Son Goku smiled and said, "You'll know if you try it." Frisia said, "Okay." Before he finished speaking, he punched Son Goku in the face, and then he smiled and said, "Isn't this so-called Super Saiyan no different?" Son Goku said, "Oh, really?" Seeing that Son Goku was okay, Frisia jumped up and kicked Son Goku in the neck. Son Goku smiled and said, "The accuracy is not bad, but the strength is a bit weak. You can use more force, I'm okay. How can you repair it? If you dare to look down on me, I will kill you." After saying that, he stretched out his hands and fired the death rays with 10 fingers, hitting Son Goku. Suddenly, smoke and dust filled the area around Son Goku, and rumbling explosions continued. After fighting for a long time, Frisia stopped and said with a smile, "Oh ho ho, Super Saiyan is nothing more than that. He is not going to die in the hands of my Universe Emperor, Frisia." "Oh, really?" Son Goku's voice came from the smoke. Frisia waved his hand and the smoke dispersed, revealing that Son Goku was unharmed. It seems that Super Saiyan still has something. He can withstand my death ray without any damage, but that's it. Next, I will use 100% of my strength to eliminate you and your friends and Namek people, Frieza said. Son Goku said, okay, I'll wait. When Frieza saw Son Goku's calm look, he was furious. Damn wild monkey, I hope you can maintain this attitude for a while. Son Goku said, I always have this attitude. When Frieza saw this, he didn't talk nonsense and began to release his strength. 71%, 72%, 73%. Frieza murmured. As his strength increased, veins on Frieza's head popped out, his muscles swelled, his pupils shrank, his aura increased sharply, and there was strong wind and lightning and thunder around him. Feeling the violent aura emanating from Frieza, Piccolo said, Frieza is truly worthy of being the Emperor of the universe. His strength is really terrifying. In the previous battle with me, he only showed half of his strength. Fortunately, Sun Jun is here, otherwise it would be difficult for us. Escape to death. Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming were worried. Uncle Piccolo, can my father beat Frieza? Piccolo said, don't worry, didn't your father say before that his basic combat power is 30 million, and when he transforms into Super Saiyan, his combat power can be increased 50 times, which means that his current combat power is 1.5 billion, and Frieza's combat power is at most 120 million, which is far from your father's opponent. Oh, that's it, we forgot about this, Sun Wuhan said. Krillin said, you are confused because you are concerned. Goku's combat power is far superior to Frieza, there is nothing to worry about. Raditz said, the little bald man is right. Even if Kakarot doesn't transform into Super Saiyan, he can defeat Frieza. Don't forget that Kakarot can also Kaioken. Piccolo can use Kaioken 20 times. Kakarot can definitely by displaying a higher multiplier of Kaioken. With the blessing of Kaioken, the combat power far exceeds that of Frieza. Everyone nodded after hearing this, indicating that Raditz was right. Chapter 19 Eliminate Frieza. 97, 98, 99, 100 Frieza shouted. Finally Frieza unleashed his 100% strength, and then said to Son Goku, oh ho ho, I kept you waiting for so long, Super Saiyan Kakarot. You should feel honored to die under my 100% strength, Kakarot. Son Goku stretched out a finger to Frieza and said, I only need to use 1/10 of my strength, Frieza, you will turn into dust in the universe. Oh ho ho, right? Then let me see how you turned me into dust in the universe, damn Saiyan monkey, Frieza said. Okay, before he finished speaking, Son Goku punched Frieza hard in the abdomen. Frieza screamed, spit out a mouthful of old blood, quickly dodged back, distanced himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, damn Saiyan monkey, unexpectedly attacked me, my king's interest has been lost to you. This group of rubbish is exhausted. Next, I will kill you, this hateful wild monkey, in one breath. Frieza, it seems your face still doesn't hurt, so let me help you get familiar with the feeling of being slapped in the face. After saying that, he ducked in front of Frieza. Frieza kicked him out and shouted, Saiyan monkey, you want to repeat your old tricks and attack me secretly. Do you think I am a vegetarian? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Frieza found that the Kakarot in front of him had disappeared and was actually an afterimage. Just as he was about to make a move, he was hit in the back of the head with a heavy punch by Son Goku behind him. Son Goku dodged and arrived in front of Frieza again, then stretched out his big hand like a cattail fan, opened his bow from left to right, and slapped Frieza on the face. Frieza was whipped so hard that her head shook like a rattle. Son Goku whipped him dozens of times before he ducked and distanced himself. Only then did Frieza react from the blow, and he was furious, damn Saiyan monkey, you go to hell. Ah, da-da-da-da-da, Frieza roared, firing countless energy bombs at Son Goku with both hands. Son Goku was soon enveloped in smoke, and Frisia threw energy bombs for nearly a minute before stopping. He laughed and said, "Oh ho ho, you damn wild monkey, you must die now. Frisia gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Are you tickling me?" Son Goku's voice came from the smoke. "How can it be repaired? How come nothing happens to you?" Frisia said in disbelief. When the smoke dissipated, Son Goku smiled and said, "Frisia, this is called the law of smoke without harm." Frisia gradually felt a little troublesome. Remembering the legend about Super Saiyan in his family, and coupled with his previous attacks, he finally realized that the Super Saiyan in front of him was not as powerful as himself. When Son Goku saw that Frisia was silent, he asked, "How come Frisia, the majestic emperor of the universe, is also scared?" Frisia was furious when he heard this and said, "Damn wild monkeys, you are so complacent there. How can I, the king, be afraid of a group of wild monkeys? Go to hell." Then he dodged and rushed in front of Son Goku, hitting Son Goku with a heavy punch. All that was hit was an afterimage. Frisia immediately launched a roundhouse kick behind him, hitting Son Goku's afterimage again. In this way, Frisia and the afterimage of Son Goku started fighting. In fact, Frisia can no longer keep up with Son Goku's speed. Every time Frisia attacks, Son Goku can quickly dodge, leaving an afterimage in place because he is too fast. The two fought for a long time, and Frisia didn't even touch the corner of Son Goku's clothes. Frisia knew that Son Goku was playing a trick on him, and he was immediately angry, so he enveloped himself with his whole body's aura, and used his special move, Nova Crash, to crash into Namek. When Son Goku saw this, of course he knew what Frisia was planning. Frisia wants to destroy Namek by hitting Namek, thereby annihilating everyone, because in his opinion, only he can survive in the universe, but he doesn't know that Son Goku can too. However, it was impossible for Son Goku to let Frisia destroy Namek. After fighting for so long, it's time to send Frisia to enjoy heaven, Son Goku said to himself. Then he clasped his hands together, hung them on his waist, and shouted, "Turtle Pai Chi Gong." An extremely thick energy wave was quickly pushed out of Son Goku's hand and quickly hit Frisia. "Nanny, how can we repair it?" "No, my majestic universe Emperor Frisia will actually die in the hands of wild monkeys. I am not willing to accept it." With Frisia's scream, Frisia was blasted into slag and scattered in the wind. Seeing this, Son Goku released his Super Saiyan transformation and returned to everyone. Piccolo said, "Son Jun, your strength is truly unfathomable. Even such a powerful opponent as Frisia was easily eliminated by you." Son Goku smiled and said, "Frisia's strength is only average. There are many people in the universe who are stronger than Frisia, so you all have to work hard to practice." Raditz said, "Kakarot, are you kidding? Frisia is so powerful. Is there anyone stronger than him in the universe?" Son Goku said, "Haven't you heard that Frisia belongs to a clan of frozen demons? Since it is a clan, he must have clansmen. Having clansmen means that there must be someone stronger than him in the clan, not to mention how big the universe is. Although Frisia is known as the Emperor of the Universe, in fact, he only rules the king and hegemony in this corner of the northern galaxy, so don't sit back and watch the sky, and practice hard." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku continued to everyone, "The Frisia Legion has been eliminated. Let's go and say goodbye to the Great Elder before returning to Earth." Everyone nodded in agreement, so Son Goku used instant transmission and brought everyone to the Great Elder in an instant. The Great Elder opened his eyes and said to Son Goku, "Goku, have you eliminated the intruders?" Son Goku said, "Yes, Great Elder, but we went a little late. Many of your people were killed by the invaders." The Great Elder sighed, "This is their fate, you don't have to blame yourself." Son Goku said, "Don't worry, Great Elder, we can summon the 7 Dragon Balls to revive them." The Great Elder said, "Palunga can only resurrect one person at a time, and if Dragon Ball is used too much, it will cause irreversible consequences. Son Goku knew that the evil consequences mentioned by the Great Elder were evil dragons, but he didn't care. When the evil dragon appeared, he didn't know whether he had reached level 5, level 6, or level 7. It was just an evil dragon, and he couldn't defeat it at all. What kind of waves are there? Son Goku said, Great Elder, our Shenron on Earth can resurrect many people at one time. When we return to Earth, we will summon Shenron to resurrect your people. Hearing this, the Great Elder said, Thank you very much. To express my gratitude, Goku, if you have any wishes, you can make them come true with the help of Palunga. Son Goku lowered his head and pondered for a moment and said, Great Elder, I don't have any wishes for the time being. The Great Elder said, Okay, when you want to make a wish, come to Namek, we are always welcome. Okay, Great Elder, let's take our leave then, Son Goku said. The Great Elder nodded. So Son Goku used instant transmission to lead everyone back to Earth. Chapter 20 Super Namek Man Piccolo. After Son Goku led everyone back to Earth, he asked Bulma to pass the Dragon Ball radar, and then began to collect Dragon Balls. It only took half a day to collect 7 Dragon Balls. Then Shenron is summoned, and Piccolo makes a wish to Shenron to resurrect the slain Namek people. Shenron's eyes flashed red. Namek, the killed Namek people were resurrected one after another, all of them looking confused. After the Great Elder felt that the clan members were resurrected, he died suddenly. When the Namek people learned about the death of the Great Elder, they were all grieved. The people of the earth have begun their unpretentious and boring cultivation life again. Half a year later, Piccolo finally fully adapted to 100 times gravity, and his combat power reached 5 million. Son Goku, wearing a 300-fold weight-bearing suit, also successfully adapted to 300-fold gravity, increased his combat power to 90 million, and could display 300-fold Kaioken. During this period, Vegeta came from behind. In just half a year, he adapted to 100 times gravity and reached a combat power of 500,000. Raditz and Nappa have also fully adapted to 100 times gravity, and their combat power has reached 300,000. Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming are indeed young geniuses. After adapting to 100 times gravity, their combat power reached 1.5 million. Krillin has adapted to 80 times gravity and has a combat strength of 90,000. Tien Shinyan has adapted to 80 times gravity and has a combat strength of 100,000. Yamcha could barely adapt to 50 times gravity, and her combat power reached 50,000. Dumpling has also adapted to 50 times gravity, and its combat power has reached 40,000. After Piccolo, Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming adapted to 100 times gravity, Son Goku gave up the 300 times gravity room to the 6 of them. Then I started training towards Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku was practicing that day and received a message from King Kai. Goku, are you there? King Kai asked. Son Goku said, Yes, Kai-sama, what's the matter? King Kai heard this and said, Great, Goku, now Namek is being invaded by an evil Namek named Slug. You should go to Namek quickly and save the Namek people. Son Goku heard this and said, Okay, Kai-sama, I'll call Piccolo and I'll be there right away. King Kai said, Okay Goku. Then Son Goku entered the gravity chamber and called Piccolo out. After talking about the matter, Piccolo got ready, so Son Goku brought Piccolo an instant transmission and arrived in front of Slug. Slug was interrogating the Namek people about the whereabouts of Dragon Ball, and was startled by the 2 men who suddenly appeared in front of him. Piccolo looked at Slag and said, Are you Slag? Shilage laughed when he heard this and said, You are also from Namek. Since you know my name, how dare you attack me? Piccolo said, Seeing as you are also a Namek, why did you kill your own people? Slag laughed, I just want the wishing beads to restore my youth, but these rubbish refuse to tell me the whereabouts of the wishing beads, so there is no need for them to exist. Bah, you evil tribesman, never expect to get the wishing bead, a Namek said. Slug's face darkened, his eyes released 2 laser beams, and he was instantly in front of the Namek who spoke. Piccolo ducked and blocked the 2 rays of light. Seeing this, Shilage was astonished and said, I didn't expect Namek. Besides me, there is someone else who has practiced to such an extent that you are qualified to die in my hands. What is your name? Piccolo said, My name is Piccolo. Besides, with your little strength, you still want to kill me. You really don't know how high the sky is. Hearing this, Shilage was furious and said, You are so arrogant. You dare to shout with me. I have decided that your life will be worse than death soon. Piccolo mocked, Do you only know harsh words? I beeped for a long time, but you didn't do anything. Slag said, Since you are in a hurry to be reincarnated, I will give you a ride. Then he turned to his 3 subordinates, Mitamaki, Angela, and Radabo, I will leave the Namek's subordinates to you 3. The 3 of them said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Piccolo covered his mouth, trying not to laugh out loud. Son Goku also couldn't help laughing. Slag said, What are you laughing at? Piccolo said, I remembered something happy. Slag looked at Son Goku again and said, Smelly monkey, what are you laughing at? Son Goku smiled and said, My wife will give birth to a baby tomorrow. Hearing this, Shilage smiled cruelly and said, Then your wife will become a widow tomorrow, how can you still laugh? Son Goku heard this and said, I won't argue with the dead. Slag laughed when he heard this, Scion monkey, are you kidding me? Are you just a piece of trash? Son Goku ignored Slag and said to Piccolo, Piccolo, I will give you 5 minutes, and I will take action after 5 minutes. Piccolo said, Son Jun, don't worry, I will be able to deal with him in less than 5 minutes. Son Goku said, As long as he is seriously injured, he will be of great use to you. When Piccolo heard this, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Son Jun, you mean assimilation? Son Goku nodded. Piccolo was immediately full of energy. He ducked in front of Slag and struck out with a rising dragon punch. Before Slag could react, Piccolo flew away. Then the 2 began to fight fiercely. Slag's 3 men saw Piccolo and Slag fighting. Then he set his sights on Son Goku. Son Goku didn't bother to pay attention to these garbage, and used his telekinesis to condense 3 air swords, which instantly stabbed 3 people. Then the air swords exploded, blowing the 3 people into slag. The 3 of them died before they left the army. Before they could take action, they were killed by Son Goku. After Son Goku killed 3 people, he looked up at the battle between Piccolo and Slug. Through the perception of breath, Slagger's combat power was about 10 million, and Piccolo used triple Kaioken at this time to suppress Slagger. The reason why he didn't kill Slug instantly was because Piccolo was thinking about assimilating Slug and gaining strength. Slug was beaten with bruises all over his body, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. When he was angry, he immediately grew huge and transformed into the so-called Super Namek. The combat effectiveness directly increased tenfold, reaching 100 million. Piccolo accidentally broke one of his arms with a kick, so he immediately distanced himself from the opponent, and then used the regeneration technique to grow a new arm. Seeing this, Slug laughed wildly and said, "Piccolo, you were so happy just now, now it's my turn." After that, he continued to attack Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo used Kaioken 30 times, with a combat power of up to 1.5 billion, and instantly severely injured Schlager. After a while, Piccolo carried Slag, who was seriously injured and unconscious, to Son Goku and began to assimilate him. Seeing Slag gradually turning into light and integrating into Piccolo's body, Piccolo's aura suddenly surged. By sensing Piccolo's aura, Son Goku discovered that Piccolo's basic combat power was no less than that of Frieza. In fact, Piccolo's combat power at this time has reached the combat power of Son Goku when he transformed into Super Saiyan in the original work, which is a full 1.5 billion. After assimilating Slug, Piccolo felt stronger than ever. Chapter 21 Transformation into Super Saiyan 2. A swollen Piccolo decided to challenge Son Goku. Piccolo smiled at Son Goku and said, "Son Jun, I want to challenge you." Son Goku said, "Piccolo, are you sure?" Seeing Son Goku being so calm, Piccolo felt a little guilty for no reason, but he still slapped his face and said, "Sure. Okay, Piccolo, if you have the guts, then I'll let you see my true strength," Son Goku said with a smile. After saying that, he shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan, whose combat power instantly reached 37 times Frisia's. Although Piccolo was so shocked that his face turned green, he calmed down thinking that after he used 30 times Kaioken, his combat power would be 30 times that of Frisia. Said to Son Goku, "Son Jun, Super Saiyan can't scare me." Son Goku nodded in agreement. He transforms into a Super Saiyan, but his combat power is only 4.5 billion, which is 30 times more than Kaioken's Piccolo, which is only 900 million more combat power. It's almost pointless to scare Piccolo. Son Goku deactivated the Super Saiyan transformation and then activated the Kaioken. All around Son Goku, red aura suddenly filled the air, strong winds blew, lightning and thunder thundered, and at the same time, the aura on his body increased sharply. In a moment, it exceeded 30 times Frisia, and after opening the 200 times Kaioken, Son Goku stopped raising his breath. Then he asked Piccolo, "How about it, Piccolo, do you still want to spar with me?" Piccolo was so frightened that his face turned green and he shook his head quickly. He thought to himself, he is not a fool. At this time, Son Goku's combat power has far exceeded the upper limit of his perception. If he is still competing with Son Goku and is willing to get beaten, he is not that stupid. Son Goku saw that Piccolo had his way, so he dismissed Kaioken. Piccolo said to Son Goku, "Son-kun, tell me the truth, how many times can you cast Kaioken at most?" Son Goku stretched out 3 fingers, and Piccolo asked in shock, 300 times. Son Goku said, "Yes, it is 300 times. How did you do that?" Piccolo asked. Son Goku said, "When you adapt to 90,000 times gravity, you can do it too." Piccolo was extremely shocked and silently gave Son Goku a thumbs up. Then Piccolo asked Son Goku, "Son Jun, what is your current basic combat power?" Son Goku said, "The one who is weaker than you is only over 90 million. Piccolo heard this and said, "I thought that after assimilating to Slug, I could catch up with you, but I didn't expect that the gap has not narrowed yet." Son Goku said, "Piccolo, if you want to be more open-minded, you have already caught up with me before. Keep working hard." Piccolo nodded. Compared with everyone else, he had reached the top in one step this time. His strength had increased by more than 20 times, and he was already satisfied. Later, after the two met Namek, the new Grand Elder, instant transmission returned to Earth. As for the Namek people who died this time, they can only wait until half a year later, after the Dragon Ball on Earth is restored, before they can be resurrected. In the following time, Son Goku started practicing again. The main direction of practice during this period is to normalize Super Saiyan. Son Goku will try his best to maintain the Super Saiyan state every day. It can only last for 2 hours at first. And then the time gradually becomes longer. Half a year later, after Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, he was able to maintain it for more than a week and reached the full power of Super Saiyan. Afterwards, Son Goku collected 7 Dragon Balls and made a wish to Shenron to resurrect the Namek people who were killed by Slug 6 months ago. Shenron hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashed red, and then said to Son Goku, "Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye." Then it turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew away in all directions. Son Goku instant transmission, came to Namek and met the new Grand Elder. The new Great Elder Mu Li was very grateful to Son Goku. Son Goku proposed to use the Dragon Ball, and Mu Li readily agreed without hesitation. An hour later, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together, and Son Goku summoned Palunga in the Namek language. The Namek people were not surprised. Son Goku said to Palunga in Namek language, "My first wish is to get a weight-bearing garment with freely adjustable gravity. The upper limit of gravity is as high as possible." Palunga said, "My ability can only make the gravity limit of the weight-bearing suit reach 10,000 times. Do you want to realize this wish?" Son Goku said, "Help me realize this wish." When Palunga heard this, his eyes turned red, and Son Goku suddenly had an extra piece of clothing on his body. Palunga said, "Your first wish has been fulfilled. What is your second wish?" Son Goku thought for a while and said, "My second wish is to have unlimited physical strength. Can this wish come true?" Palunga said, "This wish is very simple." After saying this, his eyes flashed red, and Son Goku felt a change in his body. Palunga said, "Your second wish has been fulfilled. What is your third wish?" Son Goku said, "The third wish is for me to learn the language of God." Palunga said, "This wish is very simple." As soon as his eyes flashed red, Son Goku felt that there were many more things in his mind. Palunga said, "Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled. Goodbye." After saying that, Palunga turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew to every corner of Namek. Son Goku thanked the Great Elder, and then, under the farewell eyes of the Namek people, he cast instant transmission and returned to Earth. Then he started practicing again. After 2 months, Son Goku felt it was time to try his hand at Super Saiyan 2. So instant transmission went to the moon, shouted, transformed into Super Saiyan, and then started to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Accompanied by the constant roaring like constipation, Son Goku's golden aura surged out, surrounded by lightning, his golden hair stood up, and a bunch of hair hung down in front of his forehead. After a while, Son Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and felt the overwhelming strength. Son Goku was very excited. After releasing Super Saiyan 2's transformation, Son Goku instant transmission returned to Earth. After that, he started practicing again. A month later, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming finally adapted to 300 times gravity. Vegeta's combat power reached 3.1 million, and Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming both had 3 million. After the 3 informed Son Goku of their situation, Son Goku asked the 3 to try and transform into Super Saiyan. 3 days later, after 3 attempts, the trio finally succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan. On this day, Son Goku practiced as usual, and the King of Kai called again, saying that it was a man named Tulz who planted spiritual trees everywhere and had destroyed more than a dozen planets, and asked Son Goku to help get rid of him. Son Goku agreed without saying a word. Chapter 22 Spiritual Fruit on the Spiritual Tree. After King Kai told Son Goku the location of Tulz, Son Goku began to sense the breath towards that coordinate. A quarter of an hour later, Son Goku finally sensed a few weak breaths, and then used instant transmission to appear in front of a towering tree. Tulz and his men were a little shocked when they saw Son Goku suddenly appearing in front of them. Tulz asked, "Looking at you, you are also Saiyan. What is your name? How did you show up here?" After hearing this, Son Goku looked at Tulz and his men and said, "My name is Kakarot, and you are Tulz." Tulz said, "Oh, you know my name, so you are here to seek refuge with me? But I only accept elites, not sex." Son Goku smiled when he heard this. "Who gave you the confidence to think that I am here to seek refuge with you?" Tulz said, "You didn't come to seek refuge with me? Then what did you come to do?" "I'm here to kill you and steal your spiritual fruit tree," Son Goku said. "Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with my ears, right? You said you came to kill me and steal my spiritual fruit tree. This is really a big joke," Tulz laughed. Son Goku said, "Laugh if you want, this is your last moment." When Tulz heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, it seems that you really want to fight with me, Tulz. Do you have the strength to fight with me? Damandu, go and tell him, our Tulz Legion, not just any cat or dog can provoke you. Yes, Lord Tulz, Damandu said. Then he used a detector to detect Son Goku's combat power, and found that Son Goku's combat power was only 5, so he said, I know you have hidden your combat power, Kakarot, release your combat power, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Son Goku said, okay, then just keep an eye on it. After saying that, he released a little breath. Damandu's detector kept beeping. Damandu was shocked when he saw it, and saw that the value displayed was 530,000. Seeing this, Tulz asked Damandu, what is the fighting power of this kid? Did he scare you like this? Damandu said, Master Tulz, the detector shows that this guy's combat power has reached 530,000. When Tulz heard this, he was shocked and said, did you read that correctly? Damandu said, no, unless there is something wrong with the detector. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Kakarot is a low-level warrior like me. How many fruits of the spiritual fruit tree have I eaten to reach 500,000? Why does he have it? Tulz said angrily. At the same time, he thought to himself, as long as I eat a few more spiritual fruits, my combat power will surpass Kakarot, and I will defeat and kill him. I have to delay it for a while. Son Goku heard this and said, I started practicing when I was 3 years old. I went through cold and summer, spring and autumn, without interruption. Only then did I gain the strength I have today. Unlike you, you only know how to rely on external things and eat spiritual fruit trees. If you use fruits to strengthen yourself, the strength gained in this way will not be displayed on the stage. Tulz heard this and said, what's wrong with relying on external objects? I easily gained my current strength by eating the fruits of the spiritual fruit tree, but you have practiced for at least 20 years before you can reach 530,000. That method's strong, it's clear at a glance. Son Goku said. You think that my current strength is all my strength? Let me tell you, the strength I show you now is not even 1/40,000th of mine. Impossible, you must be lying to us. No one can practice to this level in 20 years, Tulz said in shock. Son Goku said, then I will show my kindness and let you see Super Saiyan before you die. After saying that, he shouted loudly, the air around his body surged, the wind roared around him, the sky thundered and lightning flashed, Son Goku's hair began to turn golden, and his pupils began to turn green. Bang, 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 the detectors of Tulz and 3 of his men exploded, and the 4 of them were shocked. Their detector, which can detect a maximum combat power of 2 million, actually exploded. This can only show the combat power of Kakarot. It exceeded the upper limit of the detector, no wonder the 4 people were shocked. After a few moments, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan. Tulz was shocked, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It is indeed extraordinary. Son Goku said, yes, this is Super Saiyan. The combat power can be increased 50 times based on normal conditions. Tulz nodded calmly when he heard this, and then rushed towards the spiritual fruit tree. When Son Goku saw this, of course he knew what Tulz wanted to do. He just wanted to eat the spiritual fruit, increase his strength and then fight with himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there is an upper limit to the spiritual fruit's ability to increase strength. Otherwise, how could Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction? Will the spiritual fruit tree be left outside? Son Goku condensed 4 air swords and gave one to each of the 4 people. The 4 people were so moved that they died on the spot. After solving the 4 people, Son Goku ducked to the spiritual fruit tree, picked a spiritual fruit, and ate it. It tastes good, almost like an apple, Son Goku said to himself. After eating, I felt that my strength had hardly improved, but my divine power had improved a lot. So Son Goku picked all the spiritual fruits, a total of 250. Then he came to Tull's spaceship and used instant transmission to bring the spacecraft back to Earth. Bulma was drinking tea and sunbathing in the garden when she saw Son Goku appearing in the sky holding a huge spaceship. So he shouted, "Goku, where did you get the spaceship? Put it down quickly." Son Goku said, "Bulma, where is the spaceship?" Bulma said, "You can just put it in front of the laboratory building." After hearing this, Son Goku held the spaceship and slowly flew towards the experimental building. After a while, the spacecraft was placed in front of the experimental building. Dr. Breves, who was conducting experiments in the laboratory building, saw this, came out of the building, and said to Son Goku, "Goku, where did you get the spaceship? This spaceship is really high-end and classy." Son Goku said, "I got this from a universe robber and gave it to my father-in-law." Breves said, "That's so embarrassing." Son Goku said, "We are all one family, no need to be polite." Breves said, "Then I will be disrespectful." Son Goku nodded, then took out 20 spiritual fruits and handed them to Breves. "Father-in-law, these are spiritual fruits. Eating them can prolong your life and refresh your mind. You and your mother-in-law should share them." Breves said, "If Goku is interested, then I will accept it." Then he tried to eat one. Breves felt several years younger and full of strength. Then he said to Son Goku, "This is really a good thing. I'm going to find your mother-in-law." Son Goku nodded, and then came to Bulma with an instant transmission, handed Bulma 10 spiritual fruits, and after explaining the effects, Bulma started eating them without saying a word. After taking a spiritual fruit, his face instantly glowed, he became several years younger, and his combat power increased from 3 points to 30,000 points. Bulma said to Son Goku, "Goku, you did a good job, I will reward you tonight." Son Goku smiled and said, "No need for night, after I finish delivering the spiritual fruits, let's get started and call Shishi together." Bulma blushed, sighed, and said, "No, we have to wait until night." Son Goku smiled and said, "It's night." After that, Son Goku began to distribute spiritual fruits to acquaintances. Chapter 23 Two Kings Come to Earth. Trunks appears. Son Goku also gave Shishi, Ox King, Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Dumpling, Master Roshi, Miao Senin, Tenjin, Bobo, King Kai, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Piccolo, and others. 10 spiritual fruits for each person. After everyone ate the spiritual fruit, their combat power basically increased by 300,000. For Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, and Piccolo, this increase in combat effectiveness is better than nothing. But for Shishi, Ox King, Master Roshi, Miao Senin, Tenjin, Bobo, Dumpling, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, King Kai and others, the improvement is quite huge. With hundreds of thousands of combat power, they can dominate every corner of the 7th universe. At night, Son Goku, Shishi, and Bulma had a heart-to-heart battle, and the decisive battle lasted until dawn. Under Son Goku's infinite physical strength, the two quickly surrendered. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the two slowly woke up. In the days that followed, Son Goku began to practice weight-bearing again. Even though Son Goku can now transform into Super Saiyan 2, he doesn't dare to slack off at all. After all, the enemies behind him are stronger than the last. Son Goku must develop quickly in order to strategize and control his destiny. After Son Goku raised his weight-bearing suit to 10,000 times gravity, he began to re-enter the 100 times gravity room to practice. Half a year later, Son Goku successfully cleared the 100x gravity chamber, and his basic combat power reached an astonishing 990 million, 11 times higher than before, and he could use Kaioken 3000 times. Although the increase in Super Saiyan transformation is no longer comparable to Kaioken, Son Goku still decided to practice Super Saiyan 2. I plan to cultivate Super Saiyan 2 to full power within half a year, and then try to transform into Super Saiyan 3. On this day, Son Goku was practicing normally as usual, but suddenly he noticed two unusually evil auras that would come to the earth in 10 minutes, so he came out of the gravity chamber and joined everyone. Piccolo said to Son Goku, "Son Jun, you feel it too, right?" Son Goku nodded and said, "The strength of these two breaths is not small, almost twice as strong as Frisia's." Vegeta geared up and said, "Let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since I transformed into Super Saiyan and I haven't done much yet." Just then, these two people came to the door. "Kakarot, don't do anything for a while. I want to have a good meeting with these two people." Son Goku said, "No problem, they will hand it over to you in a moment." Vegeta nodded. At this time, Vegeta's basic combat power has reached 10 million. After transforming into Super Saiyan, the combat power can reach 500 million. He also learned Kaioken from Nappa and can display Kaioken 100 times, so Vegeta is very expanded in the competition. Among everyone, except for Son Goku, Piccolo, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming, Vegeta is the strongest. Although he has changed from Bei Lao Er in the original work to Bei Lao Wu, his combat power is even stronger than Son Goku in the same period in the original work. Then, Son Goku and everyone flew to the place where the two landed. After a while, everyone rushed to the place where the spacecraft landed. The hatch opened, and two groups of soldiers walked out first, and then two figures, one big and one small, walked out. Vegeta saw this and said, "It's Frisia?" "No, Frisia has been killed by Kakarot, so who are these two people?" Judging from their appearance, they should be Frisia's relatives. Could they be Frisia's brother or father? After hearing this, Son Goku stretched out his thumb and said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, when you are not inflated, your IQ is online." Nappa and Raditz covered their mouths and snickered. Vegeta heard this and said, "Kakarot, don't think that because I can't beat you, you can arrange me as you like. Are you saying that I have no brains?" Nappa suppressed his smile and said, "Vegeta, let's ask who the person is first." Vegeta said sincerely, "Nappa, you are right, then go up and ask." Nappa heard this and said, "Okay, then I'll go up and ask." Then he jumped out, came to the two of them and said, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Frisia? What are you doing here on Earth?" The big man said, "I am Frisia's father, Kurd. You can call me King Kurd. Next to me is my eldest son Cooler. You can call him King Cooler. Who are you? Call me the Super Saiyan who killed Frisia. Come out and answer." Nappa secretly said, "I see, Vegeta's guess is indeed good," so he said, "Sir, my name is Nappa, just wait, I will ask Super Saiyan to come out and answer you." Then he turned back to everyone and said to them, "Veget's guess is right. Among the two people, the bigger one is Frisia's father Kurd, and the smaller one is Frisia's brother Cooler. They came to Earth to seek revenge on Kakarot." Everyone suddenly realized that at this moment, a machine appeared out of thin air above the two groups of people. When Son Goku saw this, he knew that it was Trunks who had appeared. He thought about what his expression would be like if he knew that he and Bulma were married, and then turned to look at Vegeta. Trunks in the time machine looked at the two groups of people below and was shocked when he saw Son Goku. "Why is Uncle Goku here? Am I in the wrong time and space? What should I do? Forget it, let's go down and say hello to everyone." After that, he controlled the time machine and landed next to everyone. He opened the time machine, jumped down, came to everyone, and said, "Hello Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, and Mr. Piccolo." Vegeta said, "Who are you and how do you know us?" Trunks said awkwardly, "Sorry Mr. Vegeta, I can't tell you my name." Then he turned to Son Goku and said, "Mr. Son Goku, don't you have another hour or two before you can return to Earth? Why are you here now?" Son Goku pretended to be stupid and said, I have always been on Earth. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you here? Where are you going? Trunks was about to answer when he heard Kerdwang shouting, people on the other side, stop chatting and tell me where Super Saiyan is. I will send you on your way together. You can chat for as long as you want. When Son Goku saw this, he said to Trunks, let's talk later. Trunks nodded and said, okay, Mr. Son Goku. Son Goku turned to King Cold and Cooler and said, I am the Super Saiyan you are looking for, Son Goku. King Cold heard this and said, you were the one who killed Frieza. Tell me how you want to die. Son Goku said, I want to die of old age, can you help me do it? King Cold was furious when he heard this, are you kidding me? Son Goku said, yes, I am just playing tricks on you, what can you do? Cooler heard this and said from the side, Father, what nonsense are you talking to him about? Kill him as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Kurd heard this and said, okay, then you take action first to test Super Saiyan's strength. No problem Dad, Cooler said. Chapter 24 Familiar People, Strange Things. Trunks is confused. Wait a minute, your opponent is not me, Son Goku said. King Cold said, apart from Super Saiyan like you, who among you is worthy of Cooler's action? Son Goku said, even if you don't know this person, you should have heard of him. He is King Vegeta's son, Vegeta. King Cold laughed when he heard this and said, ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Even Vegeta's fighting strength of tens of thousands, do you want to touch Cooler? Vegeta, who was behind Son Goku, was furious when he heard this. He rushed to Son Goku and said to King Cold, old man, 20 years to the east of the river, 20 years to the west of the river, the prince is poor, and I am no longer the same prince. It's rubbish. Son Goku laughed when he heard this and said, Vegeta, you are so cruel. If you are so cruel, you will even scold yourself. Vegeta heard this and said, Kakarot, go to the side and leave these two people to me. Before Son Goku could answer, Cooler laughed and said, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Vegeta, you are so successful that you dare to say such crazy things. Vegeta laughed when he heard this and said, Cooler, Frieza was instantly killed by a stupid Kakarot energy bomb. I don't want him to do that. I will torture you severely later to repay your brother Frieza for so many years a favor to me. Son Goku heard this and said, Vegeta, it seems that I need to educate you on what modesty means. Vegeta heard this and said, Kakarot, shut up and stay aside. If you have anything else to do, wait until I kill these two people. Okay, Vegeta, be careful and don't overturn the car, Son Goku said. Vegeta said, Kakarot, don't worry. If I can deal with these two trash, I will pronounce the name backwards. King Cold heard this and said angrily, Cooler, teach Vegeta a lesson and let him know the consequences of provoking our frozen demon clan. Okay Dad, I've been impatient for a long time, Cooler said. Then he dodged and came to Vegeta, hitting Vegeta with one punch. Vegeta was beaten so hard that he arched his body. Cooler saw this and said, Vegeta, your strength and your bold words are completely mismatched. Vegeta laughed loudly, straightened up, and said, Cooler, you are happy too late, I haven't transformed into Super Saiyan yet. Cooler was shocked when he heard this, isn't Super Saiyan Son Goku? Vegeta sneered, who told you there is only one Super Saiyan? Then start raising your breath to transform into Super Saiyan. With a loud roar, Vegeta was wrapped in golden aura, his hair turned golden, and his pupils turned green. Nanny, Mr. Vegeta can actually transform into Super Saiyan, what's going on? Trunks said in shock. Piccolo heard this and said, young man, why do you always make such a fuss? Vegeta and Son Goku are not the only Super Saiyans here. What, Mr. Piccolo, are you saying that besides Mr. Vegeta and Son Goku, there are other Super Saiyans here? Trunks said in shock. Dang, dong, 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 look here, I can also transform into Super Saiyan. Sun Wuhan said to Trunks. You are Brother Gohan, great, I see you again, Trunks said excitedly. Hey, you're mistaken, young man. My name is Sun Wuhan, not Gohan. Gohan is my grandfather, said Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuming said, brother is right. Let me also introduce you. My name is Sun Wuming, and I can also transform into Super Saiyan. Trunks said, what? You can also transform into Super Saiyan? Who is your father? Sun Wuming said, you can't even guess this. Of course my father is Son Goku. Trunks was shocked and numb when he heard this. He looked at Son Goku and asked, then you are also Mr. Son Goku's child? Sun Wuhan said, of course. Trunks muttered to himself after hearing this, what the hell is going on? How can Mr. Son Goku have two children? And at this time, why can the father also transform into Super Saiyan? Piccolo was shocked when he heard this, your father is actually Vegeta. Trunks was shocked when he heard this, Mr. Piccolo, don't talk nonsense, my father is not Vegeta. Piccolo curled his lips when he saw this and thought to himself, you kid, keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep pretending. If it weren't for my hearing being different from ordinary people, I would have been fooled by you. So Piccolo said, oh, really, maybe there is something wrong with my ears, and I heard wrong just now. Raditz heard this and said, I don't think this kid looks like Vegeta. Piccolo, you may have heard wrong. Nappa said, Raditz is right, Vegeta has black hair, and your hair is blue, which looks a bit like Bulma. Trunks is already used to it, Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan, and Son Goku also has two children. In comparison, it's not a big deal that Raditz and Nappa are still alive. Just then Son Goku returned to everyone. Seeing this, Trunks said to Son Goku, Mr. Son Goku, can you let Mr. Vegeta deal with Cooler and Curd? Son Goku said, don't worry, Vegeta's strength is higher than these two, there is no problem. Oh, that's good. By the way, Mr. Son Goku, I have a few words to say to you alone. Is it convenient for you? Trunks said. Son Goku nodded pretendingly and said, okay, let's go aside and talk. Then he said to Piccolo, Piccolo, keep an eye on it, don't let Vegeta overturn. Piccolo said, no problem, Mr. Sunday. Son Goku nodded and stepped aside with Trunks. Trunks said to Son Goku, Uncle Goku, let me introduce myself first. My name is Trunks. I come from 20 years later. My mother is Bulma and my father is Vegeta. Son Goku interrupted, Trunks, I think you may be mistaken. Bulma is my wife, Wuming is my and Bulma's son, and Vegeta is still single now. This time it was Trunks' turn to be shocked and said to Son Goku, Uncle Goku, isn't your wife Aunt Shishi? How did she become Aunt Bulma? Son Goku smiled and said, they are both my wives, and Goku is my and Shishi's son. Trunks said numbly, I see, no wonder Wu Zhen looks exactly like Brother Gohan when he was a child. It turns out he has the same parents. Son Goku said, Gohan is my grandfather. He is still alive. How could I give my son the same name as my grandfather? Trunks nodded and continued, none of this is important, Uncle Goku, what I am going to say next is very important, I hope you must remember it. Son Goku said, you say. Trunks said, in 3 years, 2 demons will appear in your world, and they will kill everyone. Speaking of this, Trunks was stunned. There are so many Super Saiyans in this world, will the androids be unstoppable? Obviously not, then the tragedies in this world would not have happened, and then history would have changed. What is going on? Trunks grabbed his hair and began to think hard. Chapter 25 The past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Seeing Trunks' confused look, Son Goku said, Trunks, I think you have traveled to a parallel world, not back to the past. Trunks said, Uncle Goku, what do you mean by this? Son Goku said, Trunks, you should have heard of the theory of parallel time and space. The development of a world often produces different results due to different processes. Each of these worlds with different results is a parallel time and space. Trunks suddenly said, I see, what Uncle Goku means is that this world is a parallel time and space of my original world, not the past of my original world. Son Goku said, yes, and Trunks, I can tell you that your idea of changing the future by going back to the past cannot be realized. Trunks quickly asked, Uncle Goku, why do you say that? Son Goku said, Trunks, have you ever seen a river flowing backward? Trunks said, no, what's wrong? Son Goku said, time is like a long river. From the moment it flows, there is no possibility of turning back. It will only flow forward until the end. So the world you return to through time is not the past world, but the past world. It is to recreate another parallel world. Trunks said in pain, Uncle Goku, is there no way to change the tragedy of my original world? Son Goku said, Trunks, remember this sentence, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Upon hearing this, Trunks pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Goku, I understand. Son Goku said, just understand. After Vegeta destroys Curd and Cooler, I will accompany you to your world and destroy the artificial humans. Trunks heard this and said, great, Uncle Goku, as long as you accompany me, I will definitely destroy the androids. Son Goku said, Trunks, I can help you once, but can I always help you? Your world must be protected by you after all. But my strength is very poor, and I don't know how to practice. I owe my current strength to Brother Gohan's years of guidance. However, Brother Gohan was killed by an android in order to save me, Trunks said. Son Goku said, don't worry about this, I will guide you in your cultivation after I go to your world. Trunks said, thank you, Uncle Goku. Son Goku said, you're welcome. Speaking of which, you are also Bulma's child. Although they are not from the same world, they are somewhat related. I cannot stand by and watch. After hearing this, Trunks nodded and said, no matter how you say it, I still have to thank Uncle Goku. Son Goku nodded, and then said to Trunks, watch the battle between Vegeta and Cooler, it will be somewhat helpful to you. Trunks nodded and the two looked at the battle between Vegeta and Cooler. While the two were talking, Cooler had been beaten black and blue by Vegeta, and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Although Cooler's fourth form is taller than Frieza, it is only 1.6 billion, far from being a match for Super Vegeta. You must know that Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan, but with a combat power of 500 million, it is easy to kill Cooler instantly. The reason why he does not kill Cooler is because Vegeta wants to ravage Cooler to repay Frieza's kindness to him over the years. As the saying goes, father's debt must be paid by son, and there is nothing wrong with it in Vegeta's opinion. In a certain period of time in parallel time and space, Paragus and Broly also thought so. Cooler was furious after being beaten by Vegeta. After pulling away, he said to Vegeta, damn Saiyan monkey, you have successfully angered me. I have decided not to hide my strength anymore. I am going to activate the ultimate form. Vegeta heard this and sneered, do you have other transformations? I remember Frieza's ultimate form, isn't it what you look like now? Cooler said, do you think I can only transform 3 times like my stupid brother? I am a genius of the Frozen Demon clan. Naturally, I have more transformations than Frieza and my father Curd, and I am stronger than them. Oh, really? Then you can transform and let me see how strong you are in your ultimate form, Vegeta said. Okay, Vegeta, just wait. I hope you won't regret it later, Cooler said. After that, the ultimate transformation began. Cooler's aura surged, his body grew larger, 4 horns grew out of his head, his mouth was covered by a mask, his eyes turned red, his pupils disappeared, his shoulder bones bulged, and sharp bone knives grew out of his elbows. After the transformation, Cooler's aura was nearly 3 times higher than before. Kurd below was shocked when he saw this. He had never seen Cooler in this form before, and murmured to himself, "It seems that I did nothing wrong when I asked Frisia to restrain Cooler before. This kid is stronger than Frisia and I. If it weren't for with Frisia, I'm afraid my empire has been overthrown by him a long time ago, but there is no need to suppress Cooler now. After killing these people this time, I will hand over the empire to Cooler." Trunks felt Cooler's aura and was shocked. This Cooler's aura is much stronger than before. "Will Vegeta be okay?" Son Goku said, "Don't worry, Trunks, Vegeta was just warming up and didn't show his true strength at all." Trunks said in surprise, "Uncle Goku, I really don't know how you practice. If my father had the strength of your father in this world, artificial humans would not be afraid at all." Son Goku said, "After I give you the training method, you will be able to reach Vegeta's strength, or even surpass Vegeta's strength." After hearing this, Trunks looked forward to the training method Son Goku said more and more. After Vegeta felt Cooler's breath in the air, he sneered, "I thought you would be so powerful in your final form. It turns out that it is nothing more than that. You dare to shout in front of me with this little strength? I will let you see me real strength." After speaking, he shouted loudly and began to improve his strength. The golden aura around Vegeta became stronger and stronger, and his aura was twice as strong as before. Vegeta unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan, reaching a combat power of 500 million. When Cooler saw this, he was shocked and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the previous battle, you didn't use your full strength." King Cold underneath felt the strength of Vegeta and broke out in a cold sweat, contemplating whether to run away. But after careful consideration, he decided to assist Cooler later, kill Vegeta in a sneak attack, and then the father and son would work together to kill another Saiyan, so that others would not be afraid. Otherwise, if he runs away now, he will be defeated by 2 Saiyans each. Chapter 26 Vegeta and his son destroy the 2 kings. Vegeta laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you think you are the only one who has hidden your strength? I am the same prince, and he hides more than you. So Cooler, are you ready to die?" Cooler was furious when he heard this. "Damn Saiyan monkey, don't get carried away, you go to hell." After saying that, he raised his hands above his head, and an energy bomb appeared above his head, and expanded rapidly, reaching a diameter of dozens of kilometers in a moment. Cooler smiled evilly and said, "Vegeta, if you dare to hide away, this planet will be buried with you, ha ha ha." Vegeta cursed silently as an idiot upon hearing this, then clasped his hands together and began to gather energy. At this moment, Cooler smashed the energy bullet above his head. The energy bomb with a diameter of dozens of kilometers fell rapidly, and suddenly there was a strong wind on the earth, lightning and thunder, and the earth shook. Vegeta shouted, "Watch my big explosion attack." After saying that, he sent out an extremely strong energy wave from his hand, which instantly hit Cooler's energy bomb and pushed it towards Cooler. When Cooler saw this, he cursed, "Damn Saiyan monkey, you are really difficult to deal with." After saying that, he fired an energy wave, hitting the energy bomb and holding it back. When King Cold saw this, he was overjoyed and said, "Good opportunity." Having said that, it's time to launch energy waves to assist Cooler and kill Vegeta. As soon as his hand was aimed at Vegeta, he felt a flash of sword light all over his body. Looking in front of him, he saw a young man with blonde hair holding a big sword standing in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a violent tearing sensation coming from his body. Looking at the boy again, he found that he had turned into 2 halves. At this time, a line of blood suddenly appeared on King Cold from head to toe. It turns out that Son Goku had already discovered that King Cold was going to sneak attack Vegeta. So I pointed King Cold at Trunks, and Trunks understood it instantly. Then he transformed into Super Saiyan, drew out the big sword from his back, dodged, and split King Cold's head from his head with one strike before he could react. All of this happened in a blink of an eye, so fast that even King Cold didn't notice anything strange about his body at first. King Cold was shocked. When did you sneak attack me? Trunks sneered, when you are about to sneak attack Mr. Vegeta. Kurt said angrily, damn it. Without waiting for any other action, Trunks immediately started swinging the big sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, King Cold had a few more bloodlines on his body. King Cold was cut into several pieces by Trunks before he could even utter a word to beg for mercy. Trunks sent a wave with one hand, directly turning King Cold into a slag. Then he threw the big sword into the air, turned his head, and the big sword fell into the scabbard behind him accurately. Trunks released Super Saiyan's transformation and flew back to everyone. As for the miscellaneous soldiers, they couldn't escape anyway. Piccolo saw that Trunks had been dealt with in the blink of an eye. King Cold was no longer as powerful as Frieza, and he praised, "You are so clean in your attacks, and your strength is really good." Trunks said, "Thank you Mr. Piccolo." Piccolo nodded and looked into the sky. At this time, the huge energy bomb has been pushed towards Cooler by Vegeta using energy waves. Cooler gritted his teeth and persisted, but to no avail. He could only watch as the energy bomb was pushed back in front of him. Cooler roared unwillingly, "Damn Saiyan Monkey, damn Frieza!" Then he was submerged in the energy ball, blasted into space by Vegeta, and turned into dust in the universe. Vegeta laughed when he saw this and said, "Ha ha ha, I finally took revenge for being treated like a dog by Frieza after so many years." Then he turned to look at King Cold and found that King Cold was missing. Then he walked to Son Goku and said, "Kakarot, where is King Cold?" Son Goku pointed at Trunks and said, "He was killed instantly by this boy." "What, is this boy so powerful?" Vegeta asked in surprise. Nappa said from the side, "Vegeta, this boy can transform into Super Saiyan, he should be one of our tribesmen." Vegeta was shocked when he heard this. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Saiyan can't have anyone else except me, Kakarot, you, Raditz and Kakarot's two sons." Son Goku said, "Vegeta, are you sure? Have you forgotten the trolls I killed before?" Vegeta heard this and suddenly realized, "You are saying that he should be a member of the tribe who wanders away. This is possible. After all, before planet Vegeta was destroyed, there were members of the tribe who escaped." Son Goku heard this and said, "That's okay if you think so." Then he turned to Klin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Dumpling, Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming and said, "Go and deal with the soldiers brought by Kurd and Cooler. Just practice your skills." "No problem, Goku," Krillin said. Then several people flew towards the soldiers on the opposite side. Son Goku informed several people about Trunks' situation, and Vegeta said, "What artificial humans, if they dare to appear, I will definitely tear them into pieces." Son Goku heard this and said to himself, "What Vegeta said is true. In 3 years, under his guidance, Vegeta will be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 without any problem. Don't say anything about android number 17, on the 18th, even Cell is not a problem." So he said, "Vegeta is right, androids are not worth mentioning." Trunks heard this and said, "Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, the strength of the androids cannot be underestimated. I can only barely tie with one of them. They still have some strength." Vegeta heard this and sneered, "With your little strength, of course you think the androids are powerful, but to us, the androids are trash." Piccolo heard this and said, "Vegeta is right about this. Since your strength is equivalent to that of an android, then the android is not worth mentioning. From observing your battle just now, your strength is not as good as Vegeta's real strength. Half, and Vegeta's strength is only fifth among us." Trunks was shocked when he heard this. "Mr. Vegeta is so strong, but he can only rank 5th among you. Vegeta heard this and snorted coldly, sooner or later, this prince will surpass Kakarot. Raditz said to Trunks, Piccolo is right. Here, Kakarot, Piccolo, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming are all stronger than Vegeta. Vegeta heard this and said, Raditz, are you itchy again? Raditz is not afraid either. He now has Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming to support him. Vegeta doesn't dare to do anything to him. At most, Vegeta will give him a fat beating. Chapter 27 Traveling through time and space to reach the future world. After a while, Klin and others eliminated all the soldiers brought by King Cold and Cooler. Everyone came to Son Goku, and Son Goku told everyone everything about Trunks. When everyone learned that Trunks was the son of Vegeta and Bulma in the parallel world, they all looked strange, making Trunks quite embarrassed. After Vegeta heard this, he snorted coldly, women will only affect the speed of my improvement in strength. I will not be as shameless as Kakarot and marry 2 earthly women who are fighting against the 5 scum. Nappa heard this and said, Vegeta, the women of Kakarot are not fighting scum. They now have a fighting strength of 300,000. If you don't speak, can you die? Nappa. Vegeta said angrily. Klin and the others laughed when they heard this. Son Goku said, no matter how you say it, Trunks is always Bulma's child. I decided to go to his world with Trunks and help him destroy the androids. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the artificial man also killed them all in the future. Although they were not in the same world, this revenge had to be avenged. Seeing that everyone agreed, Son Goku said to Klin, Klin, go back and tell Bulma and Shishi. I will be back soon and ask them to take care of themselves and not to have fetal infection. Klin said, I understand, Goku, you can go with peace of mind. Son Goku nodded, and then said to Trunks, Trunks, things here are over, let's go. Trunks said, okay, Uncle Goku. With that, the two jumped into the time machine. Vegeta said to Son Goku, Kakarot, I went to Trunks' world and helped me train well in that world. I was actually killed by 2 garbage androids. It's so embarrassing for me. Son Goku heard this and said, okay, Vegeta. Trunks was in the time machine. Once he operated it, the time machine flew into the air and then disappeared in a flash. Piccolo felt the breath of the 2 people and said to everyone, Sun Jun and that boy did disappear in this world. It seems that they really went to another parallel world. Klin said, it seems that Bulma is really a genius. He can even build things like a time machine. Vegeta heard this and said, the little bald man is right. Although the woman from Kakarot is a scumbag, her brain is really smart. She is better than the chief scientist of the Frisia Legion before. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Piccolo said, okay, everyone, let's go back and continue practicing. In 3 years, artificial humans will appear in our world. Although their strength is not worth mentioning, we cannot be careless. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then left the battlefield and returned to the western capital. Son Goku sat in the time machine, looking at the colorful light curtain outside, and said to himself, this time machine is really extraordinary, it can really travel through time and space. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the time machine passed through a screen of light and arrived at Trunks' world. As far as the eye can see, there are ruins and ruins everywhere, and it is a mess. Trunks jumped out of the time machine and said to Son Goku, Uncle Goku, this is my world. The androids have destroyed the world to a great extent. 90% of humans have been killed by the androids, and the rest can only like rats, hiding underneath. After saying that, Trunks was furious. Son Goku jumped out of the time machine and said to Trunks, Trunks, there is no need to be angry. I am here. There is hope. I will train you and let you kill the androids yourself. Trunks said, thank you, Uncle Goku. Son Goku said, you're welcome, take me to see Bulma. Trunks said, okay Uncle Goku, Mom will be very happy to see you. After saying that, he put the time machine into the capsule and took Son Goku to Bulma's hiding place. After a while, the two arrived in a hidden basement. After Trunks saw Bulma, he told Bulma the whole story. Bulma was quite surprised when he heard this. He looked at Son Goku and said, I didn't expect that I in that world would actually choose to have you with Shishi. It really surprises me. Son Goku looked at Bulma, who was still charming, and said with a smile, maybe it was my true feelings that moved Bulma. Bulma was shocked when he heard this and said, Son Jun, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You are too different from the Goku in my world. The Goku in my world is a martial arts idiot, a straight man, a wooden person, completely I don't understand Feng Qing. I even once doubted that Gohan could be born because Shishi might have taken the initiative. After hearing this, Son Goku covered his face and said to Bulma, Bulma, you are as tough as the Bulma in my world. Bulma smiled and said, oh, really? That's a bit strange. Our personalities are similar, but the personalities of Goku in your world and mine are so different. Son Goku said, this may be the diversity of parallel worlds. Bulma nodded, and then said to Son Goku, listen to Trunks, you are confident enough to deal with the androids. Is that true? Son Jun, please don't be careless. Trunks said, Mom, don't worry. Although I have never seen Uncle Goku take action, I have seen the father of that world take action. His strength is far less than that of Uncle Goku, but it is much stronger than that of artificial humans. In comparison, Goku my uncle is very good at dealing with androids. Bulma said, I see, then I can rest assured. Son Jun, when will you deal with the androids? Son Goku said, I plan to train Trunks and let him kill the androids himself. Bulma heard this and said, Son Jun, are you sure that Trunks' strength will be improved enough to kill the androids? Son Goku said, don't worry, Trunks still has great potential, it's just that he has no one to guide him for so many years. Oh, that's great. When will we start training Trunks? Bulma said. Son Goku said, don't worry, I will take Trunks to a good place for training soon. Within 3 days, Trunks' strength will be greatly improved and he will be able to kill a human in seconds. Oh, well, I'll prepare some food for you and Trunks. You can go when you're full. Bulma said. Son Goku said, no problem. Afterwards, Bulma prepared some meals for Trunks and Son Goku, and the two began to eat. Bulma looked on and thought of Vegeta, and said to Son Goku, Son Jun, is there any way you can resurrect Vegeta and the others? Son Goku pondered for a moment and said, there is a way. Bulma and Trunks were overjoyed when they heard this, really, Uncle Goku, Son Jun, you didn't lie to us, did you? Son Goku said, we can resurrect Piccolo through Namex Shenron. After Piccolo is resurrected, Earth's Shenron can be resurrected, and Vegeta and others can be resurrected using Earth's Shenron. When Bulma heard this, she was overjoyed and said, that's great, Mr. Sun, thank you so much. Son Goku smiled and said, you're welcome, we are all our own people. Chapter 28 Born to Die Special Training Trunks. After eating, Son Goku led Trunks and flew directly to the Celestial Temple. Trunks didn't know why, and Son Goku didn't say much. After the two came to the Temple of Heaven, Son Goku called Mr. Popo a few times, and a black man dressed as his third brother walked out of the temple. After Bobo saw Son Goku, he said, Goku, didn't you die of a heart attack? Son Goku said, Mr. Popo, you are indeed still alive. Trunks heard the conversation between the two from the side, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Son Goku said, Mr. Popo, I am not the Son Goku of your world. I came from another time and space. After saying that, he pulled Trunks down in front of him and said to Bobo, it was Trunks who brought me to this time and space. Upon seeing this, Trunks quickly said hello to Bobo. Bobo saw this and said, "It turns out to be you. I know you. You are Vegeta's son. Thanks to you for stopping the artificial people these years, otherwise all humans on the earth would have been killed by those two artificial people." Trunks asked in confusion, "Mr. Popo, how do you know me?" Bobo said, "When the god was alive, I saw it next to the god. The god could see everything that happened in the world." Trunks said, "That's it." Son Goku said to Popo, "Mr. Popo, I plan to borrow the spiritual time room to train Trunks and let him kill the androids himself." Bobo nodded, "No problem, Goku." Trunks wondered, "What is a spiritual time room?" Son Goku explained, "The spiritual time room is a training place in the celestial temple. 1 day outside and 1 year inside, and the gravity inside is 10 times that of the earth." "I see, there is such a perfect place for cultivation in the world, how come I didn't know about it?" Trunks said. Son Goku said, "I have only been to this place once in this world. He died of a heart attack without telling me. Naturally, no one knows about it." Trunks said, "I see, by the way, Uncle Goku, I have special medicine for treating heart disease at home. Don't forget to take it when you come back." Son Goku said, "I have long made a wish through Namek Shenron to remove heart disease toxins from my body. You don't have to worry." "Uncle Goku, you have such a vision," Trunks said. "It's nothing, let's quickly enter the spiritual time room," Son Goku said. So under the leadership of Bobo, the two entered the spiritual time room. After Trunks entered the spiritual time room, he felt his body sink. Upon seeing this, Son Goku said to Trunks, "Trunks, I will give you half an hour to adapt to gravity. After half an hour, we will start training." "Okay, Uncle Goku," Trunks said. After saying that, Trunks began to adapt to 10 times gravity. Son Goku took out the fairy beans in his pocket and counted them. No more, no less, there were 50 more, which was enough. Half an hour later, Trunks came to Son Goku and said, "Uncle Goku, I have adapted to 10 times gravity." "Yeah, very good." After saying that, he directly struck the black tiger to rip out the heart, beating Trunks to the point of being seriously injured and on the verge of death. Trunks opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Uncle Goku, why did you kill me?" Son Goku said, "To help you improve your strength." Upon hearing this, Trunks became furious and gradually lost consciousness. Seeing this, Son Goku quickly took out a fairy bean and fed it to Trunks. In the blink of an eye, Trunks returned to normal, then stood up and said loudly, "Uncle Goku, if you want to kill me, why do you want to save me?" Son Goku smiled and said, "I don't want to kill you, but to improve your strength. If you don't believe me, you can feel your own strength." After hearing this, Trunks felt his strength, and it really improved a lot, so he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan. After feeling it carefully, he found that his strength had increased by at least 50%. He immediately said to Son Goku, "I'm sorry, Uncle Goku, I blamed you wrongly." Son Goku said, "It doesn't matter. You don't know the reason. It's understandable." Trunks said, "Uncle Goku, what is going on?" Son Goku said, "We, the Saiyan clan, all have the characteristic of improving our combat effectiveness after recovering from near-death. Just now I beat you to a near-death state, and then used the fairy beans to restore you, thus stimulating Saiyan's characteristics, so your combat effectiveness it has been greatly improved." Trunks said, "I see, then let's continue, Uncle Goku." Son Goku shook his head and said, "This method of improving strength cannot be used forever. If you want to rely on this method to improve strength, you must have a certain amount of accumulation. Just now, I estimate that I have already used these 10 of you. All the accumulation of several years has been released, and in a short period of time, there will not be much improvement using this method." Trunks suddenly realized, "So that's it, what should I do?" Son Goku said, now the way for you to improve your strength is to control Super Saiyan and practice in the direction of surpassing Super Saiyan. Trunks asked, what does it mean to surpass Super Saiyan? Son Goku said, it's Super Saiyan 2. What do you mean, Uncle Goku? I still don't understand, Trunks said. Son Goku said, I'll let you see it once and you will know. Then with a loud shout, he transforms directly into Super Saiyan. After Trunks felt Son Goku's aura, he was stunned and shocked. He said shakily, Uncle Goku, Uncle, your Super Saiyan transformation, why is the aura so huge? The strength of my Super Saiyan transformation, in front of you, is like the gap between a firefly and a bright moon. It's simply different. Son Goku said, that's because my basic combat power is stronger than your combat power after transforming into Super Saiyan. This is just the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. You can watch what comes next. What's next is Super Saiyan's transformation. Trunks nodded and stared at Son Goku with wide eyes. Son Goku shouted loudly, and the muscles on his body swelled rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular man. Son Goku said to Trunks, this is called the second level transformation of Super Saiyan 1. In this state, the power increases greatly, but the speed does not increase, and even decreases. After that, Son Goku transformed again, and his figure returned to its previous form. His arrogance was restrained, giving people a rather calm feeling. Son Goku said to Trunks, this form, I call it Super Saiyan full power, is the limit of Super Saiyan 1. The energy will not be wasted at all and can be used to fight the enemy. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku shouted loudly, and his arrogance surged, his long blonde hair stood on end, a strand of blonde hair hung down on his forehead, and lightning surrounded his body. Trunks was shocked beyond measure. Son Goku said, this transformation is a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. I call it Super Saiyan 2. The combat power increased is twice that of Super Saiyan 1 and 100 times the basic combat power. Trunks nodded numbly at first, and then said ecstatically, Uncle Goku, can I also transform into Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku said, yes, you can too, the next training is for this purpose. Chapter 29 Super 2 Trunks Super 3 Son Goku. For the rest of the day, Son Goku asked Trunks to stay in Super Saiyan form for as long as possible every day. At the beginning, Trunks could maintain Super Saiyan state for half a day every day without fighting. After half a month, it can barely last for 12 hours, and after a month, it can last for a whole day. Upon seeing this, Son Goku started fighting with Trunks. Playing for 2 hours every day, Trunks' time to maintain Super Saiyan was greatly reduced. Just 3 months later, Trunks was able to fight Son Goku normally for half a day in Super Saiyan state, and could continue to maintain Super Saiyan state after that. A year later, Trunks finally mastered Super Saiyan to perfection and reached full power. At this time, Trunks' combat power at full power has exceeded Son Goku's normal combat power, reaching 1.5 billion. In this year, Son Goku, because he was training Trunks and did not practice wholeheartedly, so his combat power did not increase much. It barely increased by 100 million, and his normal combat power reached 1 billion. Seeing that Trunks had reached full Super Saiyan power, Son Goku began to teach Trunks to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku said to Trunks, there are 2 ways to transform into Super Saiyan 2. One is to reach the limit of combat power, and you can naturally transform into Super Saiyan 2, the other is to require extreme anger. In your current state, only the second method can be used. Trunks heard this and said, Uncle Goku, are you saying that through extreme anger, you can transform into Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku said, yes, I think you should have experience in this aspect. Think about the things that make you angry. Trunks nodded after hearing this and began to think about the things that made him angry. When Trunks thought that his master and brother, Son Gohan, was brutally killed in order to protect him and fight against the androids alone, but he was helpless and ran away like a coward. A surge of anger arose spontaneously and rose to the sky. Trunks is angry and hateful. He hates the cruelty and cold-bloodedness of the androids. He is angry that he is a useless waste and cannot stop the atrocities of the androids. When the anger reached its peak, Trunks shouted "Ah ah ah," and then golden arrogance spurted out from Trunks' body, his hair stood on end, a strand of blonde hair hung down on his forehead, lightning was wrapped around his body, and a pair of green pupils matched his stern face, exuding a bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless expression. Son Goku saw this and smiled. "Trunks, you succeeded, you have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After hearing this, Trunks felt his own strength and said excitedly, "Is this the strength of Super Saiyan 2? It is indeed twice as strong as Super Saiyan 1. Thank you Uncle Goku for your teaching." Son Goku said, "You're welcome, Trunks, there are still 10 months left. You should follow the method of practicing Super Saiyan 1 to full power before and strive to cultivate Super Saiyan 2 to perfection." Trunks said, "I know, Uncle Goku, won't you practice with me?" Son Goku said, "Trunks, next I plan to practice Super Saiyan 3, so you can practice alone." Trunks was shocked when he heard this. "Uncle Goku, are you saying there will be a transformation after Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku said, "That's right, Trunks, there is no end to the journey of cultivation. Never sit in a well and look at the sky." Trunks heard this and said, "I know, Uncle Goku." Son Goku nodded, then stepped aside and started practicing. Son Goku shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, then immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and then started roaring loudly. "Ah ah 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 ah." Along with the constipation-like roar, the aura on Son Goku's body surged. When Trunks heard the sound, he felt that the aura on Son Goku's body was as majestic as a mountain and as vast as the sea. To compare with it, he transformed into Super Saiyan. The breath of 2 is like an ant. Trunks was deeply shocked by Son Goku's strength. What Trunks doesn't know is that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Son Goku's true strength. Compared to Son Goku who can cast Kaioken 3000 times, Super Saiyan 2 is nothing to mention. Along with the 3-minute roar, Son Goku's appearance began to change. The long blonde hair began to grow longer until it hung down around the waist, the eyebrows disappeared, the brow bones bulged, the pupils turned dark green and became more ruthless, the whole body was shrouded in golden light, and the lightning surrounding the body was denser compared to Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was stunned and Son Goku turned to look at Trunks. Trunks was staring at him, sweating profusely, and his 2 hips were trembling. Son Goku smiled when he saw this and said, "Why, Trunks, you don't recognize me in just a short while." After hearing this, Trunks took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Goku, do you know that you look very evil and look more like a villain?" Son Goku said, "Oh, really? I think this look is very handsome and cool, what do you think?" After hearing this, Trunks looked at him again and said, "Uncle Goku, when you put it that way, he is indeed quite handsome and cool. Not only that, he is also a bit domineering." Son Goku nodded and said with a smile, "This is Super Saiyan 3, Trunks. The road ahead is vast and practice is never ending. Come on young man." Trunks nodded when he heard this and said, "Uncle Goku, I understand, I will definitely practice hard." Son Goku said, "Go ahead and practice, Trunks, and try to reach Super Saiyan 2 full power when you exit." Trunks nodded, flew away from Son Goku, and began training. When Son Goku saw Trunks starting to practice, he also started practicing. He needs to master Super Saiyan III's transformation proficiently first, and then study the others. 3 months later, Son Goku mastered Super Saiyan III's transformation skillfully and began to practice his unique skills. 3 months later, Son Goku was seen transforming into Super Saiyan, with his eyes closed tightly, and the aura around his body was turbulent. He could not open his eyes, and then spiraled up, shouting, 10,000 swords return to the sect. I saw golden air swords spraying out from all over Son Goku's body, continuously and without any blind spots. Trunks in the distance was stunned, his eyes were shining, and he secretly said, Uncle Goku's move is so cool, I will definitely let Uncle Goku teach me. After Son Goku released hundreds of thousands of golden energy swords, he stopped and slowly fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Trunks immediately ran over and said to Son Goku, Uncle Goku, your 10,000 swords Gazong move was so cool just now. Can you teach me? Son Goku said, Yes, you can, but this move is difficult. Do you want to learn it? Learn, of course, Trunks said. Chapter 30 Successful Practice and Preparation to Conquer Demons. Son Goku pointed at Trunks' forehead, and a new cultivation method appeared in Trunks' mind. Son Goku said, What I just taught you is the cultivation method of divine power. If you want to learn how to return to the sect with 10,000 swords, you must first practice divine power and control your mental power to the smallest detail. Only in this way can you condense and control sword energy. Then, relying on the huge energy in the body, we can use 10,000 swords to return to the sect. After hearing this, Trunks nodded and said, Uncle Goku, it seems that the practice of returning to the 10,000 swords sect is indeed difficult. Son Goku smiled and said, Of course, this is a trick that I have worked hard to research. Trunks nodded. Son Goku said, You must pay attention to the cultivation of divine power. This is crucial for practicing another transformation of Super Saiyan. Trunks heard this and said, Uncle Goku, does Super Saiyan have other transformations? Son Goku said, Of course, this transformation is called Super Saiyan God, but it is still too early for you now. You should seize the time and complete Super Saiyan 2, then practice Super Saiyan 3. Don't be too ambitious. Trunks nodded and said, I know, Uncle Goku, I have already trained Super Saiyan 2 to full power. Oh, really? Then you transform and let me see, Son Goku said. Okay, Uncle Goku, he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing this, Son Goku nodded and said, Yes, Trunks, it took you much less time than I thought. Trunks said, Uncle Goku taught me this. Son Goku said, Your talent is not bad, but since you have reached the full power of Super Saiyan 2, we should go out. Trunks said, Uncle Goku, I want to try and see if I can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku said, No need to try, your current combat effectiveness is still too low and you cannot reach the threshold to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Oh, really? Trunks said disappointedly. Son Goku said, Trunks, don't be disappointed. The next training will depend on your mother's intelligence. The spiritual time room is no longer needed. Okay, Uncle Goku, let's get out. Trunks said. Son Goku nodded, and the two left the spiritual time room. Bobo, who was waiting outside, saw this and came forward and said, Goku, why did you come out early? Son Goku said, Mr. Popo, we have succeeded in cultivation, so we came out early. Bobo said, I see, are you sure you can deal with artificial humans? Trunks said, Mr. Popo, don't worry. With my current strength, killing an android is as effortless as crushing an ant. Bobo heard this and said happily, Great, peace can finally be restored to the earth. Son Goku nodded and said, Well, Mr. Popo, let's see you later. Bobo nodded and said, Goku, Trunks, come on. Trunks nodded, and then Son Goku took Trunks to cast instant transmission and returned to Bulma's home. Bulma was operating the instrument when she heard a voice coming from behind, Bulma, long time no see. Bulma turned around and saw Son Goku and Trunks standing behind him. So he said, Goku, Trunks, you are back. Trunks said, Mom, we have succeeded in practicing and are out of seclusion early. Bulma nodded when he heard this, covered his nose and said, You guys go take a shower first, I will prepare food for you. When Son Goku and Trunks saw this, they smelled their breath and almost fainted in the next second. So I went to take a shower immediately. After taking a shower, the two got dressed, Bulma prepared the food, and the three of them started eating. Bulma asked Son Goku, Goku, how is Trunks training? Are you sure you can defeat the androids? After Trunks swallowed the food in his mouth, he said, Don't worry, Mother, with my current strength, the android can be destroyed with a flip of my hand. Bulma heard this and looked at Son Goku. Son Goku said, Trunks is right. Even if Vegeta and Son Goku are resurrected in this world, they can't beat the current Trunks. Maybe they won't be able to beat Trunks for a long time. Bulma heard this and said, That's great, Trunks, thank you so much Goku. Son Goku said, The relationship between us, how to say thank you, is too external. Bulma heard the words and said with a smile, Goku, please don't talk nonsense, I'm afraid Trunks will misunderstand. After hearing this, Trunks just buried his head in eating. Son Goku smiled and said, I'm talking about our friendship of more than 10 years. What do you think, Bulma? Hearing this, Bulma laughed and scolded, You Goku, I never expected that you can be so glib and yet the Goku of our world is honest. The three of them laughed when they heard this. After eating, Son Goku and Trunks came to a deserted place. Trunks releases breath, attracting the androids. After a while, the two androids took the bait and flew in front of Son Goku and Trunks. Son Goku looked at android number 18 and saw that he had long golden hair, white skin, and beautiful appearance, with peaks and ridges on his chest, two long legs that were thin and long, and a waist as soft as a boneless water snake. He was simply the best. It's hard to relate to a murderous devil. Android number 17 looked at Trunks and said, Why, Trunks stopped hiding and jumped out to seek death? We haven't had enough fun yet. Trunks said, Artificial beings, today is your day of death. I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my relatives and friends and the innocent humans who died at your hands. Ha ha ha, Trunks, are you not awake? Are you asking for this? We are chasing you like a lost dog, a rat that can only hide when you run away in panic. Android number 17 laughed. Android number 18 smiled and said, It's the pretty face next to you that gives you the confidence. Trunks said, Uncle Goku won't interfere, I am enough. Hearing this, Android number 17 looked at Son Goku, and then said in shock, You are Son Goku. Didn't you die of a heart attack? Son Goku said, Yes, I am Son Goku, the artificial human. Your life ends here. Hearing this, android number 18 laughed like a silver bell and said, Ha ha ha, it's just you and the trash trunks around you. Since you are resurrected, you should hide and shrink down and just struggle with food and clothing. How dare you come here? To come barking in front of us is really asking for death. Son Goku said, It's a pity that such a beautiful skin actually hides such a devilish soul like yours. Android number 18 smiled and said, Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. To express my gratitude, I will send you to the underworld for free. Son Goku shook his head and said to Trunks, Do it, Trunks. Hearing this, Trunks nodded, shouted, transformed into Super Saiyan, and attacked the two. Chapter 31 The Devil Beheads and Old Friends Meet. Trunks dodged and arrived in front of number 17. Number 17 smiled contemptuously when he saw this, and hit Trunks in the face with a punch. Then he laughed and said, Trunks, you are only so good, but you still dare to say that you want to kill us. Trunks said coldly, Really? Before number 17 could reply, he punched number 17 in the abdomen. The beating made number 17 instantly vomit out all the food he had eaten the night before. Just as number 17 was about to speak, Trunks fired an energy bomb and sent number 17 home. Son Goku thought to himself, This Trunks is really the most nonchalant Saiyan. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much. If it were Vegeta, he would have to taunt him no matter what before he kills the android. When number 18 saw this, he shouted, "Impossible, Trunks, how could your strength reach such a level?" Upon hearing this, Trunks dodged and kicked number 18 away. Then he crossed his palms, raised them to his forehead, yelled magic flash, and an extremely thick energy wave directly hit number 18. Number 18 had no time to make any noise before he was blown to pieces. Upon seeing this, Trunks cried with joy and murmured, "Father, Brother Gohan, Uncle Goku, Uncle Piccolo, everyone, I finally avenged you." Then he released the Super Saiyan transformation, came to Son Goku, and said, "Uncle Goku, the androids have been solved, let's go back." Son Goku said, "Don't worry, there is a little bug next to you." Then he turned and shouted to a hidden place nearby, "Come out, little bug, I saw you." The first generation Cell, who was hiding in the darkness, heard this and walked out of the shadows. It was about 2 meters tall, ugly in appearance, covered in green, and had many black spots on it. Trunks saw this and shouted at him, "Spotted monster, who are you and why are you peeking at my battle with the androids?" Cell heard this and said, "Trunks didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few days, your strength would actually reach such an extent. Even 2 androids were easily killed by you." Trunks heard this and said, "How do you know me, what is your name, and what do you want to do?" Son Goku said to Trunks, "It's called Cell. It's the ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Gero. Its current appearance is just its primary form. As long as it absorbs 2 artificial human beings, it will become a complete body. The strength will increase greatly." After hearing this, Cell was shocked and said, "Son Goku, how do you know my details? I remember you died of a heart attack, didn't you?" Son Goku didn't reply and said to Trunks, "It's in your hands." When Trunks heard that it was the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, he had murderous intentions. After listening to Son Goku's words, he directly turned on Super Saiyan, ducked in front of Cell, and hit Cell with one punch. Cell vomited blood. Seeing that Trunks wanted to take action, Cell hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, Trunks, I am not an evil android, I have never killed anyone." Trunks was unmoved. Over the years, androids had become Trunks' nightmare. Trunks didn't care whether you were a good or bad android, as long as you were an android, you would all die. A flash of magic flash passed by, and Cell was directly beaten into slag and disappeared between heaven and earth. Son Goku saw this and said, "Trunks did a good job. Your decisive and killing character is good. I like it very much." After hearing this, Trunks released his Super Saiyan transformation, came to Son Goku and said, "Uncle Goku, thank you. I just don't want anything to happen." Son Goku nodded, and then said to Trunks, "Come on, I will take you to find Vegeta and the others." Trunks heard this and said in surprise, "Father, are they all still alive?" Son Goku shook his head and said, "They are dead, but their condition is very strange. You will know if you follow me." Trunks heard this, nodded, and then put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder. Son Goku used instant transmission and arrived at Kaiu in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at Son Goku and Trunks and said, "Long time no see, Trunks and Goku from another world." Trunks looked at everyone and said excitedly, "Uncle Goku, Father, Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan, Uncle Klin, Uncle Tien Shinyan, Uncle Dumplings and Grandpa Master Roshi, it turns out you are all here." The Son Goku of this world smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work these years, Trunks, you did a good job." Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you did a good job, you didn't embarrass me." Son Goku wondered, "Vegeta, aren't you supposed to be in hell, why are you also on Kaiou?" Vegeta was furious when he heard this and said, "Kakarot, no matter which world you are in, you are always so annoying." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Son Goku of this world explained, Vegeta was originally in hell. I saw that everyone was on Kaiu, so I begged Kaiu-sama to bring Vegeta out of hell. Son Goku said, "That's it, I'll just say it." The Son Goku of this world looked at Son Goku and said, "I can feel that your strength is very strong, why don't we compete?" Son Goku shook his head and said, "No, just compete with Trunks. Now Trunks is stronger than any of you." Vegeta snorted coldly when he heard this. "Kakarot from another world, stop looking down on others. We have not been idle these years. Although Trunks is very strong, he is not necessarily stronger than me and Kakarot." Son Goku smiled and said, "Do you think what you saw is Trunks' true strength?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Kakarot, what do you mean? Didn't Trunks use all his strength when he killed the homunculus?" Son Goku said, "Of course, they are just artificial humans. I don't know that Trunks is now going to war." Vegeta heard this and wanted to say something else. Son Goku waved his hand and said, "Seeing is believing. You will know after you feel Trunks' strength up close." Then he said to Trunks, "Trunks, show everyone your strength." Trunks heard this, nodded and said, "Okay Uncle Goku." Then with a loud shout, he transforms directly into Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt Trunks' strength and was quite shocked, but still said, "If Trunks only has this strength, then it can only be said to be pretty good." Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately transformed into Super Saiyan with full power in one step. At this time, everyone's eyes widened, and Vegeta said in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if Trunks enters the spiritual time room to practice, he will only practice for 2 years at most. How can he catch up with or even surpass me and Kakarot? More than 10 years of practice." Chapter 32 Super 2 vs Super 2 Trunks beat Kongbei. Son Goku said, "Nothing is impossible. Trunks just has no one to guide him. His talent is not bad." Son Goku of this world said, "I didn't expect that Trunks could reach such a state of cultivation in such a short period of time. I'm really curious about what level of cultivation you have reached in this other world." Son Goku said, "I want to know, I will tell you after your battle with Trunks is over." Vegeta heard this and said, "Okay, let me try this guy's strength first." After that, he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This time it was Son Goku's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect Vegeta's strength to transform into Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Son Goku ignored an important factor, and that is time. This world is 20 years later than the world where Son Goku lives, which means that Son Goku and Vegeta in this world are 20 years older than him. Even without the oppression of powerful enemies, with Son Goku and Vegeta's in terms of combat talent, it is no problem to train to Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then figured out this truth, and then felt Vegeta's aura, which was far inferior to Trunks. Vegeta must have just learned how to transform into Super Saiyan 2 not long ago, otherwise his strength would not be so low, Son Goku thought to himself. At the same time, it is speculated that Son Goku in this world will also transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for how far he has gone on the road to Super Saiyan 2, it is unknown. After Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, he dodged and was in front of Trunks. He hit Trunks in the abdomen with a black tiger strike, leaving an afterimage. Trunks' words came to his ears, "Father, you can't hit me if you're so slow." When Vegeta heard this, he said angrily, "Damn it, Trunks, you are so promising, how dare you mock your father and me?" Trunks heard this and said, "I don't dare, father. I am working my ass off on Earth, but you are practicing leisurely here. How can I dare to mock you?" Vegeta was speechless as he was speechless. This group of people did indeed act a bit unkindly. Before, his strength was not as good as that of the androids, so there was nothing to say about it. But after his strength surpassed that of the androids, he didn't even think about destroying the androids, so he let Trunks and Son Gohan carry them. After Son Gohan died, Trunks was the only one left to carry him. Before, Trunks didn't react when he saw everyone happy. Will Trunks not complain when he reacts? Seeing that Vegeta didn't say anything, Trunks knew that Vegeta already knew that he was wrong, so he ignored him and continued to investigate. Vegeta didn't say anything and thought to himself, this kid has grown up and dares to complain about me. I will definitely deal with this kid. Then he used his full strength to fight Trunks, and the two began to chase each other in the air. Vegeta's movements lagged behind Trunks every time, and what he hit were the afterimages of Trunks. Son Goku of this world saw this and knew that Vegeta was far from Trunks's opponent. Trunks did not fight back out of kindness. Then he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2 and rushed forward. Vegeta saw this and said angrily, "Kakarot, go away, I have to teach this kid a lesson today." Son Goku said, "Vegeta, don't slap your face and act fat. You can't even touch the corners of Trunks' clothes. If you can beat Trunks, who will believe you?" Vegeta's face turned red when he heard this, and he said angrily, "Kakarot, you are so annoying." Seeing this, Trunks said, "Uncle Goku, Father, you all take action together, otherwise you will not be my opponent." Son Goku nodded and said, "Okay, Trunks, I understand, but don't hold back." Vegeta heard the words and said, "Good boy, you dare to look down on you and me? Okay, Kakarot, let's teach this boy a lesson together and let him know what it means to respect your elders." When Son Goku heard this, he curled his lips and thought, it's not yet clear who will teach whom. Then ignoring Vegeta, he ducked in front of Trunks and started attacking. Vegeta saw this and rushed behind Trunks to attack. Upon seeing this, Trunks smiled slightly and disappeared under the noses of the two of them. Before the two of them had time to stop, one punched the other. Then he covered his stomach at the same time, his face distorted. Vegeta said angrily, "Kakarot, you can't be gentle." Son Goku said, "I didn't see you stopping either." The two of them calmed down for a moment, with solemn expressions at the same time. With just one shot, the two knew that Trunks' strength was far superior to their own, and if they were not careful, they would lose miserably. The two looked around and finally saw Trunks' figure above their head. Trunks hugged his shoulders and looked up at the sky. He was really good at pretending. Son Goku on Kaiu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Seeing this, Son Goku and Vegeta attacked Trunks in unison. The two men surrounded Trunks and started fighting with Trunks. Trunks was stronger than the two of them, and although his experience was slightly inferior, it had no impact at all. Having the upper hand, it didn't take long for Son Goku and Vegeta to be beaten with bruises and bruises. On the other hand, Trunks still looked calm and relaxed. Seeing that they were no match for melee combat, Vegeta and Son Goku started long-range attacks. The two moved in tandem, pulling away from each other. Vegeta used a big explosion attack, and Son Goku used Kamehameha, hitting Trunks at the same time. Trunks shouted when he saw this, and saw an energy shield appear on his body, blocking all attacks from the two men. Seeing this, Son Goku and Vegeta increased their output, and the two energy waves instantly grew several times stronger. Upon seeing this, Trunks shouted loudly, the aura around his body expanded, and the energy shield expanded rapidly, ejecting the two of them in an instant. Son Goku saw this and said to Trunks, "Trunks, there is no need to compete, we are no match for you." Vegeta heard this and said, "Kakarot, this is nothing like you. How could you give up so easily?" Son Goku said to Trunks, "I'm afraid you haven't used your true strength until now, right?" Trunks nodded and said, "I probably used 70% of my strength." Vegeta was shocked and said, "What?" Son Goku said, "Sure enough, my guess was right." The three of them released Super Saiyan 2's transformation, returned to normal, and returned to Kai planet to be with everyone. The Son Goku of this world said to Son Goku, "Now, it's time for you to show us your strength." Son Goku saw this and said, "Well, I will let you see my true strength." Chapter 33 Super 3 Goku appears and makes a wish to resurrect everyone. Son Goku shouted loudly, and suddenly there was a strong wind around him. The aura around his body expanded rapidly, his hair began to turn golden, and golden aura surrounded him. After a while, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku and Vegeta in this world were shocked when they felt Son Goku's aura. The aura of Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan had exceeded the aura of their transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku ignored this, then shouted loudly and began to transform into Super Saiyan 2. I saw that the arrogance on his body was gushing out, his blonde hair stood on end, a strand of blonde hair hung down on his forehead, and he was surrounded by lightning. Son Goku, Vegeta, and everyone in this world felt Son Goku's vast and majestic aura and were shocked. Son Goku told everyone, "What I want to show next is the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. In this world, Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Super Saiyan 2, is there any other transformation?" Son Goku said, "Of course, you don't think that Super Saiyan 2 will reach its peak, right?" "No, no." In this world, Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked, but also quite happy. As long as they know the direction of practice, they have a goal and motivation, they are not afraid that their strength will stagnate. Vegeta said, "Please continue your performance, let us see how terrifying Super Saiyan III's strength is." Son Goku said, "No problem." After speaking, he shouted loudly and started roaring like a constipation. A flash of lightning flashed in everyone's mind, and they felt a strong and suffocating aura emanating from Son Goku. Ah 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 ah! With a 3-minute roar, Son Goku finally successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku caught everyone's eyes, with long blonde hair reaching his waist, protruding eyebrows, missing eyebrows, green pupils, cold and ruthless, and a stern face, with an evil aura, covered in golden flames, and surrounded by dense lightning. When everyone felt Son Goku's aura, they felt like a drop in the ocean, extremely small. Son Goku said, "I kept you waiting, this is Super Saiyan 3 that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku of this world said, "This is Super Saiyan San. It is indeed majestic and unfathomable in strength." Son Goku said, "The transformation of Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times stronger than normal, 8 times stronger than Super Saiyan 1, and 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta said, "This improved strength is really terrifying." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku released Super Saiyan III's transformation, returned to normal, and said to everyone, "There is no end to the journey of cultivation, so work hard, everyone." Everyone nodded in agreement. Son Goku said, "I am here to resurrect you, do you agree?" Everyone looked at each other, and Son Goku in this world said, "Before you came, we did not plan to resurrect, but after seeing the strength of you and Trunks, we plan to resurrect." Son Goku asked, "Why is this?" Vegeta said, "During training, there is no motivation without pressure. When Kakarot and I surpassed the artificial humans in strength, we became a little slack. The strength increases slowly, so only when facing strong enemies, the strength will increase rapidly. Trunks is the best example, so we all intend to be resurrected." Son Goku heard this and nodded, "Vegeta, you are right. I have a hunch that your world will encounter more powerful enemies in the future. It is not enough to count on Trunks alone, so you must also take responsibility." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku saw this and said to everyone, "In that case, you just wait here while Trunks and I go to Namek. Then cast instant transmission, take Trunks to Namek in the blink of an eye." Son Goku quickly found the current Grand Elder Mu Li. When Mu Li saw it was Son Goku, he happily said, "Mr. Son Goku, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, but you still have the same style." Son Goku smiled and said, "The Great Elder has given me a reward. I am visiting Namek this time because I have something to ask for. I hope the Great Elder can help." The great elder said, Goku, you are welcome. You are my distinguished guest of Namek. As long as we can help, we will not refuse. Son Goku nodded, and then told the great elder the whole story. After hearing this, the great elder expressed deep sympathy and asked the clansmen to send the 7 Dragon Balls immediately. Son Goku thanked him again. An hour later, the clan elders sent 7 Dragon Balls. Son Goku immediately summoned Palunga. Then he said to Palunga in Namek language, Palunga, my first wish is to help me resurrect a Namek named Piccolo. Palunga said, this wish is very simple. Then a red light flashed in his eyes, and the halo on Piccolo's head disappeared as he was far away on Caillou. Palunga said, your first wish has been fulfilled, what is your second wish? After hearing this, Son Goku pondered for a moment and said, help me eliminate the time effect of gravity on my body. After hearing this, Palunga was silent for a long time and said, my ability can only eliminate the time effect caused by tens of billions of times gravity. Do you still want to use this wish? Son Goku heard this and said, okay, just help me realize this wish. When Palunga heard this, his eyes flashed red, and then he said, this wish has been fulfilled for you. What is your next wish? Son Goku thought for a while and said, let me know the distribution positions and gravitational parameters of all black holes in the universe. This is a wish. Palunga pondered for a moment and said, okay, and then a red light flashed in his eyes. Son Goku felt that there were a lot more things in his mind. Fortunately, Son Goku had been practicing divine power all year round and had strong mental power, otherwise he might have become an idiot. Palunga said to Son Goku, all your wishes have been fulfilled, goodbye. After saying that, he disappeared. Son Goku also asked the great elder to select a person from the clan to go to the earth to transform Dragon Ball. When the great elder told the tribe, Dende expressed his willingness to go, so Son Goku took Trunks and Dende to use instant transmission and returned to the Celestial Temple. At this time, the god has been resurrected, and he is extremely happy to see Son Goku, Trunks, and Dende, especially seeing Dende, a member of his tribe, and some of the ideas in his mind are about to be realized. Son Goku planned to transform Shenron. When he told the god agreed. Bobo brought the Shenron model, Dende operated it, and then said to Son Goku, Uncle Goku, Shenron has been transformed and you can make wishes. Son Goku nodded, and then said to the 7 Dragon Balls, come out, Shenron, and grant my wish. There was a thunder in the sky, and Shenron appeared on the stage, angrily saying to Son Goku, whoever summoned me, I can help you realize any 3 wishes. Son Goku knew that Shenron was bragging and did not expose it, so he said, my first wish is to please resurrect the humans killed by the androids, except for the extremely evil ones. Shenron pondered for a moment and said, okay, then his eyes flashed red and he said to Son Goku, your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me the second wish. Son Goku said, my second wish is to restore the Earth's architecture to its original state. Shenron pondered for a long time and said, okay, then a red light flashed and asked Son Goku, what is your third wish? Son Goku said, my third wish is to master Sion's method of making the moon. Shenron said, this wish is very simple, and then a red light flashed, and Son Goku had a lot more knowledge in his mind. After Shenron realized his wish, he said, all your wishes have been fulfilled, goodbye. Chapter 34 Trunks' one-day trip to the past. On King Kai, after everyone was resurrected, Son Goku used instant transmission and took everyone directly back to Bulma's house in the western capital of Earth. Bulma looked at the resurrected people and cried with joy. Vegeta rarely said to Bulma, thank you for your hard work these years. Bulma burst into laughter and said to Vegeta, so you also care about people. Vegeta's face turned red when he heard this, he snorted and went straight into the house. Seeing this, Bulma led everyone into the home. With the fulfillment of Son Goku's wish, the Earth has returned to its prosperity before the emergence of artificial humans. After Son Goku's wish came true, he led Trunks to bid farewell to the gods and Bobo, and used instant transmission to return to Bulma's house. Dende was kept by the god, saying that he had important matters to discuss. Son Goku knew what the god said and didn't care. Bulma's house, Trunks, and Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Bulma said to Son Goku, "Thank you very much, Mr. Son from another world." Son Goku said, "You're welcome, since everyone has been resurrected, it's time for me to return to my time and space." Trunks heard this and said, "Uncle Goku, won't you stay a few more days?" Son Goku said, "No, Trunks, you have to practice hard." Then he said to Bulma, "Bulma, you should be able to build gravity chambers now. You can build several gravity chambers to help everyone practice. High gravity is very helpful for improving everyone's strength, especially us Scion." Hearing this, Bulma said, "That's it, okay Mr. Son, I understand." Son Goku continued, "Bulma, can you write a book about your knowledge, insights, and experience in building a time machine and give it to me? I plan to give it to Bulma when I go back and ask her to help build the time machine." Bulma heard this and said, "Okay, I have written it a long time ago, just to prepare for any eventuality." Then I turned around and went home to look for information. Son Goku then said to the Son Goku of this world, "Kakarot, you can teach Kaioken to everyone. High power Kaioken will improve your strength even more than Super Saiyan." Son Goku nodded and said, "I know, Kakarot from another world." At this time, Bulma came to Son Goku with a thick book and said, "Son Jun, this is my knowledge, experience in building a time machine." Son Goku took the book and said to Bulma, "Thank you Bulma." Bulma said, "You're welcome, Mr. Sunday." Then Trunks jumped on the time machine, adjusted the space-time coordinates and time nodes, and said to Son Goku, "Uncle Goku, the parameters have been adjusted and you are ready to go." Son Goku nodded, then jumped into the time machine, waving goodbye to everyone. The next moment, a white light flashed, and the time machine, Son Goku and Trunks disappeared into the future time and space. In the past time and space, Bulma was basking in the sun in the yard when she saw a machine suddenly appear in the sky. After the time machine came down, Son Goku jumped out of the time machine, came to Bulma's side, picked up Bulma, and said, "Bulma, do you miss me?" Hearing this, Bulma blushed and said, "Goku, please put me down quickly, there are people watching." After hearing this, Son Goku put Bulma down, pointed at Trunks, and introduced to Bulma, "This young man is Trunks in the future world." Trunks heard this and said shyly, "Hello, Ms. Bulma." Bulma smiled and said, "Hello, Trunks." At this time, everyone came out of the gravity room and came to the three people. Piccolo asked, "Son Jun, is this time travel going well?" Son Goku said, "Everything goes well, the artificial humans have been destroyed, and you will all be resurrected by me in the future." Piccolo said, "That's good. How about the strength of artificial humans in the future world?" Son Goku said, "It's even worse than the current Vegeta." "Oh, that's it," Piccolo said. Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "Piccolo, what do you mean, do you look down on me?" Piccolo snorted and said nothing. Upon seeing this, Son Goku said, "Stop arguing, I will train you next to improve your strength to deal with all powerful enemies that may appear in the future." No one spoke. Son Goku shouted to Trunks, "Trunks, show them your strength after training with me, and let them know." Trunks said, "No problem." Then with a loud shout, he transformed directly into Super Saiyan with full power. Everyone was shocked when they felt Trunks' strength. Piccolo said to Son Goku, "Son Jun, how did you train Trunks? This kid is completely different from before." Vegeta even said, "In just a few days, Kakarot, you have trained this kid into Super Saiyan too." Son Goku said, "Spiritual time room, you know, Trunks and I stayed in it for 2 years." Piccolo said, "That's it. Son Goku said, each of you has a different situation. Next, I will make a training plan for you. If you train according to the plan, your strength will improve. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku nodded when he saw this, and then said to Bulma, Bulma, help me prepare food, let's entertain Trunks. Bulma nodded and was about to leave when Son Goku handed the book in his hand to Bulma and said, this is what Bulma gave you in the future. Take the information about the time machine. When Bulma heard this, he was overjoyed and said, great. With this information, I can avoid many detours and quickly build a time machine. Son Goku nodded. He originally hoped that Bulma could create a time machine as soon as possible so that he could travel through time and enter various parallel worlds to improve his strength. After Bulma left, Son Goku led Trunks to visit several gravity chambers. After Trunks saw the gravity chamber, he realized why everyone was much stronger than the people in his own world at the same time. Afterwards, Son Goku pointed at Trunks' forehead and taught him Kaioken's training method. He said to Trunks, Kaioken combined with the gravity chamber will be of great help in improving strength. Trunks, you must pay attention to it. Trunks said, Uncle Goku, I know. Afterwards, Bulma prepared the meal, and Son Goku and everyone started to devour it. Several scions were eating like crazy, as if they were starving to death. Son Goku thought to himself, Shishi and Bulma are the only ones in this world who can afford to feed so many scions. After everyone had eaten, Trunks jumped on the time machine. As everyone waved goodbye, he started the time machine and returned to the future world. Chapter 35 Strengthening of All Members. After Trunks left, Son Goku called everyone together and asked about the status of the practice. Son Goku looked at Piccolo and said, Piccolo, have you adapted to the 300 times gravity chamber? Piccolo said, I am fully able to adapt to Sun Jun's 300 times gravity. I can already use 100 times Kaioken. The gravity chamber has already made little improvement for me. Son Goku nodded and asked about the status of others. The result is, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming have all cleared the 300x gravity chamber, can cast the 100x Kaioken, and all three can transform into Super Saiyan. Raditz and Nappa also cleared the 300x gravity chamber. They just learned to transform into Super Saiyan not long ago, and they were able to use the 100x Kaioken. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha have just adapted to the 100x gravity, and they still need to practice in the 100x gravity room for more time. All three of them can use the 20x Kaioken, and their combat power has reached the tens of millions level. Dumpling has just adapted to 80 times gravity, can cast 15 times Kaioken, and has a combat power of 6 million. Son Goku also knows that the improvement in strength of Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Dumpling is still too slow compared to Saiyan and Piccolo, but everyone is friends and they still have to help if they can. So he said to the four of them, your next training plan is still to practice in the gravity room to adapt to higher gravity. I know, Goku, Krillin said. Son Goku nodded, and then said to Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Raditz, and Nappa, your next training plan is to practice Super Saiyan 1 to full power, and then try the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta nodded and said, Kakarot, I understand, I will train to the full power of Super Saiyan 1 as soon as possible, and then transform into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku nodded, and then said to Piccolo, Piccolo, your training is still focused on adapting to high gravity. Piccolo said, Son Jun, I have adapted to 300 times gravity, and there is no higher gravity room here. Son Goku smiled and said, Piccolo, didn't you wear weight-bearing clothing before to practice? Piccolo pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he said, Son Jun, you mean to continue practicing in the gravity chamber while wearing weight-bearing clothing? Son Goku secretly said, Piccolo is truly the intellectual leader of Dragon Ball. He just proposed the heavy-bearing clothing, and Piccolo thought of the key to it. So he said, yes, Piccolo, I will ask Shenron to make a wish later. I want some weight-bearing clothes with controllable gravity multiples. You can wear them and continue practicing in the gravity room. Piccolo nodded upon hearing this. Son Goku said to everyone, "Okay, now that the plan has been made, let's all practice hard. When the artificial humans appear in 3 years, let's give them a big surprise." Hearing this, everyone smiled like a sixth man. After that, everyone started their own training. After Son Goku collected the Dragon Balls, he made a wish to Shenron and received 6 pieces of weight-bearing clothing. Each piece has a maximum gravity of up to 300 times the Earth's gravity, exactly the same as Son Goku's previous ones. Son Goku gave it to Piccolo, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Raditz, Nappa. Everyone adjusted the size according to their own size. After putting it on, they adjusted the gravity multiplier and then devoted themselves to training. Half a year later, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming successfully cultivated Super Saiyan 1 to full power, and began to try the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku told the 3 people the key to transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2 after 3 attempts. As for Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming, they failed after trying many times. Son Goku asked Son Goku, "Father, why did Uncle Vegeta succeed after only 3 attempts, while my brother and I tried so many times without success?" Son Goku smiled and said, "You 2 idiots, is there anything that makes you extremely angry?" Hearing this, the 2 shook their heads. They had grown up so smoothly and had never suffered any hardships. How could they produce extreme anger? Son Goku said, "You have not been able to generate extreme anger, so naturally you cannot transform into Super Saiyan 2 through this method. Then father, what should we do to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wuming asked with wide eyes. Son Goku said, "Increase the basic combat power. When the basic combat power is raised to a certain height, you can naturally transform into Super Saiyan 2. "Oh, that's it, we know, father," Sun Wuzhen said. Son Goku nodded and said, "Go ahead and continue practicing." The 2 nodded and went to practice. In the following days, they met in the gravity room at 2 o'clock every day. 5 months later, Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming passed the 300 times gravity chamber, and their basic combat power reached an astonishing 500 million. Then, with everyone watching, the 2 shouted loudly and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. When Vegeta saw this, he was stunned and thought, "This hybrid's talent is really powerful. It seems that I have to contribute to the reproduction of Saiyan." Others with this mindset include Nappa and Raditz. Son Goku was very happy to see that both of them could transform into Super Saiyan 2. Compared with the original Son Gohan, not only did the 2 of them transform into Super Saiyan 2 2 years earlier, but their strength was also much higher. Phew! Son Goku believes that under his guidance, the 2 of them will never be in the situation like Nobi-Han. After that, everyone continued to practice. Except for Son Goku, who will have 3 more children born in the next month. 1 month later, Shishi gave birth to a boy, who Son Goku named Son Goten after much thought. 2 days later, Bulma gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy named Sunks and a girl named Sunbula. After that, Son Goku only practiced for half a day every day, and spent the remaining half day with Shishi, Bulma, and the 2 children. 3 months later, Piccolo successfully cleared the 300X gravity chamber, and his basic combat power reached 350 million. Most importantly, he could display the 300X Kaioken, and his combat power reached the 100 billion level. Piccolo found Son Goku and said, "Son Jun, what should I do next? I have completely adapted to the 300 times gravity chamber." Son Goku smiled and said, "Piccolo, next I will teach you the method of cultivating divine power. You can start cultivating divine power." Piccolo heard this and wondered, "What is divine power?" Son Goku said, Cultivation of divine power can increase the dimension of life and improve strength. However, the practice of divine power is no better than ordinary practice. It must be done step by step, and it will not help much in improving strength in the early stage. Piccolo heard this and said, "I see, that's okay." Son Goku nodded and then pointed at Piccolo's forehead. Piccolo instantly had a method of cultivation in his mind. Then Son Goku sent Piccolo to practice. Chapter 36 Super 4 Son Goku joins. After Piccolo left, Son Goku murmured, "It's time to break through Super Saiyan 4. Then cast instant transmission and came to the Celestial Temple. Seeing Son Goku's arrival, Bobo and Demigod stepped forward to say hello. "Long time no see, Goku." Son Goku said, "Mr. Popo, I haven't seen you for a long time. I came here this time to borrow the spiritual time room." The god said, "Goku, haven't you been in the spiritual time room before? If you go in now, you won't be able to get out." Son Goku smiled and said, "God, don't worry, with my current strength, I can definitely break through the different dimensions and come out from it." The god said, "I see. Well, Goku, I happen to have something to discuss with you. I plan to fuse with Piccolo. I hope you will let Piccolo come." Son Goku said, "God, why are you doing this? The Earth's current defense force is strong enough and you don't need to do this." The god said, "I am old, but Piccolo is young, powerful, and talented. Instead of living in an ignoble existence, it is better to fuse with Piccolo and perfect Piccolo so that he can go further on the road of cultivation." Son Goku heard this and said, "Okay, God, I respect your choice. When I come out of the spiritual time room, I will go find Piccolo." The god nodded. Bobo heard the conversation between the two and was very sad. Seeing this, the god comforted him, "Bobo, you don't have to be sad. Piccolo's father and I are one and the same. Now we are fused together, so it's natural. When you see Piccolo in the future, you will see me." Bobo burst into tears after hearing this and said to the god, "Lord God, I respect your decision." The god nodded, and then said to Bobo, "Bobo, take Goku to the spiritual time room." Hearing this, Bobo could only nod, and then led Son Goku to the spiritual time room. After the two arrived at the spiritual time room, Bobo retreated. After Son Goku entered the spiritual time room, he began to create an artificial moon. After a while, a bright moon hung high over the spiritual time room. Son Goku looked at the artificial moon, his mind made a thump, thump, thump sound, and his figure immediately grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black giant ape more than 10 meters tall. Son Goku looked at his body, then shouted and transformed into a golden giant ape. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Son Goku roared several times, and then began to try to compress the energy in his body. Ah 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 ah! With the deafening roar, the physical energy was continuously compressed, and Son Goku's body gradually became smaller. After a while, Son Goku, who was muscular, with his upper body covered in red fluff, bare chest, and wearing leather pants on his lower body, appeared in the spiritual time room. With thick black hair, red eyes, and green pupils, he is not only handsome, but also domineering. Son Goku used his magical power and a mirror appeared out of thin air in front of him. Looking at himself in the mirror, Son Goku praised, "Super Saiyan 4 is really handsome and domineering." Then Son Goku felt his strength, and it was indeed 4,000 times the basic combat strength. Although the increase is not large, the physical strength is incomparable. Son Goku secretly said, with his current strength, everything will be fine before Beerus comes to Earth. But Son Goku still dare not slack off. The enemies in the future will be stronger than the last. Only by constantly working hard can he defeat these enemies. After that, Son Goku began to practice in the Super Saiyan 4 state. In the beginning, Super Saiyan 4's state could only last for 2 hours. After 3 months, it can last for 1 day. After a year, it can last for a week. 2 years later, Son Goku Super Saiyan 4 can already maintain his status for a month. Son Goku fired a ki blast, punching a hole as high as a person into the spiritual time room, and then walked out of it. Tenjin and Bobo were shocked to see the appearance of Son Goku Super Saiyan 4. The god tried to ask, "Are you Goku?" Son Goku smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Why, the gods don't recognize me now?" The god heard this and said, "Goku, it's really you. How did you become like this?" Son Goku said, "This is just a transformed form of Saiyan." The gods and Bobo are not surprised. Hearing this, the god said, "I see, so Goku, you entered the spiritual time room to practice this time just to cultivate into this form." Son Goku said, "Yes, I spent 2 years in it and finally mastered this form proficiently." The god nodded when he heard this and said, "Congratulations to you, Goku." Son Goku waved his hand and said, "God, I'm going back. I will tell Piccolo your decision." The god nodded when he heard this and said, "Go, Goku, I'm ready." Son Goku heard this, nodded, and then returned home with an instant transmission. In the courtyard, Bulma looked at Son Goku who suddenly appeared. He looked confused and asked tentatively, "Are you Goku?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Why, after not seeing each other for a few days, I don't know your husband anymore." When Bulma heard this, his eyes shone with light and he said, "It's really you, Goku, how come you have become so handsome and domineering?" Son Goku said, "This is another transformation of mine, which I call Super Saiyan 4. Hearing this, Bulma was overjoyed and said, "So that's it. I'm going to try it tonight to see how effective you are in this form." Son Goku smiled and said, "No problem, tonight, call Shishi, we will fight until dawn." Bulma stayed silent and said, "It's settled in one word, Goku." Son Goku smiled and nodded, then asked, "Where are the others?" Bulma said, "They are all soaking in the gravity room. Piccolo is not in the gravity room. He has been looking for you these 2 days. Oh, I happen to have something to do with him. Where is he now?" Son Goku asked. Bulma smiled, "He's looking after Goten, X, and Bra." Son Goku laughed when he heard this, "You really treat Piccolo as a nanny." Bulma smiled and said, "Why not use such a useful nanny?" Son Goku smiled and said, "What you said makes sense, then I'll go find Piccolo." Bulma nodded and said, "Go ahead." Son Goku reached Piccolo with an instant transmission. At this time, Piccolo was coaxing Son Bula. Seeing Son Goku appear, he said awkwardly, "Son Jun, you are finally back. I am looking for you." Son Goku said, "I'm looking for you too. How did you recognize me? My current form is very different from before." Piccolo said, "We have been old friends for many years. I don't know you. As for your instant transmission, among everyone, who else can do it besides you?" Son Goku smiled and said, "I can't hide it from anyone, but I can't hide it from you, Piccolo." Piccolo said, "Is this your new transformation? It looks pretty good." Son Goku said, "It's not bad. I call this transformation Super Saiyan 4. The strength it possesses is 4,000 times the basic combat power." Piccolo's eyes almost popped out when he heard this, and he said, "You Saiyan are really a perverted race. How did Frieza prey on your clan before?" Son Goku said, "You Namek are not bad people, you can create the Dragon Ball that makes wishes come true." Piccolo nodded upon hearing this. Son Goku said, "I came back from the Celestial Temple, and the Celestial God is looking for you and is ready to fuse with you." Piccolo heard this and said, "Has the old guy figured it out?" Son Goku nodded, and Piccolo saw this and said, "Okay, I understand, I will go to the Tien Shen Temple now, hoping to improve." Chapter 37 The 3-year period has come and the artificial man is born. After Piccolo said goodbye to Son Goku, he immediately flew to the Celestial Temple. After a while, they arrived at the Temple of Heaven. When the god saw Piccolo coming, he said, "You are here." Piccolo said, "Yes, I'm coming, are you ready?" God said, "I have been prepared from the moment I made this decision." Piccolo nodded and said, "Let's get started." The god said, "Okay." Behind him, Bobo said with tears in his eyes, "Lord God." The god said, "Bobo, don't be sad. Only by integrating with Piccolo can I better protect the earth." Bobo nodded with tears in his eyes. The god came to Piccolo's side, grabbed Piccolo's arm with both hands, and then his breath surged and his whole body emitted a dazzling white light. After a moment, the god disappeared without a trace, leaving Piccolo alone. Piccolo felt his own power and laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my strength to improve so much with the old guy fusion, ha ha ha." After laughing for a long time, Piccolo said to Bobo, "Bobo, I will ask Goku to pick up Dende from Namek later and let him be the new god. You can teach him well." "Okay, God," Bobo said. When Piccolo heard this, he didn't say anything, nodded, and then flew away from the Temple of Heaven. After a while, Piccolo returned to Bulma's house. At this time, everyone is watching Son Goku in Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku saw Piccolo coming back and said, "Piccolo, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Your basic combat effectiveness is almost the same as mine." Piccolo heard this and said, "I still can't hide it from you, Goku. Yes, with the fusion of God, my basic combat power has increased nearly 10 times. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. They thought Saiyan was already perverted enough, but they didn't expect Namek to be no less generous. Just one fusion increased his combat power 10-fold. Is this a royal method? Is there any heavenly principle? Even the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is a little depressed. First, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and now he is a Piccolo fusion god. His strength has increased 10-fold. He thought that by practicing to Super Saiyan 2, he would close the gap with Son Goku and Piccolo. Who could have thought, that it would end like this? Not only did it not close the gap, but it actually widened the gap between them. Piccolo said, "I have merged with the god, and the Dragon Ball has disappeared, so Goku, I have to trouble you to go to Namek and bring Dende back to take over the position of the god. I have already made an arrangement with Bobo." Son Goku said, "No problem, I'll go now." After saying that, he cast instant transmission and came to Namek, the Great Elder. The Great Elder was startled by the sudden appearance of Son Goku. Without waiting for the Great Elder to ask, Son Goku said, "Great Elder, don't be surprised. I am Son Goku, and this is my new form. I came to you to ask Dende to go to the earth to serve as a god. The earth's god has already merged with Piccolo." Upon hearing this, Great Elder Mu Li said, "That's it, okay, I'll have someone call Dende over right now." Son Goku nodded. After a while, Dende came to the two of them. Once the Great Elder explained the matter, Dende was happy to go. So the two said goodbye to the Great Elder, and Son Goku used instant transmission, returning to Earth in the blink of an eye and appearing in front of everyone. Sun Wuhan, Sun Wuming, and Klin were very happy when they saw Dende arriving, and they all said, "Hello, Dende, long time no see, welcome to the Earth." Dende also said happily, "Wuhan, Wuming, Klin, great to see you again." Seeing everyone gathered together again, Son Goku simply started a dinner party. In the courtyard, everyone was sitting together, and the food delivery robot served the meals one after another like water. A few Saiyans wolfed down the food, and although the rest of the people had seen them eating, they were still frightened every time they sat together and watched them eat. The dinner continued until evening. After everyone had eaten, they dispersed. Son Goku put his arms around Bulma and Shishi and entered the bedroom. The three of them started a heart-wrenching battle, with Son Goku fighting 1 against 2. The more they fought, the more courageous they became. The three of them went through many ups and downs until dawn, when the two were unable to parry, and Son Goku gave up. At noon the next day, Son Goku sent Dende to the Celestial Temple to meet Bobo. Bobo expressed a warm welcome to Dende's arrival. After arranging Dende, Son Goku returned home. After looking at Shishi and Bulma who were still sleeping, Son Goku turned around and entered the gravity room to start training again. A year later, Raditz and Nappa finally became Super Saiyan 2, and Son Goku congratulated them. At this time, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming have already practiced Super Saiyan 2 to full power, and are building up strength to prepare for Super Saiyan 3. Although Piccolo's strength has not improved much this year, he has successfully cultivated his divine power and his life level has been raised to the level of King Kai. As for the others, their strength has improved, but compared to a few Saiyans and Piccolo, they are not worth mentioning. In the following months, Son Goku began training on massive planets in the universe. Practice with the help of the super strong gravity on the planet. At this time, Son Goku was practicing on a red giant star 1,600 light-years away from the Earth. The surface temperature of this red giant star reaches 4,000 degrees, but it is not worth mentioning given Super Saiyan 4's tyrannical physique. The gravity of this red giant star is up to 10 million times that of the Earth. It took Son Goku 5 months of adaptation before he dared to practice on it. 3 months later, it was time for the artificial man to be born. Son Goku and everyone arrived at the place where the artificial man was born. At this time, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Sun Wuming had just learned to transform into Super Saiyan 3 not long ago. Piccolo was wearing Son Goku's weight-bearing suit and had also cleared the 500X gravity chamber not long ago. As for the others, they have also cleared the 300 times gravity chamber, and their strength has made great progress. Just like in the original work, everyone spread out to look for traces of the artificial man. Just like in the original work, Dr. Gero attacked Yamcha secretly. But the god of tea is not as helpless as in the original work. The moment he was attacked, Tea God activated 100 times Kaioken, with a combat power of up to 200 million, and directly forced Dr. Gero back. Tea God gasped and said, "Fortunately I haven't been lazy in the past few years. Otherwise I might have been killed by you." Dr. Gero's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. When did you trash have such tyrannical strength? Did I not wake up?" The tea god smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, the artificial man can't think of it. This is the surprise we have prepared for you for 3 years. Is it unexpected or not?" Dr. Gero was shocked when he heard this, but he still said calmly, "Yes, your strength really shocked me, but that's the end of it, you still can't escape my grasp." "Really?" Dr. Gero's Son Goku smiled. Dr. Gero turned around and saw behind him Son Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Nappa, Raditz, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Dumpling all staring at him with scary smiles. Chapter 38 Super 1 Raditz kills number 19 instantly. Upon seeing this, Dr. Gero stared at Son Goku and smiled. "This is what Yamcha calls a surprise, isn't it great?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Really? Then please ask Dr. Gero to move to the wilderness. We will let you know what a surprise is later." Dr. Gero said, "Okay, wait until I call my companions over, and then see what surprise you have prepared for me." "No problem, Dr. Gero, whatever you want," Son Goku said. Dr. Gero didn't reply, and called number 19 through the communication device. After a while, everyone saw a fat man flying to Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero said, "Okay, my companions have arrived. Next, it is time for you to choose the burial place. Come on, Son Goku, take us to your cemetery." Son Goku was not angry when he heard this, and said, "Dr. Gero, you are really a frog in the well. With just a few dolls, you want to die for us. It's really whimsical. Anyway, we will let you know later, Your artificial human art technology is just a civilization that sits in a well and looks at the sky, and is not worth mentioning in the face of real strength. Dr. Gero heard this and snorted coldly, Son Goku, you are still as arrogant as before. I will let you know what a stupid decision you made to let me go. Son Goku smiled when he heard this and said, it's useless to talk more. Let's go and follow us to the wasteland. I will let you know how big of a surprise we have spent 3 years preparing for you. Humph, lead the way. Dr. Gero snorted coldly. When Son Goku saw this, he didn't waste any time and flew towards the desert island, followed by everyone, while Dr. Gero and number 19 followed behind them. After a while, everyone came to a desert island. Dr. Gero looked around and said, yes, Son Goku, the cemetery you chose is good, it is a feng shui treasure land. Son Goku did not speak, but looked at the crowd and said, which of you will go up and practice your skills and show Dr. Gero the surprise we have prepared for him? Everyone looked at each other, and Vegeta said, come on, I have no interest in this kind of garbage doll. When everyone heard this, they looked at Piccolo. Piccolo saw this and said, don't look at me. Is this trash that even Vegeta is not interested in worthy of my attention? Everyone felt that it made sense. At this time, Raditz stood up and said to everyone, you are not interested, so I will go. I used to follow Vegeta, and I was a garbage collector. I have a lot of experience in mistreating vegetables. Son Goku heard this and said, my good brother, you still can't change your habit of bullying, okay, just you. Raditz laughed and said, Kakarot, you don't understand. It's fun to torture food for a while, and it's always good to torture food. You don't understand the joy of torturing food. Everyone laughed at this, it was very Raditz. When Dr. Gero heard this, he was almost furious. He said to android number 19, I'll beat Raditz hard later. Don't kill him easily. Android number 19 said, don't worry, number 20. You dare to say that I am a garbage doll? I must make him look good. Hearing this, Raditz jumped out of the crowd and said to android number 19, you are trash, but you still don't believe it. You are a scumbag with a combat power of only 500 million. What is it if it's not trash? Damn it, you're looking for death, android number 19 said angrily, then dodged, rushed in front of Raditz, and hit Super Saiyan Raditz with one punch. With her long blonde hair hanging down around her waist, she thought Raditz had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku looked at Super Saiyan Raditz with great interest and said to everyone, what do you think Raditz would look like if he became Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta laughed when he heard this, if Raditz becomes Super Saiyan 3, his hair will definitely grow to his heels. It's funny to think about it, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Nappa's eyes lit up and he said to Vegeta, Vegeta, as you say, if I become Super Saiyan 3, my hair will definitely grow out, that would be great. Vegeta heard this, looked at Nappa's bald head, and couldn't help laughing. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Nappa touched his bald head and said, what's so funny about this, especially the little bald Klin and Dumpling? Aren't you also bald? After hearing this, Klin reacted and felt a little frustrated. Instead, Dumpling took off the hat on his head and said, I'm not bald, I still have a hair on my head. Everyone laughed when they heard this, and even Klin's depression was swept away and he started laughing. Dr. Gero saw this and said, Son Goku, you are still laughing when you are about to die. Should I speak ignorantly and fearlessly, or should I call you stupid? After hearing this, Son Goku stopped laughing and said, you should be happy every day while you are alive. You are still a great scientist and you don't even understand such a simple truth. It is really funny. Besides, it is not certain who will die. Do you really think your garbage doll can beat Raditz? Dr. Gero heard this and said angrily, I am a scientist, not a philosopher, you idiot, Son Goku. In addition, number 19 is not trash. He is my masterpiece. He will kill you all. After hearing this, Son Goku waved his hand and said, whether it is garbage or not, we will know later. Let's wait and see. Dr. Gero heard this and said, hey, let's see. Son Goku said nothing and looked at the battle between Raditz and number 19. In fact, there is nothing interesting about this. For Son Goku, it's just novices pecking each other. Even if Raditz only transforms into Super Saiyan 1, number 19 is no match. Number 19 has less than 500 million combat power, while Raditz Super Saiyan 1 has a combat power of more than 150 billion. It is not difficult to kill number 19 with one move. The two were fighting back and forth, and it was undoubtedly Raditz who was letting things go. The two chased each other in the air, fighting with fists and kicks, and the fight was extremely fierce. Number 19 hit Raditz in the face with a punch and mocked, "Didn't you say I'm trash? Why do you only have so much strength?" Raditz turned around and said, "Trash doll, do you really think this is all I have? Ha ha ha, how naive." Hearing this, number 19 said, "Stop talking big words there. If you have the ability, use all your strength instead of talking big words here." Raditz smiled and said, "Since you are so eager to seek death, then I will help you and keep your dog eyes open." Hearing this, number 19 flashed, stepped back more than 10 meters away, and looked at Raditz. Raditz shouted loudly, the aura on his body rose sharply, his strength increased greatly, and the golden flames became more and more surging. When number 19 saw this, his eyes almost went crazy, and he shouted, "This is impossible, how could your strength reach such a level?" Raditz smiled and said, "If you want to know, go to hell and ask the king of hell." After saying that, he dodged and hit number 19 with one punch. Without waiting for his reaction, an energy wave blasted him into pieces. He said, "What a dirty firework." Chapter 39, Newborn Calves Are Not Afraid of Tigers. Battle with Vegeta on the 170H. When Raditz killed number 19 in an instant, number 20, who was watching the battle, was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and shouted, "This is impossible. How can Raditz have such a high combat power? Raditz is a piece of trash. That is the artificial human 10 that I carefully built." Number 9, when picking up Raditz, shouldn't it be about chopping melons and vegetables? Son Goku heard this and said with a smile, "How about it, Dr. Gero, how big a surprise have we prepared for you?" Hearing this, Dr. Gero looked extremely ugly and said, "Son Goku, you are so proud. It's a pity that my ultimate androids, number 17 and number 18, were not awakened by me. Otherwise, why be afraid of Raditz?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Oh, it seems that these two artificial humans should be stronger than the shabby puppet just now, so why don't you bring them out?" Dr. Gero said, "I thought I wouldn't need them to deal with you, so I didn't bring them out. Do you dare to let me wake them up?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Tisk, Kakarot, just give him a chance. I want to see how powerful the artificial man this old guy relies on is." After hearing this, Son Goku looked at the others and said, "What do you mean?" "I have no problem," Piccolo said. Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming said, "Father, we also want to see the level of other artificial humans." Krillin, Tien Shinyan and Yam Sha said, "We don't have any objections. Anyway, Goku will take care of everything, right?" Son Goku heard this and said, "Okay, since you all agree, then I will give Dr. Gero a chance to wake up the two artificial humans." Dr. Gero heard this and sneered, "Son Goku, confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence becomes arrogance. Don't regret it." Son Goku said, "Dr. Gero, if you keep nagging, I won't give you a chance." When Dr. Gero heard this, he immediately shut up. Son Goku said, "Lead the way, Dr. Gero." Dr. Gero didn't say anything after hearing this. He flew into the air, identified the direction, and then flew towards his research institute, followed closely by everyone. After a while, everyone arrived in front of a hill. Dr. Gero walked straight into the cave, followed by everyone. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the institute. Dr. Gero opened the gate and entered, and everyone filed in. Dr. Gero wakes up two artificial humans from the machine. Then two artificial beings, a man and a woman, appeared in front of everyone. Dr. Gero didn't care whether the artificial man was under control or not, and immediately said, "On the 17th and 18th, I order you to kill Son Goku." After hearing the words, the two looked at each other and number 18 said, "Okay doctor," then he ducked in front of Son Goku and hit Son Goku in the face with one punch. Dr. Gero laughed when he saw this. Suddenly, number 17 appeared behind Dr. Gero, snatched the controller away with lightning speed, and then crushed it to pieces with a strong force. At the same time, Son Goku said to number 18, "Number 18, are you tickling me?" Hearing this, number 18 retracted his fist and said, "Son Goku, you are indeed extraordinary." Son Goku smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." While the two were talking, Dr. Gero yelled at number 17, "Number 17, what are you going to do? Our goal now is to kill Son Goku, not to fight among ourselves here." Hearing this, number 17 said, "I know Dr. Gero. But I don't like having my destiny controlled by others, so Dr. Gero, you'd better die." Before he finished speaking, he appeared behind Dr. Gero in a flash, and with a strike of his hand, Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground. Dr. Gero said bitterly, "My ultimate android will avenge me. On the 17th and 18th, both of you traitors will die." Hearing this, number 17 crushed Dr. Gero's head with one kick. When Klin, Tien Shinyan, Yamsha, and Dumpling saw this, they were all frightened by No 17's brutality. After number 17 killed Dr. Gero, he came to the machine where number 16 was locked, opened the machine, and released number 16. After number 16 came out, he glanced at everyone, and then his stern face became even more serious. He said to Son Goku, "You are Son Goku. Did Dr. Gero not understand the situation? Let the three of us kill you. Isn't this just giving you food?" Son Goku heard this and said, "It seems that you can probably see my strength." Number 16 said, "No, I can only see part of your current strength. I can't see your hidden strength at all." Son Goku heard this, nodded and said, "Dr. Gero has been killed by the traitor number 17. Do you still plan to carry out his order and kill me?" Hearing this, number 16 said, "No, I plan to go out and see my favorite nature and birds. I wonder if you are willing to let us go." Hearing this, number 17 said, "Number 16, do you think too highly of Son Goku and the others? We may not be able to defeat them." Number 16 said, "Don't talk about Son Goku. You can't even beat Raditz and Nappa. We are now meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered." When number 17 heard this, he said angrily, "I don't believe it." Then he said to Son Goku, "Son Goku, do you dare to compete with me?" Son Goku smiled and said, "What level and strength do you want to compete with me? Let's beat Vegeta first." Then he said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, I'll leave this kid to you." "No problem, Kakarot, I also want to see how much this kid weighs." Vegeta smiled. Hearing this, number 17 said angrily, "Son Goku, how dare you look down on me? I will teach you a lesson after I take care of Vegeta." When Vegeta heard this, he said angrily, "You really don't know the bounds of heaven and earth, and you are still talking nonsense here. I will definitely teach you a lesson later." When number 17 heard this, he laughed angrily and said, "Okay, Vegeta, just wait, I will tear your mouth apart later." When number 16 saw this, he thought to himself, "Good words can't persuade a damned ghost." So he had no choice but to let number 17 go. Son Goku said to everyone, "Since you want to fight, let's go out, we can't use it here." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Then everyone walked out. Son Goku was the last one to go out. After everyone left, Son Goku found the cell embryo and destroyed it before leaving the research institute. Piccolo saw that it took Son Goku so long to come out, so he asked, "Son Jun, what have you been doing? Why did it take so long to come out?" Son Goku said, "I'm going to squat in the tub." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Number 17 shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, have you laughed enough? Hurry up and die." Vegeta heard this and said, "It seems that you really want to die. In that case, I will help you." After saying that, he ducked in front of number 17, and the two started a fierce battle. Chapter 40 Lazuli, are you serious? Vegeta dodged in front of number 17 and punched number 17 in the abdomen. Number 17 reached out and grabbed Vegeta's fist. He said, "Vegeta, with your little strength, you dare to speak so brazenly and teach me a lesson. This young master is really going to make me laugh to death." Vegeta heard this and said, "You are a trash doll, you are not worthy of my prince using all his strength." Number 17 heard this and said angrily, "You are looking for death, Vegeta." After saying that, he put more force on his hands, trying to crush Vegeta's fist. Seeing this, Vegeta clenched his other hand into a fist and hit number 17. Number 17 stretched out his other hand and grabbed No 17's fist. The two began to wrestle in the air. Vegeta began to raise his aura, and number 17 also began to raise his aura upon seeing this. A strong wind suddenly rose around the two of them, blowing away the white clouds in the sky. After a while, Vegeta saw that he had released all his basic combat power, which was equivalent to that of number 17, and he could not get away from number 17. Then he used Kaioken twice, breaking away from number 17 in an instant and retreating more than 10 meters. Seeing this, number 17 smiled and said, "Not bad, Vegeta, you are actually as strong as me." Vegeta heard this and said with a smile, "I take back what I just said. You are not a trash doll. You are much stronger than a trash doll. If I don't show some strength, I may not be able to defeat you." Hearing this, number 17 said, "Vegeta, I didn't expect that your majestic Scion Prince has learned to brag. I want to see what your real strength is." Vegeta heard this and said, "Okay, I will let you see clearly." After saying that, he used Kaioken twice, and red aura surged from his body. Seeing this, number 17 felt Vegeta's aura and was shocked. "Impossible, how did your strength double in an instant?" Vegeta laughed when he heard this and said, "I was in a good mood just now, and I was just playing with you, but you took it seriously. To tell you the truth, my current strength is not my real strength." When number 17 heard this, he couldn't believe it. He now believed what Vegeta said, and he also began to believe what number 16 said before. Vegeta is so strong, but what about Son Goku? Obviously, Son Goku is stronger than Vegeta. No wonder number 16 said before that Son Goku's strength is unfathomable and it is easy to kill them instantly. Seeing that number 17 was silent, Vegeta said, "Why, are you scared by my prince's strength? Don't worry, I will let you go on your way without any pain." Hearing this, number 17 said angrily, "Damn it, Vegeta, even if you are stronger than me, don't even think about killing me easily." Vegeta heard this and said with a smile, "Okay, I like your unruly look, so I will play with you for a while longer." After that, he attacked number 17. When Son Goku saw this, he said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, keep an eye on it. Don't let Vegeta kill number 17. I want to spar with number 18 for a while." Piccolo heard this and asked in confusion, "Son Jun, what are you doing? With your strength, do you still need to compete with number 18? And why do you want to stop Vegeta from killing number 17? Didn't Trunks say that androids are all demons?" Son Goku said, "I have seen those two artificial people in the future. The artificial people in our world are different from the artificial people in Trunks' world. They are not bad people. As for competing with number 18, I said my hands are itchy. Do you believe it? Piccolo heard this and said, I believe you. Are you attracted to no 18? Upon hearing this, Son Goku hurriedly said, Piccolo, please keep your voice down. Then he looked at the crowd and saw that no one else heard him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Son Goku said to Piccolo, Piccolo, you are really smart. I won't hide it from you. I really like number 18, so I plan to keep in touch with number 18 in the name of continuing to compete. Piccolo heard this and said, I really don't understand you Saiyan and the people on Earth. Son Goku heard this and smiled and said, Piccolo, you don't understand love. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Hearing this, Piccolo waved his hand and said, Okay, Son Jun, even if you tell me, I don't want to understand, I just want to become stronger. Son Goku said, Okay, I'll go to Piccolo, you keep an eye on Vegeta. Piccolo nodded and said, I understand. After hearing this, Son Goku appeared in front of number 18 and said, Number 18, do you dare to compete with me? Hearing this, number 18 said, Okay, I want to see if your son Goku's strength is as bottomless as number 16 said, and it's easy to kill us. Son Goku said, Okay, then you come with me, we can't use it here. Okay, you can lead the way, said number 18. When number 16 saw this, he didn't stop him. Anyway, with Son Goku's strength, it was easy to kill them. There was no need to go to all the trouble to deceive number 18. Since Son Goku didn't do anything at the beginning, it shows that Son Goku didn't kill them. Their ideas were simply left to the two of them. So Son Goku took number 18 and flew away from here. Everyone saw this and looked at Piccolo. Piccolo said, Son Jun's hands are itchy, so he went to discuss with number 18, don't worry about him. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then looked at the battle between Vegeta and number 17. Son Goku flew number 18 for a distance, and when he saw that he was far away from everyone, he stopped, and number 18 also stopped. Number 18 shouted to Son Goku, Son Goku, let's start. Son Goku said, No, wait until I transform first. Hearing this, number 18 asked doubtfully, what kind of transformation? Son Goku, what tricks are you playing? Son Goku smiled and said, you can see it. After saying that, Son Goku shouted and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He has red fur pants and blue eyes. He is tall, mighty, and handsome, and no 18's eyes sparkle when he sees him. Son Goku saw this and said, how about it, number 18, am I handsome like this? Hearing this, number 18 put away his expression and said coldly, you are handsome, but you don't know how strong you are? You can't be fancy, it's just a silver wax gun head. Son Goku said, really? Before he finished speaking, someone appeared behind number 18 and put his head in front of number 18. Number 18 was shocked when he heard the voice coming from behind him. He turned his head and kissed Son Goku on the face. Son Goku smiled and said, number 18, are you serious? I know I look domineering like this, but you are too impatient. Number 18 blushed at first, and then said angrily, Son Goku, you and the bastard dare to tease me, I will kill you. After that, he punched Son Goku in the chest. Number 18 felt as if he had hit a wall, and his hand was so shaken that it hurt. Son Goku smiled and said, number 18, how about it? Is my strength okay? Hearing this, number 18 stepped back. And then he felt Son Goku's strength carefully. After a moment, he was shocked. Although Son Goku's aura was restrained, number 18 still felt that there seemed to be a beast hidden in Son Goku's body, and his strength was bottomless. Chapter 41 The Road to the Strong Never Ends. Number 18 said, Son Goku, you are so powerful, why don't you kill us? Son Goku said, why should I need you? Compared with me, your strength is inferior to that of ants. Do I have to do it? Have you ever seen anyone competing with ants? Number 18 nodded when he heard the words and said, Son Goku, although your words are very rude, you are right. A small insect is not worthy of attracting the attention of a strong man. Then you are going to put me, number 17 and number 16 together. How to deal with the number? Son Goku said, of course I'm going to let you go, but I have to scare you before that, so that you don't disturb the world and act recklessly. Number 18 heard this and said, we are not that boring. Son Goku nodded when he heard this. He was right. The original number 16 loved peace, but the number 17 became a ranger after that. This shows that they all have their own hobbies and have no ambition to dominate the world. So he said, that's good. After Vegeta and number 17 finish their discussion, I will let you go. Number 18 nodded when he heard this, and then said, then let's go back. Son Goku said, don't worry, we haven't started the competition yet. Number 18 heard this and said angrily, Son Goku, are you kidding me? With your strength so strong, is it necessary for us to compete? I'm not a fool, nor a masochist. Son Goku smiled and said, then let's not discuss each other, let's talk about the head office. Hearing this, number 18 stared at Son Goku for a while, suddenly realized, and then said with a smile on his face, Son Goku, you must have fallen in love with me, right? Son Goku heard this and smiled, okay, number 18, I admit that I have fallen in love with you. Hearing this, number 18 laughed like a silver bell, ha ha ha, Son Goku, you are quite straightforward, okay, I'll think about it. When Son Goku heard this, he felt puzzled and said, okay, I'll wait for your answer. Number 18 nodded when he heard this, and then said, then let's go back. I don't know how the battle between number 17 and Vegeta will be. Son Goku said, don't worry, I asked Piccolo to keep an eye on me before I came. Nothing will happen to number 17. At most, he will get a beating. Number 18 heard this and smiled and said, ha ha ha, I think number 17 will definitely thank you very much when he finds out. Son Goku smiled and said, by the way, number 18, what is your real name? Number 18 said, my real name is Lazuli, and number 17 is my younger brother, named Lapis. Son Goku nodded and said, I understand, then let's go back. Lazuli nodded, and the two flew back. If the words were divided, Lapis would be in trouble. He was beaten so hard by Vegeta that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Fortunately, Vegeta wanted to play for a while longer and didn't kill him. When Son Goku and Lazuli returned, Lapis was being kicked like a ball by Vegeta. Lazuli knew that his brother was no match for Vegeta, but he never expected that he would be completely abused one-sidedly. Everyone was surprised to see Son Goku and number 18 coming back so soon. With sharp eyes, Klin saw the lip marks on Son Goku's face, and gave Son Goku a meaningful smile. Son Goku said to Son Goku, Father, get rid of number 18, why have you turned into Super Saiyan 4? Isn't this an anti-aircraft cannon to kill mosquitoes? Also, what's the matter with the lip marks on your face? Son Goku heard this and said, Lazuli wanted to see my true strength, so I transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to let her know the gap between us. The lip marks on my face were from accidentally bumping into each other during our fight. Up. Sun Wukong nodded when he heard this. When Krillin and Yamcha heard this, they looked at each other and smiled obscenely. At this moment, a very powerful aura from the distance rushed towards this side, and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Trunks. Son Goku greeted Trunks and said, "Here you are, Trunks. I haven't seen your strength improve a lot in a long time. It seems you haven't been lazy in the past few years." After hearing this, Trunks looked at Son Goku and said, "Uncle Goku, have you developed a new form?" Son Goku said, "Yes, my form is called Super Saiyan 4, which is the transformation after Super Saiyan 3. Trunks heard this and said, "Great, Uncle Goku, it seems I came at the right time." Son Goku heard this and said, "How do you say this?" Trunks said, "Uncle Goku, I practiced Super Saiyan 3 to full power a year ago. During this year, I have never had a clue about the next step of practice. Now that I see your Super Saiyan 4, I finally know the next step of practice direction." When Son Goku heard this, he was a little shocked and said, "Trunks, your talent is really good. In 2 years, you have cultivated Super Saiyan 3 to full power. It really shocked me. Moreover, I detected your previous aura and found your normal state. Your fighting ability is not weak either. Please tell me how you have practiced in the past 3 years." Hearing this, Trunks smiled and said, "Uncle Goku taught me well and let me know the direction of training. Not long after you left, I trained to become Super Saiyan 3, and then followed the training method of Super Saiyan 2 at full power. After practicing Super Saiyan 3, and my mother helped me build a 1,000-fold gravity chamber, I made a wish to Namek Shenron, and got a weight-bearing garment that can adjust the gravity multiplier, up to 10,000 times the Earth's gravity. When the two are superimposed, that's why we have the strength we have now." Son Goku nodded when he heard this. "No wonder your basic strength is so strong now, much stronger than Raditz Super Saiyan 2. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and Raditz even said, "Kakarot, are you kidding? My Super Saiyan 2's combat power is at least 30 billion. The little prince's normal combat power is stronger than this." Son Goku said, "I'm not kidding, Trunks is really that strong." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and Sun Wuhen said, "Father, if you calculate it this way, the strength of Trunks Super Saiyan 3 is at least 1,200 billion, which is 1.2 trillion. Son Goku nodded, then shook his head and said, "Trunks' strength is much more than that, I also gave Kaioken to him." Then he said to Trunks, "Trunks, how many times can you cast Kaioken now?" Trunks said, "I can now cast Kaioken 3,000 times." Son Goku nodded and said to everyone, "Now you know the strength of Trunks. The combat power of 3,000 times Kaioken is almost 10 trillion. When everyone heard this, they took a breath of air. Son Goku said, "So, keep working hard, everyone. With the strength of Trunks, you are still working hard to practice. What reason do you have for not working hard? Don't be like Vegeta, who has some strength and is complacent." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Trunks, who was stronger than them, was working hard, so what reason did they have to relax? Chapter 42, Talking to Escape Old Grudges, Goku Resolves Grievances. Trunks noticed the androids number 18, 16 and number 17 who were being beaten, and said to Son Goku, "Uncle Goku, the androids are out, why not destroy them?" Son Goku said, "Trunks, remember what I told you, this world is a parallel world to you, and many things will develop differently." After hearing this, Trunks was silent for a moment and said, "Uncle Goku means that these androids are different from the androids in my world?" Son Goku said, "Yes, they are not demons from your world, they all have their own thoughts." Trunks said, "That's it." Son Goku continued, "Besides, we have so many strong people supervising us, so we are not afraid of them doing evil." Trunks nodded, and then said to Son Goku mysteriously, "Uncle Goku, in this world, is my father Vegeta married?" Son Goku smiled and said, "No, you want to ask if you were born in this world, right?" Trunks scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Yes, Uncle Goku." Son Goku smiled and said, "You were indeed born in this world, but he is my and Bulma's second son, named Sunks." Ah, this Trunks was stunned when he heard this, and his words were incoherent. Son Goku said, "Trunks don't have to worry about it. Everything in the world has its own destiny. The fate is arranged this way, and it naturally has its own reason. You can regard Trunks as yourself in this world, or you can regard him as another person. Man, this doesn't affect your existence at all, does it? After hearing this, Trunks pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Goku is right, it's me who is possessed by the devil. Son Goku nodded and said, as long as you can figure it out. While everyone was talking, Vegeta had begun to gather his ultimate moves to take down number 17. Seeing this, Son Goku dodged and rushed between the two. At this moment, Vegeta's ultimate flashed and he was in front of Son Goku in an instant. Son Goku slapped him directly, sending him flying into the air. Seeing this, Vegeta yelled, Kakarot, what are you doing? Aren't you going to kill the android? Why do you want to save him again? Son Goku said, Vegeta, the androids in our world are different from the androids in Trunks' world. They are not purely evil people and there is no need to kill them. Vegeta heard this and said, okay, you are strong, you have the final say. Son Goku smiled and said, your son Trunks from another world is here, go and see it. Vegeta's mouth twitched when he heard this, then he looked at the ground, found Trunks, and landed. Son Goku turned around and looked at number 17 who was beaten all over. He took out a fairy bean from his pocket and handed it over. He said, Lapis, eat this fairy bean and you will recover from your injuries. Lapis heard this and said, Son Goku, I haven't seen you for a while, why have you changed your appearance? Also, how do you know my name, and why do you want to save me? Son Goku smiled and said, my appearance is a transformation of myself. As for your name, of course your sister told me, my future brother-in-law. When Lapis heard this, he was shocked and said, what did you call me? Son Goku smiled and said, brother-in-law, you may not know that your sister and I fell in love at first sight and have been committed to each other for life. What, are you kidding? Dr. Gero gave us an order to kill you. You actually fall in love with my sister. This is really outrageous. You opened the door to outrageous things. It's outrageous. Lapis said in surprise. Son Goku said, let me ask you, do you really plan to kill me? Lapis shook his head and said, I have killed Dr. Gero. Will I still obey the orders of the dead man? Isn't it good to be free? Besides, you are so strong. Thank God for not killing us. Unless I will kill you only if my brain is filled with water. Son Goku said, isn't it settled? Your sister is so beautiful, and I am so powerful. What's the surprise that we like each other? After hearing this, Lapis thought about it for a while, but he always felt that something was wrong. Son Goku said, brother-in-law, you also want to have strong strength. As long as the matter between me and your sister is settled, I will help you improve your strength. Not to mention beating Vegeta, at least it will be similar to him. You also can I take revenge for being beaten by Fatty today. The more Lapis listened, the more excited he became. He said with red eyes, okay, I will take care of this matter of brother-in-law. When Son Goku heard this, he was ecstatic, knowing that the matter between him and Lazuli was finalized and he would not run away. He said, okay, with your words, I feel relieved. Let's go down. I'll tell you what to say, and we'll all be friends. Lapis nodded. The two of them landed in the direction of everyone. Vegeta's roar could be heard in the distance. What, Nappa, you said this kid has already practiced Super Saiyan 3 to full power. Nappa said, that's right, Vegeta, Kakarot asked him personally just now. Vegeta was shocked when he heard this and stared at Trunks non-stop, making Trunks embarrassed. At this moment, Son Goku and Lapis fell in front of everyone. Son Goku introduced everyone, number 17, everyone knows him. His real name is Lapis. Unlike the two demons in the world of Trunks, he is not an evil person. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku introduced everyone to Lapis again. Although Lapis knew everyone because of Dr. Gero's information, he still greeted everyone one by one and got to know them again. At this time, number 18 and number 16 also came to everyone. Lazuli said to Lapis, "Why did you come to their side?" Lapis said, "My brother-in-law brought me here. With the relationship between you and brother-in-law, we will all be friends from now on, so we will naturally become familiar with each other." Hearing this, Lazuli said angrily, "Son Goku, what nonsense did you say to my brother? I haven't promised you yet." Lapis heard this and said, "Sister, don't hesitate. Where can you find someone as powerful, handsome, and domineering as my brother-in-law? You bastard, Son Goku gave you some ecstasy soup, and you sold me in the blink of an eye," Lazuli said angrily. "Don't worry about what ecstasy soup my brother-in-law poured into me. I'll just ask you if you are willing to do this." Lapis said. Lazuli hesitated and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Lapis smiled when he saw this and said, "Sister, since you didn't refuse, you agreed. Then this will happen sooner or later." Hearing this, Lazuli simply said, "Son Goku, I agree, but how do you explain it to Bulma and Shishi?" When Son Goku heard this, he thought to himself, "This brother-in-law is really awesome." He was overjoyed and said, "Lazuli, don't worry, I will convince them." Lazuli heard this and said, "Then wait until you convince them." Son Goku heard this and said, "Okay, just wait, I will convince them as soon as possible." Chapter 43 Goku surrenders to the second daughter, three heroes fight against Cell. After Son Goku made an agreement with Lazuli, he returned to Zidou with everyone. After returning home, Son Goku immediately found Shishi and Bulma and confessed the matter with Lazuli. The two were very angry when they heard this. When Son Goku saw this, he used his magical power to create a washboard out of thin air and knelt down sincerely. He said to the two of them, "Lazuli and I fell in love at first sight. I like her and I hope you will make it happen." Shishi heard this and said angrily, "Do you like it? You are greedy for other people's bodies, you are despicable." Bulma echoed, "Aren't we enough? Are you still out attracting bees and butterflies?" Son Goku smiled and said, "You two are no match for me. You surrender first every time." When the two heard this, they said angrily, "Okay, Goku, just wait. Let's fight for 300 rounds tonight to see who surrenders first." Son Goku heard this and said, "Then what happened between me and Lazuli, do you agree?" Bulma said, "We'll talk about it after you win tonight." When Son Goku heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Okay, let's meet Zhenjiang tonight." Shishi and Bulma snorted and turned to leave. Seeing the two people leaving, Son Goku got up, put away the washboard, and walked out. He saw Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming looking at him outside the door. So he came to the two of them and said, "What are you two brats looking at?" Sun Wuhan said, "Father, does mother agree with you and Aunt Lazuli?" Son Goku heard this and said, "Children, stop asking about adults' matters. Go take care of your brother and sister when you have time." Sun Wuhan heard this and said, "Oh, I understand, Father." Then he turned around and called Sun Wuming to go see his brother Sun Kes and his sister Sun Bulet-in-law. After the two left, Son Goku found Trunks, and the two headed to the Celestial Temple. After saying hello to Bobo and Dende, the two entered the spiritual time room. Son Goku began to teach Trunks the transformation method of Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku made an artificial moon with his bare hands, and then asked Trunks to look at the artificial moon. After a while, Trunks turned into a giant ape that was more than 10 meters tall. Son Goku saw this and tested Trunks. He found that Trunks had not lost consciousness and secretly sighed that he was worthy of the prince's blood. Then let Trunks transform into a golden ape. Trunks transformed into a golden ape effortlessly. After that, Son Goku asked Trunks to compress the energy in his body and began to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The golden giant ape that Trunks transformed into kept roaring while gradually getting smaller in size. After a moment, Trunks, a man with a strong build, his upper body covered in red fluff, only his chest exposed, and his lower body wearing leather pants, with black hair, red eyes and green pupils, appeared in front of Son Goku. Son Goku conjured a mirror and placed it in front of Trunks. Trunks only looked at it and the mirror exploded. Son Goku saw this and smiled. "Trunks, you are so handsome in the mirror." Upon hearing this, Trunks said happily, "Uncle Goku, I succeeded." Son Goku nodded and said, "Trunks, you can succeed in one go. This is why your physical strength and combat effectiveness are up to standard." Trunks heard this and said, "Uncle Goku, do you mean that if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you need to have a certain standard of physical strength and combat power?" Son Goku said, "Yes, if you don't have enough fighting power, you won't have enough energy to transform into a golden giant ape. If your body strength is not enough, you won't be able to compress the energy in your body, shrink your body, and transform into Super Saiyan 4. One of these two conditions is missing." "No." Trunks said, "That's it, I know." Son Goku nodded and said, "Trunks, you continue to adapt to Super Saiyan 4 here, I'm going out first." Trunks heard this and said, "I know, Uncle Goku, you can go ahead." Son Goku nodded, then broke through the dimensional barrier of the spiritual time room and walked out. Bobo saw this and said, "Didn't you go in not long ago, Goku? Why did you come out again?" Son Goku said, "I passed the cultivation method to Trunks and everything was fine. So when I came out, Trunks was still practicing inside." Bobo heard this and said, "That's it." Son Goku said hello to Dende again, and then instant transmission returned home. At night, Son Goku came to the bedroom, saw Shishi and Bulma dressed up carefully, and rushed up to them without any explanation. Son Goku is a dragon playing with two phoenixes, and with the blessing of unlimited physical strength, the two will be defeated quickly. At noon, Son Goku's stomach growled and he woke up from his sleep. He moved the two of them away, left the bedroom, and went to the kitchen to tell the robot to make food. After devouring lunch, Son Goku immediately went to find Lazuli. Just when Son Goku was about to get up and go to find Lazuli, he felt an extremely powerful aura thousands of kilometers away, fighting with three other auras. Everyone who was practicing in the gravity room also felt it and ran out one after another. When they saw Son Goku, Piccolo asked, "Goku, who is fighting?" Son Goku said, "It should be that Lazuli and the others were fighting with another stranger. Let's go and have a look." Piccolo heard this and said, "Okay, Goku." Then everyone formed a circle, Son Goku stood in the middle, cast instant transmission, and soon reached the battlefield. Everyone saw number 16, Lapis, and Lazuli being beaten back by a green spotted monster. Upon seeing this, Son Goku shouted to the spotted monster, "Cell, you're fine, please stop first." Cell heard this and really stopped. Seeing this, the three people on the 16th also stopped, and then retreated to Son Goku. Cell asked Son Goku, "Son Goku, how do you know me?" Son Goku said, "I have seen you in Trunks' time and space, so of course I know of your existence." Cell heard this and asked in confusion, "Why haven't I seen you?" Son Goku heard this and said, "Of course you have never seen me, because you are not the Cell in the world of Trunks that I know. The Cell in that world was killed by Trunks long ago." Cell heard this and said, "Son Goku, what are you talking about? It's a mess." Son Goku said, "Let me put it this way, my world is considered this world, the future world I have been to is considered parallel world number 1, then the world you come to is considered parallel world number 2, you should understand this, right?" Cell nodded when he heard this and said, "According to what you say, I came to the wrong time and space." Son Goku said, "Yes, Cell, this world is not the past time and space of your world. But the past time and space of parallel world no one. Cell suddenly realized after hearing this, I see, but it doesn't matter, as long as there is no 18. Chapter 44 The Terrifying Sun Wahen with a combat power of 200 billion. Lazuli heard this and said, What do you mean, ugly guy? Son Goku said, Lazuli, it is the ultimate artificial human cell created by Dr. Gero. As long as it absorbs you and Lapis, it can become a complete cell, and its strength will be greatly improved. What? This monster actually wants to absorb my sister and me, Lapis said in shock. Cell said, In my world, I have already absorbed the number 17, and now I am only missing the number 18. Son Goku heard this and asked curiously, How did you absorb number 17? I don't think Trunks would let you absorb number 17, right? Cell heard this and said, Of course Trunks would not let me absorb number 17. I absorbed number 17 after killing him. Unfortunately, number 18 was killed by Trunks in advance, so I spent a lot of time. Take a time machine to the past world and look for no 18. Son Goku heard this and then asked, Since Trunks can kill number 18, he should also be able to kill you without absorbing number 17. How did you kill Trunks? Cell smiled and said, Of course it was a sneak attack. Trunks' strength has skyrocketed since he came back from the past time and space. I am no match, but I can hide my aura. Taking advantage of the moment when Trunks was slack in killing number 18, I seriously injured Trunks in a sneak attack and then killed him. Kill him. Alas, this may be the fate of Trunks in that world. The bloodthirsty cruelty of artificial humans has become a lingering nightmare for Trunks for more than 10 years. Once he kills number 18, he will inevitably relax. Only then did you got a bargain, but Cell, if there is a road to heaven, you don't take it, and if there is no door to hell, you just go to hell. Now that you are here, we will be kind and bury you here, Son Goku said. Cell laughed when he heard this and said, Ha ha ha, just because of you trash, you can't even defeat number 17 and number 18 and still want to kill me. What a big joke. Everyone laughed loudly after hearing this. Raditz, who loves to abuse people the most, said, Who gave you the courage to think that we are not your opponent? You really want to laugh me to death. Except for Earthlings and artificial humans, here we have no one. Pull one out and if you can beat it, I will stand on my head and have diarrhea on the spot. Cell heard this and was furious at Vegeta. Veget, take care of your dog, otherwise I don't mind killing him. Vegeta heard this and said with a smile, Whatever you want, if you can beat him, you can do it. Damn it, Vegeta, are you looking down on me? It's just Raditz, Raditz smiled and said, What, Cell, what are you talking about? Why don't you continue? Cold sweat broke out on Cell's head, and he shouted, Raditz, when will you be able to transform into Super Saiyan? Raditz said, Why, when I transform into Super Saiyan, do I need to inform you? What level do you have and what strength do I have, are you worthy of it? Cell's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. He knew that he might not be able to escape today, so he simply said to Son Goku, Son Goku, do you dare to let me absorb number 18 and become a complete body? Let's show off again. Son Goku smiled and said, Do you think you become our opponent when you become the perfect Cell? Cell heard this and said, Son Goku, just tell me whether you dare or not. Son Goku said, It seems that you are determined not to give up until you reach the Yellow River. Cell, in this case I will help you. What, brother-in-law, you don't really want this ugly monster to absorb my sister, do you? Lapis was shocked. Lazuli also looked at Son Goku with wide eyes. Son Goku quickly said, Of course not. Lazuli is my wife, of course I can't let Cell absorb your sister. Cell heard this and said angrily, Son Goku, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? How can I become a complete body if I don't absorb no 18? Son Goku said, "Who said you can't become a complete body without absorbing number 18? Don't forget that you also have Scion's cells in your body. As long as you make good use of Scion's ability to greatly increase his strength after recovering from near death, you can become a complete body. Body is not a problem." Cell hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, so he said, "I see, I would have forgotten it if you didn't tell me." Son Goku said, "You definitely can't do it alone. Let me ask a few people to help you." Then he said to Raditz, Nappa, Sun Wohen, and Sun Wuming, "The four of you will help Cell later, let him become the perfect body he dreams of, and then die in peace." The four of them laughed sadly when they heard this. Son Goku took out 5 fairy beans and handed them to Raditz, saying, "Raditz, do you know how to do this?" Raditz took the fairy beans and said, "Would it be too wasteful for Kakarot to use the fairy beans on him?" Son Goku said, "It's okay. If it's not enough, I'll go find Meow Immortal for it." Raditz said, "Okay, I understand, Cell will be left to us." Son Goku nodded, then came to Lazulai's side and said, "Lazulai, I have convinced Bulma and Shishi, you should have nothing to say now." Hearing this, Lazulai blushed and nodded. Upon seeing this, Son Goku picked up Lazulai in a princess hug, and then said to everyone, "Cell, just do what you want." Then without waiting for anyone to react, an instant transmission returned home. After finding an empty room, he and Lazulai started fighting. Both of them had unlimited physical strength, so they were evenly matched. Let's not talk about how Son Goku and Lazulai fought, let's just talk about everyone. After Son Goku left, Raditz discussed with Piccolo and others, and Sun Wohen took the lead, practicing with Cell to enrich his practical experience. Seeing this, Cell said, "You adults are so unwilling to take action and push out such a brat, do you want him to die?" Everyone laughed when they heard this, and Raditz said, "Cell, you are really going to make me laugh to death. Do you know who he is? How dare you make sarcastic remarks?" Cell heard this and said, "Who is he? Is he more powerful than you adults?" Raditz said, "Listen carefully, he is Kakarot's eldest son, my eldest nephew, Sun Wohen. He can also transform into Super Saiyan, and he is much more powerful than me." Cell was shocked when he heard this. At this time, Sun Wohen spoke, "Cell, if you dare to look down on me, I will beat you until you are full of teeth." Cell heard this and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Sun Wohen transformed into a Super Saiyan, releasing 200 billion combat power, which scared Cell to the point of shaking like chaff. Both Lapis and number 16 were shocked by Son Goku's strength. Lapis said to number 16, "No wonder you said before that Son Goku's strength is bottomless. His son is so strong. But his strength is not strong. That's weird." Number 16 said, "I feel that this is not Sun Wu's full strength." "What? How is this possible?" Lapis said in shock. Number 16 said, "You have also seen Son Goku's transformation. Sun Wohen's current transformation is completely different from Son Goku. This means that Sun Wohen has other transformations. They are not shown. The other transformations will only be better than the current one. The transformation is stronger, so the strength Sun Wohen shows now is not his real strength." "Hiss, Sun Wohen is so terrifying," Lapis said with a breath of air. Chapter 45 The Perfect Cell appears. The Perfect Cell is killed. After Sun Wohen transformed into Super Saiyan, he looked at Cell and said, "Ugly, are you ready? I'm going to start beating you." Cell heard this and quickly put on a defensive posture. Although it knew that this would not have any effect, it had no choice but to do so. When Sun Wohen saw this, he smiled evilly, and the next moment he punched Cell in the abdomen, and then returned to the original place in a flash. Cell looked at his abdomen and found that he could see the scenery behind him, and his face suddenly twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, and saw that his abdomen quickly returned to its original shape, but his breath dropped a lot. Upon seeing this, Raditz said, "This cell actually has the ability to heal itself. It seems that the fairy beans given by Kakarot are no longer useful." Upon seeing this, Sun Wuhen said, "I didn't expect you, an ugly monster, to have the ability to heal yourself. I just don't know what your self-healing ability is." Before he finished speaking, he punched Cell's head and exploded it, then dodged to avoid the juice. Upon seeing this, Raditz said to Sun Wuhen, "Eldest nephew, you are too cruel. Your father asked us to fulfill Cell's wish to become a complete body, but you killed him directly. What should we do?" Sun Wuhen said, "Long Zhao, who knew that Cell was so fragile that he couldn't even withstand my punch, yet he still calls himself the ultimate artificial human." While the two were talking, they saw a new head growing on Cell's body. Everyone felt sick when they saw this scene. Sun Wuhen said to Cell, "Ugly monster, your strength is not very good, but your life is quite strong. You are not dead yet." Cell felt the majestic energy in his body and said to Sun Wuhen, "Kid, give me another punch. I have a hunch that if I die again, I can become a complete body." Sun Wuhen heard this and said, "I have never seen such a request like yours in my whole life. I will satisfy you today." Then Cell's head exploded again, and Sun Wuhen looked at Cell's body on the spot. After a moment, Cell stood up again, then shouted loudly, his aura rose sharply, his aura surged, his light shone brightly, and his body also changed. The mouth of the large intestine disappeared, the mouth became like a normal person, two large wings grew from the back, the tail shrank and became smaller, and the body was taller than before. Cell looked at himself, clenched his fists, felt his own strength, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." After laughing for a while, he said to Sun Wuhen, "Thank you for making me perfect. In return, I will kill you in one go." When Sun Wuhen heard this, he held his stomach and laughed, saying, "Cell, you don't have any strength at all, but you dare to say such arrogant words, I'm really laughing to death." Raditz also said, "I thought how strong your perfect body was. It turns out that you only have this little strength. Although I am not your opponent, but you want to make a comeback with such little strength, I'm afraid you are not just dreaming. Damn it, you actually dare to underestimate the strength of my complete body. I must make you look good," Cell said fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, Cell dodged and hit Sun Wuhen on the cheek, and then laughed and said, "How about Sun Wuhen, feel the power of my iron fist, right? My speed is already so fast that you have no time to dodge, right?" Sun Wuhen turned his head back and said, "Cell, your complete body only has this strength. Are you tickling me?" Hearing this, Cell shouted, "Impossible, I clearly hit you, how come nothing happened to you?" Sun Wuhen said, "I have told you that your strength is not worth mentioning in front of me, but you still don't believe it." Cell was furious when he heard this, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? I have obviously reached the perfect body that Dr. Gero said. Why is my strength only limited to this? I can't even defeat Son Goku's son." Sun Wuhen smiled and said, "Is it possible that Dr. Gero has a limited vision and is just a frog in the well?" When Cell heard this, he thought it was really possible. Otherwise, how could there be such a big gap between the data collected and the strength of Son Goku and others? Seeing that Cell was silent, Sun Wuhen said, "Okay Cell, let me use my true strength to send you to see Dr. Gero." After that, he shouted loudly and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. His manic and majestic aura overwhelmed Cell and made him unable to breathe at all. Cell felt Sun Wuhen's majestic aura, his eyes were blank, and he murmured, "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Sun Wuhen clasped his hands together, condensed the Kamehameha and hit Cell instantly. With an unwilling roar, Cell was beaten to the point where there was nothing left, and it was impossible to recover. After Son Goku takes care of Cell, he undoes Super Saiyan 2's transformation. Piccolo saw this and said, Wu Zhen did a good job, he took action quickly and decisively, just like I did back then. Sun Wuhan said, Uncle Piccolo taught me well. Piccolo nodded, and then said to everyone, since Wu Zhen has solved Cell, let's go back. Everyone nodded and flew to Bulma's house. Lapis followed, and number 16 shook his head helplessly and followed. After a while, everyone returned to Bulma's house. After Son Goku's charge ended, he felt the aura of the crowd and said to Lazuli, Lazuli, they are back. Let's fight again at night. Lazuli nodded. Although she had unlimited physical strength, it was already full from the long battle with Son Goku. It overflowed and had to be absorbed. After the two got dressed, they walked out of the room and arrived in front of everyone a moment later. Son Goku spoke first, has Cell been solved by you? Piccolo said, yes, Mr. Sun, Cell was blown away by Wu Zhen until there was no scum left. After hearing this, Son Goku nodded and said, that's good. Then, what should you do next? Everyone nodded when they heard this, and Lapis said, brother-in-law, what should we do? Son Goku said, you can follow them to the gravity room to practice. Then he said to number 16, number 16, you can go to the garden. There are many small animals there. I think you will like it. Hearing this, number 16 said, okay Son Goku, I just like small animals and nature. Lapis said, I understand, brother-in-law, what about my sister? Son Goku said, your sister and I still have things to do. Yamcha, a veteran of the flowers, heard this and said with a smile, Lapis, Goku wants to make you a nephew or niece with your sister. No matter how stupid Lapis was, he still knew what it meant and said with a smile, brother-in-law and sister, come on, I'm waiting to hold my nephew or niece. Hearing this, Lazuli said angrily, Lapis, are you itchy? Lapis smiled when he heard this, said nothing, and then quickly left with everyone. Seeing everyone leaving, Son Goku said to Lazuli, let's go eat, and then fight after eating. Lazuli nodded. She hadn't eaten anything since she was transformed into an android. Now that she was finally free, she couldn't miss delicious food. The two came to the restaurant, the food delivery robot started delivering food, and the two started eating. Chapter 46 The Vajra Body of Super Saiyan 4. After Son Goku and Lazuli finished eating, they started their world again. Later, Bulma and Shishi joined them. The next day, Lazuli said to Son Goku, Goku, do you also have unlimited physical strength? Son Goku said, since you asked, I won't pretend anymore. I will show my cards. I made a wish to Shenron before and got unlimited physical strength. Lazuli heard this and said, that's it. Son Goku smiled and said nothing. After that, the two got up, walked out of the bedroom, closed the door, and went to the dining room to start eating. After eating, the two came to the gravity room to watch everyone practice. When Lapis saw the two arriving, he said to Son Goku, brother-in-law, your gravity chamber is very helpful for practice. I have only been there for a day and I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Son Goku said, that's natural. We have the strength we have now, and the gravity room is indispensable. If you practice hard, your strength will catch up. Lapis nodded. Son Goku pointed at Lapis and taught him Kaioken's training method from afar. Then he said to Lapis, what I just taught you is Kaioken. With the training in the gravity chamber, your strength will increase faster. After Lapis understood the magical power of Kaioken, he said to Son Goku, there is such a magical skill in the world. I will definitely practice it, brother-in-law, and try to improve my strength as soon as possible. Son Goku nodded and left with Lazuli. Afterwards, the two returned to the bedroom and began to rest. The next day, Trunks came out of the spirit time room and found Son Goku, saying that he had mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 and could transform into Super Saiyan 4 at any time. Son Goku praised Trunks for his extraordinary talent. Trunks scratched his head and said modestly, "Uncle Goku taught me well, otherwise I wouldn't be able to achieve my current strength." Son Goku said, "Master leads me in. Cultivation depends on the individual. You are able to have the strength you have now, more because of your good talent and your diligent practice. Although my guiding role is not small, it cannot be said that it's all my fault." Trunks nodded, then said goodbye to Son Goku, preparing to return to his own world. After hearing this, Son Goku called everyone out of the gravity room to bid farewell to Trunks. After everyone waved goodbye, Trunks got on the time machine and returned to his own world. After seeing off Trunks, Son Goku continued to rest and continued to enjoy the blessing of everyone at night. Days like this lasted for a week. After that, Son Goku began to resume his practice, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Son Goku used instant transmission, came to the previous red giant star, and started his previous training. Son Goku's current strength and the huge gravitational pull on the red giant star can no longer have any impact on Son Goku. Unlike when he first arrived, Son Goku was pressed hard by millions of times the Earth's gravity, unable to move an inch, and the force of gravity tore his body, causing Son Goku's face to twist in pain. Nowadays, Son Goku can practice freely on the red giant star without the original dilemma. Although he is still in the body of Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku is confident that even if he stands still now and lets Super Saiyan 2 or even King Vegeta of Super Saiyan 3 attack with all his strength, he probably won't be able to hurt him at all. Super Saiyan 4's body itself is extremely powerful, not to mention that Son Goku is tempered by tens of millions of times the Earth's gravity. Now this body can be called indestructible, which is not an exaggeration. Son Goku doesn't believe that any laser gun can hurt him. Even without the protection of Ki, even in a relaxed state, a mere laser gun is not enough to hurt Son Goku, not even to scratch him. In this way, Son Goku and everyone started a simple and boring life of cultivation again. Half a month later, Bulma, Shishi and Lazuli received the good news that all three were pregnant. Son Goku was very happy when he heard this. The three of them will give birth to at least 3 children. Including the previous Sun Wuhan, Sun Wuming, Sun Goten, Sunks, and Sunbula, the number of Son Goku's descendants will reach 8. So he called everyone to celebrate again. At the banquet, Son Goku said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, you are the Prince of Saiyan. The task of spreading branches and leaves for Saiyan should be completed by you, not me. Look at it. I already have almost 8 children, why don't you take action?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Women will only affect the speed of my strength improvement, I will not cause trouble for myself." Raditz heard this and said, "Vegeta, I don't agree with your statement. Have the 3 women in Kakarot affected his strength?" Vegeta was furious when he heard this and said, "Raditz, shut up." Nappa whispered from the side, "Raditz seems to be right. Kakarot has 3 women, but his strength is still the first among us. We don't even have a chance to look up to him. It can be seen that women have little to do with strength." Upon hearing this, Vegeta began to think deeply, and thought to himself, Nappa and Raditz seem to be right, and Saiyan and Earthling's hybrid talents are really good. It seems that I really need to find an Earth woman. Although Vegeta had this idea, he didn't want to find just any Earth woman. After all, he is the Prince of Saiyan. Although the Saiyan clan has ceased to exist in name only, he, who was born rich, is still proud of this status, otherwise he would not always talk about this prince. Chapter 47 Close Encounters of the Third Kind. After the banquet was over, everyone dispersed. In the days that followed, Son Goku worked hard. In addition to practicing on the Red Star, he also took care of Bulma, Shishi, and Lazuli at home. 10 months later, Bulma gave birth to a son, whom he named Son Goku. Shishi also gave birth to a son, Son Goku, who he named Son Goku. Lazuli gave birth to a son and a daughter. The son Son Goku named him Sun Wulai, and the daughter named Sun Zioxia. In the next year, Son Goku did not practice anymore, but devoted himself to spending time with his family. During this year, Nappa and Raditz found two good-looking earth women and got married. As for Vegeta, who is still a bachelor, Nappa tried to persuade her many times, but Vegeta always used the excuse that not just anyone can be the princess of Sion. After the three children were 1 year old, Son Goku began to practice normally. Bulma was not idle either and built another gravity chamber with 1,000 times power for everyone. Vegeta, Sun Wuhen, Sun Wuming, and Piccolo began to practice inside. Half a year later, on the Red Star, Super Saiyan 4's Son Goku shouted loudly, his aura rose sharply, the golden flames around him turned into red flames, and his jet black hair turned into red. Son Goku felt the majestic power in his body and couldn't help but laugh loudly. It took him 2.5 years to finally practice Super Saiyan 4 to the point of breaking through the boundaries. East King Kai Xin and his servant Jobit, who were far away in the Supreme Kai world, were shocked when they felt this vast universe-like aura. Jobit said to Supreme Kai, "Sir Supreme Kai, could this aura be the resurgence of Majin Buu?" Supreme Kai Xin said, "No, although this breath is powerful, it is not evil. It should not be the resurrection of Majin Buu. Then let's go take a look. Anyway, the other party is not an evil person, so he probably won't do anything to us," Jobit said. Supreme Kai nodded and said, "Okay, let's see where he is first." After a moment, Supreme Kai Xin was even more surprised, because the opponent was actually on a red giant star. With Supreme Kai Xin's strength, he did not dare to approach the red giant star. This mysterious strong man was actually on the red giant star. Why didn't Supreme Kai Xin shock? Jobit looked at Supreme Kai Xin with an ugly expression and asked, "What's wrong, Lord Supreme Kai?" Supreme Kai Xin said, "This person is on a red giant star, and the strong gravity on it is something we cannot resist." "What? That means we can't get close to that person, so how do we get information about that person?" Jobit asked in shock. Supreme Kai Xin pondered for a moment and said, "This person should only be practicing on the red star. He will definitely leave there. We will contact him again after he leaves there." Jobit nodded and said, "That's all we can do. If we can convince this strong man to fight against Majin Buu, that would be even better." Supreme Kai Xin's eyes lit up when he heard this, and said, "Jobit, you are right. With the strength of this strong man, it should not be a problem to deal with Majin Buu." Jobit said, "Sir Supreme Kai is right, then we have to pay close attention to this person." Supreme Kai Xin nodded, and then the two began to pay attention to Son Goku. At the same time, in the Gods of Destruction world, Angel Whis also felt Son Goku's aura, and said to himself, "I didn't expect that such a powerful person would appear in the lower world. This aura has almost reached the limit of mortals. If we go further, we will be able to catch up with the weakest Gods of Destruction. If not, let's see who this person is." Thinking of this, Whis picked up the staff and started exploring. The magic staff threw the figure of Son Goku into the air. Whis looked at it and smiled, "Oh, haha, isn't this Sion? It seems that Frisia has not completed Lord Beerus's mission, and this Sion has actually cultivated to such an extent. I think Frisia should have been killed. This matter is getting more and more interesting. I believe Lord Beerus will be surprised when he wakes up and finds out about this matter." Whis then used chrono movement and rushed to Son Goku. More than 20 minutes later, Son Goku was practicing at the Red Star when he suddenly caught sight of Whis and immediately stopped practicing. Pretending not to recognize him, he said, "Hi, Smurf over there, who are you?" Whis was stunned when he heard this, pointed at himself and said, "The Smurf is talking about me." Son Goku smiled and said, "Is there anyone else here?" Whis heard this and said, "Oh huo, you are so interesting. Scion, what is your name?" Son Goku said, "My name is Son Goku, who are you and why are you looking for me?" Whis smiled and said, "My name is Whis, I am a god named Angel, and I am a servant of Lord Gods of Destruction." Son Goku heard this and said pretendingly, "Oh, so you are a god, then you should know King Kai." Whis smiled and said, "Yes, I know Caillou. I remember back then, Lord Beerus decorated Caillou's house." Son Goku's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself, "God damn decoration, if the king of Kai knew what Whis said, say something high and low, I thank you Whis, because you warm the 4 seasons." He said, "I see, Lord Caillou is half of my master." Whis heard this and said, "Oh, that's it, but as far as I know, the king of Kai has no power to tie a chicken." "How did he teach you?" Son Goku said, "Although Caillou is very weak, he has a technique that can turn decay into magic, called Kaioken. Combined with supergravity training, it can greatly improve his strength." "Oh, I see, I underestimated the king of Kai. I didn't expect that he actually has such a skill," Whis said. Then he continued, "Son Goku, I see that your strength has reached the limit of human beings. You are only under Gods of Destruction. Are you interested in serving as a candidate for Gods of Destruction?" Son Goku heard this and asked, "Are there any restrictions on being an alternate for Gods of Destruction?" Whis said, "There are no restrictions. If there are any, we must destroy planets that do not meet the standards according to the mission." Son Goku nodded when he heard this, and then asked, "Are there any benefits? Will it help improve my strength?" Whis heard this and said with a smile, "Son Goku, you are really interesting. As a Gods of Destruction candidate, you can learn Gods of Destruction techniques, which is very helpful for improving your strength. In addition, I can also train you and help you improve your strength." Son Goku heard this and said, "That's it, okay, I agree." Whis heard this and said happily, "Great, Son Goku, I am very happy that you can serve as the Gods of Destruction candidate. Come back to the Gods of Destruction world with me, and I will help you improve your strength and give Lord Beerus a surprise then." Son Goku said, "Don't worry, Whis, I'll tell my family and we'll go there. Also, I'll invite you to my house as a guest. Let's have a good meal before talking." Whis heard this and said, "Do you have delicious food at home? I have a very tricky mouth." Son Goku smiled and said, "Don't worry, my family not only has a lot of money, but also a lot of delicious food. I guarantee your satisfaction." When Whis heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's set off now." Son Goku said okay, then walked over to Whis, grabbed Whis' arm, performed an instant transmission, and returned home. Chapter 48 Whis, I ate endless years of pig food. Whis said to Son Goku, "I didn't expect you to even learn Supreme Kai's instant transmission. You are really a genius." Son Goku said, "Whis, this is not Supreme Kai's instant transmission, this is the Adralite's instant transmission. You need to feel the breath to cast it." "Oh, I see, but this is amazing," Whis said. Bulma in front of the 2 people asked Son Goku, "Who is Goku?" Son Goku said, "Bulma, he is the servant of Gods of Destruction, Angel Whis, is the god." Hearing this, Bulma was shocked and said, "He is Angel, why doesn't he have wings?" Son Goku laughed when he heard this, "He is not the kind of angel we humans imagine, but a real angel." Bulma heard this and said, "That's it." Then he said to Whis, "Mr. Whis, you are welcome to come to my home." Whis smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Bulma. I am very happy to be a guest at your home." Son Goku said to Bulma, "You go prepare the banquet. I will call everyone out and introduce Whis to everyone." Bulma said, "Okay, Goku," and went to prepare for the banquet. Son Goku brought Whis to the restaurant, and then said to Whis, "Whis, Please wait here for a moment, I will call all my friends out and let you get to know them. I believe there are many people who will be interested in you. Oh, really? Then I'll wait here for a while, Whis said. Son Goku nodded, and then went to the gravity room to call everyone out. Vegeta said, Kakarot, if you don't want to practice, why are you calling us all out? Son Goku said, a great god has come to my family. I want to introduce him to you. Vegeta heard this and said with interest, oh, who is he? Don't be a cat or a dog. I'm not interested. Son Goku smiled and said, Vegeta, do you remember gods of destruction? Vegeta heard this and instantly remembered what happened when he was a child. He was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and said to Son Goku, Kakarot, you mean the gods of destruction Beerus is here? Seeing this, Piccolo asked Son Goku, who are the gods of destruction Beerus? Vegeta was actually scared like this. Vegeta spoke first, gods of destruction Beerus is the greatest god in the world. He specializes in destruction and his strength is unfathomable. Don't look at Kakarot. His current strength is bottomless, but in the hands of Beerus, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. When Piccolo heard this, he was shocked and said, Son Jun, is this true? Son Goku said, Vegeta is right. With my current strength, if Lord Beerus is serious, I may not be able to sustain a few moves. Everyone took a breath of air when they heard this. Son Goku said, the person who came is not Lord Beerus, but his servant, Angel Whis. Hearing this, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and said, it turns out to be a servant. I thought it was Beerus himself who came. It scared me. Son Goku said, Vegeta, do you think Whis is really Beerus's servant? Vegeta heard this and said, Kakarot, didn't you say that he is Beerus' servant? Son Goku said, he is still Angel. Vegeta heard this and asked, what is Angel? Son Goku said, Angel is responsible for teaching gods of destruction. In other words, Angel is also the teacher of gods of destruction. What, Kakarot, you mean, Angel's strength is even higher than gods of destruction? Vegeta said. Son Goku said, yes, gods of destruction will be killed instantly against Angel. Vegeta was shocked when he heard this and said in disbelief, Angel is actually so powerful. Son Goku said, now you know what I mean by great god, right? Everyone nodded after hearing this. Son Goku said, let's go, follow me to see Whis. Everyone nodded and followed Son Goku. After a while, we arrived at the restaurant. Son Goku introduced everyone to Whis one by one. Whis nodded and then said to Son Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta and your two sons are the people you are talking about. Son Goku said, that's right Whis, can they catch your eye? Whis nodded and said, it's okay. They are already outstanding among mortals. Their potential is pretty good. With training, they can almost reach the level of ordinary gods of destruction. Son Goku nodded, and several people were very happy when they heard this. After all, it was the teacher of gods of destruction, and Angel said it himself. It proves that their potential is endless and it is possible to reach the gods of destruction. Son Goku asked everyone to sit down, and then brought out Lazuli, Shishi and the other 5 children. Whis looked at Son Goku's 8 children with a strange look on his face, and smiled at Son Goku, Goku, you are really good at giving birth, and your children are all quite talented. Son Goku smiled and said, Whis, you also know that we Saiyan only have so many people. If we don't give birth to a few more, Saiyan may become extinct sometime. Hearing this, Vegeta twitched the corner of his mouth and said to himself, Kakarot said this as if he was Saiyan's prince. Whis looked a little weird when he heard this. Did he know that Beerus was behind Saiyan's extinction, and Frieza was just using it to take the blame? At this moment, Bulma arrived at the restaurant, followed by a long line of food delivery robots. Whis looked at the food on the robot's plate, his eyes shining. The robot came to the table and put down the food one by one. Bulma said, "Everyone, let's get started." When everyone heard this, they started to wolf down the food. Whis picked up the dessert in front of him, took a bite, and burst into tears. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. Whis said, "Sorry, I lost my temper. This thing is really delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious before." When everyone heard this, their expressions were strange, and they thought to themselves, "You, the majestic angel, the teacher of gods of destruction, have never eaten dessert. Who would believe it?" Of course Son Goku knew the reason for this, but he didn't explain it. Instead, he handed a plate of braised pork to Whis and said, "Whis, try this again." Whis followed the other's example, picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and tasted it. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he felt that his soul was flying to the sky. It was so delicious that he thought to himself, "What kind of pig food did I eat before? Compared with the delicious food in front of me, it is simply a world of difference." Don't. After that, Son Goku handed Whis other foods. Every time Whis ate one, his soul wandered to heaven. Just tasting the food makes Whis full. Son Goku looked at Whis and smiled, "Whis, there are many more foods you don't want to try." Whis heard this and said, "Thank you for the hospitality, Goku. I really can't eat any more. I'll try it some other time." Son Goku said, "That's good, lest you get tired of eating it all at once." Whis said, "How is it possible? Even if I eat such delicious food 1,000 times or 10,000 times, I will never get tired of it." Son Goku nodded, thinking about the endless years before Whis and eating pig food. He felt a little sympathy for Whis. Chapter 49 The End of the Universe's Organization. After the banquet, Whis packed a lot of delicious food before leaving Bulma's house and returned to the world of gods of destruction. As a candidate for gods of destruction, Son Goku also went along to get familiar with the process. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the world of gods of destruction. Son Goku looked at the vast world of gods of destruction and the countless planets suspended in the world of gods of destruction, and was amazed. Whis said to Son Goku, "Goku, I saw you practicing on the red giant before. Did you use the gravity of the red giant on your body to practice?" Son Goku said, "Yes Whis, the conditions on the earth can no longer create high gravity, so I came up with this method." Whis nodded and continued, "I remember that humans cannot survive in space, let alone a place as harsh as a red giant. Also, aren't you afraid that the time distortion caused by the red giant will cause you to be separated from your relatives and friends forever?" Son Goku said, "What you mentioned, I made wishes through the earth or Namex Shenron to eliminate these disadvantages." "Oh, it turns out that you got rid of these disadvantages through the miraculous power of Lord Dragon God. You are really a clever guy," Whis said with a smile. Son Goku said, "It's a pity that Shenron on Namek has limited strength. He can only eliminate the time effect of tens of billions of times of gravity on my body. This kind of gravity can probably be produced by a slightly larger red giant or neutron star, let alone it's a black hole." Whis heard this and said, "I see, Goku, I can help you do this." Son Goku said, "Whis, can you really do it? You must know that the time effect caused by a black hole is very large. I don't want to have one. I have to count the breaths in the hole. It has been thousands of years in the world." Whis smiled when he heard this and said, "Goku, don't worry, I have practiced the law of time pretty well. I can do what you ask for." "Okay, Whis, please start your performance," Son Goku said. Whis nodded, picked up the staff, and pointed it at Son Goku. The light on the staff shone brightly and continued to envelope Son Goku. A quarter of an hour later, the light disappeared. Son Goku felt it and found that nothing strange happened to his body. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Whis saw this and said to Son Goku, "Goku, do you know the principle of time effect caused by black holes?" Son Goku pondered for a moment and said, "It is the supergravity of the black hole that stretches the time. For example, 1 second is stretched to 1 year under the influence of the black hole, while the time in the outside world is still different. Change, so within the inner range of the black hole, 1 second passes, and a year passes outside." Whis said, "The theory of time is profound and complicated, so I won't explain it to you in detail. Although your explanation is simple, it is quite different. What I did before was to reinforce the time on your body to ensure that the gravity of the black hole cannot tear you apart, so the time effect of the black hole on you will disappear." Whis paused and then said, "In other words, the time on your body was like a rubber band. The black hole can be stretched as long as it wants, or even broken. After I cast the spell, the time on your body will be lost. Without elasticity, the black hole cannot pull at all, so the time effect acting on you will naturally disappear." When Son Goku heard this, he suddenly realized, "Whis, listening to you is like listening to a word." Whis heard this and said, "Goku, in short, the gravity of the black hole and the time effect on you have been eliminated by me. You can practice on the black hole with confidence and boldness in the future, provided that your body is strong enough." Son Goku nodded and said, "Thank you Whis, I understand." Whis continued, "The cultivation of our gods is different from that of mortals. Mortals practice Qi, and we cultivate gods. Divine power increases slowly in the early stage, but it can improve the level of life. In the later stage of cultivation, the strength also increases very quickly, so Goku, you have become the gods of candidates for destruction must also cultivate their divine power." "Whis, is this the divine power you are talking about?" Son Goku said. When Whis heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "Goku, you have actually cultivated divine power, and your life level has actually reached the level of Supreme Kai." Son Goku said, "I also made a wish through Namek Shenron and obtained the method of cultivating divine power. Then I started practicing. In the past 10 years, I have only cultivated this little magical power, which is better than nothing." When Whis heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "You are immortal. In more than 10 years, you have cultivated your divine power to the level of Supreme Kai. You are still slow, and it is better than nothing. If Supreme Kai hears this, it will be very strange. I'll slap you in the mouth." So he said, "I see, Goku, you gave me another surprise. It seems that apart from that magical skill, I have nothing to teach you. So, you can practice it on your own first. When your strength is almost the same, I will teach you the divine control skills of our angel." Son Goku nodded. He knew that the god's control skill that Whis mentioned was Ultra Instinct. The reason why he agreed to be a Gods of Destruction candidate was to learn Ultra Instinct and Beerus' destructive skills. Son Goku said, "Thank you Whis. Since I don't need to practice with you now, I will go back to practice." Whis said, "Well, Goku, you have your own cultivation method, and I don't want to interfere too much. Just practice on your own. If nothing happens, do more Gods of Destruction tasks." Son Goku nodded and said, "Well, goodbye Whis, come to Earth often when you have time." Whis smiled and nodded, and then Son Goku returned to Earth via instant transmission. Before everyone dispersed, Son Goku appeared in front of everyone. Vegeta saw this and said, "Kakarot, aren't you a candidate for Gods of Destruction? Why are you back?" Son Goku said, "I am a candidate for Gods of Destruction, and I no longer live in the world of Gods of Destruction. Why can't I come back?" Vegeta heard this, thought about it, and then said, "Then you serve as Gods of Destruction candidate, don't you need to do anything? Is it just a name?" Son Goku said, "That's not true. The mission of Gods of Destruction is to destroy some planets that do not need to exist. Beerus is sleeping, so these tasks are done by me. TCH, I thought it was some kind of nice job, but it turns out this is it," Vegeta said disdainfully. Son Goku smiled and said, "What do you know? If you become a Gods of Destruction candidate, you can learn Gods of Destruction skills and angel skills, and your strength will increase rapidly. This is why I agreed to be a Gods of Destruction candidate, otherwise I thought I was full." Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "Damn it, Kakarot, why do good things always come to you?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Of course I am strong, otherwise do you think Whis can like anyone?" Piccolo heard this, nodded, and said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, instead of being jealous here, it is better to practice hard. Whis said that we can practice to the level of Gods of Destruction." Vegeta heard this, nodded, and thought to himself, "The green monster is right, but I don't believe it. He has practiced to the level of Gods of Destruction, but he still can't catch up with Kakarot." Chapter 50 Super 5 Reality Universe Friar. With Piccolo's words, not only Vegeta's fighting spirit was ignited, but Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming were also excited. The four of them could practice to the level of Gods of Destruction, which was personally certified by Angel Whis. Son Goku saw the three people's expressions and knew that Piccolo's words of Gods of Destruction made them excited. Then he continued to pour chicken soup and said, "Piccolo is right, you can all practice to the level of Gods of Destruction." Who is Gods of Destruction? They are the highest gods in the entire universe, and their strength is only lower than Whis, so work hard. Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming nodded excitedly and said, "We know, Father, we will work hard." Son Goku touched their heads to show encouragement. After that, everyone dispersed and resumed their daily practice life. Son Goku also continued to train on the Red Star. He trained to Super Saiyan and broke through the four boundaries. It didn't take long and still needs to be consolidated. 1 year later, on the Red Giant Star, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku shouted loudly, the flames of his body surged, and his aura expanded rapidly, spreading to all corners of the universe. Ah 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 ah! Along with the deafening constipation-like roar, Son Goku's appearance and form changed drastically. I saw that the red fluff on his body slowly turned into white, the red hair quickly grew longer and turned into white, the eyebrows also turned into white, the red eye sockets disappeared and turned into black, and the pupils also changed from green to silvery white. After a while, Son Goku, who had super long hair, super long body shape, snow white hair, and half of his body covered with white fluff, appeared on the Red Giant Star. The white flames around him were as viscous as liquid, exuding an astonishing, scorching aura. Son Goku used his divine power to condense a mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror. He was domineering, imposing, tall and strong, and looked like a strong man. After a while, the mirror was blown away. Son Goku secretly said, "Super Saiyan 5 is really different. I don't know how successful my current strength can be compared to Beerus." While Son Goku was thinking secretly, everyone on the earth was already in a panic. Piccolo felt Son Goku's aura and broke out in cold sweat. Son Goku's aura was as vast as the universe and unfathomable. Even in his current dark green form, he would probably be killed by Son Goku's attack. In the past 2 years, Piccolo has been practicing under super gravity while cultivating his divine power. He finally developed a new form some time ago, and his strength has made great progress, comparable to the previous Super 3 Trunks. In the new form, Piccolo's body is more green in color, and the aura on his body has also turned green. Piccolo named it the dark green form. After Vegeta felt Son Goku's aura, he was very angry and thought to himself, "Damn Kakarot, he must have developed a new transformation. I just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and he developed a new form. It's really this uncle is so angry." After Son Goku and Son Goku felt the aura of Son Goku, they were very happy. Sun Wuzhen said to Son Goku, "Father must have developed a new form. Could it be Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wuming said, "It must be Super Saiyan 5. A transformation stronger than Super Saiyan 4, isn't it Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wuzhen nodded and said, although 4 will be followed by 5, whether it is Super Saiyan 5 or not can only be known after meeting his father. Others also talked a lot, lamenting the power of Son Goku. In the Gods of Destruction world, Whis also felt the aura of Son Goku and said to himself, Goku is really a genius. I haven't seen him for a year, and his strength has improved a lot. Well, his current strength is almost that of Lord Beerus, 80% when Lord Beerus wakes up. Is it possible that Goku's strength will surpass Lord Beerus? Whis thought about it carefully and thought, it's really possible. Thinking of this, Whis could already imagine Beerus's expression when he saw Son Goku's strength at that time. In the Supreme Kai world, Supreme Kai was shocked to the point of numbness after feeling this aura. Jobit said from the side, Sir Supreme Kai, are there really human beings in this world who can cultivate to such an extent? This is incredible and shocking. Supreme Kai said, facts have proved that everything is possible, so Jobit, do you still dare to look down on human beings in the future? Jobit quickly shook his head and said, I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Supreme Kai nodded upon seeing this. Apart from looking down on humans, this servant of Jobit was pretty good. He was respectful and loyal to him. It would be even better if he could get rid of this habit of looking down on humans. Jobit continued, Sir Supreme Kai, you see, we have been observing this person for so long. Shouldn't we make contact with him? Otherwise, when the time comes, it would be a bit abrupt to directly ask for help to kill Majin Buu. Supreme Kai nodded when he heard this and said, Jeb, you are right, we need to make contact. Otherwise the people are not related to us. As soon as our upper lips touch our lower lips, we want people to help kill Majin Buu. With that, what? Jobit said, Sir Supreme Kai is right, let's set off now. We can't go to Red Star, so we will go directly to his house and wait for him. Supreme Kai nodded when he heard this and said, okay, let's go right away. I remember that his home is a planet called Earth. It is located on the cantilever of the Milky Way. It is quite remote. Jobit said, yes, Lord Supreme Kai, it is quite far away from us, 90 billion light years away. Supreme Kai smiled and said, does distance still mean anything to us? Jobit smiled and said, Sir Supreme Kai said that distance has no meaning to us. What we think can come in an instant. Supreme Kai nodded, and the two of them arrived at Bulma's house in an instant and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the two of them. Just as Jobit was about to go out and say a few words, he was pulled back by Supreme Kai. Jobit looked confused, and Supreme Kai said solemnly, Jobit, don't be reckless. You need to feel their strength first. Hearing this, Jobit began to explore everyone's strength. Then cold sweat began to break out on the heads, and the auras of the four leaders were as majestic as mountains, as vast as the sea, and bottomless. The rest of the people were also very powerful, especially the long-haired monster and the bald man. Their strength actually exceeded his knowledge. Seeing Jobit looking at himself and others unscrupulously, Vegeta snorted, Who are you? You dare to appear in front of us, and you dare to look at us unscrupulously. Do you think you don't take this prince seriously? Supreme Kai said quickly, I'm sorry that we came uninvited and took the liberty of visiting. Please forgive me. Let me introduce myself. I am Supreme Kai Xin. Next to me is my servant Jobit. We are here to get acquainted. Your friend who is practicing on the Red Star has no other meaning. Piccolo heard this and said, So that's it. According to what you said, you are also a god. Supreme Kai said, Yes, I am the god in charge of the creation of the universe. Chapter 51 Vegeta, such a weak god Xin, I'm not good at fighting. Vegeta heard this and asked curiously, Who is the god in charge of creation? Supreme Kai raised his chest and raised his head and said, The god in charge of creation, the highest god in the universe, is responsible for creating celestial bodies, creating life, maintaining the development of the universe, and making the universe prosperous. Oh, I see, then who is better, you or the gods of destruction? Vegeta asked. Supreme Kai Xin wondered, is there such a god in the world? Why haven't I heard of it? Piccolo heard this and said, isn't the god of destruction also the supreme god in the universe? He is in charge of destruction and destroys unqualified planets. You are also the supreme god, but you don't know it. Supreme Kai Xin said, who did you listen to? I have been a supreme Kai for tens of millions of years, and I have never heard of gods of destruction. Vegeta heard this and looked at Supreme Kai and said, you have never heard of gods of destruction. Are you a fake? I saw gods of destruction Beerus when I was 5 years old. As the Supreme Kai God, you said you have never seen gods of destruction, do you think we are stupid? Supreme Kai Xin heard this, cold sweat broke out on his head, and said to everyone, I am really Supreme Kai, and I have never seen gods of destruction. After hearing this, everyone looked at Supreme Kai Xin with suspicion. Upon seeing this, Supreme Kai became anxious and said to everyone, if you don't believe it, I can take you to the Supreme Kai world, that's where I live. Vegeta heard this and said, okay, then you will take us there. If the Supreme Kai world really exists, we will believe what you say. Hearing this, Jobit was about to speak, but was immediately stopped by Supreme Kai. With Supreme Kai's understanding of Jobit, of course he knew what Jobit wanted to say. It's nothing more than that the Supreme Kai world is a holy land, and no mortal can set foot there. But can you tell this group of people? Everyone in this group has extraordinary strength, especially the green monster, the 2 children, and the dwarf who spoke. If he said this, he would be looking for a beating. Supreme Kai said to everyone, you gather in a circle and I will take you to the Supreme Kai world. Piccolo heard this and said, it seems you can also do instant transmission. Supreme Kai said, that's right, I heard you tell me, do you still have anyone here who knows instant transmission? Piccolo said, you are going to get to know the Son Goku Club. Supreme Kai heard this and said, oh, it turns out that strong man is called Son Goku. Vegeta said, he also has a scion name, Kakarot. Oh, I see. As far as I know, wasn't Scion destroyed by Frieza? Supreme Kai said. Vegeta said, yes, Scion was killed by Frieza, but he was also killed by us, not only him, but also his brother and father. Supreme Kai Xin nodded and said, I know, this Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe, but he is actually active in the Milky Way. What is his strength? I can destroy him with one finger. Oh, so you are very strong. Vegeta looked sideways at Supreme Kai Xin. Ahem, cough, so, Supreme Kai said with a guilty conscience. When Jobit saw everyone standing, he used instant transmission and took everyone back to the Supreme Kai world in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the world with birds singing and flowers fragrant, then looked at the planet suspended in the sky, felt the fresh air, and couldn't help but sigh to themselves, the Supreme Kai world is really a good place. Supreme Kai Xin saw everyone's expressions in his eyes and said to everyone, now you should believe that I am a god, right? Everyone nodded after hearing this. Vegeta said, you are really the god in charge of creation, so it's impossible that you don't know gods of destruction Beerus. Piccolo heard this and said, Vegeta, I think something must have happened that caused them not to recognize the gods of destruction. Vegeta nodded when he heard this. Thinking about it, everyone is from the God Circle, how could they not know each other, unless something unexpected happened? Supreme Kai Xin heard this and lowered his head to think. Speaking of changes, huge changes have indeed occurred in the Supreme Kai world. Back then, Majin Buu ravaged the Supreme Kai world and killed 4 Supreme Kais in the south, northwest and north. He was able to escape because of the protection of the Supreme Kai, but he also lost many of the Supreme Kai's inheritance. Maybe this is why he doesn't know the gods of changes in destruction. Xin said, how strong is gods of destruction Beerus? Is it strong? Vegeta heard this and said, you can tell whether he is strong or not by listening to the name of his god and the responsibilities he holds. Piccolo also said, the strength of gods of destruction, apart from his master and servant Whis, is the undisputed number one in the universe. What, gods of destruction is so powerful? Supreme Kai Xin asked in shock. Vegeta saw this and said, you are also the supreme god of the universe, so you must be very powerful. Come and show us your true strength. Supreme Kai Xin said awkwardly, ahem, cough, cough, in fact, what you have discovered is my true strength. I have not hidden my strength. Vegeta heard this and said, no way, you are the supreme god in charge of creation, how come you only have this little strength? Supreme Kai Xin said awkwardly, I am not good at fighting, only good at creating. Tisk, what a weak god, Vegeta said. Supreme Kaixin smiled helplessly, and then said, since you already believe that I am a real god, let's return to Earth. I also want to get to know Son Goku. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then Jobit cast instant transmission and took everyone back to Bulma's house on Earth. After a while, Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku returned home from the Red Giant Star and happened to appear in front of everyone. Vegeta saw Son Goku's new form and said excitedly, Kakarot, is this the transformation of Super Saiyan 5? Son Goku said, yes, this is Super Saiyan 5, and I just successfully transformed. Vegeta then asked, how does this transformation compare to Super Saiyan 4? How much is the strength improved? Son Goku smiled and said, I don't know how much the strength has improved, but it is not a problem to kill Super Saiyan 4 in seconds. Vegeta heard this and said, then how can we change from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5? Son Goku smiled and said, Vegeta, you haven't even cultivated Super Saiyan 4 to full power, so you are thinking about Super Saiyan 5. Don't be too ambitious, and you have to eat one bite at a time. But then again, you and Wu Zhen and Wu Ming will reach this point sooner or later. So I will tell you in advance. When the three heard this, they looked at Son Goku and motioned for him to continue. Son Goku said, there are two ways to become Super Saiyan 5. The first is to accumulate strength to a certain extent, and the transformation will be successful naturally. The second is more troublesome, and requires a mixture of sadness and anger to activate the body's energy. Only with Saiyan blood can the transformation be successful. Vegeta asked hurriedly, Kakarot, what method did you use? Son Goku said, of course it's the first method. I don't have anything that can make me feel sad and angry. Vegeta heard this and said, I know, Kakarot, I will definitely catch up with you. Son Goku did not speak, but looked at Supreme Kai Xin and Jobit. Chapter 52 Vegeta, Majin Buu turns out to be the little Yakuza. Supreme Kai Xin saw Son Goku looking at him and said quickly, hello, Son Goku, I am the god in charge of creation, Supreme Kai Xin, and next to me is my servant Jobit. Son Goku said, hello, Supreme Kai, welcome to my home. Supreme Kai Xin said, thank you, Son Goku. I'm glad to meet a strong man like you. In fact, I came to you to ask for your help. Son Goku knew that Supreme Kai was talking about Majin Buu, but he still pretended to be dumb and said, Supreme Kai, you can just call me Goku. What other help do you want from me? Supreme Kai Xin said, it's a long story, and it starts with an incident that happened in the Supreme Kai world in ancient times. Vegeta interrupted, then let's make a long story short. Supreme Kai Xin paused after hearing the words, and then said, okay, let me make a long story short. In ancient times, in order to realize his desire to dominate the universe, the evil magician Babadai created Majin Buu. This Majin Buu was extremely evil and killed everyone at that time. There are Supreme Kai, South King Kai, West King Kai, and North King Kai in the Supreme Kai world. As East King Kai, I was the weakest at that time, and I was able to escape only because Supreme Kai risked his life to save me." Vegeta said, "What happened next?" Supreme Kai Xin continued, "Later Majin Buu was sealed by Babadai, and then I took the opportunity to kill him, but in the past few years, Babadai's son, Babadai, began to look for Majin Buu, trying to revive him. In order to eliminate Majin Buu in one fell swoop, I have been looking for a strong man of justice in the universe. Not long ago, the aura of Goku spread to the Supreme Kai world. I knew that he was the strong man I was looking for, so I came to visit him." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Vegeta said, "I see, I'm just saying, I won't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, but is Majin Buu really as powerful as you say?" Supreme Kai Xin said, "Majin Buu is very powerful. Not only is he powerful, but he is also difficult to kill. Oh, let me tell you, this prince is very curious. How difficult is he to kill?" Vegeta said. Supreme Kai Xin said, "Majin Buu has an immortal body. Even if he is beaten to scum, he can be resurrected. In addition, he can absorb others, digest others, and transform other people's power into his own power." Vegeta heard this and said, "I see, from what you say, Majin Buu is quite powerful. So, I want to ask Goku for help to eliminate Majin Buu." Supreme Kai said. Son Goku heard this and said, "No problem, Supreme Kai, it is our duty to protect the peace of the universe. When Majin Buu appears, I will let Vegeta take action." Vegeta heard this and shouted, "Kakarot, Supreme Kai is looking for you, not me, why should I take action?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Vegeta, don't you want to see how powerful Majin Buu is? Don't you want to fight against the strong? Don't you want to show off to others?" Vegeta heard this and asked, "I wonder, don't you want Kakarot?" Son Goku laughed and said, "Trash like Majin Buu is not worth my money." Vegeta was furious when he heard this. "Kakarot, what do you mean? Majin Buu is rubbish and not worthy of your action. Is it worthy of my uncle's action?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Isn't it your specialty, King Vegeta, to pick up the trash?" Vegeta heard this and said, "You are not interested in garbage. And neither am I. Leave Majin Buu to your two sons. Their strength is equal to mine, and it is easy to deal with Majin Buu." Supreme Kaixin heard the conversation between the two and said weakly, "Majin Buu is still quite strong, don't be careless." Son Goku heard this and said with a smile, "Majin Buu's strength is at best comparable to the ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Except for me, Vegeta, my two sons and Piccolo are all stronger than Super Saiyan 3. To deal with Majin Buu it's not a problem, don't worry about Supreme Kai." "Oh, really? That's great," Supreme Kai Xin said happily. Vegeta heard this and said, "Kakarot, are you sure that Majin Buu is only at the level of Super Saiyan 3? Son Goku smiled and said, "I'm sure. TCH, I thought you were so powerful. It turned out to be the little Yakuza. Don't talk about such rubbish like you, Kakarot. I'm not interested either. Let your two sons take action and let them practice their skills." Vegeta said disdainfully. Seeing that Vegeta was really not interested, Son Goku could only say to his two sons, "Wu Zhen, Wu Ming, then Majin Buu will be left to you. He should be a very good toy, and you can have fun playing with it." When the two heard this, they said happily, "Okay, father, Majin Buu will be handed over to us. When the time comes, we will beat him until Babadai, his adoptive father, doesn't even recognize him." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Afterwards, Son Goku held another banquet to entertain Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit. At the banquet, Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit devoured their food as if they had never eaten in a few lifetimes. Although their appetites could not be compared to Saiyans, their appearance was as good as Saiyans. Klin muttered to the side, "Are all gods virtuous like this? They act as if they have never eaten delicious food." In fact, this is indeed the case. Although Supreme Kykson and Jabit eat better than Whis and Beerus, they are not much better. Looking at the delicious food, I naturally can't help it. After having a full meal, Supreme Kykson and Jabit said goodbye to everyone and returned to the Supreme Kai world. In the evening, Bulma, Shishi, and Lazuli watched Super Saiyan 5, Son Goku, and they became lustful and said they wanted to meet Son Goku, so the four of them started an all-night fight in the bedroom. Finally, after Son Goku defeated Bulma and Shishi and filled Lazuli, he began to rest. It was already dawn. In the days that followed, everyone continued to train as usual. Everyone was training that day, and then they felt the atmosphere of Raditz and Nappa. Son Goku felt the aura of the two and knew that the two had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. So he used instant transmission and led everyone to find the two people in the wasteland. Raditz's whole body was covered with golden flames, and his long golden hair hung down to his buttocks. A strand of golden hair hung down in front of his forehead, his eyebrows were raised, his eyebrows disappeared, and his pupils were green, making him look like a Super Saiyan 3. Looking at Nappa again, he was covered in golden flames, surrounded by lightning, his eyebrows were raised, his eyebrows disappeared, his pupils were green, and most importantly, he had short golden hair, with a strand of golden hair hanging down in front of his forehead, which made Klin look envious. Nappa touched the rich short hair on his head and laughed. Compared with the improvement in strength, the short hair that grew out made him more happy. Nappa's strange behavior made everyone laugh. Chapter 53, Bulma's Adult Beauty, Taisai challenges the prince. After seeing Raditz and Nappa's Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku and everyone returned to Bulma's house. Raditz and Nappa also went back to their respective homes to celebrate with their wives and children. The two of them have now completely settled down. Cultivation is not important to them, and they have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their families. Only then did I realize that Sion's previous behavior of beating and killing was really stupid. Isn't it good for his wife and children to be on the hotbed? So it took the two of them 2.5 years to break through to Super Saiyan 3. Look at Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming. It only took the three of them 2.5 years to break through from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4. This gap is really not that big. Although the two people's talents are indeed average, this is not the reason for their slow breakthrough. The most direct reason is that they have slacked off in their training. Vegeta scolded the two of them for this, but the two said confidently, "We have no ambition to dominate the universe. Why do we need such strength?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Then what will you do if you encounter a strong enemy in the future? How will you protect your family?" The two said, "Isn't there Kakarot and you, the prince?" Vegeta said, "What if Kakarot and I are no match?" The two laughed and said, "Your Highness, you and Kakarot are no match, so what use is our strength?" Vegeta was speechless by the two and had no choice but to leave. After this persuasion failed, Vegeta gave up urging them. But Vegeta was very happy to see the two of them break through to Super Saiyan 3, which proved that the two of them had not really given up on training. A month later, a Universe spacecraft landed at Bulma's house. Two people walked out, one looked like a smaller version of Universe Superman, and the other looked somewhat similar to Bulma. Under everyone's doubtful eyes, Bulma greeted the two of them, "Sister, you are finally back." Everyone was a little shocked when they heard this. When they saw this, Bulma introduced everyone, "This beautiful lady is my sister Tais, and next to her is Galactic Patrolman Gok. My sister rode with Gok when I was very young. The Universe spaceship has gone on a space adventure." Everyone suddenly realized what he said. Bulma introduced everyone to Taisai and Jack again. Taisai greeted everyone one by one, while Jack was so frightened by everyone's strength that he broke into a cold sweat. Anyone here is capable of killing him instantly, including Bulma. How can he not be shocked? The reason why he is scared is because he saw Saiyan Prince Vegeta here. You must know that Saiyan's good name has spread throughout the universe. How can he not be afraid to see Sion here? Taisai smiled at Sun Wuming and said, "Little nephew, come here and let your aunt take a look." Sun Wuming looked at Bulma with some restraint. Bulma nodded, and then Sun Wuming walked over. Taisai touched Sun Wuming's head and said with a smile, "My little nephew is so cute." Then he said to Bulma, "Bulma, where is your husband?" Bulma said, "Goku went to practice again and will be back in the evening." Taisai said, "I see, okay then, I'll go see my father and mother first, and we'll talk later." Bulma nodded and then said to everyone, "Everyone, don't practice today. I'm going to hold a banquet to celebrate my sister's return home. Everyone can come and join in later." Everyone was very happy when they heard this. In the evening, Son Goku returned home and met Taisai at the banquet. Bulma made an introduction, the two said hello and started chatting. Taisai is not interested in Son Goku, but is very interested in Vegeta. He came to Vegeta and said to Vegeta, "I heard that you are Prince Sion, right?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta dropped the chicken drumstick in his hand, looked at Taisai sideways and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Taisai said, "I heard that you Sion used to be Frisia's subordinates and were cruel. When I see you this time, I feel that it is inconsistent with the rumors." Vegeta heard this and snorted coldly, "How can I be compared with those ordinary Sions?" Taisai continued, "I heard that you and my brother-in-law killed all the Frisia clan. Is it true?" Vegeta heard the words and said, "Woman, you are really long-winded. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kakarot and don't bother me here." Upon hearing this, Tai smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Prince Sion like you has quite a personality. I am becoming more and more interested in you." "Humph, I'm not interested in you as a woman. I'm only interested in improving my strength," Vegeta said. Taisai smiled and said, "I heard from my brother-in-law that you are a cultivator. I didn't believe it at first, but now I really believe it." Vegeta heard this and said angrily, "Damn it, Kakarot really said that about me." Taisai smiled and said, "That's right, Kakarot said that you don't hear anything outside the window, you focus on soaking in the gravity room, you don't get bored day after day, and you are still single now. Damn Kakarot, why didn't I work so hard just to catch up and surpass his strength?" Vegeta said. Taisai smiled and said, "In practice, you need to be open and relaxed, and you can't be tense all the time. This will be counterproductive." Vegeta heard this and said, "You are a woman who fights against the five scum, what do you know?" Taisai smiled and said, "Okay, I am Zhanwu Jia, I don't understand." Then the conversation changed and he continued, "But I want to write a novel with you as the protagonist. I have already thought of the name. It's called The Revenge of Prince Sion. I wonder if you are interested in sharing your story with me." Vegeta heard this and said, "Woman, you are so naive. You can even think of such a name." Taisai smiled and said, "If you don't agree, I will just write it blindly. I can't guarantee what kind of person you will be when the time comes." Vegeta snorted, "You'd better not write randomly." Taisai said, "Then tell me your story." Vegeta was non-committal. Seeing this, Tais picked up the wine glass and said to Vegeta, "Then let's make a deal." Vegeta said, "This prince never drinks." Taisai smiled and said, "No way, your majestic Sion prince actually doesn't know how to drink. If you tell me, you won't be afraid of being laughed at." Vegeta's face turned red when he heard this and said, "Isn't it just wine? I will drink it for you right now." After that, he poured a glass of wine, dong dong dong, and drank it. Taisai said, "That's right." Then he poured another glass for Vegeta, picked up his own glass and drank with Vegeta. The two exchanged cups, and soon became confused. After the banquet, Bulma sent the two to their room, closed the door, showed a meaningful smile, and left. At night, Vegeta had a very strange and refreshing dream. He dreamed that he was riding a horse, galloping wildly on the grassland, and then riding a surfboard, riding the wind and waves on the sea, and defeated the enemy. Wave after wave. Chapter 54 Belated Trunks. The next morning, Vegeta woke up leisurely and felt the warm and smooth body in his arms. Vegeta suddenly shivered with fright. This time, Taisai woke up from her deep sleep. Taisai slowly opened her eyes, and then saw Vegeta's embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, "King Vegeta, why are you so shy?" Vegeta stood up and said, "Humph, I am not shy." Taisai said, "Oh, really? So if this happens, what will the prince do to me?" Vegeta heard this and said, "Now that things have happened, you are my prince's woman." Taisai smiled and said, "I thought you would be so scared, prince, that you wouldn't admit it." "Humph, this prince will be scared by a mere earth woman like you," Vegeta said. "That's good, let's get up, and you and I will go meet my parents," Tai said with a smile. Vegeta said, "No problem, then you can get up from me first." Taisai smiled and slowly climbed up from Vegeta, watching Vegeta's blood surge. He pulled Taisai back and said, "Since you are already my prince's woman, we should have a good communication." Taisai smiled and said, "Didn't we communicate last night?" Vegeta said, "I didn't feel much last night. Now I want to experience it again." After that, he got entangled with Taisai. With a low growl and a clear chirp, the two began a fierce battle. 300 rounds later, Vegeta gathered all the energy in his body and spurted out, hitting Taisai shuddered and fell limply into Vegeta's arms. The battle was finally over. At noon, the two got dressed, walked out of the room, and went to see Drive and Mrs. Breves. After meeting the two of them, Taisai talked about their affairs, and the Breves had no objections. Vegeta had been at home for so many years, and everyone was acquaintances and knew each other very well, so the Breves were happy to do so. Agree. Later, Tais drags Vegeta and meets Bulma and Son Goku again. Seeing this, Bulma secretly gave Tais a thumbs up, and then said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, you have to treat my sister well, otherwise I can't beat you, and Goku will teach you a lesson." Vegeta heard this and snorted coldly, "Humph, you don't need to say more, I will naturally treat Tais well." Son Goku smiled and said, "Vegeta, didn't you say that women will only affect the speed at which you improve your strength?" Vegeta snorted coldly, "I have changed my mind, can't I?" Son Goku smiled and said nothing. In the end, Vegeta could not escape the law of true fragrance and embraced the beauty. After everyone learned the news, they were all shocked. Vegeta, who always looked like everyone owed me money, actually took down Bulma's sister without saying a word. How could everyone not be shocked? After Raditz and Nappa learned the news, they both said happily, "King Vegeta has finally enlightened himself." A few days later, the two held a grand wedding. Son Goku invited all his acquaintances, including Master Roshi, Meowth, Dende, Bobo, King Kai, Supreme Kai Xin, Jabit and Whis. At the banquet, when King Kai saw Whis, he immediately came forward to say, "Hello, Whis, long time no see. Is Master Beerus awake?" Whis smiled and said, "Long time no see, King Kai, Lord Beerus hasn't woken up yet." After hearing this, King Kai wiped the cold sweat on his head and said, "That's good, that's good." Whis smiled when he saw this, then looked at Supreme Kai and said, "You must be the new Supreme Kai." Supreme Kai Xin said, "Yes, I am Supreme Kai." "You are the angel Whis," Goku said. Whis smiled and said, "Yes, I am Whis." Supreme Kai Xin heard this and quickly asked, "Then how much do you know about the strength of gods of destruction Beerus?" Whis smiled and said, "As Supreme Kai, you don't understand Lord Beerus's strength. Didn't the last Supreme Kai tell you?" Supreme Kai Xin said, "In ancient times, major changes occurred in the Supreme Kai world. Several major Supreme Kai were killed by Majin Buu, so the inheritance was cut off. Whis was shocked when he heard this. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Supreme Kai Xin said, it happened about 5 million years ago. Whis heard this and said, so, Lord Beerus was sleeping at that time. Otherwise, Lord Beerus would definitely take action if he knew about this matter. With his strength, Majin Buu could only do it in one breath. Ah, it turns out that what Goku and the others said is true. Beerus is actually so powerful, Supreme Kai Xin said in shock. Whis smiled and said, that's natural. Lord Beerus's strength is the best in the universe. No one can match him. Even Goku now can only fight with Lord Beerus with all his strength, but he can't beat Lord Beerus. That's it, Supreme Kai said. Whis pointed his magic staff at Supreme Kai Xin and conveyed all the information about the gods in the universe to Supreme Kai Xin. Supreme Kai Xin sorted out the information in his mind, and then learned the information about all the gods in the universe, and was shocked. Whis ignored the situation and began to taste the food on the table, and others followed suit. When Taisai appeared with Vegeta on her arm, everyone sent their blessings. After the wedding process was completed, everyone started to toast to celebrate and eat a lot. The wedding banquet lasted from noon to the evening before everyone dispersed. In the evening, Vegeta and Taisai ate like marrow and had another hand-to-hand fight. For several days after that, Vegeta stayed with Tais instead of practicing. Son Goku continued to practice on the Red Star, normalizing Super Saiyan 5 and training towards the full power of Super Saiyan 5. A year later, Taisai gave birth to a boy for Vegeta. Vegeta thought twice and named him Trunks. When everyone found out, they looked strange but didn't say anything. After Son Goku found out, he thought to himself, I thought my son Sunks was the Trunks of this world before, but I didn't expect that he wasn't. I don't know how Trunks will feel in the future when he finds out. After being surprised, Son Goku did not think about it and continued his daily practice. This year, Super Saiyan started to become popular. 6-year-old Son Goten, Sunks, and Sunbra all successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. When Vegeta found out, he was shocked and said, when did Super Saiyan become so bad? These boys are only over 6 years old and they can actually transform into Super Saiyan. Son Goku said, what's all the fuss about? They all inherited my talent and can naturally transform into Super Saiyan. Vegeta heard this and thought about it. It seems that mixed-race children are very talented. You can tell it by looking at the children of Kakarot. Thinking of this, he thought of Trunks in the future, and he looked forward to his son Trunks even more. Chapter 55 The Plan to Eliminate Bojack. On this day, Son Goku was practicing as usual when he suddenly received a call from King Kai, saying that the King of Kai asked Son Goku to completely eliminate a group of people named Bojack who were sealed at the end of the galaxy on a planet. Universe Thugs. It all started when King Kai participated in the Underworld Martial Arts Conference held by the King of the Realm. King Kai participated in the Underworld Martial Arts Conference held by the Great Kai. As his mortal enemy, the King of the West saw that King Kai came alone and did not send any of his dead souls to attend the event. Then he finished mockingly and said, King Kai, I didn't expect that your talent has shrunk to such an extent. You can't find a strong person in the entire Northern Galaxy. Ha ha ha, I'm really laughing to death. King Kai said angrily, there are many strong men in our Northern Galaxy. You know what happened to Frisia and his father and brother who were killed? It was all done by our strong men in the Northern Galaxy. Hearing this, the King of the West Realm said, it's just a clan of frozen demons. If it weren't for the strongest man under my command, Pai Gu Fan, who couldn't take action, how would they have been able to do evil in the universe? King Kai heard this and mocked, I don't think your man's pork rib rice is very good, otherwise how could he die? He couldn't have died of old age. When the King of the Western Realm heard this, he said angrily, no matter what, the pork rib rice under my hand is better than the warrior under your hand. King Kai said, he was killed. The King of the Western Realm said, the pork ribs rice defeats the frozen demon clan. King Kai, he was killed. The king of the west said angrily, King Kai, do you have nothing to say? King Kai, he was killed. The king of the western realm said angrily, if you have the ability, let him come and compete with the pork rib rice. King Kai smiled and said, the strong man under my command is well deserved. The person who can kill him has not yet appeared, so he can't come. Besides, he is not interested in this kind of competition between novices. Hearing this, the other realm kings looked at King Kai. Seeing this, King Kai straightened his back and laughed, ha ha ha, what are you looking at? I'm right. You all felt the aura that shook the universe some time ago, right? Hearing this, the king of the southern realm said, you don't want to say that that strong man is your northern galaxy soldier, do you? King Kai said, yes, he is our strongest warrior in the northern galaxy and even the entire universe, Son Goku. Also, let me tell you, he is also a candidate for Gods of Destruction and will inherit the position of Gods of Destruction from Master Beerus in the future. Several Kaido were shocked when they heard this, and the Western Kaido was also shocked and speechless. Compared with the Gods of Destruction candidates, the pork rib rice under his hands was not even garbage. Because Gods of Destruction candidates not only have great names, but also have corresponding abilities. The great realm king was also shocked when he heard this, and said to King Kai, you are so successful that you actually gave our galaxy a candidate for Gods of Destruction. You really make us proud. King Kai heard this and said with a smile, the great Kaio King has given you the reward. Goku's strength is all cultivated by himself. I just provided him with some help when he was relatively weak. The king of the realm said, I see, but I think your relationship with him should be good, right? King Kai said proudly, that's natural, Goku has always respected me. The King Kai nodded when he heard this, and then said, in that case, King Kai, I would like to ask you for a favor, to be precise, ask Son Goku for help. King Kai heard this and said, please speak, Lord Daikai Wang. The king of the realm said, you also know that Bojack and his gang of thugs were sealed by us ourselves back then. Although nothing happened for so many years, we are not afraid of anything but 10,000. When the seal breaks, they will come out to do evil again. So I would like to ask Son Goku for a favor and destroy them completely. King Kai heard this and suddenly realized, it turns out that this is what the King of Kai said. No problem, I will tell Goku. The king of the realm heard this and said, thank you very much, King Kai. Upon hearing this, King Kai quickly waved his hands and said, how dare you, this is what I should do. The great Kaio King said to the other Kaio Kings, you must all follow King Kai as an example, learn from King Kai, and do your best to maintain peace in the galaxy. Several other realm kings nodded. King Kai was so proud that he was praised by the king of the realm. He was so happy that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Later, in the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, the pork rib rice easily won the first place because there was no participation of Son Goku. Although King Kai of the West was happy, he was only happy for a while when he thought that King Kai had Son Goku. After the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, King Kai returned to Kaio and informed Son Goku of the matter. After Son Goku knew about it, he said to Kaio from a distance of 1,600 light-years, there is no use in killing chickens with a bullseye. This group of people is not worthy of my action, but since you said so, Kaio, in order to reassure you, I will let that boy Wu Zhen take action. King Kai heard the words and said, that's okay, I don't worry about that boy Wu Zhen taking action. Son Goku said, okay, Kaio-sama, please wait, I will send Wu Zhen there right away. Okay, Goku, King Kai said. Son Goku used instant transmission and arrived at home in a short time. He came to the 1000 gravity room and called Son Goku out. As soon as he mentioned the matter, Sun Wuhen patted his chest and said, don't worry, father, I will leave this matter to you. Son Goku nodded, and then took Sun Wuhen to instant transmission to King Kai. King Kai saw this and smiled, "Goku, you are so nimble in doing things." Then he said to Sun Wuhen, "I leave this matter to you." Sun Wuhen said, "Kai-sama, don't worry, it's just a few universe thugs, I can kill them with just a flip of my hand." King Kai smiled and said, "I feel relieved when you say that, then let's go." Sun Wuhen nodded. Upon seeing this, Son Goku said to King Kai, "Kai-sama, I will leave then. Please notify me in time if anything happens." King Kai nodded and said, "Goku, you can go with peace of mind. If there is any emergency, I will definitely notify you in time." Son Goku nodded, then cast instant transmission, returned to the red giant star, and continued practicing. King Kai and Sun Wuhen rushed to the residence of the Great Realm King immediately. When the two arrived at the Great Kaiwen, several Kaiu and the Great Kaiu were there. After King Kai saw a few people, he introduced to them, "This is the Gods of Destruction candidate, the strongest warrior of the universe, Son Goku's son, Sun Wuhen." Hearing this, the King of the West Kai said, "King Kai, are you playing tricks on the King Kai? Didn't you agree to invite Son Goku? Why did you invite his son over? It's not because he didn't give you face, right?" King Kai sneered, "King of the West, you are really short-sighted. Do you think any cat or dog is worthy of Goku's action? Bojack and his gang are trash in Goku's eyes. Goku sent him out in order to reassure me and give me face. My eldest son, if you underestimate Wu Zhen, you are making a big mistake." Hearing this, the King of the Realm said, "Tiger Father has no dog sons. Since Son Goku dares to send his son here, it shows that his son's strength is not simple." Hearing this, the King of the South Realm said to Sun Wuhen, "Sun Wuhen, it's not that I don't believe you. I just want you to show us your skills and open our eyes." When Sun Wuhen heard this, he smiled and said, "It's not that I look down on the realm kings. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't hurt me." Chapter 56 Sun Wuhen, he doesn't have the strength to hit anyone. "Damn it, you brat, how dare you look down on us," the King of the West said angrily. The King of the Southern Realm pondered for a moment and said, "You are right, we are not good at fighting, and we really cannot defeat you, but do you dare to let the champion of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, the pork rib rice, try it?" The King of the Western Realm heard this and shouted, "Yes, you are pretending to be useless in front of us. If you dare to let the pork rib rice have a try, we will believe in your strength." Sun Wuhen said, "No problem, you call the champion of Lao Shizi over, and I will let him know what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world." The King of the Western Realm said, "Okay, you wait, I will bring the pork ribs rice here." Sun Wuhen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait." The King of the East Realm said, "Young people, don't be too arrogant, don't be too confident. You are you, and your father is your father. Of course, if you are really powerful, just pretend that I didn't tell you." Sun Wuhen smiled and said, "Don't be arrogant and call me a young man. Besides, I am confident in my strength. From the beginning, I never relied on my father's name to show off my power. It's just that you don't believe in my strength, so you think I'm bragging." The King of the East Realm said, Okay, I won't argue with you. It's a mule or a horse. Just pull it out for a walk and you will know. You will see the difference in a while." King Kai pulled Sun Wuhen aside and said, "Wuhen, are you really sure? During the martial arts competition, I saw the strength of that pork rib rice. I don't know how strong it is, but looking at his momentum, his strength is not there. Super Saiyan 2 under." Hearing this, Sun Wuhen smiled and said, "I thought he was so strong, but it turns out that he is only at the level of Super Saiyan 2. Lord King Kai, don't worry, I am sure of it." "Oh, then I'll be relieved. I'll watch your performance later, Wu Zhen." King Kai heard this and smiled. Sun Wuhen nodded, and the two returned to the others and began to wait for the arrival of the King of the West and the pork rib rice. After a while, the King of the West led a warrior covered in green, with a halo on his head, a black hat, a white scarf tied on his forehead, and a white gown to the crowd. The King of the Western world pointed at the pork rib rice and said to Sun Wuzhen, "He is the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament and the strongest warrior in our Western galaxy, the pork rib rice." Then he said to the pork rib rice, "This boy is the son of gods of destruction candidate Sun Goku, Sun Wuhen, as I told you." Pork rib rice nodded, then looked at Sun Wuhen, and after a moment he said to Sun Wuhen solemnly, "You are very strong, I am not your opponent, but I still have to give it a try to see how big the gap is between us." The Great Kaio King, the East Kaio King, the West Kaio King, and the South Kaio King were shocked when they heard this. The West Kaio King even shouted, "Pork rib rice, have you made a mistake? Is this kid really powerful? We haven't even fought yet, and you saying you are not his opponent?" Pork rib rice said, "What I said is true, Lord Western Kai Wang." Now several people completely believed that what Sun Wuhen said before was true and he was not bragging. Sun Wuhen said, "You have good strength and good eyesight, but are you sure you want to fight me?" Pork rib rice said, "I'm sure, the opponents in the martial arts tournament are too weak. Only by competing with a master like you can I know the limit of my strength." Sun Wuhen said in an old-fashioned way, "Yes, you have a strong heart. I am very optimistic about your future path." When pork rib rice heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he thought to himself, "You are only a young boy, but you speak like an elder." So he turned around and said to several realm kings, "Dear realm kings, please stay away, I want to compete with Sun Wuhen." Hearing this, the great realm king called several realm kings to stay away from the two of them. Seeing this, Sun Wuhen said to the pork rib rice, "You wait, I will change my body first." After saying that, without waiting for Pi rib rice's response, he shouted loudly, his aura surged, and the strong wind around him blew away Pi rib rice's hat and turban. Along with the roar, Sun Wuhen was enveloped in flames, and his figure quickly grew taller and stronger. A moment later, a 1.8 meter tall Sun Wuhen with a strong build, his upper body covered in red fluff, his chest exposed, red eyes, and green pupils appeared in front of everyone. Everyone felt Sun Wuhen's unfathomable and majestic aura, dumbfounded and shocked. Sun Wuhen smiled evilly and said to the pork rib rice, "I have kept you waiting for a long time. This look is my strongest posture now. I wonder how many moves you, as the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament, can take from me." Pork rib rice felt the gap between the two of them and remained silent for a long time without speaking. Seeing this, Sun Wuhen put his hands back and said to the pork rib rice, "If I take action, you will be killed by me instantly. In this way, I stand still and let you attack. If you can break through my defense, even if you won." The clay figurine was still very angry, not to mention that pork rib rice was considered a strong man. Hearing Sun Wuhen's arrogant words, he lost his dignity. He said to Sun Wuhen, "Sun Wuhen, are you too arrogant?" When Sun Wuhen heard this, he raised his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said, "Are you arrogant? I don't think you will know that I am stating the facts until you truly understand my strength." Seeing this, pork rib rice stopped talking and gave a loud shout. His aura erupted all over his body, and he saw arrogance surging and lightning surrounding him. Seeing this, Sun Wuhen said, "Yes, it is indeed equivalent to my previous Super Saiyan 2 in strength." Pork rib rice said to Sun Wuhen, "Sun Wuhen, are you ready? I'm going to take action." "Come over here," Sun Wuhen said with a smile. "Okay." Before he finished speaking, pork rib rice punched Sun Wuhen in the face. Sun Wuhen smiled and said, "Not bad, if you use a little more force, I can do it." Hearing this, pork rib rice was shocked. He dodged and kicked Sun Wuhen in the neck. As a result, Sun Wuhan didn't even move. He tilted his head and said to the pork rib rice, "The strength is not bad, and the massage for me is not bad." Upon seeing this, pork rib rice ducked in front of Sun Wuhan and punched Sun Wuhan in the chest one after another. Sun Wuhan just stood still, receiving heavy blows from the pork rib rice. After a long time, pork rib rice jumped back and distanced himself from Sun Wuhan, and then looked at his swollen fists in disbelief. When Sun Wuhan saw this, he laughed and said, "I don't even have the strength to hit anyone, but I still say that I am a strong person." Hearing this, pork rib rice didn't talk nonsense. He squatted down half-crouched, raised his hands flat in front of his chest, and shouted, "Watch my thunder and lightning cannon." I saw a fire shock wave, rushing towards Sun Wuhan with lightning speed. Sun Wuhan didn't even dodge, but took the move forcefully. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Sun Wuhan was unharmed. Seeing this, Peg Yufan gave up the attack and said in frustration, "I didn't expect that the strength gap between you and me is so big. I tried my best, but I couldn't shake you at all." Sun Wuhan smiled and said, "Actually, your strength is quite good, but you have found the wrong opponent for the competition." Pork rib rice nodded when he heard this. He also felt that the strength of the two of them was not at the same level at all. Such a competition was meaningless at all. Competing with such a strong man was just asking for abuse. Several realm kings in the distance became insensitive when they saw this. As the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament, it cannot be said that the strength of spare rib rice is not strong. It is just that Sun Wu is really too strong. Spare rib rice is trying his best to give. Sun Wu really does guasha, which is not even guasha. Chapter 57 King of the Realm, Bojack, laugh if you want. After the competition between the two ended, Sun Gojin released Super Saiyan 4's transformation, and the 5 realm kings returned to the two. The King of the West praised in admiration, "Sure enough, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. The son of a mouse can dig holes. As the son of Son Goku, a candidate for the gods of destruction, how can he be a weakling?" "You think so, the King of the West?" Hearing this, the King of the Western Realm smiled awkwardly and said, "What the King of the Western Realm said is that I have blind eyes and can't see your true level, Wu Zhen. I hope you don't mind." King Kai smiled and said, "Wu Zhen won't mind. Have you ever seen a strong man who is more mocking than an ant?" When the King of the Western Realm heard this, his expression turned extremely ugly. When the King of the Western Realm saw this, he said, "Okay King Kai, please stop saying a few words." King Kai heard this and said with a naive smile, "I understand, Lord Great Realm King." The King of the Southern Realm said, "Since Sun Wu really has such strength, then we will be more confident in destroying Bojack and his gang of thugs." Several realm kings nodded after hearing this. The King of the Realm said, "Then let's set off as soon as possible." Everyone nodded in agreement, and then, under the leadership of the Great Realm King, the 4 realm kings, Sun Wuhan, Pai Rib Fan, Southeast and Northwest, headed to the edge of the galaxy to seal the planet where Bojack and his gang of thugs were sealed. A few days later, everyone arrived at a planet at the outer cantilever end of the Milky Way. The King of the Realm said to Sun Wuhan, "This is the planet where Bojack was sealed. The 5 of us worked together to seal him in the different dimension of this planet." Sun Wuhan nodded and said to the Great Realm King, "Master Great Realm King, you can release them now." Hearing this, the Great Realm King nodded, then called to the other 4 realm kings and began to lift the seal. Only 4 realm kings were seen, standing in 4 directions respectively, and the Great Realm King was in the center. The 4 of them shot a wave of light at the Great Realm King. Sun Wuhan felt that this wave of light was silent, stable, and not burning. After receiving these 4 light waves, the King of the Realm shot an even more dazzling light pillar into the air. At the top of the light pillar, a hole opened out of thin air and continued to grow. Suddenly, the sky above the planet was covered with dark clouds, strong winds, lightning, and thunder, and the entire planet began to vibrate violently. Immediately, Sun Wuhan felt an evil aura comparable to the peak level of Super Saiyan, coming from the crack. Then came an extremely arrogant voice, 5,000 years, 5,000 years, Kaio, you have sealed me for 5,000 years, and now I finally see the light of day again, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After hearing this, Son Goku said to the pork rib ricer on the side, I thought it was some kind of master. It turned out to be just a little Camilla. The person hadn't appeared yet. The barking came first. This is not a master. It's just a group of bears at best. Pork rib rice nodded and said, yes, the level of this aura is not even as good as mine, but the appearance is so big, I really look like a clown. Sun Wuhan nodded and said, I guess if it weren't for the fact that you are a dead person and cannot interfere in the affairs of the underworld, I am afraid that the Great Realm King will let you take action. After hearing this, Pork Rib Rice said, Wuhan, I know I am a dead person, but you don't need to emphasize it. Sun Wuhan smiled and said, can you tell me how you died? A master like you probably won't be killed easily, right? Hearing this, Spare Rib Rice said, I was killed by a demon. At first, this demon was not my opponent, but within a few breaths, he was as strong as me. After a dozen breaths, I was killed. I still don't know the name of the person who killed me. Oh, that's it. I didn't expect there to be such a master in this world. I must meet him if I have the chance, Sun Wuhan said. Spare Rib Rice said, I have a hunch that you will see him soon. Oh, why? Sun Wuhan asked doubtfully. Because I was killed at the edge of the southern galaxy. If he came towards the center of the galaxy, he would have almost reached the center of the galaxy in the past 10 years. If the spacecraft were faster, it might have already reached the area under King Kai's jurisdiction. Okay, said the Pork Rib Rice. Oh, I see, then I will wait for his arrival, Sun Wuhan said. Pork Rib Rice said, then you should be more careful. Although your strength is unfathomable, I always feel that that guy is a bit evil. Sun Wuhan waved his hand and didn't care. While the two were talking, Bojack and his gang of thugs finally walked out of the crack. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Bojack said to several realm kings, I didn't expect that it was you idiots who let us out. Who gave you the courage? The king of the realm said, Bojack, the reason why we released you is because we have found a way to completely eliminate you. Ha ha ha, am I not awake, or are you just confused, old man? Come on, tell me, how can you completely eliminate us? Bojack laughed. The great realm king smiled and said, Bojack, it has been 5,000 years, and you are still so arrogant. To tell you the truth, we have found a strong man who can kill you in minutes. Oh, I haven't appeared for thousands of years. Are the younger generations in the universe so brave? Bojack said. The great realm king pointed at Sun Wuhan in the distance and said, did you see that? That little man is the master we invited. His strength is far better than yours. He can kill you with just a flip of his hand. You just wait to die. Bojack looked at Sun Wuhan in the distance, then he held his stomach and laughed loudly, Kaio, you old guy, you are so old and confused, you want to kill me just because of that little brat who has not lost his fetal hair and is still young, it really made me laugh to death. The king of the realm said, laugh if you want, since this will be your last laugh anyway. Old guy, it seems you are really looking for death. In that case, I will kill that brat first, and then let you die in despair, Bojack said viciously. The king of the realm heard this and smiled and said, okay, Bojack, please start your death-defying performance. Bojack snorted coldly when he heard this, and said to his younger brothers Butchin and Peter, you two, go try that brat's strength. Okay, boss, the two of them replied, and then they flew towards Sun Wuhan. After a while, the two came to Sun Wuhan. He looked at Sun Wuhan and said, you brat, are you the helper invited by the king of the realm? Sun Wuhen said, yes, why, did Bojack send you to die? He is not good at being the boss. Buchan heard this and said angrily, you are not worth my boss's help, so we can deal with you. Sun Wuhen heard this and sneered, so, you are brave. Buchan said, of course, I have always been brave, ah. Halfway through his words, Buchan was stunned by Sun Wuhen, who raised his hand and sent out a wave of energy. Peter on the side didn't even react. After he came to his senses, he looked at Buchan's position and found it was empty. When Peter saw this, he was furious and said, you brat, you don't have martial ethics and you actually carried out a sneak attack. Sun Wuhen smiled and said, you are rubbish, even if I don't attack you, I can kill you instantly. Peter heard this, you brat, Buchan was careless just now. He didn't dodge, and you succeeded. I won't be as stupid as him. Chapter 58 Sun Wuhen, sister, I don't hit women. Bojack in the distance was quite surprised to see Buchan being instantly killed by Sun Wuhen. Then he turned to his younger brother Gaoya and said, you also go up and help. Jia nodded and then flew towards Sun Wuhen. The great king on the side saw this and said with a smile, Bojack, are you scared? Bojack sneered and said, oh, I'm afraid of a kid. It was just that Buchan was careless and was attacked by that kid. I sent Goya over to prevent that kid from making a sneak attack again. Oh, I see, I thought you were scared, the king of the realm said with a smile. Humph, just wait until they take care of that brat and the skinny ribs around him, and then you guys will die, Bojack sneered. Hearing this, the king of the West realm said, with Sun Wuhen here, whose death date is not yet certain. Bojack stared at the king of the West and said, I'm talking to your boss, what are you saying, you dog? Bojack's words have sinister intentions, saying that the West Kaio is the Great Kaio's dog, aiming to sow discord between the two. How could the Great Realm King be fooled? He said, the Western Realm King is my subordinate and my colleague. I will not treat your subordinates like dogs and bark around like you. Hearing this, Bojack smiled and said, they are willing, right, Zanja? Zangia on the side said, yes, we are willing to do so. Besides, old man, you are too lenient. Just when a few people were quarreling, Peter decided to strike first on Sun Wuhen's side. He ducked and hit Sun Wuhen in the abdomen. Sun Wuhen dodged in a flash, and then with an air sword in his hand, he slashed across Peter's neck with lightning speed. Peter hadn't felt anything strange in his body yet, so he said to Sun Wuhen, not bad, kid, he's pretty fast. Sun Wuhen shook the air sword in his hand, smiled and said nothing. Peter laughed and said, after all, he is still a kid, just doing some fancy things. Sun Wuhen still didn't reply. Just as Peter was about to say a few words of ridicule, he felt a chill on his neck, then the world started spinning and his head fell to the ground. Peter, who was still not dead, yelled unwillingly, impossible, when did you take action, why didn't I find out? If you want to know, go to the underworld and ask the king of hell, Sun Wuhen said. When Peter heard this, he died with eyes closed. When Jia arrived, he was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Sun Wuhen stepped in front of Jia and said to him, little brother, you are here, just lie down with your brother. You can't fix it, kid, I'll fight you. Ah, da. Jia took advantage of Sun Wuhen's unpreparedness and used the prince's tactics to hit Sun Wuhen with hundreds of energy balls in one breath. Then he laughed loudly and said, kid, do you think you are the only one who can sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Oh, really? Goya immediately turned around and took precautions after hearing this. After 3 sword rays, 1 vertical, 2 horizontal, and 3, Goya noticed something abnormal in his body. He said to Sun Wuhen, what kind of move are you doing? If you want to learn, go to the underworld and learn, Sun Wuhen said. When Goku heard this, he was speechless. The body was split into 6 pieces and the body fell to the ground. Sun Wuhan fired 2 key blasts, turning the 2 of them into scum. The pork rib rice on the side was shocked by Sun Wuhan's sharp movements. From the beginning to the end, Sun Wuhan didn't make any big move. He exploded with energy and just condensed the chi sword. He killed the 2 people with 4 swords. His movements were clean and neat, without any sloppiness. Not only was the pork rib rice shocked, but even the realm kings in the distance were also shocked. Bojack also felt that something was wrong. Although his 3 men were not that good compared to his strength, even if he took care of the 3 of them, he would not be so relaxed and comfortable. No matter how shocked the others were, Sun Wuhan came to the front of everyone in a flash, and pork rib rice followed suit. Sun Wuhan looked at Bojack and Zangjia and said, "Are you 2 ready?" Bojack heard this and said, "What are you ready for?" Sun Wuhan said, "Are you ready to report to the underworld? Are you ready to go home for dinner?" Bojack heard this and said angrily, "You're looking for death, kid. Zangjia, go kill this kid." Zangjia was shocked when he heard this and said, "Boss, let's take action together." "You bastard, you don't listen to me," Bojack said angrily. Zangjia was afraid of Bojack, so she had no choice but to take action. Sun Wuhan saw this and said, "Wait a minute, I won't hit women, Bojack, you do it." Bojack heard this and said, "Good boy, since you want to die in my hands, I will help you." After saying that, his whole body burst out with aura, and his whole body surged with arrogance. Then in a flash, he arrived in front of Sun Wuhan, and struck Sun Wuhan in the abdomen with a black tiger strike. Sun Wuhan grabbed Bojack's fist and said to Bojack, "That's all you have." When Bojack opens his mouth, a wave of energy hits Sun Wuhan in the blink of an eye. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Kid, I didn't expect that." Sun Wuhan's voice came from the smoke, "I didn't expect that your tone is really loud." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You were hit by my big trick, how could there be nothing wrong with you?" Bojack panicked. Sun Wuhan said, "Nothing is impossible, Bojack, times have changed, and the days of you doing evil are gone forever. Prepare to go to the underworld and reunite with your brothers." "Wait a minute, Sun Wuhan, let me go, I'll be your little brother, how about we join forces to dominate the universe," Bojack said in fear. "Nothing." Before he could finish his words, Sun Wuhan blasted Bojack into scum with a wave of energy. Then he looked at Zangjia, who quickly begged for mercy when he saw this. Sun Wuhan said, "Sister, don't worry, I won't kill women." Seeing this, Zangjia was overjoyed and said, "Thank you." Sun Wuhan waved his hand. Upon seeing this, the king of the realm said, "Wu Zhen, don't be fooled by her pitiful appearance. She is a murderous demon who has followed Bojack and done all kinds of bad things." Sun Wuhan smiled, and a chi sword left his body, fleetingly, stabbing Zangjia in the back in the blink of an eye, and then exploded, and Zangjia was turned into slag. Upon seeing this, the great realm king said, "Wu Zhen, are you serious? Do you need to lie to me, an old man? I thought you really wanted to let Zangjia go." Sun Wuhan said, "Although Zangjia has a beautiful body, it can't hide the evil aura on her body. How could I be deceived by her appearance?" King Kai heard the words, nodded and said, "Wuhan is right. There are too few people who are the same on the inside and the outside. This universe is full of people who are different on the outside. It's great that you can understand this, Wu Zhen, so that in the future nor will I be deceived." The other realm kings and others nodded. The king of the realm said, "Now that this matter is over, let's set off and go back." Everyone nodded, and then the great king led everyone and began to return to the great king. Chapter 59 The Strongest Dimension, Wu Zhenming. A few days later, everyone returned to the great realm king. The great realm king thanked Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan waved his hand and said, Great Realm King, you're welcome. This is just a small effort from me. With just a little effort, you have solved a serious problem that we have had for thousands of years, said the king of the great realm. The other realm kings also nodded and agreed with the big realm king's statement. Sun Wuhen nodded and smiled. In the farewell of several realm kings, Sun Wuhen and King Kai left the great realm king and returned to King Kai. After the two returned to King Kai, Sun Wuhen followed the snake path and returned to the Temple of Heaven. After Dende saw Sun Wuhen, he stepped forward to say hello, Wuhen, long time no see. Why did you come out of the underworld? Sun Wuhen said, I went to help Lord Kai Kai to deal with a group of universe thugs, so I came back from King Kai. Oh, I see, how did things go? Dende asked. Everything goes well, there's nothing I can't handle, Sun Wuhen said, patting his chest. Dende heard this and gave Sun Wuhen a thumbs up. The two chatted for a while, and then Sun Wuhen returned home. At the same time, King Kai also called Son Goku to inform Son Goku that Son Goku had dealt with Bojack's gang and returned home. Red Giant went to Son Goku, and after learning about it, instant transmission returned home. They happened to meet Sun Wuhen, and the father and son chatted about this incident. Son Goku expressed his appreciation for Sun Wuhen's decisive action and his lack of sloppiness. Son Goku was praised by Son Goku, and he was so happy that he almost grinned from the corner of his mouth to his ears. After that, Sun Wuhen boasted about Shishi again, and Shishi also praised her repeatedly, making Sun Wuhen feel happy again. The next day, Sun Wuhen began to devote himself to practicing again, not daring to slack off at all. It is true that Vegeta, Piccolo, and Sun Wuming have done too much. If Sun Wuming relaxes a little for a day or two, he will feel that he will be surpassed by others, so if he does not train for a day, he will not feel at ease. After arriving in the gravity room, Sun Wuhen felt comfortable all over and said to himself, the familiar feeling is back. As the days passed, everyone continued to become stronger through practice day by day. On this day, Son Goku was practicing on the red giant star. Suddenly on a whim, he teleported in front of the King of Hell. The King of Hell was startled by the sudden arrival of Son Goku. He calmed down and said, Goku, what do you want to do when you come to me so boldly? Son Goku smiled and said, I'm sorry, Lord Yama, I scared you. The King of Hell waved his hand and said, I don't dare to ask the future gods of destruction to apologize. Son Goku smiled and said, Lord Yama, I am looking for you to ask if there are any Metamor people in the underworld. I want to learn their fusion technique. Oh, that's it. You came just in time. 2 days ago, 2 souls from the Metamor planet came. I asked the ghost messenger to bring them over. You can go and communicate with them aside, said the King of Hell. Son Goku nodded. After a while, 2 Metamor stars wearing yellow mandarin jackets came to Son Goku. Son Goku directly used telepathy to communicate with them. The two learned that Son Goku was looking for them to learn the fusion technique, so they readily agreed. For the Metamor people, fusion technique is just a common commodity, and there is no need to hide it. Besides, even the King of Hell is selling Son Goku's face, so how dare they refuse? After half an hour, Son Goku completely mastered the key points of fusion technique. He thanked the two of them, and they were flattered. Son Goku asked the King of Hell to arrange a good future with the two of them, and then returned home with instant transmission. Came to the 1000 gravity room and called out Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Vegeta said to Son Goku, Kakarot, you better be fine. Son Goku smiled and said, there is something, of course there is something, and it is a big thing. Piccolo became interested when he heard this and said to Son Goku, what's wrong with Mr. Sun that deserves you to treat him like this? Son Goku said, do you want to know how to defeat me? Vegeta's eyes lit up when he heard this, and Son Goku said, Kakarot, please tell me how to defeat you. Son Goku laughed when he heard this, Vegeta, You really want to defeat me? Vegeta heard this and said, that's too much to think about. I've never dreamed of defeating you. Okay, then today I will tell you a possible way to defeat me. Piccolo said, Son Jun, don't be so secretive and just tell me. Son Goku said, I just went to the underworld and learned a fusion technique from the souls of 2 metamor planets. It is designed to fuse 2 people of similar stature and strength into one person. This fused person can perform to develop stronger strength. Vegeta heard this and said in disappointment, what kind of method is this? In addition, will the strength of the combined person really be greatly enhanced? Son Goku said, let's give it a try first, and then we'll know how it works. Piccolo nodded and said, Son Jun, you called us out mainly because you want Wu Zhen and Wu Ming to fuse, right? Son Goku said, yes, it will also allow you and Vegeta to get to know each other. Okay, then I'll wait and see, Piccolo said. Son Goku nodded and said to Sun Wu Zhen and Sun Wu Ming, you two have similar body shapes and equal strength. You can use fusion technique to its extreme. The two nodded after hearing the words, and then Son Goku pointed at the two of them and passed on the key points of fusion technique to them. After a quarter of an hour, both of them mastered the key points of the fusion technique. Son Goku said, now that you have mastered the key points of fusion technique, let's get started. I'll remind you again, remember the key points of every action to avoid making mistakes. The two nodded solemnly. The 3 of Son Goku made room for the 2 of them, and the 2 started to fuse. I saw the 2 of them starting to dance at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized. When the 2 people completed the last step of fusion, with the sound of fusion, the 2 people disappeared on the spot, and the center of the 2 people shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. After a while, the light dissipated, and there appeared in the field a strong and muscular young man wearing a yellow vest, with bulging muscles and 8-pack abs. He looked very similar to Sun Wuhen and Sun Wuming. Piccolo saw this and asked, are you Wu Zhen or Wu Ming? The young man stretched out a hand, gave a thumbs up, pointed to his nose and said, I am neither Son Goku nor Son Goku. I am the one who is going to defeat Son Goku, the strongest warrior in the dimension, Goku Ming. When Son Goku heard this, he ducked out of the way and gave Wu Zhenming a headache. He opened his mouth and said, you kid, you are so cowardly that you dare to call me by my name. Wu Zhenming covered his forehead and smiled at Son Goku, Father, it was just a joke, but you took it seriously. Vegeta said to Wu Zhenming, hey, Wu Zhenming, how do you feel? Has your strength improved a lot? Wu Zhenming said confidently, I feel stronger than ever before. If I transform into Super Saiyan 4, my strength may not be as strong as my father's Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 66 Footwall of Light Super 4 Enlightenment True Inscriptions. Oh, really, brat? Vegeta heard this. Humph, Vegeta, you don't believe me. I am the strongest in the dimension, Wu Zhenming. Wu Zhenming snorted coldly. Vegeta laughed when he heard this and said, I don't know if it's true that dimension is the strongest, but it's true that dimension is the strongest when it comes to boasting. Humph, when I compete with my father later, you will know whether Ji Yuan is the strongest, Wu Zhen said. Son Goku said, then let's change the place to compete. Piccolo nodded and said, this little broken ball like Earth will definitely not work. If not, let's go to the Supreme Kai world. It is empty and uninhabited, so it is suitable for competition. Supreme Kai-san, I thank you, Piccolo. Son Goku nodded and said, yes, it's a good place for a competition. Let's go then. The other 3 nodded and gathered around Son Goku. Son Goku closed his eyes and looked for the breath of Supreme Kai. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, found it, and then the 4 of them disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in front of Supreme Kai Xin. Seeing this, Supreme Kai Xin said, Goku, why are you here at my place? What's the matter? Son Goku said, I want to compete with Wu Zhenming. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on to the small broken ball of the earth, so I came to you." Supreme Kai Xin said, "I see, who is Wu Zhenming?" Wu Zhenming jumped out and said, "I am neither Sun Wuhen nor Sun Wuming. I am the strongest Wu Zhenming in the dimension." Supreme Kai Xin was confused when he heard this. Seeing this, Sun Goku explained, "He is a fusion person formed by Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming through the fusion technique of the Metamor people." "Oh, that's it," I said. "No wonder he looks very similar to Sun Wuhen and Sun Wuming. If you want to compete, let's go to the depths of the Supreme Kai world, where it is wider." Supreme Kai said Xin. Sun Goku nodded, and then Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit arrived with a few people instant transmission, deep in the Supreme Kai world. Sun Goku looked around and saw that there was no obstruction except for the endless grassland. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is a very suitable place for competition." Vegeta heard this and said, "Then you start, Kakarot, let me see how strong Super Saiyan 5 is." Sun Goku nodded and said to Wu Zhenming, "We don't need to test it. You can just transform into Super Saiyan 4. "No problem, then just keep your eyes open and watch," Wu Zhenming said. Then he shouted loudly, and there was no wind around him. The aura around Sun Wuhen expanded rapidly, and he transformed into Super Saiyan after a moment. Vegeta saw this, felt the aura, and was quite shocked and said, "This guy's Super Saiyan 1 aura surpasses mine, and Super Saiyan 3's aura is almost equal to my Super Saiyan 4 aura. It's really amazing." Piccolo also nodded and said, "It seems that this boy's Super Saiyan 4 can really compete with Sun Jun's Super Saiyan 5. While the two were talking, Wu Zhenming then transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The flames of his body surged out, and his whole body was covered with dense lightning. His aura was manic, as majestic as the mountains and the sea. Vegeta was shocked and said, "This guy's Super Saiyan 2 aura is far superior to my Super Saiyan 4 aura." Piccolo was also shocked. As for Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit, they were stunned. Wu Zhenming then transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His body was shrouded in flames, as thick as liquid, surrounded by lightning. His long golden hair hung down on his waist, his eyebrows were raised, his pupils were green, and his eyes were cold. Those who didn't know better thought he was a powerful and evil person. Vegeta was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his head. Piccolo was so shocked that his face turned green. Son Goku also kept nodding. The fusion of these two brothers is 3 times stronger than the Gogeta formed by the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta in the original work. This is probably because the two are brothers connected by blood. They have been very close to each other in terms of tacit understanding, body shape, and strength since childhood. They have almost perfected the fusion technique to the extreme, and are naturally 3 points stronger than Gogeta. Super Saiyan's strength, under Son Goku's perception and comparison, is not weaker than his own, and Super Saiyan's strength has broken through the 4 boundaries. Son Goku is confident that his Super 4 boundary breakthrough strength is much stronger than the Super 4 boundary breakthrough in the original work. It can be seen from this that Wu Zhenming is indeed stronger than Gogeta. Just when several people were shocked, Wu Zhenming roared like a constipation, "Ah ah 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 ah!" Along with the roar, Kaisan Wu Zhenming's body glowed with dazzling light, blinding everyone. The aura on his body is like a wild horse that is out of control, and like a rock rising in the wind, the aura is soaring into the sky. Far away in the world of gods of destruction, Whis, who was eating dessert, felt the powerful aura and hurriedly took the staff and took a look. I saw Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Supreme Kai Xin, and Gabit standing next to a strong man emitting dazzling light. When Whis saw this, he was shocked and said, "When did another strong man appear in the universe, comparable to Goku? It seems that Goku and Vegeta all know each other." Whis rubbed his chin and decided to go see for himself. So he used the magic staff to move through time and space, and rushed to the Supreme Kai world. In the Supreme Kai world, with the 3-minute roar, Wu Zhenming finally completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. The light dissipated, and Wu Zhenming turned into a strong man of 1.8 meters, with bulging muscles and a strong body. His upper body was covered with red fluff, and he was also wearing a vest, and his lower body was wearing black and shiny leather pants. He has green eyes and long fiery red hair hanging down on his shoulders. Together with his handsome face, he looks extremely handsome. Looking at the flames on its body, it looks like a small mountain, covering the Wuhan inscription, which is 5 or 6 feet thick. Vegeta, Piccolo, Supreme Kai, and Gabit were stunned and dumbfounded, and they didn't even know their jaws were dislocated. Son Goku felt the strength of Wu Zhenming, and his face was solemn. He had underestimated the strength of Super 4 Wu Zhenming. The aura that Wu Zhenming now exudes is comparable to his own Super 5 aura, not to mention, this is definitely not the full strength of Super 4 Wu Zhenming. It seems that if I don't show some strength, I might really be defeated by this kid, Son Goku said. Hiss, Vegeta and Piccolo came back to their senses and took a breath of air. Piccolo raised his chin and said, "Is this guy Sun Jun really so strong that you don't even dare to win easily?" Son Goku nodded. Vegeta fixed his chin and said with a smile, "Kakarot, it seems you have really met your opponent this time." Son Goku smiled and said, "Yes, I have been invincible for so long and I am excited to finally meet such an opponent." Chapter 61, Gods of Destruction, who can compete with Son Goku, the strongest single target? Wu Zhenming smiled at everyone and said, "I kept you waiting for a long time. The current Super Saiyan 4 is my strongest form. Please worship me, everyone." Son Goku smiled and said, "It seems that if I don't deal with you for 3 days, you will dare to go to the house and unveil the tiles, and you will actually dare to let me and you worship you." Wu Zhenming said hurriedly, "Father is joking with you, but you still take it seriously." Son Goku waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense to you, I will let you see the strength of my Super Saiyan 5. Son Goku shouted and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 5, with a tall and muscular body, silver hair hanging down around his waist, black eye frames, white eyebrows, silver pupils, and his upper body was covered with white fluff. Seeing Son Goku again in Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta and Piccolo were still shocked. Different from the previous Super Saiyan 5, the current Super Saiyan 5 Son Goku has a calm and calm aura, unlike the previous manic and domineering one. But both of them know that today's Super Saiyan 5 is definitely stronger than before. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, have you trained Super Saiyan 5 to full power?" Son Goku said, "Yes, it took me a lot of time to practice Super Saiyan's 5 full powers. I just completed it some time ago, but I didn't expect that this kid would force me to use it." Vegeta heard this and said, "It seems that this boy's Super Saiyan 4 has really put a lot of pressure on you." Son Goku nodded and said, "Okay, you all step aside, I'm going to start a battle with this kid." Vegeta, Piccolo, Supreme Kai, and Gabit heard this and immediately flew away. Son Goku looked at Wu Zhenming and said, "You brat, let's get started. Use your full strength and let me see how far you can push me." When Wu Zhenming heard this, he smiled and said, "Father, I will take action." Just as Son Goku was about to answer, Wu Zhenming's fist appeared in front of him. Son Goku grabbed Wu Zhenming's fist and said, "Who did you learn this from? You're such an old man." Wu Zhenming smiled and said, "I am self-taught without a teacher, ha ha ha." After hearing this, Son Goku smiled helplessly, then put more force on his hands and began to wrestle with Wu Zhenming. Seeing this, Wu Zhenming also started to use his strength. Suddenly, there was strong wind, lightning, and thunder around the two people. The two auras collided, and more than a dozen cracks were opened in the surrounding space. As the collision of breaths became more and more intense, a huge pit appeared under their feet, and it continued to grow. A moment later, a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of kilometers and a bottomless depth appeared under their feet. Seeing this, the two of them let go at the same time. Then the fist and kick competition began. The iron fist wanted to touch, causing ripples in space and spreading to the sky. The planets in the distance turned into powder silently. Supreme Kai, who was thousands of miles away, was shocked and said, "We can't let them take action again, otherwise if they hit a dozen punches, the stars in the universe will be shattered by their shock waves." After hearing this, Piccolo was silent for a moment and said, "Believe Goku, Wu Zhenming, and the others. They must have discovered this problem and will solve it. Otherwise, they will stop on their own." Vegeta nodded and said to Supreme Kai, "You are also the Supreme God in the universe. Don't be fussy when things happen." Supreme Kai said weakly, "Aren't I worried about the safety of universe?" Vegeta wanted to say a few more words, but Piccolo said, "Vegeta, Supreme Kai only has that little strength and limited vision, so it's normal to worry." Supreme Kai heard Piccolo's words and thought to himself, "I know, I think you are helping me out, but I don't know, I think you are mocking me." "Thank you so much, Piccolo," he said helplessly. "Piccolo is right." Hearing this, Vegeta said nothing more and looked towards the place where Son Goku and Wu Zhenming were fighting. Piccolo saw this and looked at the battle between the two again. Son Goku and Wu Zhenming bumped fists a few more times, and the shock waves generated by the collision between the two became smaller and smaller. Later, when they collided again, no more shock waves were generated. Son Goku stopped his hand and said to Wu Zhenming, "I thought you didn't notice it." Wu Zhenming said, "I am a fighting genius. I can't see this problem." "Father, you underestimate me." Son Goku smiled and said, "Okay, I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will use all my strength to fight you, and you should stop hiding it." Wu Zhenming smiled and said, "Father, you saw it." Son Goku smiled and said, "You brat, you think I can't see it? I am a candidate for gods of destruction. Whis and Beerus are not available. I am the strongest in single-target combat." Wu Zhenming laughed when he heard this and said, "I can't tell, Father, you are also very conceited." Son Goku said, "Asshole, I'm looking for you. What I call confidence is what you call arrogance." When Wu Zhenming heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, Father, you have the final say." When Son Goku saw this, he smiled and said, "What kind of attitude do you have? It seems that I need to teach you what it means to be a loving father and a filial son." Wu Zhenming heard this and said with a smile, "In that case, Father, just let your horse come over." Son Goku heard this and said, "Okay." Before he finished speaking, he appeared behind Wu Zhenming and kicked Wu Zhenming in the butt. Wu Zhenming suddenly turned his head and made a face at Son Goku. Son Goku kicked the afterimage, and then punched Wu Zhenming's iron fist with his backhand. The two of them each took a few steps back, then rushed towards each other and started a fierce battle. There were two figures everywhere in the sky. Supreme Kai in the distance asked Piccolo, "What is Goku and Wu Zhenming's move? Is it a clone technique? Why are there so many Goku and Wu Zhenming?" Piccolo explained, "What kind of clone technique is this? This is the afterimage produced by two people fighting at high speed. It's just that the speed is too fast and the afterimage has not dissipated." Vegeta said, "Yes, the two have entered a super light battle. The naked eye can no longer capture the trajectory of the two people's battle. They can only rely on breath perception." "I see. It seems that the strength of the two of them has far exceeded my knowledge. Compared with them, I am frightened." "Majin Buu, who is 5 million years old, is nothing," Supreme Kai said. Vegeta heard this and said with a smile, "Supreme Kai, you are quite funny. You were frightened by a Majin Buu for 5 million years." Supreme Kai heard this and smiled awkwardly. While the three were discussing, Son Goku and Wu Zhenming were already fighting at a fever pitch. Both of them received a lot of punches and kicks from each other. Son Goku was beaten into panda eyes by Wu Zhenming, and Wu Zhenming was spanked by Son Goku until his butt was bruised. Neither of them took advantage, and neither suffered a loss. After fighting for a while longer, the two distanced themselves. Son Goku rubbed his eyes and said, "The first round is over. You and I are equal in fist and foot. Let's start the second round." Wu Zhenming rubbed his butt and said, "I didn't expect your Super Saiyan 5, father, to be so powerful. It can tie with me in fists and kicks. Next, we will compare how to use it." Son Goku nodded, and then he was ready to go, and the two were about to start the second round of battle. Chapter 62 10,000 swords returned to the clan to fight against the 6-foot wall of light. Son Goku burst out with all his breath, raised his hands above his head, and an energy ball appeared out of thin air above him, and then quickly grew in size, expanding to dozens of kilometers in size in a few breaths. Son Goku looked up and felt that it was almost done, and then shouted dismissal. In the blink of an eye, dozens of kilometers of energy balls turned into countless basketball-sized energy balls, densely packed and covering half of the sky. When Son Goku saw this, he shouted condensation and saw countless energy balls turning into countless 3-foot air swords. Son Goku said to Wu Zhenming, "You brat, are you ready?" Seeing this, Wu Zhenming shouted, "Father, your move is very gorgeous. After the competition is over, you must teach me." "No problem, you take this move first, don't be careless," Son Goku warned. Wu Zhen said, "I know, father." Then he shouted loudly, and the flames from his body shot up into the sky, reaching a height of more than 3 feet and a width of about 1 foot, solid as substance. Then he said to Son Goku, "Father, I am ready." When Son Goku saw this, he stretched out his arms and the air swords above his head formed a long queue. He pinched the sword finger with his left hand, made a fist with his right hand, waved his arms forward, placed the sword finger of his left hand on the fist of his right hand, and at the same time shouted 10,000 swords returned to the clan. I saw countless chi swords above my head, whizzing out and stabbing Wu Zhenming at lightning speed. When Wu Zhenming saw this, he shouted, "Father, look at me today. I will break through your 6-foot wall of light and return to my clan with 10,000 swords." Putting his fists against his chest, the 6-foot wall of light on his body suddenly solidified by another 3 points. At this moment, the air sword pierced the light wall, making a loud roar. Countless air swords cut through the space, followed one after another, and pierced the light wall of Wu Zhenming. It was like the roar of thunder, and it kept ringing. Looking at Wu Zhenming's light wall again, it was as steady as a mountain, unmoved at all. Vegeta, Piccolo, Supreme Kai, and Gabit watched the competition between the two in the distance and couldn't help but admire. Vegeta said, "Kakarot's 10,000 swordsmanship is extremely gorgeous and wonderful. If I were to take over, I would probably only be able to take 1 or 2 swords. I didn't expect that the gap between Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 4 would be so big." Piccolo heard this and said, "What you said, Vegeta, is not right." Vegeta heard this and said doubtfully, "How can I say this?" Piccolo said, "The gap between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 is indeed huge. You are right, but the gap between Lao Sun's Super Saiyan 5 and your Super Saiyan 4 is probably bigger than you think. Be big." Upon hearing this, Vegeta glared at Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, what do you mean, do you look down on my Super Saiyan 4? Piccolo said, "It's not that I look down on your Super Saiyan 4. What I mean is that Lao Sun's basic combat power is too strong, which makes his Super Saiyan 5 stronger. Even if you reach Super Saiyan 5 in the future, it may not be as good as the Super Saiyan 5. Shang Lao Sun's Super Saiyan 5. Hearing this, Vegeta was silent for a moment and said, "You are right. Kakarot's normal combat power is too strong. It is almost equal to my Super Saiyan 2, and even a little stronger." Piccolo said, "It seems that Lao Sun's cultivation with the help of super gravity has greatly improved his strength." Vegeta nodded and said, it seems that the increase in Super Saiyan is secondary, and the basic combat power is the top priority. Piccolo nodded. Regardless of his dark green form, the increase is not as large as that of Super Saiyan 3, but his basic combat power is not weak, so the strength of his dark green form is enough to rival the strength of Trunks Super Saiyan 3 in the future. While the two were talking, the competition between Son Goku and Wu Zhenming had reached a fever pitch. Only the last few hundred of Son Goku's air swords are left, and the thickness of Wu Zhenming's light wall has also been reduced by 3.5 feet. Upon seeing this, Son Goku shouted loudly, and saw the last hundreds of air swords rising into the sky, forming a giant sword tens of meters long in the air. Son Goku rose into the air, clasped his hands together, and slashed from top to bottom. When he saw the giant sword in the air, he slashed towards Wu Zhenming. There was a thunderbolt from the blue, and Wu Zhenming was shrouded in smoke and dust. Seeing this, Piccolo ducked in front of Son Goku and shouted at Son Goku, "Old son, what did you do? It's just a sparring match. You hit me so hard. What if you hurt Zhenming?" Son Goku smiled when he saw this and said, "Piccolo, don't worry, Zhenming's strength is more than that, and he is not that easy to get hurt." Piccolo heard this and said, "Old son, are you sure Zhenming is okay?" Zhenming's voice came out of the smoke, "Uncle Piccolo, you underestimate me too much." The smoke dissipated, and Wu Zhenming appeared in front of the two people intact. Son Goku said to Piccolo, "Look, what I said is right, right." When Piccolo saw this, he nodded and became confused because he was a little concerned. "I didn't see the old grandson who was Wu Zhenming's father, so I didn't worry about it, so I was just worrying about it." Son Goku said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, you go and stay aside, this competition is not over yet." Piccolo nodded and returned to Vegeta, Supreme Kai, and Jobit. At this moment, a colorful stream of light appeared in the sky above Son Goku and Wu Zhenming. The light dissipated, and Whis' figure appeared. Son Goku saw this and said to Whis, "Whis, you're here." Whis said, "I felt an aura similar to your strength in the world of gods of destruction. I knew through the magic rod that you were in the world of Supreme Kai, so I came here." Son Goku said, "I see, the aura you are talking about is emitted by my two sons, Wu Zhen and Wu Ming, who used the fusion technique of the Metamor people to fuse into the fused human being Wu Zhenming." "Oh, that's right. I didn't expect that the two fusions would be so powerful. Judging from their auras, they are almost as strong as you," Whis said. Son Goku said, "Not only that, but the strength is also similar." Whis nodded, then looked at Wu Zhenming. Wu Zhenming saw this and said to Whis, "Long time no see, Whis." Whis smiled and said, "You are Wu Zhenming. It seems that your father is right. Your strength is really between the two." Wu Zhenming smiled and said, "That's natural. I have been fighting with my father for 15 minutes. And we haven't decided the winner yet." Whis nodded and said, "Then you continue, I'll go to Vegeta's side." The two nodded, and Whis sped towards Vegeta and Piccolo. After Whis left, Wu Zhen said, "Father, I took over your 10,000 swords and returned to the clan. You can also take over my special skills." Son Goku smiled and said, "Oh, you have any special skills, show them out." Wu Zhenming heard this and said with a smile, "Father, watch carefully, my stunts will definitely surprise you." Son Goku spread his hands and said with a smile, "Please start your performance." Chapter 63, Son Goku's Aura and Combined Attack to Defeat Zhenming. Wu Zhenming gathered all the energy in his body, and a 6-foot wall of light suddenly spurted out. Wu Zhenming shouted, "Come out, Wu Zhenming's army!" Then I saw an identical Wu Zhenming walking out from behind Wu Zhenming, and said to Wu Zhenming, "Hello, Captain." Wu Zhenming nodded and said to him, "Say hello to father." Wu Zhenming nodded, turned to Son Goku and smiled, "Wu Zhenming number 1, I have met my father." When Son Goku saw this, his eyes widened. Hearing the greeting from Wu Zhenming No. 1, he realized and smiled at Wu Zhenming No. 1, "Hello." Wu Zhenming No. 1 looked at Son Goku's embarrassment, smiled, and stood aside. Immediately afterwards, an identical Wu Zhenming came out from behind Wu Zhenming. After greeting Wu Zhenming, he said to Son Goku, "Wu Zhenming No. 2, I have met my father." Son Goku smiled and said hello to Wu Zhenming No. 2 again. Wu Zhenming No. 2 stopped next to Wu Zhenming No. 1, and the two started chatting. Son Goku looked at the two chatting people and remembered Gotenks' move in the original work, Super Ghost Kamikaze Fist. However, looking at Gotenming's move, it seemed to be much better than Gotenks' move. While Son Goku was deep in thought, Wu Zhenming No. 3 greeted him again. Son Goku responded helplessly. A minute later, Wu Zhenming, No. 100, greeted Son Goku and stood next to No. 99. Wu Zhenming's true form smiled at Son Goku and said, "How about father, this is a good trick, in the blink of an eye, you will have 100 more sons." Son Goku smiled and said, "You can always come up with something new for me." Wu Zhenming smiled and said, "Father, don't underestimate them. They can know everything I know, and their strength is not weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta." Vegeta, who was watching the battle in the distance, sneezed inexplicably, and then said to Piccolo, "Wu Zhenming, what's the use of creating so many clones? Don't you know that the strength of the clones is weaker than the main body?" Whis shook his head and said, "Vegeta, you are wrong. These clones of Wu Zhenming are not weak at all. Although they are weaker than his original body, according to my perception, these clones are stronger than your Super Saiyan 4. What? This is impossible." Vegeta was shocked. Piccolo was so shocked that his face turned yellow when he heard this. When the three of them were discussing, Wu Zhenming waved his hand. They saw 100 Wu Zhenming divided into 5 teams, one for each team, and then surrounded Son Goku from 5 directions, east, south, west, north, and up. Then they shouted in unison, "Father, are you ready? We are about to take action." Son Goku nodded and said, "I'm ready." 100 Wu Zhenming nodded, and then launched an attack on Son Goku at the same time. Dongbian put his 2 fingers together, put them on his forehead, gathered energy, and shouted, "Devil-penetrating light-killing cannon." 20 demonic light-killing cannons hit Son Goku. West crossed his palms, raised them to his forehead, and shouted in unison, "Magic flash." 20 energy waves rushed towards Son Goku. Nanbian's hands were clasped at his waist and he shouted in unison, "Gui Pai Chi Gong." Then he pushed out his hands in parallel, and hit Son Goku with 20 Kamehameha. Baibian's hands clasped on his lower back and said in unison, "Big Bang attack." Then he pushed out suddenly. And 20 energy waves hit Son Goku. The 20 Wu Zhen inscriptions in the sky were divided into 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and northwest. Their hands were in a triangle shape and they were pointed at Son Goku while shouting, "Kigong Cannon." 20 Kigong cannons blasted at Son Goku. This kind of all-round attack with no blind spots made Vegeta, Piccolo, Supreme Kai, and Gabit feel frightened and their scalps were numb when they saw it in the distance. It's scary to think about it. Hundreds of Super Saiyan 4 are unleashing 5 different energy attacks at the same time. Regardless of the effect, the momentum alone is enough to shock people's hearts. Even Whis nodded and praised Wu Zhenming. Son Goku, who was in the center, was also startled when he saw this, and hurriedly put up the energy shield. 5 skills and hundreds of energy attacks hit Son Goku almost at the same time. Son Goku just slumped and acted as if nothing had happened. The energy shield around him, blessed by Son Goku's energy, only shook a little at first, and then became indestructible. The two sides started a tug-of-war, with hundreds of energy attacks continuously bombarding Son Goku's energy shield. Just when Son Goku was about to use up all the hundreds of clones, a sharp sword light cut through the space, crossed time, and pierced the energy shield. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated the energy shield. The sword tip was far away from Son Goku. The chest is less than half a foot tall. When Son Goku was distracted for a moment, cracks began to appear in the energy shield. Upon seeing this, Son Goku shouted loudly, and an extremely powerful energy emitted from Son Goku's body. It spread instantly and submerged Wu Zhenming around him. At this moment, a chi sword passed through the chest and transformed into Wu Zhenming behind Son Goku. Son Goku turned to Wu Zhenming and said, "You're not bad," and then disappeared. When Wu Zhenming saw this, he was shocked and said it was an afterimage. "It's not an afterimage, it's a breath image. How can an afterimage fool you?" Son Goku's voice came from behind Wu Zhenming. Wu Zhenming said, "Father, when did you discover it? I think this trick is perfect and no one can escape it." Son Goku smiled and said, "You are still too naive. 100 of your clones have come up to attack me. If you don't take action, it's not obvious. Are you going to sneak attack me? How can I be defenseless? Hasn't my sword already been struck?" Wu Zhenming said. Son Goku said, "You took action, but you didn't come up to attack. I must be on guard." When Wu Zhenming heard this, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Father, I thought I was smart enough, but I didn't expect you to be 6 years older than me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zhenming was divided into Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuming. The two looked at each other and said to Son Goku, "Father, what's going on? Why did we suddenly separate?" Son Goku said, "The energy battle just now should have exhausted Wu Zhenming's energy, so he disintegrated and became the two of you again." Sun Wuhan heard this and said, "That's it, I thought I could keep fighting." Son Goku smiled and said, "You brat, you only want good things." Sun Wuming said, "Father, who wins this battle between you and Wu Zhenming?" Son Goku smiled and said, "Let's call it a tie. This is the first time since I started practicing that I have fought so happily. It's so satisfying." When the two heard this, they were also very happy for Wu Zhenming. After all, it was the fusion of the two of them. Several people in the distance saw Wu Zhenming suddenly disintegrating and knew that the battle was over, so they flew over. Chapter 64 Tool Man Supreme Kai is online. Vegeta asked Son Goku, "Kakarot, how did they disintegrate?" Son Goku told everyone the reason again. Only then did everyone realize that it turned out that the combined body could not continue fighting forever. Afterwards, Son Goku took everyone back home. Another banquet was held, and Whis, Supreme Kai, and Jabit had another feast, and packed some delicious food when they left. In the days that followed, Son Goku devoted himself to practicing again. Half a year later, Son Goku practiced Super Saiyan 5 to the limit. The gravity on the red giant star no longer had any effect on Son Goku's practice. So Son Goku fired an energy bomb, freeing the red giant completely. Then Son Goku lowered his head and recalled the planet in his mind that was suitable for cultivation. A black hole 1.6 million light-years away from the Earth was remembered by Son Goku. The mass of this black hole is 14 times that of the Sun, and its gravity reaches 1 trillion times that of the Earth. Therefore, Son Goku's current Super Saiyan 5 limit body does not dare to get too close to this black hole, lest it be torn to pieces by gravity. Son Goku proceeds step by step, first practicing at a suitable distance from the black hole. Even so, the gravitational force generated by this distance is nearly 20 million times that of the Earth. The super strong gravity tore violently Son Goku's Super Saiyan's 5 limit body. Son Goku wore the mask of pain and started practicing at this distance, feeling the gradual improvement of his strength. Son Goku was in pain and happy at the same time. Half a year later, Son Goku finally adapted to the gravity of 20 million times and can move freely at this distance. On this day, Supreme Kai and Gabit came to Son Goku's house to eat and drink again. Son Goku looked at the two and thought of the old Kaio who was still sealed in Supreme Kai's sword. So he said to the two of them, "I heard that in your Supreme Kai world, there is a Supreme Kai sword. Anyone who pulls it out can get a huge increase in strength. Is it true? Supreme Kai said, of course it's true. Why, Goku, do you want to try it? Son Goku said, yes, in the past 6 months, my strength has improved too slowly. I seem to have encountered a bottleneck. I want to try the Supreme Kai sword to see if it can help me break this bottleneck. Supreme Kai Xin said, no problem, we will go after dinner. Son Goku said, no problem, Supreme Kai, you eat slowly, we are not in a hurry. Supreme Kaixin nodded, picked up the chicken legs on the table, and started eating. An hour later, Supreme Kai touched his round belly, burped, and said to Son Goku, Goku, let's go. Son Goku nodded, and Jobit took the two to the Supreme Kai world. Supreme Kai Xin led Son Goku to the place where the Supreme Kai sword was inserted. Supreme Kai pointed at the Supreme Kai sword and said, Goku, this is the Supreme Kai sword. As long as you pull it out, your strength will be greatly improved. Son Goku nodded, reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword, and then with a force, the Supreme Kai sword was pulled out. Supreme Kai and Jobit were stunned for a moment. Supreme Kai said, Goku, are you pulling it out now? Son Goku said, what else? Supreme Kai Xin said, I thought you were going to become Super Saiyan. Son Goku smiled and said, that's not necessary. Jobit asked, Goku, do you feel the increase in strength? Son Goku said, no, I don't feel anything. Supreme Kai Xin said, impossible, is the legend false? Goku, show me the Supreme Kai sword. Son Goku said, Supreme Kai, this sword is very heavy. Are you sure you want to take a look? Supreme Kai Xin said, Goku, although I am weak, I can't even lift a sword. Son Goku heard this and said, okay then, remember to use your strength. Supreme Kai Xin nodded, seeing this, Son Goku handed over the Supreme Kai sword. Supreme Kai grabbed the hilt of the sword and said to Son Goku, Goku, let go. Son Goku nodded and said, Supreme Kai, hold on tight, I'll let go. Supreme Kai Xin nodded, and when Son Goku saw this, he let go of his hand. So Supreme Kai was dragged into close contact with the ground by the Supreme Kai sword. Supreme Kai got up from the ground, looked at the Supreme Kai sword, and said depressedly, I didn't expect this Supreme Kai sword to be so heavy. I can't hold it with all my strength. Son Goku didn't say anything after hearing this. He raised the Supreme Kai sword and said to Supreme Kai, this sword looks very sharp. I don't know if it is hard or not. Supreme Kai was about to speak when he saw Son Goku, putting his hand on the blade of the sword, and then flicked it hard, and the Supreme Kai sword broke into 2 pieces. When Supreme Kai and Jobit saw this scene, their eyes nearly popped out, and they stammered, GG, the Supreme Kai sword is broken. Yeah, it just broke off. I thought it was hard, but it doesn't look like much, Son Goku said. The two were about to answer when they heard an old voice from behind, young man, was it you who released me from the Supreme Kai sword? Yes, who are you? Son Goku pretended not to recognize him. You can tell I'm Supreme Kai just by looking at my clothes, said the old man behind Supreme Kai Xin and JB. The two turned around and looked at the old man. Supreme Kai asked, are you really Supreme Kai? Why haven't I seen you before? The old man said, I am Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. Of course you don't know me. Ah, doesn't that mean you are my ancestor? Supreme Kai said. Of course, the old Supreme Kai said. Supreme Kai Xin heard the words, hugged the old Supreme Kai's thigh and said, old ancestor, I have suffered all these years. I was so scared by Majin Buu that I couldn't sleep or eat well. If I hadn't met Goku, I wouldn't have known how to be scared. Until when? Old Supreme Kai said, get out of the way first and tell me if you have anything to do. Supreme Kai Xin wiped his nose and tears, let go of old Supreme Kai's lap, and then started talking about the past. After hearing this, the old Supreme Kai roared, "Why don't you find gods of destruction, Beerus? Why don't you find gods of destruction, Beerus?" Supreme Kai Xin shrank his neck and said, "Ancestor, we didn't know the existence of gods of destruction, Beerus, at that time." Hearing this, the old Supreme Kai said, "That's it. Damn Beerus, if he hadn't sealed me away, the Supreme Kai world wouldn't have suffered a catastrophe." Then he turned to look at Son Goku and said, "Young man, thank you for releasing me from the Supreme Kai sword. If you have any requests, you can put them forward and I will do my best to agree to you." Supreme Kai Xin said, "Goku has encountered a bottleneck in his practice. I wonder if our ancestors have any methods to help Goku break through the bottleneck. What a coincidence, your ancestor and I happen to have a method that can help people improve their strength," the old Supreme Kai said with a smile. "Oh, that's great, ancestor, help Goku break through the bottleneck," said Supreme Kai Xin. The old king said, "You are quite impatient." Then he said to Son Goku, "Show me your strength and let me see." "No problem," Son Goku said. Chapter 65 Super Saiyan 6 Beyond the Gods. Son Goku shouted low and started the Super Saiyan transformation. The old Supreme Kai felt Son Goku's aura and was shocked. Before the old Supreme Kai could speak, Son Goku shouted again and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Old Supreme Kai was shocked and was about to speak. Son Goku shouted again and transformed into Super Saiyan San. When the old Supreme Kai saw this, he said directly, "This transformation of yours is a crooked way." Son Goku smiled and said, "Old Supreme Kai, look at my transformation again." After saying that, he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The old Supreme Kai suddenly stopped talking. Super 4 is different from Super 1, Super 2, and Super 3. It inspired Saiyan's bloodline and raised Saiyan's life level. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3 may be crooked ways as the old Supreme Kai said, but Super Saiyan 4 is really not crooked. Son Goku didn't say anything when he saw the old Supreme Kai, and he didn't care, so he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. When the old Supreme Kai saw this, he was shocked and said, This is this your real strength? You are so powerful. I have only seen this kind of strength in Beerus." Son Goku smiled and said, "Yes, this is my real strength now." When the old Supreme Kai heard this, he was shocked for a moment, and then said ecstatically, "Goku, I will help you develop your potential and improve your strength, can you also do me a favor?" Son Goku said, "Old Supreme Kai, please tell me, I will do my best." Old Supreme Kai smiled and said, "It's not too difficult. I just want to ask you to help teach Beerus a lesson. Of course, the premise is that you are strong enough, but I believe that after I help you develop your potential, your strength will definitely be able to defeat Beerus." Son Goku smiled and said, "Old Supreme Kai, you want to avenge Beerus for sealing you, right? No problem, it's just a little effort." Supreme Kai Xin said from the side, "It's not good for Goku, you forgot that you are still a Gods of Destruction candidate." Son Goku smiled and said, "It's okay, I believe Lord Beerus, after knowing my strength, will definitely compete with me, so that I can do it easily." Old Supreme Kai said, "Goku is right. During the competition, he accidentally beat Beerus. Beerus' skills are not as good as others, so he definitely has nothing to say." Son Goku nodded. "If you beat a strong man like Beerus, he will look up to you." Seeing Son Goku nodding, the old Supreme Kai said, "Goku, without further ado, let's get started. The sooner your strength improves, the more confident you will be in beating Beerus." Son Goku smiled helplessly after hearing this. The old Supreme Kai asked Son Goku to sit down, and then told Son Goku the things that need to be paid attention to in the process of developing potential. After Son Goku memorized it, the old Supreme Kai started, dancing like a god, to develop his potential. Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit, watching the old Supreme Kai's dance, always felt that the old Supreme Kai was unreliable. The old Supreme Kai danced around Son Goku for 5 hours, and then said to Son Goku, "Wait for the next 20 hours, and it will be the time to witness the miracle." Son Goku nodded and sat there waiting. Time passed minute by minute. 20 hours later, the moment Son Goku stood up, a golden giant ape tens of meters tall suddenly appeared in his mind. It roared continuously and disappeared for a full minute. Not see. Supreme Kai Xin looked at the motionless Son Goku, and when he wanted to wake him up, he was stunned by the old Supreme Kai's big nose. Supreme Kai Xin looked at the old king aggrievedly and said, "Old ancestor, why did you hit me?" Old Supreme Kai said, "If I don't hit you, you will interrupt Goku's awakening potential. Do you think Goku is in a daze?" When Supreme Kai Xin heard this, he realized that he had almost caused a catastrophe. At this moment, Son Goku came to his senses, and then said to several people, "Old Lord Supreme Kai, Jabit, you stay away, I am about to explode my potential." The three of them nodded upon hearing this, and Jabit took the two of them to instant transmission, which was more than 10 kilometers away. Son Goku shouted loudly when he saw this, and the breath of Super Saiyan 5 spurted out. Then Son Goku roared loudly. Along with the roar, the flames around Son Goku soared into the sky and suddenly reached a height of tens of feet. The flames were as thick as liquid and as solid as a mountain. The roaring continued. The white hair on Son Goku's body began to turn into gold, and his long silver hair also began to turn into gold. The eyebrows also turned golden, the black eye sockets turned into golden ones, and the silver pupils switched back and forth between silver and gold. As Son Goku's roar became heavier and more powerful, the entire Supreme Kai world began to tremble. The planets in the distance began to fall into the depths of the universe, and the stars above the Supreme Kai world burst out with dazzling light. In the Gods of Destruction world, Whis was drinking milk tea. He felt this aura and said in shock, "Goku has made a breakthrough again. This time, I'm afraid Lord Beerus is really no match for Goku. I'm really looking forward to it. Lord Beerus will touch you. It's the day I go to Goku, oh ha ha ha." In the Supreme Kai world, the roar continues. The flames on Son Goku's body began to shrink, slowly shrinking from tens of feet to several feet high. At the same time, the roaring that lasted for nearly 10 minutes finally stopped. Looking at Son Goku again, he has a Super 4 body, his upper body is covered with golden fluff, and his long golden hair hangs down around his waist. Tonight, his eyes, golden pupils, and wherever he looks, the space is burned into nothingness. Son Goku condensed a mirror, carefully looked at his appearance, and laughed at himself. "This time, I changed from a white-haired monkey to a golden monkey." As soon as his eyes narrowed, the mirror turned into nothingness. At this time, the three old Supreme Kai also rushed over. The old Supreme Kai looked at Son Goku and said, "Goku, how are you? Do you think your strength has improved a lot? Are you sure you can beat Beerus?" Son Goku pondered for a moment and said, "I have a certain degree of confidence. After I completely master this state, it shouldn't be a problem to beat Beerus." "Great, Goku, when the time comes to beat Beerus, be sure to call me," the old Supreme Kai said excitedly. "No problem, old Lord Supreme Kai." Son Goku smiled. Supreme Kai said, "Goku, this form of yours should be called Super Saiyan 6, right?" Son Goku said, "Yes, this transformation is the transformation after Super Saiyan 5. It is called Super Saiyan 6. There is no problem." Supreme Kai Xin nodded. Son Goku said to the three of them, "To celebrate the reappearance of the old Supreme Kai, to celebrate my breaking through the bottleneck and transforming into Super Saiyan 6, I invite you to my house for another meal." Supreme Kai Xin and Jabit heard this and said in unison, "Okay, Goku." Old Supreme Kai also said, I have been imprisoned for 75 million years, and I don't even know what food tastes like anymore. Then what are you waiting for? Grandpa, let's leave now, Supreme Kai said xin. The old Supreme Kai nodded, Jobit cast instant transmission, and they arrived at Son Goku's house in an instant. Chapter 66 Orange Piccolo makes his debut. At this time, everyone gathered together to discuss the aura emitted by Son Goku just now. Vegeta said, Damn Kakarot, I haven't advanced to Super Saiyan 5 yet, and he actually broke through again. Looking at the movement just now, I expected it to be good, he should have advanced to Super Saiyan 6, damn it. Piccolo nodded and said helplessly, Lao Sun has just transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and then he breaks through to Super Saiyan 6. We all live under the same roof, why is there such a big gap? Sun Wuhan said, I don't know what my father, Super Saiyan 6, looks like. Sun Muming heard this and said thoughtfully, the color must have changed. From Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5, the fluff on the body, hair, and color have all changed. Super Saiyan 6 should also change. Lapis covered his face when he heard this and thought to himself, everyone else is discussing the strength of Super Saiyan 6, but you two are discussing the color. It's really weird. Tian Xinyan said, I am very curious. Compared with the so-called gods of destruction Beerus in terms of strength, who is stronger and who is weaker? After everyone heard this, they all started thinking. After a long moment, Piccolo said uncertainly, it should be Goku. Vegeta heard the words and nodded, didn't we say that the strength of Kakarot Super Saiyan 5 is almost the same as that of the weakest gods of destruction? Now it has become Super Saiyan 6. Not to mention surpassing Beerus, it should be almost the same. Everyone nodded after hearing this, thinking Vegeta was right. At this moment, Son Goku, Old Supreme Kai Xin, and JB appeared in front of everyone. Vegeta looked at the golden-haired Son Goku and said, Kakarot, is this Super Saiyan 6? Son Goku smiled and said, yes, this is Super Saiyan 6. Piccolo said, Old Son, you must have broken through too quickly. Son Goku smiled and said, thanks to the Old Supreme Kai for this breakthrough. Then he pointed at the Old Supreme Kai and said to everyone, I would like to introduce to you solemnly. This is the Old Supreme Kai. He is the ancestor of Supreme Kai Xin. The Supreme Kai 15 generations ago was sealed in Supreme by Lord Beerus. Opening the sword, he only recently got out of trouble. After hearing this, everyone looked at the Old Supreme Kai. When the Old Supreme Kai saw this, he smiled and said, hello everyone. Hearing this, everyone said hello one after another. Vegeta said, Kakarot, you mean you broke through Super Saiyan 6 and got help from the Old Supreme Kai? What happened? Son Goku said, Old Supreme Kai can help people develop their potential. In order to thank me for helping him get out of trouble, he helped me develop my potential. This is why I was able to break through Super Saiyan 6. After hearing this, everyone stared at the Old Supreme Kai with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Old Supreme Kai's scalp was numb when everyone saw him. He cleared his throat and said, do you also want me to help you develop your potential? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, the Old Supreme Kai said, it's not impossible, but you have to exchange books for it. Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. Son Goku saw this and said, Old Supreme Kai, I will help you find the books you want. You can help them develop their potential. The Old Supreme Kai heard this and said, Goku, do you know what book I want? Son Goku smiled and said, of course I know, don't worry. Old Supreme Kai heard this and said, well, I'll help them just for your sake. Son Goku nodded, then led everyone into the restaurant, asking everyone to wait while he went to find Bulma. At this time, Bulma is working on a time machine in the laboratory. Seeing the arrival of Son Goku, he was surprised and said, Goku, you have made a breakthrough again. This golden hair all over your body looks like a golden monkey, ha ha ha. Son Goku smiled and said, Bulma, how dare you make fun of me, let's see how I deal with you at night. Come on, who is afraid of who? But at night, you have to maintain your current appearance. I want to see the difference between you and Super 5, Bulma said arrogantly. Okay, no problem, let's go out now, I will introduce a new god to you, Son Goku said. Bulma tidied up the laboratory, and the two went to the restaurant. Afterwards, under Bulma's arrangement, a gourmet feast was held in the restaurant. Old Supreme Kai was so moved that he burst into tears while eating the delicacies. When everyone saw this, they secretly thought, another god who has never eaten delicious food. After everyone had eaten, Son Goku found a few thick volumes of fashion magazines and handed them to the old Supreme Kai. Then Jobit took everyone back to the Supreme Kai world, and the old Kai Wang developed their potential for everyone. Son Goku is also at home, dealing with Bulma, Shishi, and Lazuli in the evening. In the Supreme Kai world, the old Supreme Kai first developed the potential for Piccolo. When everyone saw the old Supreme Kai, they danced around Piccolo. Everyone looked weird, and they felt that the old Supreme Kai was a bit unreliable. 5 hours later, the old Supreme Kai was completed, the potential development ceremony. He said to everyone, the effects will show up in 20 hours. You can wait here while I go and take a rest. Everyone heard this and had no objections. 20 hours later, Piccolo stood up from where he was and said to everyone, you guys stay away, I want to see how much my strength has improved. Everyone nodded when they heard this and stepped aside. Piccolo shouted loudly, turned into a dark green Piccolo, and then began to growl like a constipation. Ah ah ah! Along with the roar, the aura on Piccolo's body surged, and the green flame began to turn from the inside out, turning into orange. The color of Piccolo also started to change from green to orange. In the Gods of Destruction world, Whis was a little surprised after feeling Piccolo's aura, and murmured, it seems that Piccolo has also made a breakthrough. This aura is not weaker than Goku from Super Saiyan 4. It seems that the improvement is not small. On Earth, Son Goku felt Piccolo's aura and said to himself, it seems that Piccolo has completed its potential development. The intensity of this aura is almost the same as my Super Saiyan 4. In the Supreme Kai world, after the roar, Piccolo turned orange from head to toe, and even the external flames turned orange. Piccolo felt his strength, which was much improved than before, and he was very happy. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Vegeta felt Piccolo's aura and said, Piccolo, your strength has improved a lot, surpassing my Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo nodded and said, yes. My current strength should be about the same as Super 4 Goku. The others were all shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that the old Supreme Kai's potential development could actually improve his strength so much. Sun Wuhen said, Uncle Piccolo, you have turned orange now. I think it is better to call your form orange form. Piccolo heard this and said with a smile, good enlightenment is called orange form. Chapter 67 The old version of Broly appears. After Piccolo, the old Supreme Kai started again to help Vegeta develop his potential. The 5-hour dance ceremony was so tiring that Supreme Kai was exhausted. After the ceremony, everyone waited for Vegeta to show off the results. 20 hours later, everyone stepped aside and looked at Vegeta. Vegeta stood up slowly, then shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Then he started roaring like a constipation. Along with the roar, Vegeta's body glowed, emitting a dazzling light, and his aura surged, spreading to every corner of the universe. The black hair quickly grew longer and gradually turned silver, the red fluff on the body turned white, the eyebrows turned white, the red eye sockets turned into black eye sockets, and the pupils turned silver. Vegeta successfully broke through Super Saiyan 4 and transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta felt his own strength and said to himself, is this the strength of Super Saiyan 5? It is really strong. No wonder Whis said that Super Saiyan Kakarot can rival the weakest gods of destruction. Everyone saw this and came to Vegeta. Piccolo said, Vegeta, you successfully broke through Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta said, yes, Super Saiyan 5 is indeed extraordinary. It can almost kill Super Saiyan 4 instantly. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan hurriedly said to Old Supreme Kai, Old Supreme Kai, it's my turn next, let's start quickly. Old Supreme Kai nodded, asked Sun Wuhan to sit cross-legged, and then started the ceremony. 5 hours later, the Old Supreme Kai went to the side to rest. 20 hours later, Sun Wuhan stood up. He motioned for everyone to step aside, and then began to transform. 5 minutes later, Sun Wuhan successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5. After Sun Wuhan, the Old Supreme Kai helped Sun Wuming develop his potential. 25 hours later, Sun Wuming also transformed into Super Saiyan 5. In the following days, the Old Supreme Kai helped Lapis, Raditz, Nappa, Sun Goten, Sunks, Sunbra, Klin, Yamsha, Tien Xinyan, Dumpling and others develop their potential. Everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Although the Lapis form has not changed, its strength has reached the level of an ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Raditz broke through to Super Saiyan 4, with long black hair hanging down to her waist, red fluff covering her upper body, bare chest, red eye sockets, and green pupils. However, even if they break through Super Saiyan 4, their strength is far inferior to that of Vegeta and others. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 is only because their basic combat power is too low. Nappa also broke through Super Saiyan 4. His bald head became short hair. His originally tall and burly body became stronger, but his strength was slightly better than Raditz. Sun Goten, Song Keys and Sunbra have all reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Krillin's normal combat power increased tenfold, reaching 100 million. Tien Xinyan's normal combat power reaches 110 million. Yamsha's normal combat power reaches 20 million. Dumpling's normal combat power has reached 15 million. If the 4 of them use Kaioken, their strength is not bad. After the Old Supreme Kai helped everyone develop their potential, in order to express his gratitude, Sun Wuzhen invited the Old Supreme Kai trio to his home for dinner. When the Old Supreme Kai heard this, he felt sleepy on the spot. So everyone returned to Bulma's house under the leadership of Jobit. After Son Goku saw everyone, he asked about everyone's improvement in strength, and then joined the banquet. After the Supreme Kai trio had a full meal, they returned to the Supreme Kai world. After that, everyone began the hard years of training again. Son Goku gathered the 7 Dragon Balls on the earth and summoned Shenron to make a wish, so that everyone could learn the instant transmission of the Adretites and have the ability to survive in the universe, so that they can also learn Son Goku's training method. Then Son Goku turned on Super Saiyan 6 and started to compete with the black hole. Son Goku steps towards the black hole step by step, step by step. A year later, Son Goku successfully reached the surface of the black hole. Son Goku looked around and saw nothing. He said to himself, "Black hole, it's so black." Then he started practicing. On this day, 2 uninvited guests came to the Earth. After the spacecraft landed on Earth, the 2 of them asked someone about Vegeta's whereabouts. When they learned that Vegeta was at Bulma's house, they rushed over without stopping. After the practitioners in the gravity room noticed it, they walked out of the gravity room. The middle-aged man of the 2 found Vegeta in the crowd with just one glance. The middle-aged man said, "King Vegeta, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. When you grow up, you look exactly like King Vegeta." Vegeta heard this and said, "Who are you? How do you know me?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Who am I? I am Paragus. Even if you turn into ashes, Vegeta, I know you too." "Oh, it turned out to be you. I heard from my father that your son Broly had a fighting strength of 10,000 at birth. My father was afraid that your son would threaten his throne, so he killed him. Then you became resentful and broke away from Vegeta. Seeing, why do you come to me for revenge now? Vegeta smiled. Paragus said fiercely, yes, King Vegeta is dead, but you are still here, so the father's debt is paid by the son. Vegeta, have you figured out how to die? Vegeta laughed when he heard this and said, ha ha ha, you are a piece of rubbish and you want to kill this prince. It is simply laughable. Paragus said, of course I can't, but my son can. He is the legendary, once in a 1,000-year Super Saiyan, so Vegeta, just wait to die. Hearing this, Vegeta stopped laughing and said, even if your son is the legendary Super Saiyan, so what, I can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Who will win is yet to be determined. Paragus was shocked when he heard this, but thinking of Broly's strength, he said, Vegeta, no matter what you said is true or false, you will inevitably die today. Vegeta heard this and said, since you want to die, I will help you. Then he said to Piccolo and Sun Wohen, let's take them to the Supreme Kai world to resolve their grievances. This small broken ball of earth will definitely not be able to withstand the battle between us. The two nodded, then flashed to Paragus and Broly, cast instant transmission, and with them, they were in front of Supreme Kai Xin in an instant. Vegeta followed closely and used instant transmission to get in front of Supreme Kai Xin. At this time, Broly stared at Sun Wohen, and then shouted, Kakarot, Kakarot. The aura on his body surged, and his slender figure became taller and stronger in an instant. Chapter 68 Sun Wohen Single Player Broly. When Sun Wohen saw this, he shouted, I am not Kakarot, I am Sun Wohen, and Kakarot is our father. Sun Wu's answer was, Kakarot, Kakarot even more angrily. With each roar, Broly's aura became stronger, his hair gradually stood up and turned into a grass-green color, and grass-green flames spurted out from around his strong body. Seeing this, Paragus shouted, Broly, stop! At the same time, he reached into his pocket and took out the button, avoiding it. The ring on Broly's head released an ultra-high voltage current, causing Broly's hair to stand up. Paragus responded with an even more angry and harsh roar of Kakarot, Kakarot. Immediately, the ring on Broly's head exploded, and Broly's black pupils disappeared. Paragus panicked and said, this is bad, this monster has been released again. Broly yelled, ha ha ha, I'm a monster, no, I'm a devil. Then he pointed at Sun Wohen and said, Kakarot, the blood sacrifice starts with you, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Sun Wohen said, I have already said that I am Sun Wohen and Kakarot is our father. Why can't you understand? Kakarot, Kakarot, in response to Sun Wohen was Broly's roar and a green energy bomb. Sun Wohen slapped the energy bomb away. Seeing this, Vegeta said to the old Supreme Kai trio, you guys should step aside, or we will fight later and hurt you. Without saying a word, the three of them instantly transmitted to Earth. Seeing this, Vegeta laughed and cursed, he ran very fast. On Broly's side, when he saw Sun Wohen slap him, he slapped his energy ball away and shouted, Kakarot, you have some skills, but it's a pity that garbage is garbage. No matter how hard you try, you will never surpass me. Then a green energy bomb appeared in his chest and hit Sun Wohen again. Sun Wohen slapped the energy bomb away again. At the same time, he laughed and said, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only is his brain not good, but his strength is also not that good. Kakarot, Kakarot. Sun Wu responded with an even more angry roar and fists as big as sandbags. Sun Wohen dodged as soon as he stepped away. A disc with a diameter of several hundred feet appeared on the ground. Seeing that he missed the hit, Broly turned his head and spread his legs 55 yards away, and rushed towards Sun Wohen. At the same time, he waved his left and right hands back and forth, throwing green energy bombs at Sun Wohen. Seeing this, Sun Wohen also rushed towards Broly, and at the same time waved his little hand to shoot away the energy bullets one by one. The two of them jabbed, and Sun Wuhan's small fist collided with Broly's sandbag-sized fist. The clash of fists stirred up a gust of wind that shattered the surrounding boulders. Broly turned his fist into a palm and grabbed Sun Wuhan's wrist. Sun Wuhan dodged and kicked Broly in the chest. Broly didn't care, he laughed loudly, and while Sun Wuhan was stunned, he grabbed Sun Wuhan by his ankles, and then started swinging him. After a few accelerations, he threw Sun Wuhan into the air, and casually threw out 2 energy bombs, hitting Sun Wuhan. Then he burst into laughter. Seeing this, Paragus said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, now you have seen how powerful Broly is. Unfortunately, Broly in this state is completely crazy. If he doesn't listen to my control, he will dominate the universe soon." When Vegeta heard this, he burst into laughter and said, "Paragus, I am really defeated by your naivety. You think Sun Wuhan only has that little strength, ha ha ha, you really laughed to death." Paragus said angrily, "It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. When you face Broly later, you will know what despair is." Upon hearing this, Vegeta pointed his finger in the air and said to Paragus, "Paragus, open your dog eyes and take a good look, who is that?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. That kid was hit by 2 energy bombs from Broly. How is it possible that he is safe and sound?" Paragus yelled. In mid-air, Sun Wuhan shouted to Broly, "Silly big guy, that's good, he has 2 brushes." "Cockroach, cockroach," Broly shouted. Then he ducked out of the way, arrived in front of Sun Wuhan, and punched Sun Wuhan with 1 punch. Sun Wuhan made a mistake and hit Broly in the face with 1 punch. Broly used his head to push back Sun Wuhan's fist. Then he reached out and grabbed Sun Wuhan's neck. He pressed down and the 2 of them hit the ground. Then Broly gained the upper hand and held down Sun Wuhan's neck, running wildly on the ground. Sun Wuhan's body wiped out a trench on the ground. Then, Broly rewarded Sun Wuhan with an energy bomb. He jumped into the air, looked at the smoke and dust on the ground, and laughed. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Sun Wuhan stood up from the ground and said coldly to Broly, "Yes, the warm-up exercise just now was okay. It's my turn next." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wuhan hit Broly in the abdomen with a fist, beating Broly into a bow shape, and then kicked him to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed Broly's neck with both hands, followed Broly's move just now, and used Broly as a bulldozer, rubbing against the ground crazily. After a while, another trench appeared on the ground. Sun Wuhan dodged and retreated into the air. He put his hands on his hips and looked at his masterpiece. In the ditch on the ground, Broly slowly stood up from the ditch and looked at Sun Wuhan. His anger suddenly soared and his arrogance was rekindled. A loud roar roared, "Cockroach, cockroach!" Immediately, the surrounding flames were covered with green lightning. Sun Wuhan felt Broly's aura, then shouted loudly, transformed into Super Saiyan, then waved to Broly and said, "Come on, silly big guy, let's start the second round of the contest." "Cockroach, cockroach!" With 2 roars, Broly dodged and arrived in front of Sun Wuhan, then stretched out his fist as big as a sandbag and hit Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan folded his hands and dodged the punch on one side of his body. Seeing this, Broly punched continuously. Sun Wuhan stood in mid-air, swaying his body left and right, dodging Broly's attacks one by one, and never made a move from beginning to end. Broly was furious, raised his arms, and hit Sun Wuhan with a grass-green energy ball in his chest. As soon as Sun Wuhan ducked out of the way, a planet in mid-air was blasted into fireworks. When Broly saw Sun Wuhan in front of him, he suddenly disappeared. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck. Then he rolled his eyes and passed out. Chapter 69 Old Supreme Kai, Goku is my friend. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he be defeated by that brat? Paragus shouted. Vegeta on the side sneered, so what about the legendary Super Saiyan? Do you know that the father of that brat was Burdok's son, Kakarot, a scumbag who was born with less than 5 combat powers? But do you know the strength of Kakarot now? How strong is Kakarot? Paragus asked. Kakarot's strength is already comparable to or even surpasses that of the supreme god in the universe, gods of destruction Beerus, Vegeta said. Who are the gods of destruction Beerus? Paragus asked. Trash like you, who have never even heard of gods of destruction, dare to talk nonsense. It is simply wishful thinking to rely on the legendary Super Saiyan to dominate the universe. Gods of destruction is the supreme god in the universe, and his strength is deep. Unpredictable, he is the well-deserved number 1 in the universe, Vegeta said. Paragus was dumbfounded when he heard this. Vegeta continued, and Kakarot, some time ago, has transformed into Super Saiyan 6. According to my guess, his strength is not under gods of destruction Beerus. A legendary Super Saiyan like Broly can probably be blown to death in one breath, so Paragus, you are like a clown sitting in a well looking at the sky. Piccolo was standing aside, listening to Vegeta's words, and thought to himself, Vegeta is killing people and killing people. Upon hearing this, Paragus broke down and muttered to himself, I am a clown, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. I am a clown, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Seeing this, Piccolo shook his head and said to Vegeta, this Paragus's mental endurance is so poor, you just said a few words, and he had a mental breakdown. Vegeta heard this and was about to say a few more words when he saw Sun Wuhan carrying Broly to the two of them. Sun Wuhan said to Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, how should we deal with this Broly? Vegeta heard this, thought for a moment, and then said, leave him to Kakarot. This kid is a talent. We Saiyan need such a talent now. Sun Wuhan and Piccolo nodded. With Son Goku's strength, he's not afraid of what Broly can do. Piccolo looked at Paragus and said, what should I do with this old guy? Vegeta said, let's take it back to Earth together. Okay, since we are here, we are not afraid of him playing tricks, Piccolo said. Then the three cast instant transmission, taking Paragus and Broly with them, and returned to Earth. When the old Supreme Kai saw the three people returning, he said, done. Sun Wuhan smiled and said, Broly's level is almost as strong as Raditz Super 3. I took action and it was easy to defeat him. The old Supreme Kai heard this and said, I see, I thought this guy could be so powerful, but that's all. Sun Wuhan smiled and said, Old Supreme Kai, since you are here, have a meal before leaving. Old Supreme Kai said, no problem, that's what we have in mind. Piccolo said to the old Supreme Kai, Old Supreme Kai, this old guy, as Vegeta said, is heartbroken and crazy, and there is no way to cure him. The old Supreme Kai took one look at Paragus's condition and said, it's nothing. Then come to Paragus, stare at Paragus, and perform the staring technique. After a moment, Piccolo was asked, what's this guy's name? Paragus said Piccolo. The old Supreme Kai looked at Paragus and shouted, Paragus, if you don't wake up now, when will you stay? Paragus was frightened by the old Supreme Kai's roar. Then he came to his senses and yelled at the old Supreme Kai, old man, you yelled like a hammer and scared me. When the old Supreme Kai heard this, he jumped up and slapped Paragus on the forehead. Then he said, is that what you call me, old man? I'm afraid you haven't understood the situation. I am Supreme Kai, the supreme god in the universe, who is in charge of creation. Son Goku is my best friend. I am very fond of Vegeta, Sun Wuhan, Piccolo and others. You have the grace to develop your potential. What is your level and my status? Do you dare to be so presumptuous with me? When Paragus heard this, he immediately shrank in fear. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai nodded and said, that's right. You need to be powerful and have a background to hang out. I have both strength and background. If you, a little brat like you, meet me, you have to hide away. First, instead of yelling at me like a fool, do you understand? Hearing this, Paragus nodded and said quickly, Sir Supreme Kai, you are right. When the old Supreme Kai heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. Vegeta said to Paragus, Paragus, for the sake of your son Broly's talent, we will spare your life, and you can stay well on Earth. Don't have any other ideas, otherwise there will be no consequences. Let's talk more. Paragus nodded quickly and said, I understand, King Vegeta, thank you. You are forgiving and don't argue with me. Vegeta waved his hand and continued, leave your son Broly to Kakarot. When he comes back, he will take care of your son's problem. Paragus heard this and said happily, really, King Vegeta, Kakarot, can really cure Broly's mania. Vegeta said, it should be no problem. Kakarot is well informed and should have a solution. Right, old Supreme Kai turned to old Supreme Kai and said. After hearing this, the old Supreme Kai said, in Broly's case, it should be that he was unable to control his own power, and was carried away by the power. This kind of disease requires physical therapy, and Goku can definitely do it. When Piccolo, Vegeta, and Sun Wuhan heard this, they thought to themselves, what the hell, physical therapy, isn't it just a beating? Paragus heard this and said with great joy, that's great. Broly's symptoms have troubled me for a long time. For this reason, I specially made a controller that can suppress Broly, but it's a pity that it's of no use. The old Supreme Kai said, it's better to block than to open up. Using the controller can only suppress it for a while, and it also suppresses Broly's strength. So the best way is to let Broly explode completely, and then let Goku carry out targeted treatment, so that it can be eradicated. That's it. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai, for clarifying my doubts. Paragus said respectfully. Old Supreme Kai waved his hand. Vegeta said, okay, now that things are settled, it's time for us to eat. Sun Wuhan said, yes, I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant. Several people nodded after hearing this, and Paragus said, what should we do about Broly? Sun Wuhan said, let him be unconscious for a while, and then wake him up after my father comes back to prevent him from going crazy. Paragus nodded. Then a few people went to the restaurant to eat. Chapter 70 Son Goku scares off the devil and Broly regains his life. Son Goku finished training on the black hole, cast instant transmission, and returned home. Feeling his rumbling stomach, he went to the cafeteria to prepare for a meal. As soon as I arrived at the door, I found someone lying on the ground. When I took a closer look, I was quite surprised and thought to myself, isn't this the grass-green Chuan Chao Broly? How come he's here and he's still unconscious? So Son Goku stepped forward and pushed Broly. Broly still didn't move, so Son Goku opened his bow from left to right and rewarded Broly with more than a dozen big cock bags. Broly woke up leisurely, looked around with confused eyes, and then looked at Son Goku in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across his mind, and the aura on his body surged. His thin body instantly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a muscular man, shouting, Kakarot Kakarot! When Son Goku saw this, he smiled and said, what's so special about it? Broly Kakarot! Son Goku, what lot? Broly said angrily, Kakarot, and then his aura turned into grass green, and his black pupils disappeared. Upon seeing this, Son Goku released Super Saiyan 6's transformation, returned to normal, and then said to Broly, Broly, today I will use normal to defeat you, the legendary Super Saiyan who only meets once in 1,000 years. People practicing in the gravity room and people eating in the restaurant all ran out and came to the scene when they felt the movement outside. Vegeta said, Kakarot, you are back. This guy is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He and his father Paragus came to me for revenge before and were knocked unconscious by Sun Wohen. Now he will be handed over to you. Remember, don't beat him to death. Our scion talent is withering now. This guy is good, he can be used for his own purposes. Son Goku heard this and said with a smile, Vegeta, you actually have a love for talents. It's really surprising. Vegeta heard this and snorted coldly, I don't believe it, you don't want to accept him as your little brother. Son Goku smiled and said, ha ha ha, Vegeta, you know me, this guy is indeed a talent, so I will reluctantly agree to your request. Humph, Kakarot, you're so good at taking advantage of it, Vegeta snorted coldly. Son Goku smiled, then disappeared and appeared next to Broly. He reached out to grab Broly and cast instant transmission to enter the Supreme Kai world. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai asked Vegeta, won't Goku bring Broly to the Supreme Kai world again? Vegeta sensed Son Goku's aura and said, yes, Kakarot and Broly went to the Supreme Kai world. Isn't Son Goku using the instant transmission of the Adratites? How could he reach the Supreme Kai world? Supreme Kai Xin asked doubtfully. Piccolo said, Old Son has practiced divine power for so many years and must have reached a very high level. I'm afraid he has also learned your instant transmission. Otherwise, how could he have gone to uninhabited red giant stars and black holes to practice before? Everyone felt it was reasonable when they heard this, and JB said, then do you still want to watch the battle between them? What's so interesting about the fight between them? You didn't think Kakarot would overturn, right? Vegeta said. Piccolo heard this and said, Vegeta is right. Let's do what we should do and don't waste our time. So everyone should practice cultivation and eat. In the Supreme Kai world, Broly launched an attack on Son Goku as soon as he arrived in the Supreme Kai world. The tyrannical body crashed into Son Goku unreasonably. Son Goku saw this and stood motionless. Broly bumped into Son Goku's body, and then just like an ordinary person hitting a wall, he took a few steps back and his forehead was bleeding. There was an expression of disbelief on Broly's face, and then he became fierce, shouted, and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 2. He clenched his left and right hands out of thin air, and 2 more energy bombs appeared in his hands, and then they were thrown towards Son Goku. Son Goku remained motionless, letting the energy bombs hit his body. The smoke dissipated, and Son Goku was unharmed. He patted the dust on his body, extended his middle finger to Broly, and then hooked his fingers. The irritable Broly, who could not bear this humiliation, immediately shouted, Kakarot. Then the energy bomb in his hand was thrown at Son Goku for free. Son Goku still didn't move, not even bothering to defend himself, letting the energy bombs hit his body. Broly bombarded for half an hour, and then showed a devilish smile. The smoke dissipated and Son Goku was still unharmed. Broly saw this and shouted, Kakarot, are you a monster? Son Goku laughed and said, Monster? No, I am a devil, ha ha ha. Kakarot, Kakarot, Broly hissed loudly. Then he dodged and punched Son Goku in the chest. Son Goku remained motionless, looking at Broly. Upon seeing this, Broly launched a fierce attack on Son Goku without saying a word. Fists the size of sandbags rained down on Son Goku's indestructible body. Half an hour later, Broly looked at his swollen fist, and then looked again. Son Goku, who was still calm, was so frightened that he backed away. Black pupils appeared in his white eyes. Kakarot, are you indestructible? Broly said. Hey, Broly, you regained consciousness, Son Goku said in surprise. Yes, Kakarot, your strength has scared away the manic consciousness in my body. Now I can control my body freely, Broly said. That's it, congratulations, Broly, Son Goku said. Thank you, Kakarot, Broly said. Then Broly, what are your plans next? Son Goku asked. I want to practice with you, is that okay? Broly asked. Son Goku stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome to join, Broly." Broly was stunned when he saw this, then stretched out his big hand like a leaf fan and held Son Goku's hand. "Thank you, Kakarot." Son Goku said, "You're welcome, from now on, we are friends." "Friends?" Broly murmured. "That's right, friend." Son Goku smiled. Hearing this, Broly nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, we are friends." Son Goku smiled and said, "Well, my friend, let's go to my house and I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay, Kakarot," Broly said. Son Goku nodded, then cast instant transmission and returned home to the door of the restaurant. The two walked into the restaurant and saw Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Old Supreme Kai, Supreme Kai Xin, Gabit and Paragus, devouring delicious food. Especially for Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming Paragus, the plates next to them are as high as one person. After Son Goku and Broly walked in, they stopped eating. Paragus said to Broly, "Broly, have you regained consciousness?" Broly smiled and said, "Yes, father. Kakarot helped me expel the demons in my body. Now I have complete control over my body." Chapter 71 Super Saiyan Blue appears. When Paragus heard this, he was very happy, and finally no longer had to worry. The two were separated for half their lives, and Paragus was worried all the time that Broly couldn't control himself that day and killed his biological father. Now that I heard that Broly would not turn into a demon, I was finally relieved. Afterwards, Son Goku took Broly and joined the dinner party. After more than 10 years of eating such delicious food, Broly shed tears of dissatisfaction. Then he transformed into a super hard worker and started gobbling up everything. After eating, Son Goku gathered everyone and introduced Broly and Paragus to everyone. Everyone clapped their hands and expressed their warm welcome. Later in the evening, Son Goku settled Broly and Paragus, and went to Bulma, Shishi, and Lazuli to exchange feelings. The next day, Son Goku took Broly and Paragus into the gravity chamber and let them practice inside. Broly has never practiced in the past 20 years, otherwise he would never have that much strength. Son Goku told Broly to practice in the gravity room first, and after he clears the level, he will arrange for him to practice in the next step. Then Son Goku started training on the black hole again. A month later, Broly successfully cleared the gravity chamber and found Son Goku. Son Goku handed Broly a weight-bearing garment and asked him to put it on and re-enter the gravity chamber to practice. 3 months later, Broly cleared the gravity chamber again, and Son Goku took Broly to the Supreme Kai world via instant transmission. Upon seeing this, the old Supreme Kai said, "Goku, you won't come to fight again, the Supreme Kai world has just been repaired not long ago." Son Goku waved his hand and said, "No, I brought Broly here because I want him to show the results of his training." "Oh, that's it, then I can rest assured, Goku, you can do whatever you want," said the old Supreme Kai. Son Goku nodded, took Broly to the open space, and let Broly start to transform. Broly shouted loudly, and green aura surged out from his body. His muscles bulged, his hair turned green, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Goku motioned for Broly to continue. Broly then roared and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again. Son Goku saw this and said to Broly, "Broly, think about something angry." Broly lowered his head in thought, and suddenly, the cry of Kakarot when he was a child sounded in his mind, and he suddenly became angry. Shouted, "Kakarot, Kakarot!" Immediately, the grass-green hair on his head quickly grew longer, his eyebrows disappeared, his brow bones protruded, his pupils turned green, and the arrogance on his body turned into flames. After a while, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Her grass-green hair hangs down to her waist, and her stern face looks a bit evil. Son Goku said, "Broly, that's right. In just 4 months, your strength has made great progress. You are truly worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan." Broly said, Kakarot, this is all thanks to you. Son Goku smiled, and then said, next, every day, you should maintain the legendary Super Saiyan 3 state for as long as possible, normalize it, and move towards the legendary Super Saiyan 3 limit. Practice. Broly said, Kakarot. I will listen to you. When Son Goku heard this, he smiled and said to himself, this guy is not in vain. He is very talented and quite obedient. Then he took Broly, said hello to old Supreme Kai, and returned home. After eating, Son Goku asked Broly to continue practicing. He lowered his head and began to meditate. During this period, his practice of Super Saiyan 6 had been a bit slow. It was time to practice Super Saiyan God. In the days that followed, Son Goku began to practice his divine power. 1 month later, Son Goku successfully cultivated into the state of Super Saiyan God. Red hair, red eyes, thin body, unable to feel any breath. Vegeta saw Son Goku in this form, felt the breath, and found that he couldn't feel any breath at all, so he said, Kakarot, what kind of transformation is this? Why can't I feel any breath from you? Son Goku smiled and said, Vegeta, this form is called the Super Saiyan God form. It is the result of successful cultivation of divine power. You need to use divine power to feel the strength. Hearing this, Piccolo used his divine power to inform Son Goku of his strength, and found that Son Goku's strength in this state was not weaker than Vegeta from Super Saiyan 5. He opened his mouth and said, Goku, haven't you already reached Super Saiyan 6? Why did you suddenly think of practicing divine power again? Son Goku said, the journey of training in Super Saiyan 6 is far more difficult than before. The progress has been slow in the past few months, so I thought about cultivating divine power. That's it, Piccolo said. Son Goku said, you can also practice your divine power, and you may have unexpected gains. Everyone nodded and then dispersed. Bulma saw Son Goku's new form and said, Goku, is this a new form that you have cultivated again? Why are you so thin? Son Goku said, yes, this form, I call it Super Saiyan God, is the result of successful cultivation of divine power. Do you want to give it a try? Bulma saw this and smiled, in this form, you are as thin as a thin dog, is that okay? Son Goku smiled and said, Bulma, you are drifting again, okay, let's see you tonight, I will make you unable to walk tomorrow. Oh yo, I'm so scared, okay let's see you tonight, Bulma said with a smile. Son Goku smiled and nodded, then went to show Shishi and Lazuli. In the evening, the three of them arrived as promised and started a battle between mortals and gods with Son Goku. After all, the gods are better. In the following days, Son Goku majored in divine power. 3 months later, he completed the training of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. His hair turned blue, his pupils also turned blue, and even the flames around his body turned blue-white, and his strength was further improved. Son Goku murmured, it's time to learn Ultra Instinct from Whis. A few days later, Son Goku arrived in the Gods of Destruction world and saw Whis eating elbow. When Whis saw Son Goku arriving, he put down his elbow and said to Son Goku, oh huo, long time no see. Goku, what kind of wind brings you here? Son Goku said, Whis, I'm here to learn angel skills from you. Oh, Goku, let me see if your physical strength meets the requirements first, Whis said. Then he picked up the magic staff and knocked on Son Goku for a while, then stared at the magic staff and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he said seriously, Goku, I didn't expect that your physical strength has reached such a level. I'm afraid that the strength below Gods of Destruction will no longer pose any threat to you. Son Goku smiled and said, Whis, you don't have to say much to praise me. Just talk about my physical strength and whether I can practice your skills. Hearing this, Whis smiled and said, of course, I just don't know how well you are practicing your divine power. Son Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Whis saw this and said, yes, the divine power has also met the requirements. Chapter 72 Ultra Instinct reaches its peak. Son Goku is as powerful as Angel. So Whis, can I learn your God's control skills now? Son Goku asked. Whis said, that's enough. My divine control skill, called Ultra Instinct, is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the ultimate instinct of freedom. The second level is the ultimate instinct of freedom. The third level is Ultra Instinct. Freedom, ultimate meaning, truth. Son Goku asked, what's the difference between these 3 types? Whis said, Zi Zhao is the introductory stage of Ultra Instinct, Zi Peak is the success of Ultra Instinct practice, and Zi Zhen is the peak of Ultra Instinct practice, reaching the point of returning to nature. I see, then Whis, what level have you reached in your cultivation? Son Goku said. Whis smiled and said, I have reached the 3rd level of cultivation. Son Goku asked again, what level has Master Beerus reached in his cultivation? Whis smiled and said, Goku, let's start practicing. You can ask this question yourself after Lord Beerus wakes up. Okay, Son Goku smiled. Whis said, the essence of Ultra Instinct is to allow the body to attack and defend itself, rather than relying on the brain's reaction to attack and defend. Son Goku said, just let go of your mind and let all parts of the body automatically defend against the enemy. Not bad, Goku. Whis said. Son Goku said, Whis, what should we do? Whis said, the specific method is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to empty your mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. The second step is to strengthen muscle memory and cultivate the body's combat awareness. The third step is to fuse the 2. In this way, you can get started with Ultra Instinct. Son Goku heard this and said, Whis, let's get started. Whis nodded and said, Goku, let's start from the first step. What you have to do now is to empty your mind and eliminate distracting thoughts during the battle. Son Goku nodded and said, just let your thoughts go as far as you can, so that when fighting, your mind will not be distracted, and you will reach the ultimate level of emptiness. Whis smiled and said, yes, Goku, you understand it very well. Let's take the first step now. I don't need to tell you that you should know how to do it. Son Goku nodded, then stepped aside, closed his eyes and concentrated, wandering around. Upon seeing this, Whis began to create various disturbances, trying to interrupt Son Goku's state. Son Goku remained unmoved, like an old monk entering samadhi. Whis saw this and secretly praised him. Son Goku's trance lasted for 2 hours. If it weren't for the loud protest from his stomach, Son Goku would still be able to go on. Son Goku opened his eyes, his thoughts returned, and he smiled at Whis. Whis, let's eat. Whis nodded and said, let's go then. Son Goku ducked to Whis' side, cast instant transmission, returned home and entertained Whis. After eating, Son Goku sent Whis back to the Gods of Destruction world and returned home. The next day, I went to the Gods of Destruction world to practice as usual. This lasted for 3 months. Whis asked Son Goku to start the second step of training. This step of training is mainly about fighting Whis, strengthening muscle memory, and cultivating the body's fighting consciousness. Whis asked Son Goku to fight him normally, and with a wave of the staff. He put a pair of armor on Son Goku that restricted his body movement. Then the two began to fight. Needless to say, Son Goku was beaten until his face was bruised, but he couldn't touch Whis' clothes. Son Goku was not discouraged. In this way, day after day, Whis began to train Son Goku. Half a year later, Whis waved his staff and removed Son Goku's armor, starting the second phase of training. Another half year passed, and Son Goku's muscle memory and body's fighting awareness had been developed. Then Son Goku began the third step of training, integrating the first 2 steps of training into one, trying to unlock the ultimate meaning of freedom. 1 year and 3 months later, after 2.5 years of practice, Son Goku finally successfully unlocked the ultimate instinct and entered the introductory stage of Ultra Instinct. Son Goku's whole body was wrapped in a ball of silver flames, his eyes were silver, and his hair was still black. Apart from the color of his eyes and flames, he looked no different from his normal self. However, there was a world of difference in the fighting power between the two. Whis praised, "Goku, your understanding is the first person I have seen in my endless years. If Lord Beerus is not lazy, he may be able to match you." Son Goku said humbly, "Whis, I deserve the award. I'm just more diligent than others. In terms of talent, it's just average." Whis laughed when he heard this and said, "It's just average. I mean it took 2.5 years of practice to successfully get started with Ultra Instinct. It took less time than all the gods of destruction. Goku, you are so humble." Son Goku smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and then said, "Whis, in order to express our gratitude to you, let's go to my house and I'll treat you to a big meal." Hearing this, Whis smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, and said, "Okay, Goku, then I'm not welcome." Son Goku smiled and said, "Whis, you must not be polite." After that, using instant transmission, the two arrived at Son Goku's house. Son Goku went to the kitchen and entered the names of all 108 dishes for the Manchu Hanban banquet on the computer of the cooking robot. After that, the cooking robot started to get busy. Son Goku came to the restaurant, chatted with Whis, and waited for the robot to serve the food. An hour later, the robot began to serve the dishes, one dish after another. After a while, the table was filled with delicious food. Every dish was different and no dish was repeated. Whis was dazzled. Without even bothering to say hello to Son Goku, he picked up the chopsticks on the table and tasted it. When you enter the food, Whis makes you feel that your whole soul has been sublimated, and it is so delicious that it explodes. Seeing Whis's appearance, Son Goku couldn't help but smile and started eating. Whis chewed slowly and Son Goku devoured it, making Whis shake his head. In his opinion, eating Son Goku this way is simply a waste of natural resources. 2 hours later, Son Goku was full. After packing Whis, he used instant transmission to send Whis back to the world of gods of destruction. After getting started with Ultra Instinct, Son Goku can practice on his own. In the days that followed, Son Goku practiced even harder. The progress of Ultra Instinct is advancing by leaps and bounds. Half a year later, Son Goku successfully cultivated Ultra Instinct to perfection and reached the pinnacle. A normal body shape, silver hair, silver pupils, and silver flames appeared in front of Whis. Whis was shocked. In just half a year, Son Goku had mastered Ultra Instinct to such an extent. How could Whis not be shocked? You must know that all the gods of destruction, including Beerus, have not mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Son Goku has only practiced Ultra Instinct for 3 years and surpassed all the gods of destruction. This talent is simply unprecedented. Whis smiled and said, "Now, your strength has completely surpassed Lord Beerus, and is only inferior to us angels." Chapter 73 Supreme Kai, do you know how I have lived these 5 million years? Son Goku heard this, nodded, and then invited Whis to his home for dinner. As soon as Whis heard about the meal, he couldn't wait. So, Son Goku returned home with Whis. Coincidentally, the old Supreme Kai trio were also there. Seeing Son Goku, Supreme Kai Xin hurriedly said, "Goku, Babadai has appeared." Son Goku heard this and said, "I see, why are you all here?" Old Supreme Kai yelled at Supreme Kai Xin, "You are afraid of a hammer. There are so many strong people here. If you just pull one out, you can kill Majin Buu in an instant." Supreme Kai Xin heard the words and said, "Ancestor, I understand, but if Majin Buu is not eliminated for a day, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Even if I fall asleep, it will always be Majin Buu in my dreams." When the old Supreme Kai heard this, he covered his face and felt helpless. Son Goku smiled and said, Supreme Kai, when Majin Buu appears, you can pick any of the strong men here to help you get rid of Majin Buu. Supreme Kaixin nodded after hearing this and looked at Vegeta and others. Vegeta saw this and said, "Don't look at me, I'm not interested in picking up the trash." Supreme Kaixin looked at Piccolo again. Piccolo said, "I'm not interested either." Supreme Kaixin looked at Sun Wuhan again. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan said, "Okay, then I will reluctantly take action." Supreme Kaixin was deeply moved when he heard this. Whis said to the old Supreme Kai, "Long time no see, Lord Supreme Kai." The old Supreme Kai heard this and said, "Long time no see, Whis." Seeing this, Supreme Kaixin said to the old Supreme Kai, "Ancestor, you know Whis." The old Supreme Kai said angrily, "Nonsense, I know Beerus, how can I not know Whis?" "Oh, right," Supreme Kaixin said, slapping his forehead. Son Goku smiled and said, "Okay, since everyone is here, let's have a banquet to celebrate." Everyone raised their hands in agreement. So a gourmet feast was held in the restaurant. After a while, the food delivery robots formed a long queue and brought the delicious food to the table, and everyone began to eat and drink. While eating, Son Goku looked at Broly and said, "Broly, how is your legendary Super Saiyan 4 training going?" Broly said, "Kakarot, my Super Saiyan 4 is almost reaching full power." Son Goku heard this, nodded, and then started eating and drinking. The old Supreme Kai looked at Whis and said, "Whis, how long will it take for Beerus to wake up?" Whis said, "About 10 years. "Oh, there are still 10 years left," the old Supreme Kai said meaningfully. Whis was confused, but didn't think much about it. After everyone had eaten, they dispersed. The old Supreme Kai trio returned to the Supreme Kai world. Son Goku used instant transmission to send Whis back to the Gods of Destruction world. A few days later, Bulma received an invitation letter from the organizer of the Tianyi First Martial Arts Conference, inviting Son Goku to participate in the martial arts conference. The reason why Son Goku was invited was because the ratings of the last martial arts tournament were dismal, so the organizer wanted to let Son Goku participate in this martial arts tournament in order to increase the ratings. In the evening, when Son Goku returned home, Bulma said, Son Goku didn't want to participate at first, but he felt that it was boring to practice all the time. It would be good to relax once in a while, so he decided to participate. The next day, Son Goku told everyone that everyone except Vegeta planned to participate. Seeing this, Vegeta had no choice but to participate. After all, everyone else was participating. It would be boring to stay at home if he didn't go alone. In this way, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Raditz, Nappa, Lapis, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and Dumpling signed up to participate in the adult group competition. Sun Goten, Sunks, and Sunbula signed up to participate in the youth group competition. A few days later, everyone lined up at the venue to tap the tester. Everyone else restrained their strength, but Vegeta, who was unhappy, smashed the tester with one punch. When everyone saw this, they all covered their faces, indicating that they were not familiar with Vegeta. The two evil men controlled by Babadai also signed up to participate in the martial arts competition. The purpose is the same as the original work, to collect the energy to resurrect Majin Buu. Son Goku naturally noticed all this and didn't care. When the conference progressed from 32 to 16, two evil men took action, and their target was Sun Wuhan. They simply lit a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. After Son Goku locked Babadai's hiding place, he left the conference site. Everyone saw this and followed him. Outside a dilapidated universe spacecraft, I met Babadai's subordinate, the king of the demon world Dapura. After Dapura saw Son Goku, he smiled and said, I didn't expect you had some skills to find this place. Son Goku smiled and said, take me to Babadai, don't make me say it twice. Dapura smiled and said, Son Goku, your spectrum is quite big. Lord Babadai, you can be seen by everyone. Before he finished speaking, he saw Son Goku blowing on Doppura, and then Doppura turned into powder. At this moment everyone also arrived. Vegeta said, Kakarot, you were the one who asked me to attend the martial arts tournament, and now you are the one taking the lead to leave. What are you doing? Son Goku smiled and said, let Supreme Kai remember, Majin Buu is here 5 million years ago. Do you want to see it? I see, Kakarot, are you here to see Majin Buu? Vegeta said. Of course, otherwise what would I do if I have nothing to do? Son Goku said. Then let's go in, Piccolo said. No hurry, wait for Supreme Kai, I think he should be here soon, Son Goku said. As soon as he finished speaking, Supreme Kai Xin, Old Supreme Kai and JB arrived. As soon as Supreme Kai Xin met, he said to Son Goku, Goku, Babadai is inside, Majin Buu should be inside too, what should we do? Son Goku smiled and said, just go in. Supreme Kai's face stiffened when he heard this, and said, this is not good, what if we are ambushed? When the old Supreme Kai heard this, he jumped up and his brain collapsed, and roared, you kid, you are really frightened by Majin Buu. We have so many strong people here, what are you afraid of, let alone Goku, this one surpasses Beerus, the strong man will protect you. Supreme Kai Xin heard this and immediately reacted, yet, what am I afraid of? Majin Buu is nothing when Goku is here, so he said, okay, just listen to Goku. Son Goku took the lead into the spaceship, followed by everyone. The two-level mobs were easily dispatched by Son Goku. Afterwards, everyone found the eggs of Babadai and Majin Buu at the bottom of the spacecraft. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Supreme Kai Xin yelled, Babadai, do you know how I have lived these 5 million years? Do you know? Majin Buu is dead today. Gods of destruction will not be able to keep him. I said. Chapter 74 Fat Buu makes his debut. Babadai laughed when he heard this and said, with these rubbish you invited, although they are good and can kill Doppura instantly, they are nothing compared to my Majin Buu. Vegeta heard this and said angrily, who are you calling trash? Babadai said, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about you all being rubbish. You're looking for death, Vegeta yelled. Then with a wave of his hand, Babadai turned into powder. Vegeta spat, bah, what a dirty firework. Then he said to Son Goku, what to do with Majin Buu's eggs, Kakarot? Son Goku said, if you give him some energy, he will come out. Vegeta heard this and said, it's really troublesome. Then he reached out to the pink Majin Buu's dome and began to input energy. After a while, white smoke began to rise from the dome, covering the entire bottom of the spacecraft. Everyone didn't know why. After that, the dome disappeared. Seeing this, Vegeta looked at Son Goku and said, Kakarot, what's going on? The dome has disappeared. Where is Majin Buu? Son Goku pointed at the white smoke above Vegeta and said, Majin Buu is in that white smoke, you will see him later. After everyone heard this, they looked at the white smoke. After a while, the white smoke closed up, and a big pink fat man appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Vegeta said to the big fat man, you are Majin Buu, you don't look like much. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu stared at Vegeta and said, who are you? Where is Babadai? Vegeta stretched out his thumb, pointed at his nose, and said with a smile, I am Super Vegeta, and as for Babadai, he is everywhere. Oh, you idiot, did you kill Babadai? That would be great. As a thank you, I will let you go to the underworld painlessly. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes. Ha ha ha, even a trash like you wants to die for me. It really makes me laugh. Vegeta laughed. Son Goku saw this and said, okay, Vegeta, let's go out and talk. This place is too small and we won't be able to use it for a while. Okay, Kakarot, this pink fat boy will be handed over to me in a moment. You are not allowed to interfere until I have enough fun, Vegeta said. No problem, Vegeta Son Goku said. Vegeta turned to Majin Buu and said, Pink fatty, let's go out and let me see later how strong you are and how you scared Supreme Kai to death. Supreme Kai Xin's face turned dark when he heard this. Majin Buu said, no problem, you can choose the place. I am only responsible for digging a hole for you to bury. Humph, stop talking nonsense, it's not certain who will bury whom, Vegeta sneered. Then he turned and walked out of the spacecraft, followed by everyone, and Majin Buu also followed him out of the spacecraft. When everyone came outside, Vegeta said to Majin Buu, Pink fat guy, are you prepared to be beaten up by me? Majin Buu asked, Little dwarf, have you picked your grave? You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, Vegeta punched Majin Buu in the face. Majin Buu was knocked upside down and flew out. Vegeta dodged, got behind Majin Buu, kicked him into the air, dodged again, got behind Majin Buu, kicked him to the ground, and then dodged again, got behind Majin Buu, and kicked him to the ground. In mid-air. In this way, Vegeta treated Majin Buu as a ball and kicked it repeatedly. After being kicked 5 or 6 times, Majin Buu reacted, forcibly stabilized his body, and then hit Vegeta with one punch. He followed the same pattern, treating Vegeta as a ball and kicking it up and down in mid-air. After being kicked 7 or 8 times, Vegeta burst out of anger, stabilized his body, and said to Majin Buu, not bad, pink fat guy, you still have some strength. Majin Buu said, you are not bad as a little dwarf. You were kicked several times by me and you didn't die. Ha ha ha, you didn't think that I had all my strength just now, right? It was just a warm-up, Vegeta laughed. Oh, really, sorry, I was warming up just now, Majin Buu said. Okay, it seems you really want to compete with me, King Vegeta. Come on, let me see what your real strength is, Vegeta said with a smile. After that, he dodged and struck with an elbow, flattening Majin Buu's face, and then kicked Majin Buu on the neck, kicking Majin Buu dozens of meters away. Vegeta didn't pursue him and just looked at Majin Buu. Majin Buu stood up from the ground, rubbed his face with his hands, and his big face returned to its original shape. Vegeta saw this and said, I asked you, why are you so confident? You have such a strong recovery ability, but this is what makes it interesting. Majin Buu said, with your little strength, you can't do any harm to me. Humph, wait and see, Vegeta said. Majin Buu said, you were happy just now, now it's my turn. After saying that, he dodged and attacked Vegeta. Vegeta heard this and rushed towards Majin Buu. The two of them started a fierce hand-to-hand fight with fists and kicks in mid-air. On both sides, you chased me, dodged back and forth, you punched me, I kicked you, it was an even fight. But as time went by, Vegeta fell into a disadvantage and suffered more and more skin injuries. After a while, Vegeta was kicked into the ground by Majin Buu. Ha ha ha, Vegeta started fighting and laughed. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully, little dwarf, were you beaten stupid by me? Vegeta said, I admit, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that your strength is beyond my normal strength. So now, if I transform into Super Saiyan, how will you respond? After saying that, Vegeta shouted loudly and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan state. Then he raised his finger at Majin Buu. Majin Buu saw this, felt Vegeta's strength, and was shocked, but then smiled evilly. He said to Vegeta, I didn't expect you, a little dwarf, to be so strong. Vegeta said, there are many things you didn't expect. Now let's start the second round of the battle. After saying that, he dodged and reached the top of Majin Buu's head. With just one punch, he punched Majin Buu's head into his stomach. Then he dodged, jumped aside, and watched his masterpiece. Majin Buu touched the neck, then grabbed the tail on the head, pulled it upward, and pulled the head out of the belly. Upon seeing this, Vegeta was also shocked by Majin Buu's actions. He said to Majin Buu, "Are you made of rubber? So elastic." Chapter 75 Super 4 Vegeta kills Skinny Buu instantly. Majin Buu looked at Vegeta with a sinister and greedy smile. Vegeta saw this and said angrily, "What conspiracy are you thinking of? I tell you that all conspiracies are useless in the face of absolute strength." Majin Buu did not speak, but smiled more sinisterly. Vegeta was furious when he saw Majin Buu's expression, and he dodged and attacked Majin Buu. With an iron fist, he smashed Majin Buu through the stomach, then grabbed the tail on Majin Buu's head and threw it into the sky. Then there was a loud shout, a big explosion attack, and an energy wave attacked Majin Buu. Majin Buu was shocked. At the critical moment, he tore a piece of flesh from his body, threw it aside, and was then blasted into nothingness. "Tch, Majin Buu, at this level, garbage," Vegeta said disdainfully. He turned around and returned to the crowd. Son Goku pointed to the sky in the distance and said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, Majin Buu is not dead yet." Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned around and saw a ball of Majin Buu's flesh in the sky in the distance, twisting around and returning to Fat Buu's appearance. Seeing this, Vegeta said, "Why is this thing like Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten to death?" After saying that, he looked at Majin Buu. Fat Buu was extremely angry at the moment. He was almost sent away by Vegeta just now, thanks to him throwing a ball of meat at the last moment. The more Fat Buu thought about it, the angrier he became, and a large amount of white smoke suddenly appeared from his head. After a while, the white smoke shrank and condensed into a thin black Buu. When Fat Buu saw Thin Buu, he felt like he was facing a powerful enemy. The black Thin Buu looked at Fat Buu and smiled evilly, then he dodged and kicked Fat Buu to the ground. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, with question marks all over his forehead. Son Goku saw this and knew about the evil Buu, so he was forced to come out. He shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, that black skinny Buu is evil, just beat him and it will be over." Vegeta heard this and said, "Kakarot, are you sure you don't need to worry about Fat Buu?" Son Goku said, "Don't worry, that Fat Buu is the good Buu who was assimilated by the Supreme Kai. Thin Buu is the real evil Buu." Supreme Kai Xin, upon hearing this, said excitedly, "Goku, is what you said true?" Son Goku said, "That's right. Once Thin Buu is eliminated, you will know if you take a closer look at Fat Buu's character." Supreme Kai Xin heard this and said excitedly, "Unexpectedly, Supreme Kai really succeeded and assimilated Majin Buu." Son Goku corrected, "It's part of Majin Buu, not all of Majin Buu." The old Supreme Kai said, "I feel very happy to have such juniors. They are also Supreme Kai. Why is the gap so big?" "You think so, Xin?" Supreme Kai Xin smiled awkwardly when he heard this. After Vegeta heard Son Goku's reply, he ducked and arrived in front of the black Majin Buu. Just as he was about to speak, the tail on black skinny Buu's head emitted a beam of light, turning Vegeta into chocolate. Then he grabbed Vegeta and swallowed it into his stomach. Then he burst into laughter. When everyone in the distance saw this, they suddenly panicked. Supreme Kai Xin said, "Goku, Vegeta has been absorbed by Majin Buu. His power will increase dramatically. You should take action quickly." Son Goku smiled and said, "You underestimate Vegeta too much. He can transform into Super Saiyan 5. Will he be absorbed by Buu who has exhausted the strength of Super Saiyan 5? Piccolo said, "But old son, Vegeta has been eaten by Majin Buu. Can he come out?" Son Goku said, "Don't worry, Piccolo, Vegeta is not that easy to digest." The black Thin Buu was smiling happily when he heard Vegeta's voice coming from his stomach, "You are smiling happily, Majin Buu." Suddenly shocked, he clenched his fist and punched himself in the stomach. He was beaten more than 10 times in a row until he vomited sour water from his mouth. But it had no effect at all. Vegeta smiled and said, Majin Buu, you are very cruel. If you are so cruel, you will even hit yourself, but it is of no use. When Majin Buu heard this, his expression became fierce. He gritted his teeth, rubbed the energy ball with his hand, and pressed it against his stomach. After a loud noise, the body below the stomach, including the stomach, was blown to pieces. Then Majin Buu shouted loudly, and his lower body returned to its original state. After listening to the sound and not hearing Vegeta's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Just as he was smiling, he heard Vegeta's voice again, Not bad, Majin Buu, you are cruel enough. Your body will explode whenever you want, but it's still useless. Slender Buu suddenly froze on the spot. After pondering for a moment, he made a fierce move, raised his hands above his head, condensed a huge energy ball, threw it into the air, and then dodged and hit the energy ball. With a loud bang, Majin Buu was blown to pieces. This operation made everyone stunned. A moment later, in the air, Majin Buu condensed again. After waiting for a long time, when Vegeta's voice was not heard, he laughed again. Ha ha ha, yes, Majin Buu, this is quite fun, continue. Vegeta's voice rang in Majin Buu's stomach again. Majin Buu froze again, and then exploded in anger. After a while, Majin Buu recovered, and Vegeta's mean voice sounded again. Majin Buu collapsed, raised his hands above his head, condensed an energy ball with a diameter of tens of kilometers, and threw it to the ground. When Son Goku saw this, he ducked, came under the energy ball, and kicked the energy ball out of the earth with one kick. Then he said to Vegeta, Vegeta, stop playing and come out. Majin Buu is anxious and wants to destroy the earth. He already has a reason to die. Hearing this, Vegeta shouted loudly inside Majin Buu, shattered Majin Buu's body, and walked out. He flew to Son Goku and said to Kakarot, What's going on? I'm having fun. Son Goku said, You are happy, Majin Buu collapsed, and just condensed an energy ball with a diameter of tens of kilometers to destroy the earth. I see, this thing is really unplayable. In that case, let's eliminate it as soon as possible, Vegeta said. Son Goku nodded and said, Are you coming or am I coming? Vegeta said, Let me do it. Things must be done from beginning to end. Son Goku nodded and returned to everyone in a flash. After a while, Majin Buu had recovered his body. When he saw Vegeta coming out of his body, he was immediately overjoyed. Vegeta saw this and said, You are happy too early. After saying that, he shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Then he put his hands together and shouted Big Bang Attack. The energy wave directly hit Majin Buu. Majin Buu didn't even say a word before he was blasted into nothingness. After Vegeta released the transformation, he looked underground again and saw the unconscious Fat Buu. He ducked out of the way, grabbed the tail on Fat Buu's head, and came to everyone.